Well, congratulations once again to our latest Super Bowl champs, the Seattle Seahawks, and now we veer back into the norm. That is a half dozen Madden simulations over the course of this football Sunday and Dream Stream Day. Winners doesn't mean anything, but your lineups, they certainly do. Best of luck, everyone, going out there chasing some cash. With Geoff Ulrich, I'm Adam Kaufman. How are you, Moose?
Doing great, 8 Mile. You know,
yeah, thank you.
Doing great.
I'm doing my best.
There, my camera's fixed
too.
So I'm in living color again, man. Yeah, no, doing good. Made it here, so that's good. You know,
you look good.
One's always a dice roll.
In the right direction. Yeah.
Whether I'll be up or not. So. Who knows?
Well, the people listening, they're stuck with us for the next couple of sims, and I hope people enjoy it. I really do. It's a a combination of just 4 of us today. Me and you for the first 2, me and Tom Carroll for the 4 o'clock, the early bird special, and then Matt Lamarca and Tommy for the final 3 of the day. So weekend warriors, as Jason Rossi likes to say.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, I think at the beginning of the week we had Tom on for 6 in a row or something, but I freed up some of my schedule so I could hang with the DK Sim fam for a couple morning shows here.
It's good to have you here. It's, much respect. We'll mention this more than a few times. We got the Drew stack, but in particular, technical director Drew is going to do something that I'm not sure. I mean, maybe producer Drew can correct me. I'm not sure it's ever been done in the history of Simland. TD Drew is running the gauntlet today. He is doing all 6 sims over the next 11 and a half hours. I mean, settle in, baby. Strap on in, as our friend Brendan Glasheen would tell you, because it's going to be a long road ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I know Bert, Bobo, and Ops has done 5 out of 6. I'm not sure anyone has done 6.
6 in a row, like one day? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the Ops guys do. I don't know what their schedule is, to be honest. But it's a long day. It's, sure it's appreciated. And, yeah. We should give a like for producer Drew doing this stuff for the guys in the back. As always, you should be. So
for everybody involved. And lineups obviously have locked. Went a little wild today, folks. Figured, what the heck? Let's get crazy. I created a classic contest as well because I figured, I'm here for all 3. Let's have something different to watch in addition to our showdown builds. I'm sure you made a showdown lineup. Did you happen to make a classic lineup as well?
No, I didn't make the classic. I don't have time for that nonsense. Plus, I'm only going to be here for 2, so, wouldn't be here for the third one anyways.
I guess, totally fair. 88 entries in the classic. It's another #Cough Classic Madden free roll. This is only the second time that I have made one of these. And like I said, we'll take a little look-see at those as time moves along. Pardon me. But as you can tell, I'm battling something anyway. The nooner, let's see if Moose focuses on the sim or the open free roll. I'm not sure there's much to focus on there with Colin Morikawa doing what he's doing. What's your lineup for this thing?
Yeah, Morikawa to a 3-shot lead. I kind of thought that would happen, unfortunately. Not great for me, but when you expect it, it doesn't hurt as much. I got Kittle in the captain spot. I got Mostert, I got Deebo Samuel, I got Lev Bell. I went heavy 49ers here. I even got Ross Dwelly in there as a fun play. So,
wow,
Pettis.
Some next level
stuff. It's not really
stuff.
A good lineup, but it is very heavy 49ers.
I did a half and half. So I've got Raheem Mostert at captain, where he is certainly the chalk. About 40% owned in the captain slot, 88.5% in the flex out of the 104 entries we've got for this thing. It's a lower number, but in fairness, I only created the contest maybe 90 minutes ago. So people are forgiven. In fact, I'm kind of impressed that we even have 100. So thank you for that. Deebo Samuel, Kendrick Bourne, Rashad Perriman, Jamison Crowder, Chris Herndon. So really kind of balanced ownership, but nobody's super chalky other than obviously my captain. Other than that, everybody is 40% owned or less. No score minute change gone by here. Moose, Koff, the Drew Stack, Kyle, and Ops hanging out with you. Who was it in the chat? I want to acknowledge. Brian C., a hooded cough in the Big Maple on a Sunday, the nooner. Where the bleep do I sign? I like the Big Maple. That's a new one. I haven't heard that before.
Oh, yeah.
Jake Williams. Sup, nerds? Sup, Jake? Good to see you. Uncle Buck, the half on the head hoodie with the no string look. Yeah, the no string thing, it's really just, I certainly didn't just like, I don't want the string and yanked it out. It came out in the wash. You know, didn't do the whole, you got to tie it up and make sure it stays put before you throw it on in there. And yeah, the string just, it after enough washes, it came on out, I guess. And yeah, the half on the hood or half on the head, believe it or not, I walk around the house most of the time looking like this. So I'm not dressing up for the sim or dressing down for the sim. This is
shocking.
This is me, folks.
I mean, I really I'm so shocked to hear that you just wear hoodies around the house. I mean, would never have pegged you for like a, just a casual dresser.
For just a hoodie around the house guy. We got Mike Sunken in the chat. Mike, who at least at the time that we signed off last night, was the projected winner of the $5,000 contest for the Simper Bowl last night. The $5,000 first place prize out of the $15K prize pool. Mike, did it hang on? Were there any manual scoring changes that took you from your 5K? We were wishing him the best of luck. Always good to have one of our own, one of the DK Sim fam in the chat with us when something big like that happens. So, Mike, I hope it held on. I hope you are 5K richer this morning, my friend. 3 minutes gone by. No score. Opening quarter. Pass to the left. That is completed. Darnold, 2 of 2 for 16. I haven't seen Moose, the Sim Jets, in months. Like real-life months. Not, Sim months when it was actually a week and a half ago. I have not seen this. I saw them pop up. Darnold and Bell and Herndon. I don't even remember what these guys play like. It's been so long.
Yeah, I don't know. I was going to say they play like garbage, but they're not the worst Sim team, I guess. I mean, from what I'm remembering. I've seen the Jets quite a few times. They've been one of those teams I've seen quite a bit in both Sims, 2020, 2021. But, yeah, I don't know. They're kind of like a nondescript team. Their wide receivers don't do much. Lev Bell isn't really like the greatest RB1. He's not terrible, but they're a pretty easy fade, most Sims, especially when they're going up against a good team, I feel like. So
everybody wishing Mike a congrats in the chat, by the way, the DraftKings conference room, the DK Treehouse. He says, yes, it hung on. And not only that man didn't want anything to do with hoarding a bank account full of money. He says he booked a family vacation with it today. 5K last night, 12 hours later, already planning the trip. I love it. Love it. If you just up and came into 5K, which I realize it's not life-changing money, but perfectly described by Mike, it's vacation money. If you just up and came into 5K, other than invest in Josh Allen rookie cards, what would you do with it?
I don't know. I wouldn't really buy anything spectacular. What's that?
Would you book a trip?
No.
Do you vacation at all?
I do vacation. I'm actually going on vacation almost tonight, but for just a couple days. But I wouldn't do that probably. I don't know. I mean, I tend to be someone who plans things out in advance. So if I get and obviously as someone who does the DFS and betting, I mean, I've had days like that too, where you're like, oh, all of a sudden I have extra money. But I tend to be someone who plans things out in advance. So I'm not like, oh, I wouldn't just go and book something spontaneously. I might buy something spontaneously, but it certainly wouldn't be the whole entire amount. I would put at least some of it away into just savings. Absolutely. Some kind of savings or investment.
And let's be honest, you'd be reinvesting quite a bit of it into DraftKings as well.
And into DraftKings, yeah, one way or the other. Stock or DFS.
Yeah, exactly. Still no score as we are in the final few minutes of the opening quarter.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty good about not being spontaneous and doing stuff. Not that it's like a bad thing to do. I mean, if it's just you got your income, maybe you already got savings, and this is just extra. It's I typically don't do that.
Look, you can just say it. Here, I'll say it for me. I'm frugal. dare I say, sometimes cheap.
No, and that's the thing, though. I have gone on extremely pricey vacations that, like, you know, at times have been like like I probably shouldn't have been going on, but it's just I plan them. So if I got money, it's not like I would be like, oh, I'm booking this right away. I'd be like, I'd think about it maybe, and maybe I'd even use a portion for it, but I don't know. I wouldn't just do it like spontaneously. But again, I might do something else spontaneously, so I don't know.
When we went on our honeymoon, this is, more than a decade ago. You and I have been married about the same amount of time. When we went on our honeymoon, we went to Hawaii, which, like, for Reed, that's just, I'm going to go home for a little while.
Sure.
But, not all of us have the ability to just go stay in a place in Hawaii. We got to rent. We don't have family there as the man does, which is a wonderful thing. If you think I'm saying that out of jealousy, you're absolutely right. So we planned our honeymoon to Hawaii, and we went for 2 weeks. And I'm not exaggerating. And at that time in my life, that was like my life savings.
Yeah.
Like, after the wedding, and which we were very fortunate. We paid for very little of the wedding itself. But after the wedding and then just the honeymoon, which obviously we entirely paid for, that was like the entire bank account.
Yeah.
It was like, this is outrageous. What are we doing here? How in the world is this going to be, like, live up to the worth?
Yeah. Yeah. I've done a trip like that before as well when I was much younger. But yeah, I don't even know what I was going to say. Yeah. Anyways, I've definitely been there, done that. I think everybody's done that at some point, either in college or, when you're younger. You just, you book a trip. You're like, you know what? We're just going. This is it. And also the other thing I was going to say is, when you have a house, you have kids, like when you come into money, there's generally like 5 things you could just spend it on right away. That's not a trip. Like, fix your house, pay for something of your kids. Like, there's always things hanging out there. Like, this needs to get fixed. We could use a new this. So I don't know. The spontaneity, if I was younger, yeah, definitely would be more likely to do something spontaneous like a trip. But these days, it's more like, oh yeah, let's get a new dryer or something.
Well, to that point, and like, just to really fully illustrate this, that life savings, almost entirely life savings trip to Hawaii to go for a honeymoon for 2 weeks was still less money than the quote I just got to replace my roof. So it's, I mean, time goes on, you get a little older, you become a homeowner, and I'm sorry, what? Yeah. How much?
Yeah.
You know what? I don't even need a roof. If it rains, it rains.
Oh, pick. That's a nice interception.
Mosley with the interception. San Fran getting the ball back. 1 play left in the opening quarter.
Yeah. Home ownership hits you hard, when things start breaking. I've replaced a furnace, a hot water tank, a fridge, a washer. I didn't replace my stove, but I had to get it fixed. This is all in last 6 years. Like, it's not even that big a time frame. So,
I thought you were going to say like 6 months.
It feels like 6 months because it's like every 6 months something, basically, you have a huge expense.
Yeah, Drew says garage door. Yep.
Garage door. Yes. I see. There's so many things I can't even remember. It's like, although the garage door I didn't have to get replaced. Somehow the magic guy just put it back together. I still don't know how he did that, but
yeah, I remember you telling that story. We're just gonna. It's like
mangled. It was in like 3 pieces, and he just came in. He's like, "Okay, you hold this here. I'm gonna put some hinges in.
Buff that out real quick."
Yeah.
The garage door. That's nuts. No score still. San Fran and the Jets. Darnold 3 of 5 for 44. Garoppolo 1 for 2 for 4. An interception, obviously, for Darnold. So if you played that Niners DST, you at least in the moment here, you're feeling justified. Bell 7 for 16 on the ground. Mostert very not living up to the hype.
Not Mosterty
13
today. Not very Mosterty so far.
Not Mosterty to this point in time.
No.
And we'll look at the pass catching numbers as well. They aren't big. Crowder 1 for 28. Everyone else in single digits. Herndon, 1 for 8. Bourne 1 for 4. Hogan, Chris Hogan, who is a lacrosse player now. Like he used to be a joke. Now he's actually a lacrosse player. 1 for 8. And that's what we got going on through 1 quarter. Jimmy in San Antonio says the only right answer to the question is try and turn that 5K into 10K. As Drew jokes, put it all on red.
Yes, great advice you're going to get from here for sure. Anyways.
Stick Welder says, are you going to do another season of Sims, Cough? Well, I like that you address me personally as if I have that call. That heck yeah, we are. My intuition, because I don't have any official word, but my instincts will tell me that with the timing of where we're at right now in late July and Madden 22 being launched in late August, I believe it is. And obviously we're, once Madden 22 gets here, we'll make the move to it, much as we did Madden 20 to 21. I would say there's nothing especially different, at least with regard to a season coming in the next month or so. And then there will probably be another, season of some kind and Simper Bowl and all of that to kick off Madden 22 the same way we launched Madden 21 almost a year ago. But in the next month-ish, I think you're looking at what you're looking at now, which is isolated exhibitions, the 42-7, minus obviously when we have American Ultimate Disc League or Cornhole League or anything else, events like that pop up along the way. I know there are, as I was looking at it, there's I believe Cornhole League and Disc League, both of them, they've got playoffs coming up. We'll have coverage of that on the Dream Stream. But as far as Madden land here, Simville, if you will, I think this is what you're looking at here. Stick Welder and anybody else curious. 2nd and inches, easy first pickup. Raheem Mostert gets to midfield right on the nose. 4 for 20. Moose Ulrich, Koff, Drew Stack, Kyle, all hanging out here with you early on a football Sunday.
Yeah, what do we got till football season starts here? I mean, we got 1, 2.
Training camps begin at the end of this month. Like, training camp is a week and a half away, if that.
It's only about 7 weeks, man, till like the actual season starts. So like you said, training camp, and once training camp starts, I kind of feel like once training camp starts, like the NFL actually starts, like at least for me anyway. So.
Oh yeah. And we'll, obviously we talk a lot of nonsense here on these Sims and that'll continue. But once we get into training camp and have a lot more pertinent day-to-day stories coming out of the NFL, there'll be that much more football talk. And I'm sure, not just from people like you and Reed and me and Lamarca and whomever else will want to discuss it, but people in the chat, you guys are going to want to get into draft talk, for your season-long leagues and ADP and starting to hypothesize what the DFS element is going to look like, and obviously salaries will come out for week 1 in a matter of time and all that. So there's a lot coming up, no doubt about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously going to be a bunch of big contests, not only for week 1 on DraftKings, but also like preseason and stuff like that, I assume, again. So be on the lookout, folks.
I have not created, I see it in the chat, pardon me, I've not created a baseball contest, but I do see there's a 1 o'clock slate, so maybe I'll do that. We had a couple of NBA contests last night. I'm pretty sure, if I remember right, our guy Lindenbaum finished first in the smaller one. We had a 20-person and a 40-person. I think Lindenbaum won the 20. I came in second, and then was still able to cash in the 40-person, so that was nice as well.
Oops. Just closed the wrong window. All right. What are we doing here? More punts. Yippity-doo.
It's still
scoreless. This game is not moving along at the speed that we wanted it to get off on a good Sunday here. Hope everyone is having a good Sunday.
I'd say the speed of the sim is going just fine, but yeah, a lot of offense. That's been a lack of offense. That's been an issue.
Could see some plays, as we're going through this quickly, but I don't know, man. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna do another sim season. We didn't even have time to fit it in. Probably not. Maybe who knows? Maybe they'll do a bracket or something. Don't quote me on any of this. I'm just suggesting that there could be one more event before the NFL regular season begins. Who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. Jordan Warren, Morning Sim fam. Congrats again, Mike. Great job. Yeah, Mike's sunken, man. Huge.
Absolutely, dude.
All right, so let's see. Let's take a little look-see at baseball. 10-game slate, 1:05 Eastern, so about 45 minutes from now. Yeah, we can make a contest for that. Let's do let's play it safe. Reasonable number that I'm confident will lock without us having to push and push. We'll do 30. 30 people. $1. Top 5 payout. All right, that's what we'll do. We'll create that thing right now. And it's out there into the world for anyone that wants to get in. 3rd and 5 from the 21. Fumble!
Oh, wow.
Niners have it. Down at the 7, Warner with the recovery. And already well into field goal range, well into the red zone. Jimmy Garoppolo, Raheem Mostert, the rest of the Niners. Ball at the 7. 1st and goal on the way, about halfway through the second quarter. Still scoreless for now. They better not settle for a field goal here. It's a handoff. Mostert juked his way back.
Yeah, he's in.
Rolled it.
No, what?
Down at the 1. Down at the 1. We have seen
that knee got down.
I've done a lot of Sims the last few days, and I feel like, man, that's got to be the 10th time I've seen a guy down at the 1 just in the last few days. It's happening a lot lately.
It's Sim just teasing you, man.
2nd and goal. It's another handoff. Push your way through.
There
Touchdown.
Doesn't matter.
Raheem Mostert did
Still
the
gets
job.
in.
Well, that's going to make about 40% who captained Raheem Mostert awfully happy in the smaller contest. Larger, if you got him in the larger contest as well. And please, shout it out if you have him in Classic. I'm sure that'll help quite a few of you. Brian Liza, I'm just looking at our, it's another hashtag Cough Classic Madden free roll contest with 88 entries. Brian Liza stacked this game, still has a running back and a receiver to go, but has Mostert, and congrats on the touchdown, friend. 7-0 San Fran.
All right, hit the Mostert chalk. 81.7% owned in the big free roll, 35% owned in the captain there. So you captain them. You're putting the pressure on people because other than the San Fran defense, there's not many points in this game. Fantasy points, I mean, so.
Correct. Executive Sessions hoodie bringing that defense out this morning. If we still had Wild Weather Wednesday, I'd be accused of, dressing up to account for the rain or something like that. It's chilly. Gotta have that snow cover.
Weird. It's actually raining where I live for the first time in like a while.
Oh, it is. If you were here where we are in New England, my friend, I'm pretty sure it has rained every day of July.
Really?
Yeah. It has been nuts. But, we were talking about home ownership. Great for the lawn.
True.
Real good for the grass.
Yeah.
But, it's not been great. Enjoy the outside weather.
No. Well, we got like wildfire smoke.
Oof.
Moving into the city too, so this week has been weird.
Where are you at in this nooner contest, by the way?
Yeah, let's give her a check. See here.
Julius 88's in front.
I'm in 90th.
20
Ross Dwelly. Ross Dwelly play really not coming.
Not doing
through.
much for you so far.
Neither's Dante Pettis. Neither's Deebo Samuel. I got 4 zeros still on the board here, so it's not a great start.
Raheem Mostert, by the way, in our classic contest, which once again has 88 entries. I don't have him. Guess I should have. He is about 74% owned. He is in 3/4 of lineup. So people paying up for that Mostert chalk, $8K. Some people electing to save on Garoppolo. Not great so far. He's only about 14% owned, though, so not popular. 2nd and 7 coming up. Final 3 minutes of the opening half. Lazy run to the left by Le'Veon Bell.
Oh, yeah, very lazy. Le'Veon Bell still without a team that I know of. He didn't sign.
What do you think the resolution is there?
I think he could be one of those like mid-year signings, kind of like Devontae Freeman was last year with the Giants. Like someone gets hurt. I don't know. Le'Veon Bell seems like he's talked his way out of the league too. Like you don't go after guys like Andy Reid,
Right.
Like, it's you don't. I mean, nobody dislikes Andy Reid in this league except Le'Veon Bell apparently. So it's, I don't know. I really feel like this guy, like, people have seen enough from Le'Veon Bell. He didn't look good last year. He talked himself out of Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
You know, that's
cost
a red
himself
flag.
a lot of money in the process.
Yeah, he did.
Obviously, he sat out a year.
Maybe he wanted to sit out or something. But anyways, like you said, so there was that. And then, you know, he wasn't overly productive with the Jets. And then he goes to the Chiefs, can't even beat out, Darwin Thompson for the backup. And then this is Andy Reid on the way out. Like, I don't think there's a big market for Le'Veon Bell out there right now. You know, like, there might be no market. So, I don't know. Maybe we've seen the last of this guy. It honestly wouldn't shock me. I don't really care if I see more Le'Veon Bell at this point. He looked doner than done with the Chiefs. So
only takes one, obviously. Just, you know, he needs to understand his role going in, which clearly in the case of Kansas City, where he elected to sign, he had options. There were, you know, at least, as I recall, at least 3-4 teams that were interested in signing him back when he, you know, did get his release from the Jets last year. He chose Kansas City, whether that was because he liked the fit, he wanted a ring, you know, whatever. It could have been anything. Maybe it was money compared to the others. I have no idea. But he chose the Chiefs. He chose Andy Reid, and it really couldn't have gone worse.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch Le'Veon Bell, like, and it's funny, even in Le'Veon Bell's prime, he was never like a burner. Like, he was never a guy who you got to the outside and you're like, oh, this guy's gonna, like, you know, just beat everyone with his feet. He was a dude who's very smart, cerebral runner inside, and I think he still has that in him. But, you know, when you lose a step and you already weren't one of the fastest, like, RBs in the league, things can go downhill pretty quick, man. You know, he's not a power back like Adrian Peterson. He's not going to come in and do short yardage. I guess he works in the passing game, but if he's a little bit slower, like, do you really want Le'Veon Bell, or do you want, like, one of these faster guys coming out of college who can all catch the ball now? I don't know. It's I don't even know how old he is. That's it. Like, is he 30? Is he pushing 30? I mean, let's see here. 29. I don't know. He'll probably get signed mid-season. Someone will get hurt, right? But
yeah,
I wouldn't be shocked if we saw the last of him either. Really wouldn't shock me that much.
1st and 10 from the 50. Minute to go, opening half. Niners looking for more, up 7-0. Garoppolo drops back, passes right side, completes it, stays in bounds, and down to about the 30. 20-yard pickup. We got a timeout right there.
Fatigue, Aaron.
It was in the moment.
Everyone's fatigued. Were you on there? Were you with? Oh no, I was with Glash.
Mostert. There we go.
When one of the players did a slower run, and then someone started complaining.
I wasn't.
And then we just called everyone, said everyone had fatigue.
Everybody's tired.
Everyone's tired. It's the fatigue setting in.
Another completion to the right. Kendrick Bourne that time. New Patriot.
We are on the while we're on the topic of game settings, though. We are close to the new release, aren't we? Like, we're
only about a month. I'm not sure what the official date is. I'd have to look it up, but ballpark a month.
I don't have them in front of me, but there are some new features, to be looking forward to. I know Michael went over them with me, but I can't remember what they are off the top of my head. But we'll be dropping a few notes on those. So some new stuff to look forward to. The new game you guys will probably like.
I know Madden 22, among other things, has emphasized home field advantage. That's going to be a bigger thing in the new game.
Okay, there you go. I like that. I mean, there were big jumps. You know, going from Madden 2020 to 21. You know, you had, like, the stretch animation was huge. The screen passes work way better. The QB mobility.
Yep.
You know, they can throw on the run better. Like, there were a lot of things that changed from Madden 2020 to 21. It was good updates. So I'm kind of excited to see what they drop here.
Way more aggressive AI, as we've seen in these sims, obviously, which is great.
Yep.
Like you said with the stretch, you know, you got guys going down for the tackle and they're reaching for the extra yard to get a first or to get into the end zone or whatever it may be. That's been a nice change. I've said for a while, I don't know if this will be part of it, and it's not a big thing, but just in terms of play calling, I'd love to see, you know, as it's kind of renowned around the NFL, the Tom Brady play. I'd love to see the QB sneaks. You know, if a team's got the ball in the 1, I'd love to see occasionally a quarterback will rush it in, but I'd love to see the actual QB sneak. We never see that in these sims.
Right.
2nd and 4, final 20 seconds. Garoppolo to the right again, incomplete that time. Domino Joe says, hey, Geoff finished second to you in the NFC Championship free roll. Best I've ever done to winning one. Congrats, Domino Joe. Keep after it. Kevin Porter, you aren't kidding, Geoff. Live in Syracuse area, rains every day. Just got my blueprints on building an ark. Yeah, the sun does not come out in Syracuse between roughly October and April. Like, period. It's just gray skies. 3rd and 4 from the 11. Final 15 seconds. Another incomplete pass. Cry 2 tears in a bucket. Here's something you can think about, Moose. I know Geoff's a movie guy, but I got a movie question for Moose. How do you feel about the movie Strange Brew, a Canadian classic?
Strange Brew? Yeah, no, absolutely, man. A Canadian classic. I haven't watched it in a long time, but it's worth putting on if you're especially if you're into like the comedy, Rick Moranis. Absolutely, man.
Field goal on 4th and 4 from the 28. Piece of cake. 10-0. Robbie Gold. You know it's not worth putting on because I did yesterday.
What?
Space Jam 2.
Oh dear God, yeah. So you don't need to tell me that. Don't worry.
It was. Well, I went into it expecting it to be bad,
and it was still that bad.
It was worse.
Really?
It was worse than anticipated.
Really? I'm a little surprised that they couldn't at least make it like fun and like a little bit comic. Like, they got Don Cheadle in there. They got a lot of great, cartoon characters. Like they couldn't even make it watchable, eh? Like it was that bad.
Parts of it were fun. Parts of it were funny, but it was just a 2-hour commercial for Warner Brothers and how great LeBron is.
Right. Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
I mean, and I got to think that even Warner Brothers and LeBron would admit that. I mean, like, watch it. It's just so they don't run from it. They don't hide it. There's nothing subtle about it. That's what it is. And Rossi, I was talking to Rossi yesterday. We were doing a sim, and I hadn't watched the movie yet. I was like, I'm going to put it on after the sim. And Rossi says, it's. Yeah, I don't know how this movie's going to be. I haven't seen it yet, but I'll tell you this: that LeBron James, he can act, and he meant it. So LeBron James is a good actor, and I said, look, LeBron on SNL, LeBron in the movie Trainwreck, there's some chops there. He's a decent enough comedic actor. Here's the problem: LeBron, and I'm not saying in real life. I have no doubt he has range as a human, but as an actor, he can't do emotion. And this movie was trying way too hard to, like, the original Space Jam didn't bother with any of that. Like, we're gonna be goofy, we're gonna be silly, we're gonna be, there's not gonna be any drama within this movie.
The plot is Michael Jordan has to go play the monsters. Like, that's it. There's no like kid involved. There's no like secondary. Like, I gotta also take care and bonding with my kid. No. It's just like Michael Jordan versus like the monsters. That's it.
No, and this movie is LeBron, like, rediscovering how to be a good dad.
Yeah, no, it's
like, nope, you can't sell it, LeBron. I'm sorry.
No, I'll be dead honest. As soon as I saw that part of the trailer, I'm like, there's no chance I'm watching this movie. like I didn't even know it was out. That's how out I am on Space Jam 2. So I'm not shocked to hear the review, but I'm a little shocked they didn't at least make it like watchable. Like I try, and here's the thing: I trust your judgment on movies like Space Jam, because if you can't find some thing good to say about it, I know it's not going to be good. So at least like watchable,
Well, and this to me was truly the most redeeming thing. I mentioned this last night. Well, not redeeming. Redeeming is not the right word. The gratifying for me.
Right.
I said to Mike, like, I fully recognize while there's some basketball jokes, there's some adult humor as you would expect, that's designed to go above kids' heads and make it interesting for people our age. I fully acknowledge it is not a movie that is geared toward us. It's a movie that's, it's for children. So I take movies like that with a grain of salt.
Yes.
I watched it with my 8-year-old and with my 6-year-old, who both largely, I would say, enjoyed it. It was not, they didn't consider it to be a waste of time. So fine, like, success, Space Jam 2. But I said to them after, first thing I said was, so, what'd you think? This Space Jam or the original? Which one do you like better?
Yeah.
And they both said the original.
There you go.
And that movie's 25 years old.
Yeah. And like, if you get that response from a kid, because kids aren't into like classic stuff. Like, they don't care that, like, you know, this was something you watched. Like, they either like something or they don't. So if you're getting that response, it wasn't good.
Right.
I'm actually surprised that's actually shocking in a lot of ways.
Keith says, it's just your opinion, but the life lessons that were taught in the movie are really deep. I will concur that the lessons they were attempting to teach are important. I just don't know how successfully they taught them. Through the acting. It wasn't even like a dig on the writing.
Yeah.
It's the acting.
Hashtag not good.
Hashtag not good.
We get it.
Carolyn's phone charger. I'm going to go ahead and trust the guy with 9,000 DVDs in his background.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. And look, I know there's no like Academy Award winning movies back there. So I'm not going to ask your opinion on like.
That's not true. There are some really bad ones too.
I'm not going to ask Koff's opinion on like, you know, the latest arts film or whatever, you know, like I don't even know because
Geoff and I aren't going to sit here and dissect Schindler's List.
Well, I mean, something like that, right? But
I'm talking about Academy Award winning. Yeah.
But when, you know, you get like the Space Jams and like the big popular movies, you know, the Marvels, I'll trust Kaufman's opinion. Like you said, he's got a million DVDs back there.
Drew says Koff thinks The Departed was Scorsese's best movie. Departed was good.
I mean, it wasn't terrible, but
it was not Scorsese's best. I know what you're doing, Drew.
Definitely wasn't.
10-0 San Fran, early third quarter. Moose Koff, Drew Stack, Kyle, hanging out with you and the DK Sim fam.
Hello.
Hit the like. Let's make the push to 100. At least, like, can I at least get this from you,
No.
from the Drews, from Kyle, from the Sim fam? Can I at least get this much? I own lots of bad movies, no doubt about it. But I will be the first to acknowledge that it's a bad movie. I will say, like, this is a bad movie. I really like it, but I recognize it's a bad movie.
Well, this is what I'm saying. You're like
the Benchwarmers. I love the Benchwarmers. The Benchwarmers is a terrible movie, but I love it.
You're a connoisseur of like these bad movies, these kind of like iffy, but then you say, is it watchable? Sure. If you're saying Space Jam was barely watchable, then like I'm not, it's not something I'm ever going to put on. So.
Sean says
and your
Kaufman
kids
somehow looks less intelligent.
I mean, your kids giving it like the death review of like saying they'd rather watch the one from like 30 years ago that's shocking.
A friend of theirs and mine, like a good friend of mine, and he has a son who's their age.
Friend of ours
last night, and he because they're on vacation and they were gonna come over at some point, like maybe next weekend, to watch Space Jam 2. They're like, yeah, let's come over, we'll all watch it. And I said, I'll be honest, man. And this is the most damning thing I can say about Space Jam 2, truly. I said, I'm not sure my kids are in a hurry to watch this again. Like, forget me. I'm not sure they are in a hurry to sit in front of that movie for 2 hours again.
Yeah.
And my kids, when they like a movie, they will start at the second it ends.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
They, like rewatch Central around here. They've seen every episode of Fuller House 27,000 times. That movie is on, or that TV show is on all the time in our house. All the time. That show is, I have seen every episode 15 times because it is just always on in the background. When they like something, they love it.
Fuller House. Wow.
And I'm not sure they care to donate any more time to Space Jam 2.
Okay.
Seems like a good time to ask if we have a partnership with Warner Brothers or something. 10-0, San Fran, halfway through the third.
And Becky needs a little bit of shout out here.
Touchdown. Niners again. Dante Pettis.
I have him.
I usually do, but I don't today.
I'll boost the old Moose line up here. He's 44% owned, actually. I don't know if it's going to boost me that much. I thought he'd be lower on that. 5.8% in the captain. This is the Nooner free roll.
Let's see. Doulaville is in front by about 6 points in our early contest. The showdown. Still Brian Liza in the classic. Jake Williams. Ain't nobody got time for life lessons in Space Jam. Cry 2 tears in a bucket. Even in LeBron James' fantasy movie, he's not as good as Michael Jordan. LOL. Sean Mack. I mean, it's no True Lies, but it was okay. Don't you come in here spouting hate on True Lies. Schwarzenegger in his prime. Kyle says, what you don't see is Koff's movie Shrine dedicated to the Fast and Furious franchise. It's true. I got Dom's, Thunder whatever right here off to my left. You just can't see it.
Well, there must be some kind of like special DVD set you can get at this point that's like shaped in a car or something. It has like all the DVDs inside.
Well, there are for sure collection sets you can get, and which is, when you think about it, it's such a, independent of just viewing DVDs or Blu-rays is a waste of money, as I know many people do. Like, just ignore that. Get past that.
Yeah.
It's a waste of money to invest in these collections in general because they're not done making them.
Oh, exactly.
You can buy the first 7, you can buy the first 8, you can buy the first 6. Eventually you'll be able to buy the first 9. Well, cool. They're still making a 10 and 11 or a 2-part number 10, however you want to view it. Like, though, why bother?
Yeah. Exactly. So.
Drew says, I almost bought Koff Urban Cowboy from the $5 DVD bin at Walmart yesterday. Is that John Travolta? Yep. He says, yep. Joker. JCVD movies are all bad. That's not true. Many of them are, but they are not all bad. Joker. Jared says some movies are so bad they're good. Case in point, the movie Eddie with Whoopi Goldberg.
Okay, that wasn't the first one that sprung to mind, but okay.
The Benchwarmers, as mentioned earlier. Mr. 3000 with Bernie Mac.
Mr. 3000 isn't bad. That's not terrible. I'm trying. Okay, let's think.
No, but it is bad.
Bad movies that are so ridiculous.
It's so bad it's good category.
Yeah. What else would fall in that?
So many. I could turn around and eyeball easily 20. I bet that are so bad they're so good. Just
on your wall, absolutely.
Yeah. Dude, where's my car? Says Kyle.
Sure.
Dude, where's my car? Even though it is intended to be bad, never did much for me.
It kind of like went too far,
Yeah. Like what? But I would love to hear from the chat. What are some of your so bad they're good movies? Would love to hear from you guys. Kyle says, I was also 6 and thought it was the funniest thing ever made.
Yeah.
You were watching Dude, Where's My Car when you were a 6-year-old? I need to have a word with your parents. What's that movie rated?
Yeah. Anyways, it's all right.
Nacho Libre, Jake. Yes. Love Nacho Libre. Great example of a movie that is not good or is so bad it's good. That kind of thing. Encino Man, Darkwing Duck. Amen. Eurotrip. I think Eurotrip is actually a kind of good movie. I don't think it's one of those so bad it's good. I think Eurotrip is actually what's the Rotten Tomatoes on Eurotrip? Let's see. Someone says the Jay and Silent Bob movies. Those aren't rated poorly, I don't think. Eurotrip has a 47%.
Yeah, I think Eurotrip is actually a really good example.
Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Let's see. Jay and Silent Bob.
I don't think that one got a good rating, but
53. So consistent with Eurotrip.
Yeah.
I think Jay and Silent Bob is really good for what it's intended to be. Bill and Ted's. Yep. Let me see. It's 17-0. You're not going to miss anything in this game. Let me see. How about The Ladies' Man? Tim Meadows.
Yeah, like comedies like that.
That's a so bad it's good.
Yeah.
Idiocracy. Choker says Idiocracy. Idiocracy has like a 90% Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah.
That's actually viewed as a really good spoof movie.
Yeah,
but whatever.
Well, I don't even know the name, how you describe that. Parody, whatever you call it. It's not a parody, actually, but it's commentary. For the commentary it has on society. It's rated a good movie, yeah.
Mystery Men.
Satire.
Yes, satire. There you go, Drew. Mystery Men. That's one that would fit the bill here.
Yeah, I think so. It's an old movie.
How about Hot Tub Time Machine?
Yeah. Hot Tub Time Machine is watchable. It's ridiculous and it's stupid, but it's like watchable.
Soul Plane, that's a real good example. So bad it's good. Soul Plane, I happen to love, and I will concede, not a good movie. Coneheads, new edition, sure. MacGruber, I think MacGruber is actually considered decent. It has a cult following. It's like it had terrible Rotten Tomatoes, but yeah, so bad it's good. I guess that fits. Because, the Rotten Tomatoes on MacGruber, I bet it's like 13% or something like that. Let me look.
Beer Fest?
Beer Fest. Love that movie.
That's pretty funny. But it is kind of stupid.
Gruber movie. Oh, 48%. Higher than I thought.
Yeah. It's actually decent.
Jared Kilgore says, accidentally watched Starship Troopers with my 5-year-old. Should have checked the rating. Yeah, that movie's a hard R, man. I remember watching that when I wasn't 5, but I was young. That is a hard R, that movie.
Jeez. I mean, my kids are 5 now. They just turned 5 like a month ago, so.
Yeah, do not put a 5-year-old in front of Starship.
Don't think I'd be watching that with them.
That is, it's not like some takeoff on a, like Super Mario Brothers level video game or something like that. Garoppolo with a passing touchdown. It's all San Fran in this one. Mostert, 16 for 66. He's got a score. I actually haven't seen The Room. I know I probably should. I see that in the chat.
Oh, the one with James Franco, you mean?
The original.
The actual original?
Yeah, the actual one, yeah.
That's just like I don't even know what you call that.
But I think that's considered by a lot of people as so bad it's good.
Well, it's more of like a work of art. It's so bad,
right.
Like it's
right. Drew says a lot of SNL spinoffs being mentioned, and that's sort of the point of a lot of them, which is true.
Yes.
Very good point. Armageddon, your favorite, Cough, says Jordan. God, that movie is trash.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous,
except it's not good. It's just so bad.
Yeah, I've seen Armageddon like 5 times, so I guess I would have to include that in my list.
Grandma's Boy, says Rowdy Dorito. Is that so bad it's good, or is it just good? It's the Rotten Tomatoes on Grandma's Boy. 2006. 15 years old already. 16%. Yep. I guess that qualifies as so bad it's good.
That's the qualification, yes.
Yeah, that fits. 17-0 Niners, and with the ball, Mostert picking up more on the ground. Gets to the 48.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of this game, for me to have one Jet and 5 49ers and still only be in 63rd, I feel like I'm not getting my money's worth here. San Francisco defense has 24 points in the flex. In the captain, I mean. Crazy.
American Way Charities says you commentators, and really this is more me because you haven't seen it. You commentators are a bunch of supreme haters about the new Space Jam. SJ, the Space Jam was too long to type. SJ is not for adults. It's not marketed to adults. And that's fine. That's why I said before, American Way Charities, my kids, who it is marketed toward, prefer the original. That is the most damning thing I can say about that movie.
Pretty damning.
From Fresno. Val Kilmer as Batman, LMAO. Nobody thinks that Batman was any good.
Dear God, no.
Choker says, Grandma's Boy is so far my biggest surprise from Koff's collection. Low expectations, but laughed hard. That's what I mean. It's a really funny movie. Again, award-winning? It is not. But very funny. Stummy Dummy says, Now You See Me is a good bad movie.
Okay.
I remember the name.
It's it's like
Oh yeah, Dave Franco, Jesse Eisenberg,
Yeah.
Woody Harrelson, Mark Ruffalo. Great cast.
it's
Rotten
it's
Tomatoes
pretty.
is a 50. That's not bad.
No, it's not like a terrible movie.
I mean, it's average. It's not, but it's not viewed as bad.
No.
Joe Dirt. There you go. Now we're on the right track. Jeff says that not you, Jeff, but it is spelt with a G. They should make a movie about Kaufman's life. Edge of my seat type stuff. Oh yeah, it'd be exhilarating. What's Koff gonna do this weekend? He's probably sit in the same chair in the basement, using the pool table as a computer stand and broadcasting Madden Sims for half the day. How will you guys possibly turn away? Jake Williams, Beavis and Butthead Do America. I want to say that movie was actually really critically acclaimed. I'm not kidding. Like, Beavis and Butthead Do America, I think, did really well in the eyes of critics.
Yeah, it's a great.
But I'll look.
The critics even reviewing that movie.
72% on Rotten Tomatoes. 72% Beavis and Butthead Do America.
All right, well.
That movie's 25 years old, by the way.
That's your answer.
Top Secret, that could fit. Come on, Jets.
Go for a little run there, Darnold.
A little jog. Big Trouble in Little China.
That's a
Anything
good
Kurt Russell, baby.
That's a good one.
Drew says, but Top Secret's a spoof movie, doesn't count. That's fair. I mentioned recently, I don't know if I said it to you, but I mentioned recently my dad was just in the hospital. He fell off a ladder and broke his leg. He's in a,
Oh, no.
I mean, it's, it'd be a bit of a recovery, but like grand scheme of things, he broke his leg. It's not like, this life-threatening stuff. More of a big inconvenience. But I bring that up for this reason. So I go to visit, and they were, he's on he wasn't on an ortho floor. He was on just a regular med floor. And so just constant in and out of roommates in the couple of days that he was there before he moved to a rehab facility.
Right.
And so I go over one day, and, obviously they put your names outside the door. And so it says Kaufman, and then it says Beavis. And I walk in, I said, it's going to take everything in my body to not change your name to Butthead on this door. It's killing me.
Yeah.
You have a roommate whose last name is Beavis.
Yeah.
You can't make this up.
No. That's one of those names. It's maybe you should change it to make the I and a U at the very least, right.
Beavis. Beavis.
Yeah.
How do I pronounce that?
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Right? Biodome, says Darkwing Duck. Yeah, I think that fits. I enjoyed Biodome.
Is your dad like my dad, who just like refuses like not to do things, like not to like take things easy? Just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get up on a ladder.
Yes and no. In this particular situation, that would kind of fit because, I mean, I wasn't there, but as the story goes, it would have been if he had moved the ladder to where he could actually reach what he was trying to get.
Yeah,
he wouldn't have fallen because the ladder wouldn't have tipped. as opposed to, you know, like let's put the ladder ever so slightly out of my reach.
Sure.
And then go with it to the ground. You know, if he had just, all he had to do, climb down, move the ladder over like a foot, accidents prevented.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, not the call he made in that moment, and now for the next several months he's going to be paying for that in recovery. He can be stubborn though, if that's what you're getting to.
Now, my dad broke his ankle like about a year ago. He was skiing though, so it's his own.
Yeah, it's different. Unless he's like, you know, inexperienced inside, and he's gonna.
Well, he's not like a
black
great
diamond trails or something.
He's not like a great skier, and he's got hip problems. So it's like, look, pal, like we get it. You know, you're retired, you're living your life, but like, you know, you're getting up there. This is gonna happen more frequently if you keep, you know, trying to be an adventure star.
Yeah, don't be a hero.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't know.
There was another good movie in here. Oh, Basketball. Yeah. Mars Attacks. Mars Attacks is just... Maybe I need to rewatch it. But I saw that in theaters and have not seen it since. Because despite an incredible cast, I felt it was maybe, at least at the time, the worst movie I'd ever seen in my entire life. Touchdown Jets.
I don't think it's
Chris
got
Herndon
either.
What's that?
I don't think it's got good reviews. Like if you looked it up, pretty sure it'd be pretty low.
I'm pretty sure you're right. I got another one from 96. How many 96 movies? 55% Rotten Tomatoes, Mars Attacks.
It's actually higher than I thought.
Me too. God, Jack Nicholson, Pierce Brosnan, Annette Bening, Glenn Close, Natalie Portman, Sarah Jessica Parker, Michael J. Fox, Jim Brown, Danny DeVito, Martin Short, Jack Black.
Yeah, why did they waste so much energy getting them together to do that movie?
Christina Applegate.
It's like one of those things that'll just like perplex me till like forever, you know?
Till the end of time.
Why Mars Attacks? Why was it like this weird space alien parody that you wanted to spend all the studio's money to get these guys together for? Very strange.
Although the budget, and maybe this is evident by the special effects if you were to go back and, you know, watch the movie or even watch the trailer, not a big budget movie. I mean, you know, at least compared to movies that come out today. $70 million budget. Made 101 at the box office. An onside kick, unsuccessful, takes us to the 2-minute warning.
Semi-pro, Orlando throws out. I like semi-pro. It's funny.
Me too.
That's a good one for me. That's a good one.
There was.
It's not good. It's not a good movie, but I still would watch it.
DraftKings has been doing this on its Twitter account a little more lately. You know, random questions. You know, soliciting answers, obviously, from the people. And there was one a week or so back that was, "Who's your favorite athlete of all time?"
Right.
And I quote tweeted and I wrote Jackie Moon. Just wanted to be involved. 17-7 San Fran.
Want to be part of the team.
Wanted to be part of it. Jared says, Alana is a Mars Attacks truther. Jared, I don't even know what that means. I refuse to believe that your wife stands for Mars Attacks. But please, tell me more.
Well, it's a Tim Burton movie, right?
I think so.
So, like, if you're really into Tim Burton movies, and, like, obviously he's made, like, Edward Scissorhands, you know, the Batman movies, but he's made some, like, really off-key ones as well. So if you're into his movies,
Christmas, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, Nightmare Before Christmas. So, I don't know. I guess I could see it. That was one that never struck with me, though. Like, just, you know, it's just like, this is weird. And also, why are all these big names in it? And for this movie, it's just like, I can't even get over that in my head. It's like, why are all these people doing this movie?
Lindenbaum asking who scored for the Jets. That was Chris Herndon. We got another tackle for loss. Mostert. 3rd and 11 from the 29. San Fran trying to run out the clock. The Jets out of timeouts. Moose Koff here with you for this one, which is almost over. We'll have you for the next one as well, which begins in an hour. That reminds me, get your lineups in for baseball if you haven't. Bills and Washington coming at 2 Eastern. Drew notes, producer Drew, who is something of a cinephile and TV critic himself. Most of these are comedies, and I think for a truly bad movie that's good, you need to get into the more drama and action films. How about, and I enjoy them, but again, they may fall under that category, and I just don't remember how they're rated in terms of critical reviews. But what about the Expendables franchise? Would that fit?
See, I've never watched Expendables. Not 1 second.
Oh, you are missing out. Especially for a guy that loves Van Damme as you do. You're missing out.
No, I know. I get it.
Says yes.
It feels like they would fit.
Yeah. I mean, they're certainly not, again, critically acclaimed. So I guess just, but I don't remember how bad the Rotten Tomatoes ratings, for instance, would be. Long field goal try from 41. Good. 20-7. Just occurred to me with about 5 minutes to spare that I didn't make my baseball line. Guy creates a contest, getting ready to put in an empty card. Can't have that. 18 seconds left here in regulation. Do you have any in that that action drama vein?
Action drama vein. Let's see.
Don't
People
go
brought up really
Googling
good
it.
ones.
Movies that are so bad they're good.
I mean, a lot of Schwarzenegger's old ones fall under that. Like someone threw out Commando, but like The Running Man. You know, like they're not great movies, but they're very like they're just good. They're funny to rewatch. Like even The Running Man to this day, I would probably rewatch. Let me see here. In Time is kind of a good one. Have you seen that with Justin Timberlake?
I have. Yeah. I
don't really think it's a good movie, but like I've like watched like it's something I probably like enjoyed when I watched it.
I definitely enjoyed it. Is that considered to be a really bad movie?
I don't think it got good reviews. I mean, it honestly, if I'm remembering it, it like wasn't a good movie, but like, you know, again, it was like a satire, again, a little bit of a, you know, commentary. So
yeah. That Timberlake man, he's like a quadruple threat. He can do it all.
He is. It's terrific.
Sing, he can dance, he can act, he's funny, he's handsome.
Just like
he doesn't return my calls. He's got all the qualities you're looking for.
That's right.
Game's the final, folks.
All right.
Get those baseball lineups in if you haven't. Let's see. Have we filled up? Yeah, we have. Effortlessly. You guys are great. So Garoppolo, 182 passing, a touchdown. Darnold, 140 a score. He was intercepted twice. It's not great. It's not great. Viper, by the way, is our projected winner by 4 points for our nooner. Let's see if Moose focuses more on the sim or the open free roll. I think we got our answer. Movies. I'm 18th right now. Mostert, 94 with a score. Just missed out on the bonus. Sorry, folks. Boy, the receiving number is not great. 4 for 55 for Bourne, 3 for 55, a touchdown for Pettis. Herndon, 4 for 37, a score. Crowder, 4 for 48, 3 for 46 for Mostert. So it was about 140 for him, all-purpose yards. No big numbers after that. Who do you like for your awards?
Yeah, I mean, this one was just such a nondescript sim. Kind of want to give it to. I'm going to give it to Dante Pettis. 5K, 14.5 points. Let's give it to him. Mostert had a solid game. You could shout out the San Francisco D too. But let's give it to Pettis. It's a very good value play. And then not my kid award. I mean, it's George Kittle with the big fat 0. So
goose egg, man.
I saw some people
54%.
complaining in the chat, rightfully so. I mean, the guy doesn't have many goose eggs on his ledger, but yeah, we caught him on a down sim here, I guess is the safe way to say it. He has had a couple of sims where he has come up with nothing, but not many. Anyways, terrible game. I captained him, so I feel your pain.
Jordan Warren, the last Boy Scout's pretty good, in my opinion. I read that Bruce Willis and Damon Wayans hated working with each other. All things considered, they did a great job.
That's a good example. Last Boy Scout.
I enjoy that movie.
That's a good one. I understood that reference.
Alana says, don't think about why. Just accept it. Mars Attacks is like my major league. Yowzer.
Okay.
She says, I think Mars Attacks was one of the first DVDs I ever purchased. Hey, listen, mine was not another teen movie, but that's a really good movie. All right, so again, Vipers are projected winner for the showdown, and for the classic, Brian Liza still in front, but stacked that game with the exception of 2 spots. We got a whole bunch of minutes right behind you in second place with Roland Catet. And I only had the one person, Kendrick Bourne, in that lineup, so plenty of ways to go. All right, thank you. At 2 o'clock, once again, a little less than an hour from now, Moose and I, right on back. We can dive deeper into this if we want. Bills, Washington, get your lineups in. Good luck with baseball. Lineups locked for that. Colts, Cardinals, me and Tom Carroll at 4 o'clock for the early bird special after that Madden matinee. Then the late classic. Matt Lamarca and Tom Carroll will have all of them. Eagles, Cowboys with happy hour sim at 6, prime time. Chargers, Browns, Madden After Dark, Bengals, and Jaguars. Thanks to the Drew Stack, to Kyle, Pat Mayo with some fantasy rankings for football coming up on the way with the Pat Mayo Experience. Moose, talk to you again in a little bit.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 Fantasy Football Rankings. Top 150 overall half-point PPR. You want to find the rankings in list form, chronological list form too, like 1 through 150. You go to DraftKingsPlaybook.com or hit the description where the rankings will be updated every single week with breaking news or a change of opinion. That's just how we're going to do this. Remember to smash the like button for the video in the comment section. Give me your top 5 players overall in half-point PPR entering the 2021 fantasy football season, and subscribe to Mayo Media Network. Why wouldn't you subscribe to Mayo Media Network at this point? Because we're going to have a ton of fantasy football content, including a brand new fantasy football show, which will be launching very soon. And one of you might end up being the host of that, or at least a host of a few of the days, because I'm doing a huge contest to find the next fantasy football host out there in the world. I don't care how much experience you have. If you hit the description of this video, you'll see a link to my Twitter profile, and the pinned tweet that's up there right now shows you how you can enter that contest. It's a paid gig. You're going to get plenty of exposure. And if you've ever wanted to get into the fantasy football realm, talking about it on camera, this is the opportunity you've been waiting for. So submissions are due July 10th. So if you want to get in, you got to submit yours before that. And then, yeah, if you submit them on like the 11th, I hate to tell you, then you're probably not going to get it because I'm not going to look after the 10th. Other than that, there is the biggest news possible. Everyone knows that I've been associated and helped co-found FantasyNational.com, which is a tools and stats golf site, which people have won millions and millions of dollars from by becoming a member. It's a customizable stat site. There's no content. I had so much success with that, I wanted to make that translate over into the NFL. And as of today, I want you all to go to runthesims.com DraftKings.com, because a brand new tools and content product is up there right now. So you can go ahead and pre-order your package by the end of July, and you'll get our Founders Club pricing. It'll never be this low again. $249 for the year, but if you use code MAYO, you get $50 off. So it's $199, well, $199 for the entire NFL year by using code MAYO. And the best part is that you'll lock in that annual rate for life. So if you get it right now, when the price goes up to like $400 next year, because it's so popular and so amazing and so easy to use, you're going to lock in that $199 for life. So again, code MAYO at runthesims.com. So just hustle up and go get it. We have some unbelievable tools for you up there right now. It's going to cover season long, daily fantasy, and the betting market. And the best part is that there's no one on the site telling you, oh, you need to play this guy. You need to play this guy. It's all going to be projections and simulations that spit out, and you can personally go adjust those. You don't agree with the projections that are up there? There are easy slots where you can be like, no, I don't think that Aaron Rodgers is going to have a 64% completion percentage. I think that he's going to have a 69% completion percentage, if he stays with the Packers, mind you. And then that will trickle effect into every other Green Bay Packer on the team, and you can adjust run rates for teams, pass rates for teams, touchdown rates for teams, and actually optimize the projections to how you actually want them. Again, it's not me up there telling you to play this guy or this guy. It's a set of tools that you can customize so easily and have all of the numbers at your disposal as you want. And it's so easy to use. There's going to be an optimizer for daily fantasy, and you can go check this all out right now for free at runthesims.com. Now, that offer ends at the end of July, but the site will remain free for the end of the month. You just go in, sign up, and you can go check it out and see if you actually like it. I promise you, once you see how customizable and easy to use all of the tools are, and again, whether you're playing season long, you're playing best ball, you're waiting for daily fantasy, you want to make some bets on NFL futures, you just love props in season, it's going to be the perfect product for you. So go to runthesims.com right now. It is live, and a lot of my rankings are off those projections as well, at least my customizable projections, and use code MAYO. You get that founder's discount if you do it by the end of July. Jake Seeley from theathletic.com is on the line. Jake, I have made my rankings for each position. Shows I'll go into, at a later date, but I wanted to get through the top 150 with you, so you're going to help me build my rankings. How do you feel?
Well, I feel good. Hey, my projections and rankings have been a thing for years, so it's about fixing yours.
Well, I mean, listen, you don't even need to fix mine. You can go on. And listen, you've been using Run the Sims. It's pretty easy, right?
I will say it's a terrific site. It's a lot of fun to play around with that and see how things move. But it was more for the fact of just what does this do? Like you mentioned, like the completion percentage, the touchdown percent, like all that type of stuff. Just seeing how it does it on the site, where I had to do that all manually, and now I can just do it on your site for a lot of fun.
Yeah, like once you have your profile, you can save everything to it. So, like I said, if you think that all of a sudden, like we have the Bengals, for example, to pass an awful lot this year. If you think that they're going to be a little bit better, the defense is going to be a little bit better, and they run a little bit more, that would help Joe Mixon's projection, mind you. But it would just take away. You could be like, no, I don't think they pass at a 61% clip. I think they pass at a 55% clip. You just go type in 55 where 61 is, and boom, brand new projections instantaneously. The biggest thing is going to be, though, when the games actually start to occur, you're going to have the ability to customize your run rates and everything like that, and then simulate the games up to 10,000 times to see what your median projections, or if you want ceiling projections. That's Justin Freeman is the co-founder of the site with me. He is the Showdown master. He's won like millions playing Showdown, and that's how he does it. Like, he just runs these simulations when you play in giant GPPs. You want to take some of these ceiling performances from guys, and that's how you go about both differentiating your team and shooting for the highest upside. And I think some of that can be applied to season long too, because as you always know, listen, I'm not in the business of trying to win my fantasy league every year. I think that if you are, listen, I would love to, mind you, and that my rankings are going to reflect that, but I think you're diluting yourself if you think that you're going to win your fantasy football league every single year. If you play in a league that you do win every single year, you better league is all I'm going to tell you right now. It should be more competitive than that. Like, if you can win once out of 3 years in your fantasy football league, you're doing fantastic. That is such a high rate of winning. And that's what my rankings are really geared towards. What is going to be your highest upside lineup? Does that mean you're going to flame out and burn like half the years? Yes, absolutely. That's the way I like to play it, Jake.
That's certainly, that goes into your rankings. We talk about it all the time. We've talked about it on a couple of your shows already. You want first place or nothing, and that's how you should play. And I don't disagree with that at all. I thought you said Sealy rankings at first. I was like, yeah, that's what we're doing. Sealy rankings. But I'm a little bit more conservative than you are because I want to basically finish top 3 every single week, as in like the points scored. So like I'm one of the 3 or 4 best teams any given week. So by the end of the season, I should be the first place team. But to like go boom or complete bust, I think that comes down to just like your taste. And like you said, that's why it goes down to your adjusting the projections yourself as well. Like you mentioned the Bengals, like, well, okay, boom would be like, hey, I think they're going to pass 68% of the time. And I'm just going to ride that to the death. And, that's why it's fun to go through these things.
Well, let's get to the rankings then. Number 1.
Yeah, let's do it.
Through 10, half point PPR rankings. No big shocker. I'm going to have Christian McCaffrey, number 1 overall. I'm going to have Delvin Cook, number 2 overall. And then I think that it's a real thing where you can start making arguments all the way down the board. So my tentative running back rankings right now go McCaffrey, Cook, Derrick Henry, Zeke, Saquon Barkley. That is my top 5.
You almost had the exact same thought. I chuckled when you said Derrick Henry at number 3. I've already made the case that I would never do it for Christian McCaffrey's use last year. We've talked about it on your show. That one game was, 97% of the time he was on the field. I'm still taking Christian McCaffrey. But you could make the case that the safest is Derrick Henry at number 1. But I wouldn't do it. I have McCaffrey, Cook, Henry. I just flip Kamara and Zeke. I have Zeke at 6. I have Kamara at 4, Barkley at 5. So I'm just a little bit different than you.
All right, so the rest of my top 10 in terms of running back rankings are Kamara at number 6, Cam Akers, number 7, Eckler, Najee Harris, and Jonathan Taylor. I felt you and I did not get to discuss Jonathan Taylor. That was Mike Leone and I. If you missed any of the division preview shows, hit the description. They're down there right now. I just worry about his overall upside because, and people laugh at me when I say it, but I think that Marlon Mack comes back and steals a few carries a game. And they'll end up, go ahead. You can laugh at me all you want. I think that's a real possibility if he's okay coming off of the Achilles that you can run. Listen, if he's active and listen, if they leave him off the roster or he's not playing in the preseason, I can adjust my rankings. It's July. These aren't set in stone. But if I'm drafting today, I do have a bit of concern that he doesn't have the potential to be the number 1 running back. And I feel like, you can make a case with, you can make a very logical case with Eckler that he won't be either. But if all of a sudden he can score like 12 touchdowns this year, yeah, he could be based on his receiving volume.
Yeah, what it really goes down to is I was chuckling because I don't expect him to possibly be on the roster. We're coming back from career-ending injury. This, like, nobody, I don't say nobody, but like 90% of the people don't come back from this injury. And I say even come back, it's like they come back and play, but they end up not making rosters. They end up being a shell of their former selves. So that, now if he does stay on the team, I really don't think he's getting that many touches per week. We talked about it on another show. It wasn't that division because I know you and I already had this conversation because I saw the same comment where people were like, you're so stupid. He's coming off Achilles, you dummy. But at the same time, when we talked about it, I just think it's a talent disparity. I think Jonathan Taylor is worlds better than Marlon Mack. And I do have Marlon Mack for 63 carries. I have him for 10 receptions, but that's it. That's not even 100 touches over the season. I don't think he's involved enough to downplay Jonathan Taylor. And for my projections, I still have Jonathan Taylor for 268 carries and 35 receptions. So he's over 300 touches. I have him for 12 combined touchdowns. And that alone, where I'll agree with you, doesn't get him to number 1. I think the biggest factor of why we have Taylor a little further down is because he doesn't finish number 1, because even if Mack is out of the picture, even if he's not on the roster, Nyheim Hines is not going to go away. He's still going to get 40, 50 receptions of his own.
And we have to live with the possibility that Carson Wentz is just the Carson Wentz that we saw each of the last 2 years.
For the Eagles.
And just isn't all that good.
Yeah, certainly. I think Carson Wentz is a great bounce-back candidate, but he's a candidate. He's not a guarantee. And even if you go back to the season that everybody thought he was going to come off of, and everybody's like, look at how good he's going to be one of the next top 5 quarterbacks. That season was pretty darn good, but it wasn't like he was coming off 35 touchdowns and 4,800 yards. He was trending up. He was looking pretty dang good. He's had questionable talent with him at the Eagles for most of his career, especially the offensive line, which was down to the 3rd string last year. We can make all the apologies, but he's, to your point, far from a guarantee of being a bounce back, like a guaranteed bounce back.
And the way that I look at it with the tiers that I'm thinking about at running back, like Najee Harris is probably on his tier. I have him at number 9. Maybe that's overshooting the mark just a little bit. But when I'm drafting my running backs, especially my workhorse running back in rounds 1 or 2, I want someone who could potentially be playing over 80% of the snaps, getting 80% of the carries, all the goal line work, and still do enough in the receiving game to make them viable. Derrick Henry is really the only outlier to that because we know that he's not going to do anything really in the receiving game, but he does so much on the ground and so much in terms of scoring that it really doesn't matter.
Could you imagine if he got 40 receptions in a year?
He'd be the best. He would be the best running back.
I still is it just me, or does it feel like it's very few times that he actually gets this opportunity, but every time they throw it to him in the flats, it's like a 70-yard gain.
I think that just sticks out in our minds because it happens like once every 8 weeks that they finally call the play, and the defense is just like, whoa. I can't believe this is happening. We have no defense for this because you guys you really bucked your tendencies on this one because you never run this play. I just think that he's so safe. But what you had said before, like with Derrick Henry, could you imagine him taking him over Christian McCaffrey? I couldn't, because the only reason McCaffrey's not the number 1 running back is if he gets hurt, and anyone can get hurt.
Absolutely. Well, I think it's also coming off injury. We're assuming he's 100%. But we've seen running backs like, let's go to the Barkley situation. We've already heard from Giants beat reporters, and whether or not it's true, we have time to find out. But we've heard from the Giants that Barkley might not get his 100% share, which obviously isn't 100% of snaps, but not get his 100% share until weeks 3 or 4. Christian McCaffrey could be the same thing. So does that knock him out from number 1? No, because now we also go back to the argument that even if he was out for the first 3 weeks, it's the argument you and I had years ago where we both agreed when we were on an island. I remember at the time, and I will victory lap this because you should too. We were on an island talking about Le'Veon Bell's suspension that year and saying, no, he's still a first rounder because you take him in the first round, you get a replacement guy for 4 weeks, and you combine the two, and that's still a top 5 player. And that's what happened that year. That's the same thing with Christian McCaffrey. So, yeah, I'm still taking McCaffrey every single time. I was just saying, if you were scared he wasn't 100% and you're drafting right now, I could see it. But, again, I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend Henry at number 1.
Are you good with Barkley at number 5 and Zeke at number 4? This just feels like the ultimate. People are still talking up like, man, Tony Pollard's so good. Tony Pollard might be good, but you have to imagine for this year specifically, like these aren't dynasty rankings. These aren't keeper rankings. These are for 2021 that Zeke is going to eat with Dak back. And is Dak going to be 100%? Yeah, probably. Who's like really the last guy that came off one of these injuries that wasn't 100% coming back? Like medical technology is through the roof at this point.
It definitely is. And I keep saying this. I'm going to roster a ton of Ezekiel Elliott this year because people are letting him slip out of the first round. Because I don't know why. Because of the Tony Pollard thing. And look at what happened. How many times have we said it on the show alone? First of all, Zeke was a top 3 running back before Dak got hurt. And then after that point, he was still top, I think he was 18, 17 or something like that. And wasn't healthy for much of the rest of the season. And the 2 weeks, go back and look, the 2 weeks he was off the injury report come Friday, were the 2 weeks he ran for 100 yards with crap quarterback play. He was banged up a lot. He had no Dak Prescott, and he still was able to get 100. And he still had a decent season for what he was dealing with at quarterback and with how that team went. So I would still go Barkley, but I don't mind Zeke there, again, because I'm on the Zeke bandwagon 100%.
The only thing the injury might lead me to believe with the Cowboys that maybe Dak stops calling his numbers so much around the goal line and hands it off to Zeke, and maybe you see a spike
Even
in
better.
You see a spike in touchdowns for him this year.
Yeah, I could. I'm looking. I was trying to find where I got Zeke for touchdowns. I got Zeke for 10 rushing touchdowns, and that even feels conservative.
I mean, even at that though, he still rates out to being a top 5 running back, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, for mine, no, he's 6 at mine. That's because I have Kamara higher than you do. I have Kamara still right in front of Barkley.
Yeah, I have Kamara at 6, and I think that I just don't feel great about him going into the year as an elite running back. I think he is the best of the next tier down behind those guys. Because, like, even when I think about the rushing share on this team, like, we have him projected out at 45% right now, and that means, Taysom Hill is going to get his rushes. Latavius is going to get his rushes, and maybe that is too conservative. But I don't know how this offense is exactly going to look, that if they do play Taysom Hill a lot of the time, and it's not when we spoke about
That's the only concern.
and we spoke about the NFC South, that if Jameis is the primary quarterback of this team and he takes 95% of the quarterback snaps, then maybe I'm probably too low at number 6 at running back on Alvin Kamara. But I think that's enough to ding him, that unknown part of it. Like, that's all you have to do with the top end here. Like, I've been trying to make a case against Jonathan Taylor, who I have at number 10. I have at number 10 at running back. I think he's going to be awesome. But when you get to this very high level, you need to nitpick somewhere who has the fewest amount of drawbacks to them. And at least in my crazy mind, I do see a potential downside to Kamara that maybe hasn't been there in other years. Like, you make Drew Brees the quarterback of this team, even decrepit Drew Brees at this point, he's like number 2 or number 3.
I think the good thing here is, everything you said isn't wrong. And we talked about it on that show, and we're hoping for Jameis Winston. The downside in the floor, which we don't know yet, is how much Taysom Hill will be involved. And that's the risk. If you want to bypass Alvin Kamara, now granted it was a super flex. I even tweeted about it. I put you on the tweet because I got Travis Kelce at the turn. It was a super flex, but my picks were Kelce and Kamara. Kamara fell all the way to the 12th pick in the first round. There was only 5 quarterbacks gone at that point. So you have the 5 quarterbacks, you have the big 4 running backs, 5, depending on how you're talking here. And then Tyreek Hill went, and Kamara was sitting there. I think a lot of people are concerned. They say the same as you with the Kamara situation. And I'm looking at my projections in the receiving department. What it comes down to is maybe the 77 receptions, because he basically gets that almost every single year, is a little aggressive. Because, maybe Winston, we know Winston doesn't throw to running backs as much as Brees does. Brees is one of the top 3 before he retired. So maybe that's a little bit of aggressive, but it's more of the target shares. Like, the target share is still really high for me because they don't have a clear number 2. We're assuming it's Traquan Smith. That's not a guarantee. We talked about on that show. Is Troutman really going to step forward as much as I like him? It's still a big question. It's a second-year tight end. Marquez Callaway, Deontay Harris, Little Jordan Humphrey. I think the benefit here is that where the target's going to go, it's going to be Thomas and Kamara.
I agree with you. Like, in the projections that we see right now, I have him projected as the highest target share in terms of running backs with 123 targets, which feels like a lot of targets for him. But now it's it's 17 games now, too, when we think about it. I only have 3 for over 100, though. It's Kamara, it's McCaffrey, and it's Eckler. I have Barkley at number 4, by the way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I have Barkley 4 too. And what do you have him for targets for Barkley?
For Barkley, I have him at 92 targets.
92 targets. Wow, you're outpacing me. I'm for 77.
I think that's just a product of how this team works. Like, when you talk about like the beat reporters, I don't believe the word beat reporters say, because according to beat reporters, everyone on the Jets is awesome this year. It's like, okay.
Well, that's because the people who write for the Jets are like Tim's friends or something. I don't get it. Like, this team, if you only read the beat reporters, they have like won 5 Super Bowls in a row at this point.
Yes, I mean, I'm actually shocked they haven't won 5 Super Bowls based on the way that they're reported about. Everyone.
Speaking of which,
go ahead.
Can you see it?
You got a Jets mini
helmet? Well, no, it's a mini helmet because this weekend there's a signing in D.C. and Michael Carter's going to be there, so I'm getting a Michael Carter signed mini helmet.
Is it weird going to an autograph signing to get an autograph of someone half your age?
No, because I'm not going.
Oh.
It's a buddy of mine, and I'm sending the 2 helmets with him and giving him like $25 in gas money.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you send someone else to go collect your weird
I just realized you can't even see my shirt. What the hell? Like, it's Scrooge McDuck as in the Nirvana cover, and you can't even see it. All you can see a bad shirt choice.
Do you own any colored shirts by chance?
Yeah, I do. Oh. I just only wear them on dates, and since I don't get any of those, they've been hanging in my closet for a long time.
So listen, you need to wear them on the show. Get yourself out there. Get your colored game experience up just a little bit.
Nah, I have a T-shirt game because that's all I have going on.
Okay. Rest of the rankings. I guess we should talk about Cam Akers for a second, who I have at running back number 7. I think that what everyone wants to mine from Jonathan Taylor this year, Cam Akers is actually that guy with the upside if everything breaks right for him. I think we can talk about the downside of Cam Akers when it comes down to it, but if we're thinking about someone who could crack, like I got him projected at a 64% rushing share of this team, he could crack 70, especially if Stafford doesn't run at all. If he's the goal line back and he is involved in the receiving game, a little bit to what we saw towards the end of the year last year. It wasn't a ton, but a lot of people are projecting receptions onto Jonathan Taylor that came from Phillip Rivers. Like, no matter how many times Carson Wentz throws to his running backs, it's not going to be as much as Phillip Rivers did.
Certainly, Phillip Rivers was the high. He was second in, I think it was complete percentage, and then running. I forget. It was second and first. There's different running back stats in that facet. So, of course, with the Cam Akers, I'm looking right now, and you give him 2. I have him for 9 rushing touchdowns. You give him 2 more, and that bumps him all the way up to right behind Saquon Barkley on Ezekiel Elliott's heels right there. So that's how slim that margin could be, where we could be talking about Cam Akers as a top 5 running back, certainly, especially with Stafford at quarterback now.
I think my ranking reflects that. It's a little bit, at running back number 7, he's going to end up being a first-round pick once we insert these wide receivers and Travis Kelce into the first-round mix here. But do you think that Najee Harris deserves to be a top 10 running back?
Not top 10. We talked about it on this show, and I love Najee Harris. You know that. We've been talking about this.
It doesn't sound like you love him as much as me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. It doesn't sound like I don't have him inside my top 5. I hate the guy. But it really comes down to, we've talked about the offensive line and how people overrate that when we're talking about run blocking. You could have, we have every single year, we have 1 or 2 running backs finish as RB1s on bottom 10 run blocking offensive lines. And we have the verse side is like the top 10 offensive lines don't produce it because they share too much. We want volume in fantasy. We want it. Najee Harris is going to get it. The concern here is it going to be as much as it used to be with the Steelers like 3, 4, 5 years ago, especially with Le'Veon Bell? Probably not. And mostly because they have 3 great wide receivers. They are passing a little bit more. I don't know if everybody's seen the numbers out there, but how much better Juju and Ben both are with play action, which Najee Harris is going to help. But I say all that to say, I still only have Najee Harris for about 40 receptions. And that alone, when you're still not at 50, 60 and stuff like that, it's just going to keep you on that tier right below. Najee Harris is in the same group with the Nick Chubb, Jonathan Taylor, Cam Akers. He's in that group for me.
Okay, I think the Cam Akers is above that group, but I see where you're coming from. I think it really depends on how you think that the carries are allocated in the Steelers offense. I just don't think that you go up and get a running back to say, you know what, you're also splitting time with Kalen Ballage and Anthony McFarland and Benny Snell. Like our rushing projection for him, like the baseline is going to be like 52%, I think that it is, from runthesims.com. I manually adjusted that up to 70% just to see what it would spit out. And all of a sudden he's a fringe top 10 guy. And I think that talent-wise that he can really get behind that as well. Because when you talk about like bad run blocking offensive lines, I think that is a narrative that's a bit too played up, only because, listen, we're bad at projecting football as it is anyway. People make mistakes all the time. When it comes to talent evaluation, how players are going to perform on a team, the timeshares that they're going to see on the field, but now everyone's offensive line expert and how that can change year to year. It's like when people go into fantasy drafts and be like, well, they were the number 1 fantasy defense last year. Obviously the number 1 fantasy defense again this year. Like, defense doesn't work that way. And although you can see good cohesion on an offensive line, and the best ones tend to stay really good until the moment that they're not, bad ones with a new piece and some health can get good really quickly.
Big, absolutely, no question about it. And go back to last year's, a couple sites rated, and just going to go to the usage standpoint, is, you know, my feelings. We've talked about David Montgomery. David Montgomery, I think, is above average running back. I don't think he deserves to be in this talent conversation. And last year, the Bears on many sites were rated as a bottom 10 run blocking offensive line. And you look at David Montgomery, the volume, he was inside the top 10. So look at that factor right there. Yes, you could tie break. If you want to say, I like this offensive line 10 times better than this offensive line, and you're saying, all right, do I take Nick Chubb or Najee Harris? And because I trust the Browns offense and I trust the offensive line, that's going to be my tiebreaker, and that's fine. But if you said, I'm not putting Najee Harris inside the top 20 because the offensive line is trash, that's just, you're overthinking it.
Yeah, I think so too. And trying to embrace some of the stuff that we don't know for positive variance is something that I want to do in this spot. So if you have a bad offensive line, and let's say it marginally improves, and it's like the 20th best instead of 31st best in the league. So obviously that's going to help you a little bit. You know this team is going to be pretty pass happy, but that didn't really work out for them too well towards the end of the season, that maybe they do take a lean on the running game a little bit more. We do project their defense to be pretty good. That Najee Harris is in a really particular spot right now, and I do have him in that group that you talked about, along with Chubb and Aaron Jones and Jonathan Taylor. Like, he's a part of that grouping to me. and I think the Cam Akers is one above him, where if things really break poorly for him, he's running back 18. If things break really right for him, he's like running back 5. So I think at number 9, it might be an over projection and over ranking, but I'm good with going down with that shit. Maybe I'll move him back. Like, would you take Nick Chubb or would you take Najee Harris in a draft?
I would take Nick Chubb barely. And I was looking right as you were talking about that too. I have Najee Harris for the 10th most rushing attempts in the league this year. So there's the usage right there. But I just have Nick Chubb edging him out by a slim margin. It also comes down to the rushing touchdowns. You could talk about that being the offensive line, despite the fact I believe in Najee Harris. That's an area where you could say they could struggle a little bit, similar to Nick Chubb did back when Nick Chubb was having the issues of 3 straight rushes and not getting in the end zone. So, that could be a factor with the Steelers. But if you want to take Najee Harris over Nick Chubb, I actually wouldn't mind at all. But I would take Nick Chubb. He's one spot in front of Najee Harris for me. Joe Mixon's one spot in front of Chubb. It's Mixon, Chubb, Harris for me, just so you know.
Okay, so that's interesting. Where's Aaron Jones fall in that for you?
Right in front of all of them. He was the one. He's in between that group right before and then this group that we're talking about now.
Do you have, when you're drafting right now, and obviously this should be settled by the time the end of August comes around and people are actually doing their drafts, but how much of the Aaron Rodgers factor are you playing into Aaron Jones right now? Like, does it hurt him or help him if Aaron Rodgers isn't there?
Oh, it absolutely hurts him if he's not there, but I'm factoring it 0. I think at this point, first of all, I've been on I think Aaron Rodgers is staying in Green Bay situation the entire time. I could absolutely be wrong, but at this point, I don't see where the move is left. Unless he just sits out football, I don't see where we're going from here. Packers don't want to trade him. The Packers have passed the point of getting the best potential trade value by not doing it during the draft and getting picks on top of it. And maybe it's next year's picks, and some of the packages being thrown out there are just such an absurdity from the other side of the team. And I understand he commands that in a real NFL situation, but I think a lot of teams at this point don't want to give that up. Like if anybody's ever seen the Broncos one, when they're talking about Nick Chubb, they just drafted Patrick Surtain and they want to include him along with 3 first-rounders. Like this, the Broncos, as much as that would make a ton of sense to have Aaron Rodgers on that team, you're still asking, like, that's insane for a quarterback at his point of his career. I know he's an exceptional quarterback, but I'm going forward as Aaron Rodgers is playing for the Packers. If it bites me in the ass, that's fine. But similar to your point, because you're also getting a value on Adams and Jones right now, if Aaron Rodgers is back, you're getting 100% upside. You're going for first by getting Devontae Adams and Aaron Jones in the second round, mid to second round, because if they play, they should be first rounders.
Well, back once again to how I construct my rankings versus some other people. Some people will just do their projections, and those are the rankings. I try to think about how I want to draft a little bit in with it. So I have Aaron Jones behind Nick Chubb. So he'd be at number 12 at running back. And that's solely because I think that, not that I like A.J. Dillon or think that he's going to be particularly valuable as a standalone. I just think that that's where I want to go in the Packers backfield because the price is far more reasonable. He's going in like the 9th, 10th round, something like that. And if anything happens to Aaron Jones, all of a sudden you have a lockdown on that backfield regardless of what happens. So if you don't have Rodgers, let's say he does sit out, which I do think is on the table. He seems like the perfect type of guy just to say, you know what, screw it. I got a ton of money. I don't care. I'm going to sit out until you want to trade me. Have at it. I can see him doing that. I'll go host Jeopardy and play in celebrity golf tournaments. Not a big deal for me. And then Aaron Jones and his overall value is diminished anyway if he's not there. Plus, there is consistency issues with Aaron Jones, not necessarily on the overall scope of the season, but week to week, you can see some ups and see some downs. And then if he ended up getting hurt, all of a sudden, A.J. Dillon's like the last man standing back there, that he would be in a fantastic position. I think that's how I would want to attack the Packers backfield and just hope that that happens. If it comes down to A.J. Dillon, I never have to play him all year long. Well, then I made a bad pick, but it didn't cost me much, where at the very top of the board, I can make some different decisions with guys that I like better.
Yeah, and you could honestly go the route of getting Aaron Jones and then arguing that Dillon is one of the top 5 handcuffs right now, because I agree with you. I think A.J. Dillon, I said in the draft, for people that don't know, I was saying A.J. Dillon's kind of a lesser version of Derrick Henry. 80%, 85% Derrick Henry, that's kind of like how you have to think about A.J. Dillon. Is he's going to bowl people over. He's not going to be a huge factor in the passing game, but that's, he's stepping into Jamal Williams' role, probably without, again, the passing game upside that Jamal Williams had. But if, you mentioned it, if something happens to Aaron Jones, it's not like he's going to all of a sudden go only from a 30% share up to 40%, and they're going to play Kylan Hill or Dexter Williams, who might not even be on the roster. It's going to be an A.J. Dillon kind of bell cow situation. So I'm with you. And I think the cost of Dillon being as low as it is just makes a lot of sense.
So the top 15. So Nick Chubb I had at number 11. Aaron Jones, Joe Mixon, Antonio Gibson, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire would be the top 15 at running back for me. Let's insert some wide receivers into this mix, though. So I'm going to list the names of the running backs, and you tell me where to stop for the wide receivers to start coming into play, okay?
Okay.
Christian McCaffrey, Dalvin Cook, Derrick Henry, Ezekiel Elliott, Saquon Barkley, Alvin Kamara, Cam Akers.
Oh, stop. I don't remember where I was waiting for Austin Eckler. I didn't remember if you had Eckler in front of Akers or not. I was going to stop after Eckler, but I would take Tyreek before Akers.
So you have Tyreek at number 1 over Devontae Adams.
Yeah, because everything I just said about Aaron Rodgers, because Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams are so close, that's a tiebreaker where it's like, I will, with how close most projections spit out, including mine, I'll give the edge to Tyreek Hill because you have Patrick Mahomes, definitively.
So I look at it right now, and I have a top 4. I actually have Hill at number 1 as well. So it's Hill, Devontae Adams, Stefan Diggs, and Calvin Ridley are my 1 through 4, and I think that they are the tier 1 of wide receiver. I'd be happy with any of those guys. I think those are the 4 guys who are most likely, obviously, they're my rankings, to finish as wide receiver 1. They're not the only candidates, mind you, but if we just ran the season, like again, if you go to runthesims.com, run the season 10,000 times, I think you would see that those 4 guys at the top of the plotting would be the ones who finish as wide receiver 1 most often.
Yeah, and we talked about it on that show is I flip Ridley and Diggs. I have Ridley at 3 and Diggs at 4, but what's my difference? 3.5 points for the entire season.
Yeah, so it's all within the margin of error of these guys. So then you have, for me, at wide receiver, Michael Thomas at number 5, because I love me some Michael Thomas this year. I don't care who's playing quarterback. Yes. Keenan Allen, DeAndre Hopkins, Allen Robinson, and DK Metcalf. And then Justin Jefferson, followed by A.J. Brown, would be my top 10 at the wide receiver position this year. But I think that there's a distinct tier between those top 4s and the rest of the guys. So would you do something as simple as McCaffrey, Cook, Henry, Elliott, Barkley, Kamara, and then the 4 wide receivers, then into Cam Akers, or would you change that up a bit?
No, so for mine, again, I have Eckler with Akers, so I would go both of them, and then Taylor, and after Taylor, before we got into now we're talking Joe Mixon's situation. It's all positive, but it's always a question. He's lacking in the touchdown department, and that could change too, but he's just lacked in years in the touchdown department. But the Chubb situation, I just mentioned Mixon, and then the other running backs, that's where I'd probably take the next 3 wide receivers before I jumped into that tier.
So, okay, so that would leave the rankings now that it would go Kamara, Akers, Eckler, Tyreek, Devontae, Calvin Ridley, Stefan Diggs, Calvin Ridley, then Najee Harris, or Jonathan Taylor and Najee Harris would be next for me. So would you continue to put the receivers in at those next spots, or would you said you would go Taylor, Harris, Chubb, and Jones and Mixon, then the receivers?
No, I would go Taylor, then the receivers.
So Taylor on like sort of an island by himself. You have Taylor higher up than me. I think that he's closer to this Harris, Chubb, Jones tier and Mixon for me in the way that
that's the argument a lot of people will have to decide on.
So
because that's the difference between taking the wide receiver or taking the running back. If they're more on your side of things and concerned about the workload, even if you're not concerned about Mac and you're laughing at you, Pat, and you're like, but I just mentioned it too. If you're more concerned about Hines than I am, you think that Nyheim Hines could potentially get 60 receptions. Then you put Taylor behind those 3 wide receivers. If you're like me, I go Taylor, then those 3. But we're just nitpicking one running back in this group.
What's up, Dream Streamers? We are back. That's right, back-to-back Sims. Can you imagine? Not the case yesterday. Not with the runners-up, the consolation game, the toilet bowl, as we called it, and then, of course, the Simper Bowl last night. No, today it's all exhibitions, but it's Sims all day long. Half dozen of them. This is number 2. He is Geoff Ulrich. I am Adam Kaufman, and we are just happy to be back together again after a little bit of a break. Thought about showering Moose, had lunch instead, so here we are, still in the hoodie.
Yeah. So happy. So happy. Hey, look, we're hoodie bros now too.
There it is.
Rap battle time. Let's go.
God forbid Glash comes into the chat right now, and he'll be so taken aback. He'll look at the two of us. What the heck? I thought the dressing up in tandem was my thing. You guys aren't allowed to match. What's next? You got umbrellas? Who's got scarves? You guys gonna wear scarves? Is it cold outside in Washington?
Oh, well, you dressed up with Zach. Didn't you guys both buy Phoenix Suns shirts? How's that going, by the way? Go Bucks. Hashtag fear the deer.
Yeah, it was going better before about 3 days ago. Yeah, although last night, and this was true of the game before as well, game 4. I mean, it's been a couple of, we can get into it a little bit during the sim. It's been a couple of really good basketball games. Just obviously my beloved Valley Suns, the Phoenix Suns, have not come out on the winning end. You know, shouts to Giannis and the rest of the crew there from Milwaukee, because yeah, they are playing really well. They are playing inspired basketball. They are playing, and I say this sincerely, and you could probably dig up the tweet. It's because I don't go back and delete my asinine takes. I leave them up for the world to judge. But I really thought in that Nets series in particular that I'm watching that thing and going, like, who do the Bucks realistically think they're going to beat? You know, they are eking by a vastly decimated, wounded Brooklyn team and not playing well in the process. Like, that's a series, never mind going 7, that you survived because Durant's toe is on the line. I mean, that series should have been over in 5 games, with Milwaukee running away with a banged up Harden, and without Harden for part of the series, no Kyrie, you know, Durant trying to do everything all his lonesome. I was very unimpressed by Milwaukee in that set. But even in spite of the Giannis injury, they have gotten better as the playoffs have gone on, and they are playing some terrific basketball against Phoenix. There's no question about it.
And look, let's not look by the fact that they've run good in these playoffs. A full-fledged Brooklyn team probably beats them.
And everyone
then they
else.
drew Atlanta, you know, in the conference finals. Then they drew Phoenix in the finals. It's just that type of year, you know, everything's breaking their way. And I get that Phoenix was good this year too, but it's not like you're going up against like the Warriors or the old Warriors or the Lakers,
Sure.
at full strength.
Or even the Clippers, if obviously if they had
Exactly.
Kawhi,
Yeah.
he went down. Absolutely.
So, yeah, I admit it. You're right, though. I mean, like that play that like Drew Holiday, who I think a lot of people realize maybe a little underrated, and Giannis. I mean, I caught the tail end of that game last night. That was. Well, you're right. That was a good game, man. Like I do like playoff basketball. I know I'm not like into the basketball as much as other people, but playoff basketball is really good, especially when it comes down to the last few series.
And I have been, like put me on the list for anyone that catches me doing these sims with regularity. I've been dumping all over Drew Holiday over the course of this series, but that's just because before last night he hadn't given you much at all offensively. Last night he had a good game. He had 27 points if I remember right. He was good, but defensively, and obviously you talk about the play on Devin Booker at the end. I mean, he's been consistent defensively all the way through the series. He has been very, very good defensively, and has been. We were talking about it off air before we came on. A meaningful addition to this team. It's just not going to be Giannis every single night. The guy is not going to. He is a superstar in this league. He's a top 5 player, but he's not going to be able to give you 40 plus real points every single game. You need to help him out, and you hadn't been getting anything from Holiday offensively. He stood up last night and was a difference maker both ends of the floor. Middleton obviously had the 40-plus point game. You got, even Connaughton off the bench last night gives you 14. They were giving you enough as a supporting cast to give Giannis what he needed to get over the hump. And, Phoenix too. Like, Phoenix was, we were all talking about as we got obviously Buffalo and Washington here about a minute into the action. Josh Allen 0 for 2, 3rd and 10 from the 41 coming. We were talking all about, can Chris Paul bounce back from what he did in Game 4 and Game 5? And he did. He had a good game last night. He had a really good game. And, even in spite of, like, Drew, our technical director, talking about it, what Holiday was doing on him as well, he had a good game offensively and double-double and all of that. Pretty much everybody played well, not just looking at the box score. Like, you watch the game, pretty much everybody played well. It was just a good basketball game. And Milwaukee was just a little bit better.
Yeah, for sure. No, absolutely. I've always been of the opinion that like Giannis, when he eventually matures a little, will be that guy. Maybe not like up to LeBron standards, but he's got it in him. Definitely, like that play with him and Holiday again. That was crazy stuff. So I like the Bucks, but I also admit like they have run very good this postseason. But it's kind of one of those postseasons, man. Like short off season, everyone hurt, and they're surviving. So.
Do you get into the whole, and this is a bigger sports question, obviously, just in general. We'll do our lineups clearly for Buffalo and Washington in a second, but while we're on this, and this is for all of you in the chat as well, I'll move over to the dark chat, the live chat. I like to be in there with the people. Never mind just the comments I'm supposed to see. I want to see all of them. I want to see all your comments. What we've experienced the last year and a half, this pandemic, and obviously sports weren't a thing for a handful of months. They come back last summer and we've had them since, and they've been a little different, shortened seasons, tweaked rules, different champs other than obviously your beloved the NHL, Tampa Bay Lightning, winning 2 cups in the span of less than a year, like 280 days or whatever it was, just absolutely nuts. But you have all these people shouting asterisk for whatever the sport, doesn't matter. And I don't see it in general because like the baseball, your 2 top seeds got there for the World Series, the team that was supposed to win going in, like pre-pandemic. If the pandemic wasn't a thing, a lot of people would have been on the Dodgers. Wind up winning the World Series, obviously. Basketball in the bubble, even in spite of the bubble, you still had the 2 teams that well, maybe not Miami, but the Lakers were expected to be there, and the Lakers won the championship. So fine. Yeah. Obviously hockey, like the Lightning are a powerhouse, and people want to scream about the salary cap, but they've won the last 2 championships in the NHL. They've hoisted the Stanley Cup. Nobody's going to look at them and say, like, they're a team that benefited from the pandemic. They are a legit team. Football, Tampa Bay, same story. Like, you have Tom Brady, you come in there, you're expected to be a Super Bowl contender. You were. They're really, other than this, what we're looking at in the NBA right now, to turn it back to the Bucks and Suns, everything is more or less turned out the way people might have anticipated, odds makers might have anticipated. Do you buy into the whole, asterisk mentality, or do you look at it the way I do, which is just, look, everybody's in the same situation. So, like, why are we condemning one team, one league versus another? Everyone's in the same boat. May the best team win.
No, I mean, get Josh Allen touchdown to start off. Perfect timing, right? As Kaufman finished his soliloquy there.
That's strategic. That's eye on the screen while I'm talking right there.
That's right. But Josh Allen, nice drive by the Bills, 4-minute drive there. Look, every team went through the same thing. It's like you said. I mean, it's a little bit different. It's not even like we had the seasons adjusted that much. Like, I mean, sure, things are a little bit different. The divisions in hockey were different. But you're still traveling. You're still it's still a regular season and then a normal postseason. The NBA, same thing. I mean, what about the NBA changed this year? Not much. It's just a shortened off season. So I don't even think it's like that much different. I'd say, if anything, the bubble playoffs were probably like the weirdest wrinkle. But even those, I mean, like for hockey, okay, you had the play-ins, but then after that, you're just going through the bracket. NBA, same thing. Sure, you're doing it in a bubble, but like really, there's not much difference, man. Like it's not as big a thing as people make it out to be. Now, for viewing purposes, it was a little weird with no fans, and I definitely am enjoying like this postseason more than I did like the bubbles. But I don't know. From a playing perspective, teams get up and down for various reasons. Maybe it helped some teams. I don't know. Maybe it helped like LeBron because it was a bubble and he just hyper concentrated. But so what? There's advantages and disadvantages to every team, no matter if the scenario changes a bit. So I don't really buy any of that.
LeBron threw away his Game Boy. That's a Space Jam 2 joke for anyone that has seen the movie. Drew, our producers, we have the Drew stack, and Kyle and Ops. Kyle, would you get to the Diggs catch already? The chat's losing its mind. Kyle, I'm kidding. Drew says, last year, yes. This year, no for Astros, except for football. Drew, explain yourself, because I'm just not I just want to hear that opinion. I want to hear what you have to say, because I'm not an Astros guy. I just don't. It doesn't. I don't accept it. For it's only in the sense that I guess like it's been a different time period, but again, it's been different for everybody. So I would love to hear your thoughts. 7-0 Buffalo. What's your lineup look like for this Madden Matinee? Wait, another sim so soon? Free roll with 115 entries.
So I do have Josh Allen, but I didn't captain him. I got Terry McLaurin in the captain with Haskins. Sims, because it's a sim. Sims Jr.
I do it all
Jeremy
the time.
Sprinkler, because he's the sprinkler. And then I got Cole Beasley, who I punted instead of going with a kicker. So we'll see how that works out. Right now, my only points coming from Josh Allen.
Well, the league might be punting Cole Beasley in real life. We'll see how that winds up going, obviously, before the season starts. 3rd and 16, 7-0 Buffalo in front. Washington, I can't believe you played Haskins. I mean, bold move, just because he is not a popular play. Maybe it'll work out for you.
You just missed a 2-yard pass that was wide open. Is that why?
I captained Josh Allen, as many did. Quarter of lineups in the captain spot in our contest. 84% owned overall. Terry McLaurin, also have him. John Brown, hate using John Brown in Simland. The money worked. I went for it. I hope it doesn't burn me, but I have no faith that it will. And honestly, the guy, I'm sure he's a very nice individual, but he burns me in real life too. Anything DFS John Brown does not work out in my favor. Sims, same mentality. I mean, it's a sim, man. Sprinkler, because of course, and Dontrell Inman is my kind of a punt play. He's in a third of lineups, 52% owned, so or $5,200, pardon me. So he's not a super punt play. As Drew, I'm just looking at the chat, our Slack. For anyone that uses Slack, it's like so-and-so's typing, and I just see Drew, typing for like 5 minutes, which I'm elaborating, but typing, and then all I get is, I will not elaborate. Damn it, Drew! Says you have my opinion. I don't. I have your opinion, but I don't have your reasoning. That's all I was looking for. Gary says, who's worse on Madden 21, Drew Lock or Dwayne Haskins?
I would go Haskins.
Tough call. I might go Locke, actually, but neither one is good. That's what we know.
I don't know. I have a couple of memories of Drew Lock having good games in my head. I literally have no memory of Dwayne Haskins being good. So it's probably just, recency bias, whatever. But I feel like Lock. Well, let's look up who do you think has a higher rating?
Boy, good question. I will say Locke has a higher rating than Haskins.
Okay, let's see here.
So Haskins has a 70 overall. I have to pull up Locke. One moment. Go into my files. Last saw Denver about a week ago. Drew Lock is a 70. They're both a 70.
Okay. Not much to pick and choose then. They both
Locke
stink.
has slightly better awareness, 73 versus 70, has significantly better speed, 83 versus 76. Accuracy numbers are pretty comparable, 84 short for Haskins versus 80 for Locke. They both have 79 medium, 80 deep for Locke versus 79 for Haskins, and slight throwing power edge for Haskins, 89 versus 88. So they're, other than speed, pretty similar across the board.
Okay.
Ace Booker says, that's a good question for real life, too. Well, one at the moment is a starter, could very well change with Teddy Bridgewater in Denver. And, of course, as we know, Haskins is backing up Ben Roethlisberger so long as Roethlisberger's healthy, which is at this age a big if. Who would you give the edge to in real life? I assume Locke, right?
Oh, yeah. It's got to be Drew Lock, then. Oh, that's a wide open.
Nice. No! He dropped it.
What? Oh, my God.
Terry dropped it.
Dear Lord. Dear baby Jesus. That was wide open. That was a touchdown. Okay, well, yeah, you got to get... Man, I guess you give it to Drew Lock, the edge, but it's a small edge.
Drew notes, by the way, Locke averages 13.8 fantasy points in Madden 21, whereas Haskins just a tick better at 14.2.
It feels like
52-yard field goal try, by the way, no good.
Yeah, that was no. It feels like if Drew Lock was on Washington, he'd be in the exact same situation Dwayne Haskins would be in right now, which is like being a backup.
Sure.
Like, I just feel like because of where they stopped, like Denver is this team, they have a good defense. Locke got an extra year when they hired Fangio and stuff like that. And they kind of have no other alternatives. Whereas Washington, Haskins kind of like didn't jive with Gruden who drafted him. I don't think he wanted to draft him. And then like he kind of just got a new coach in there and like the new coach didn't really like him. So I don't know. I kind of feel like that probably would have been Drew Lock's fate as well. So, I don't know. There's not much between them. They're actually very similar players in terms of like, they have the flashy. They looked good in college against lower competition, had big arms, but there's been like no indication these guys are going to be anywhere near good NFL QBs.
First and 10, final play of the opening quarter from midfield,
what just
and Haskins
happened?
Just took it right back to the line of scrimmage.
Legitimately, he got stopped before he could even hand the ball off. That was that was interesting. The old one-step drop didn't work, I guess.
We'll give you some of the numbers. They will not be too illuminating, though. Josh Allen, 4 of 8 for 65. Haskins, does not have a single passing yard so far, but he's just 0 for 1. In fairness, he's 0 for 1. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers for you as well. 7-0 Buffalo. So Allen is 3 for 24 on the ground. Singletary 4 for 27. Allen rushed for that score. That's the only touchdown in this one. 2 for 17 for J.D. McKissick. Haskins, that rush that we just saw, which was not much of a rush at all. As far as the receivers, Diggs 2 for 39. Brown 1 for 19. Singletary 1 for 7. So, at the moment, John Burney is in front in our Mad Matinee showdown. I am 56th, which is almost perfectly middle of the pack. How about you?
Oh yeah, let's check out where I'm at. I'm at 104. I still don't have any points because my only bill, I have Allen and Beasley, and then I have all Washington. Oh, there's a completed pass there. Now we're on the board here.
Ah, the sprinkler.
We got the sprinkler, and we got Dwayne Haskins. So
You guys can't see moves, but I want you to know that was not just an audio demonstration.
Right.
There was a visual attached as well.
yeah, gotta do the sprinkler, man.
Geoff Suicide in the chat. It's an odd name. It's an odd name. It's a YouTube name. Says, if Geoff and Geoff made a baby, it'd look just like George Clooney. He'd be a handsome fella.
Yeah. Wait, I was thinking about this the other day. Like, we need more George
what
Clooney.
our child would look like?
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking about. You're dead on, friend. No, I was thinking about you, loser. There's Terry McLaren. Why haven't we seen George Clooney do more movies lately? I wonder. Wouldn't mind some George Clooney movies. They're usually pretty good.
Do you buy the age-old myth? I don't know if it's a myth. That George Clooney does not wear any makeup ever, independent of obviously if he has to in a movie. But that, like, if he goes on a late-night talk show, he does an interview, whatever, wears zero makeup. I mean, that's a man with some good skin if he does.
I buy it. I do buy it.
No circles under the eyes or anything like
I
that.
want to believe that is how handsome and good-looking George Clooney is. Yes, I believe it.
Well, I got to tell you,
I'm a big Clooney truther. Big Clooney truther.
He's a handsome man. There's no doubt about it. Let's take a little look-see at his IMDb, so I can tell you, so I can alert you as to what old George here is up to, because I want you to know when his next film comes out. He has announced a project called Ticket to Paradise. They've not started filming. That will be released next year sometime. But yeah, he made The Midnight Sky, which was released in 2020, as well as Grizzly 2 Revenge. Is he a voice in that? Is that an animated film? What is this?
What's it called? Grizzly 2?
Charlie Sheen, George Clooney, Laura Dern, Grizzly 2 Revenge.
What?
What? Is this the same George Clooney? Is this another George Clooney? I mean, this...
I'm Googling this.
What was the original...
What is going on?
What was the original Grizzly movie? Was
there a Grizzly 1?
I'm looking. I'm scrolling back. I'm trying to find it.
This must have been a Grizzly 1, and they're like remaking it.
I don't see a Grizzly 1. Truly, there's no Grizzly 1. I just scrolled his whole IMDb.
Yeah, I'm on the Wikipedia here. Okay, here we go. Grizzly 2 Revenge. It is the sequel to a 1976 Grizzly movie.
Well, obviously, they weren't in it.
No, it stars a bunch of people you've never heard of with cameo appearances by George Clooney, Laura Dern, and Charlie Sheen.
It's not even on his IMDb.
You're correct. Originally filmed in Hungary. What is going on with this? Okay.
Well, I know we missed a field goal, but this feels way more important.
Okay, Grizzly 2 Revenge was originally filmed in Hungary in 1983. The release was put on hold for many decades.
They never released it?
They never released it. It's getting released. Apparently, it's already been released. And all these people, Sheen and Clooney and Laura Dern, have cameos in it.
Because I'm looking at screenshots and they're all very young.
Yes.
Which is the only thing that makes sense to what you're talking about.
So
how weird. Well, like, this movie was on hold for 30 some years, or 50, almost 40 something years. Like, we're not going to release this thing.
Weird.
Very strange. Catch-22, a TV miniseries that he was in.
The film has an approval rating of 8%.
It's not high.
This is very odd.
Very odd.
Okay, well,
Huh. We got a rush for Josh Allen. Keeps the ball. Well, this segues nicely to equally unimportant things, which is I've gone to George Clooney's Rotten Tomatoes page because I think we can agree that he is mostly a very successful, acclaimed actor.
We can.
I'm going to say that there's no way you will guess the only movie that he has that has a perfect 100% on the tomato meter. No chance.
No chance, hey?
No chance.
Okay.
But I wonder, and I'll just tell you, the answer is Failsafe, a movie that came out in 2000.
Yeah.
But I am wondering if you could guess any of the next handful, because they are all well known. Now, I'm digging deeper myself. I'm going to knock off number 2 because he wasn't in it. He was a producer, so that doesn't count for the purposes of what we're talking about, which was Argo, 96%. So from there, you have movies where he was actually an actor, or, hint, voice. So we got a punt for Buffalo halfway through the second, 7-3. Bills in front.
Okay, so his next highest rated are voices, you saying?
I'm saying either characters or voices, but these movies are well known. Jake is shouting out, "Oh brother, where art thou?"
Okay, so do you want me to guess the next highest rated? Is that what?
Yeah, or just any that you think may appear in the 90s. How about that?
I
don't mean the 1990s.
Michael Clayton.
I mean,
yeah.
Rated in the 90s.
I think "Oh Brother, We're Out There" is a good guess. I would say Michael Clayton.
Michael Clayton's a 91%. "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" is not as high as I would want it to be. Actually had an 89% audience approval rating, but a 78% Rotten Tomatoes.
Let's see here.
Drew says Up in the Air probably got good critic scores. Up in the Air is a 90%. That is correct.
Yes. Ooh, what about Gravity? I bet you that's
Gravity is his number one, other than whatever Failsafe is. Gravity, 95%. Now, one of my favorites at the time, anyway, I wouldn't say it's necessarily held up as a favorite, but one of my favorites at the time was right there next on the list behind Gravity. It's an older movie.
Okay.
And I'm just going to come out and tell you it's not Ocean's 11, which is an 83%. Let's see if you remember this one.
The Descendants?
Three Kings.
Oh, Three Kings. Okay, yeah. With Ice Cube.
Spike Jonze flick. Yeah, him, Mark Wahlberg. The others in the 90s for George Clooney. Fantastic Mr. Fox. That's why I said hint voice. That's a 93%. Good Night and Good Luck, also 93%. As is, who remembers Out of Sight? Jennifer Lopez. Really good movie. Genuinely a really good movie. Insomnia, he was an executive producer. Michael Clayton, as you mentioned. Up in the Air. And then you get into the 80s, and there are a whole bunch there as well. Again, he's generally pretty successful. What are the... Let me see if you could guess his worst movie.
Oh, his worst? Well, probably The Grizzly too, but...
I want to see if one that I can find one that's so bad that it at least has a Rotten Tomatoes rating. Oh, this, you know what? It's pretty easy, actually. It's pretty easy. It has a 12%. If you actually just allow yourself to think about it for a moment, I bet you'll get it. And no, it is not Ocean's 13. Ocean's 13 was not bad. Ocean's 12 was the bad one.
Yeah, Ocean's 12. But
Ocean's 13 is 69%. Ocean's 12 is 54.
I mean, he's been in a couple like bad dramas, like not like terrible or anything. Nothing's coming to mind. I mean, wait, Batman and Robin.
Batman and Robin, 12%. Batman and Robin.
Yeah.
Hot garbage, that movie. That was taking the paycheck right there.
He even admitted it was taking a paycheck.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's why I like George Clooney. He admitted it sucked. I mean,
A lot of you guys guessed Batman. Good on you. As you should have in the chat.
I mean, that's one of those like movies that I just forget exists sometimes because it's just been like written
Because
out of.
it shouldn't have.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like I think most people just don't even.
Tomorrowland was garbage, says River Rat. Tomorrowland not super popular, 50%. Now, would you like to guess? And I will say we've already mentioned it. The movie that it didn't quite double, but almost doubled his next best at the box office.
What do you mean? Like his?
The movie that he did that finished best at the box office.
By
a wide margin.
Oh, so his most popular like at the box office movie.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. It was not the best way for me to word that question. Correct.
No, I get it. It's fine.
Drew says Michael Clayton. That is incorrect.
Yeah,
Michael Clayton actually. Michael Clayton only made $49 million at the box office.
God, it wasn't Batman and Robin, was it?
It definitely was not. Although Batman and Robin was $107 million.
I'm gonna say Ocean's 11 then.
Drew, I'll give you a hint. You didn't like it. Ocean's 11 is second, almost tied for second, with The Perfect Storm. Remember The Perfect Storm? Those two came in at about $183 million. The answer at $274 million, Gravity.
Okay. I didn't know that one made that much. It's a good movie. I think it definitely got good word of mouth, you know.
Mm-hmm. K-Nut, movie talk again.
Wayne Haskins on the screen. Come on. You know this one was going to be slow.
Kilgore says, who was the best Batman? It's funny you mentioned that because I happened to see on Twitter just before the sim that the Dark Knight, the one with Heath Ledger, came out 13 years ago today.
Damn.
For any of you big Christian Bale fans. I've said many times on these sims that Michael Keaton is my favorite Batman. But I think a lot of that, is I just love Michael Keaton so much. There's a Keaton bias. But I thought Christian Bale did a great job.
I think Bale's okay. I don't think it's like the best role for Christian Bale. Like I think Christian Bale's a very good, character actor. And I don't know, like I almost think he'd be like a better Batman villain than like a Batman. He was good though. He's fine. I think I kind of agree with you. I go back and forth on this sometimes, but I think Michael Keaton brings a lot to that role. Like he's got that dark kind of, like don't mess with me kind of thing. I mean, Affleck, whatever. I guess he does like the millionaire guy role, okay, but he didn't bring. I'd still rank him third. To me, it's between Bale and Keaton.
So I think Affleck, like, while I don't think any of the Batman movies he's done have been any good, I think Affleck was good.
Yeah, he wasn't what was wrong with Batman.
Yeah, I thought he was good for what they wanted that Batman to be, which is just like, an older, gruff, loner, ticked off, sort of like broken individual. It's just a totally different Batman from like the Christian Bale playboy, Bruce Wayne, or the, Michael Keaton, a little bit damaged but doesn't want to show it to society, Bruce Wayne. Like they've all been different.
Yeah, Christian Bale too. We're getting from the start. Like remember Christian Bale? Like we got the origin story. Like we didn't really get the origin story with Ben Affleck. It was just like he's in this like dark Zack Snyder universe, and like you said. Yeah, so you're right. No, I agree. I mean, I don't hate Ben Affleck as Batman. And look, hey, if you guys aren't familiar, like they're making the Flashpoint movie. Ben Affleck's going to be in it, and Michael Keaton's going to be in it. If you know the Flashpoint story, you probably get a little bit of at least an idea of how that's going to work. But that's something. When the trailer drops, I think people are going to be very, very intrigued by how that movie is looking. If you ever read the Flashpoint storyline in the comics. It's a good one.
Now, the what story, not Flashpoint, the other word that you used before started with an O?
Started with an O?
Yeah, do you remember?
No.
A beginning of one's tale?
Origin.
Origin. That's one of those funny words in Canada, huh? Origin.
I don't know. Is it origin?
That's what we say here, yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I'm saying it correctly. Now,
Well, I'm not even saying you're saying it incorrectly. I think
I don't know if I'm saying if origin.
Well, it's like how, I've mentioned this before, like hockey players from Canada that I've come across, instead of like we would say,
sure.
What's a good example? Excuse me. We would say like contribute.
Yeah.
Contribute.
Yeah.
I think that's so interesting.
Well, and my father-in-law is from Northern Ireland. He calls a garage a garage. He goes, the garage. Like, so I deal with this on like a daily basis with how people, but usually it's not me that's the one getting dissected, but origin, I don't know. Now
As Drew says, the Queen's English. It's like the Falcons. All over
ever
again.
since I started working with you Americans, like beginning with
thought you were
Adam
gonna say me in
Levitin, this
particular.
all started with Levitin calling me out on the Falcons. And then I even showed him. I'm like, look, this is how we pronounce it, pal. He still made fun of me. Anyways.
7-6 game, Buffalo in front, which is why you're hearing a lot of this. Vital Ways, Kaufman, you have a nice Batman face with the mask on. I mean, honestly, I'm going to choose to take that as a compliment. I don't know if it's intended to be or not. I wish I could agree, though. I don't really. Then again, neither is Michael Keaton. I was going to say I don't have much of a. I don't have like that Ben Affleck jawline, Like I feel like to really pull off the Batman mask, you gotta have an impressive jawline, almost like that Superman jawline. Probably because of the cartoon that we grew up watching. Like Batman always had a really impressive jaw, a really impressive lower half of the face. But Michael Keaton doesn't, and Christian Bale doesn't. Val Kilmer doesn't. I guess none of them have a super impressive jaw. So I'm going to take it, Vital Ways. Thank you.
Val Kilmer was always like the weirdest choice for Batman back in the day. I'm like, really? Like you got all these guys to choose, and we're going with Val Kilmer? So weird.
Jordan Warren says Val Kilmer was his favorite because he looks the most like Batman and Bruce Wayne, in his opinion.
I don't know about that, man. He doesn't even have the dark hair. Like Batman is supposed to have like dark, like really dark brown or like black hair. I don't know. It's just that one. I'm very interested to see how Robert Pattinson does. So
yeah, I'm skeptical, but I've mentioned that before.
I think he's a very underrated actor by a lot of people.
He's a good actor for sure. I just don't know if he's.
I think it's going to be
out to be Batman.
I think it's very much like a Heath Ledger situation. Like there's a lot of people who are like very skeptical, and I think he's going to knock it out of the park. That's my opinion.
Also, is he? And this is ageism. Is he too young?
Well, The Batman, which is the new Batman movie, and again we have The Batman, and then you have Flashpoint, which is going to involve all these older Batmans.
Right.
The Batman is more of an origin story. It's like it's going to have some, Batman year one. It's going to go over, like his first year in Gotham kind of thing. So you're getting more of the origin, whereas this Flashpoint movie I said is more building on.
Right.
We already had the Flash character, right?
Yeah. Oh, I'm geeked out to see, like you said, Michael Keaton back.
Yeah. There's going to be a bunch of.
Let's go in costume.
Like 2022, 2023, man. We got this Spider-Man movie with like Tobey Maguire coming back, and
we hope. Everybody's been denying it.
It's happening. I'm sorry. Where there's smoke, there's fire. This is all
him, Andrew Garfield, all of them.
Yeah, this is happening. So I mean, there's gonna be some intense stuff going on. I'm pumped for it for sure. But yeah, the Michael Keaton thing, that's gonna be cool. Like you said, Michael Keaton. I agree, one of my favorites. So.
Do you and obviously we're at the half. Not a lot going on.
No, this really. I mean, unless you want us to like recount the number of times Dwayne Haskins threw the ball into the ground, which was about 10. So
I can tell you, John Burney is still in front in our showdown, our classic. It's now A. Edwards 90 has moved in front of Brian Liza, who had held that perch for quite some time. So, well, I don't know if you finished Loki at this point. Last we talked.
I did.
Okay, so good. But I mean, talk about like and I'm giving nothing away here for anyone fearful of spoilers, but it's not like one's Marvel versus DC, but just the general theme of what you're talking about. Like, we're about to go like multiverse crazy in the next few years of these movies.
Exactly, right? So, and again, if this is one thing, if you follow comics, like, it's going to bring a lot of different characters potentially into play, right? So, going to be interesting to see. Going to be interesting to see how they build on, I know they didn't mention him by name, but, the again, well, can I spoil this for people, or like, can I mention the villain's name? Is that going to whatever?
I think you can. I really do.
It's going to be interesting to see how they portray Kang the Conqueror, because that's the dude at the end of Loki. He didn't say him by name, but from the comics, that's who they're getting at. Obviously, you're going to see a different version of him, like the more villainous version, or a more villainous version of him, it looks like. So I'm very interested to see how they build on that. It's kind of an interesting character to go with. Could be good.
I don't know his real name, the actor, and he hasn't done a whole lot either.
Jonathan Powers? I think that's right. Yeah, he's been in a couple decent roles, but you're right. He's not like
he's
Superman.
Good. He's good. Though.
Oh no, he's really good. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, really good choice for role. I agree.
Ernest, where do y'all get some of these topics from? I mean, a lot of ours, if you can't tell, are inspired from the chat. That whole quarter was someone saying, "Who's the best Batman?"
This whole conversation flowed off of me asking Kaufman where George Clooney has been, and then us finding out that his next release is Grizzly 2, a movie that's been on ice since 1983. So that's where this whole thing
started. Where it all began. AD Poker, what's the best Fast and Furious, Koff? It's either 5 or 7. No, it's not 1. It's either 5 or 7. I'm inclined to say 5, but for those that want to say 7 because that was the end of Paul Walker's contributions, I understand. I get it.
Was 7 the one with Ronda Rousey? Or was that 8? I can't remember.
No, it wasn't 8. 8 was when Charlize Theron came in.
I think 7 was.
Rousey no, she wasn't 7.
6?
I think she was 6. Because she's the when they go to Dubai is the one that she's in, and I think that's 6 when they're driving the car between buildings.
Okay, yes, that's the one she's in.
C cards. We're not going to agree. We're agree to disagree, as the expression goes. Said I would take Superman over Batman any day. You know why, for me, Moose, Batman is always going to come before Superman? Well, there are 2 reasons. One, I just think he's cooler. I think he's cooler in the sense that he's more, he's darker, but he's more intense. He's more, there's more kind of what lurks in the shadows type of stuff. But also, like, and I say this as like a kid growing up, certainly as I say it as a grown adult now. Well, I don't know if I'm a grown adult, but I certainly not mentally. But I definitely feel this way, and I've always felt it. He's just more relatable. Like, Batman is just, I'm not saying like you could, if you had millions upon millions of dollars, you could be Batman.
Sure.
Like, I'm not saying anybody would be, but like, you could be. Like, Superman, like, no, that's just never gonna happen.
Right.
We could have a Batman. Like, all he has is money. He doesn't have super strength. He works out. He's in shape. He doesn't have super strength. He doesn't have any superpowers. He's got gadgets. He's got tons and tons and tons of gadgets.
And a butler.
And a butler. Like I said, all you need is money and a good workout routine, and you can be Batman.
He's far more interesting because he's human from a character standpoint too. Like, Batman's stories are way cooler, That's the thing. Like, it's, to me as a kid, like, reading Superman comics and his stories were never really drew you in as much, right? So it's harder too I think it's harder to write interesting stories for Superman too. I actually didn't hate Man of Steel, but
No, it wasn't bad. Still 7-6, almost halfway through the third. From Fresno, talking about the Fast and Furious franchise, says the The best one is the last one. LMAO. Ah, I gotcha. But Drew, he knows where my heart is. Says, as TB12 would say, the best one is the next one. But then Drew loses me. He says, Inspector Gadget over Batman. Inspector Gadget's basically a robot.
I always wanted them to do like a really dark Inspector Gadget movie, you know? You know, like, yeah,
Instead, they got Ferris Bueller to be
kind of like RoboCop, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, instead they got Ferris Bueller, right? Yeah.
Damon says my favorite Batman movie was when Adam West saved the ducklings from the bomb.
What about when he had the shark spray?
Bam! Pow!
What is going on? All right, Dwayne Haskins, do something. Sprinkler.
Not
Damn
yet.
it. Sprinkler's
Danny
got like.
Booker. Isn't Thor in the next Fast and Furious? No, I don't think that Fast and Furious and Marvel have had a crossover. I don't think.
That would be like the next thing.
That would be the next thing. Well,
Or just shows up.
there was a joke. I think it was a joke. The joke about like the Fast and Furious and Jurassic World crossover movie. Second and goal. What do we got?
Nothing.
Peyton Barber to the 1.
Wow. The barbershop.
Barbershop's open, baby.
3rd and goal. Washington going to be cowards here. Take the field goal if they don't get this.
Well, at least they're going to go for the lead.
Oh, boy.
One way or the other.
You're
3rd
not
and goal
actually
from the 1.
gonna-
Final 3 minutes of the 3rd. A lot of movement.
Oh, yeah, wow. You going to throw it? Oh, God.
Sprinkler and Inman change.
feels like a throw.
Haskins the handoff and reaches.
In.
Gets it. McKissick. Touchdown.
JD coming right at you.
No mad at heart. Koff's coming to my wedding as best man in the Batman outfit. I will be there. In. Alana says, found out there's going to be a Home Alone 6 coming out in December.
What? Culkin part of it?
He's a grown man now. Having a kid, I think. MF Jones, which is just a wonderful tribute to the Horrible Bosses franchise. 2-point conversion here first. Go on,
Horrible
Dwayne.
Boss.
Wide open. Got it. McLaurin. It's a
Horrible
touchdown lead
Bosses
for Washington.
is
MF
another.
Jones says, thought you guys were cool, but I can't take the Superman slander.
Wow.
Look, I love Superman. I just don't put him before Batman. And I don't love the Superman movies. But you know what? And it's, I'm not even, we were talking in the last sim, like, so bad it's good. Something that definitely fits into that category. A TV show that I loved and watched religiously growing up was the Dean Cain, Terry Hatcher vehicle, Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman. Loved that show. Own them all on DVD right behind me.
You own that show on DVD.
100%. All 4 seasons.
You have a problem, man. How did you come? When did you buy that?
Oh, I mean, probably 20 years ago.
God.
I'll prove it to you.
Oh, I believe it.
I'll hold him right up.
I mean, I remember watching that show a bit. Didn't they remake that show?
So many times.
Crazy.
So many times. They have tried and tried and tried again. The Superman or Supergirl or Superwoman or whatever, TV show. They've done. There's so many incarnations of that show.
Yeah.
Drew says I watched it after school every day. I feel like this is what I'm saying. It was especially like if you were of the right age, which we would have been teens. I would have been a teen. It was just a good, fun show. But obviously, if you were to watch it back now, which I haven't in I don't know how long, decades, but I'm sure it doesn't hold up very well. (14-7) Washington. Final 2 minutes of the 3rd. Alana says, admitting Batman is better than Superman is Koff's kryptonite. No, that's a must. Got to do it. Can't take the Superman slander. So good. Nearing the end of the third, Geoff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, Drew Stack, Kyle, and Ops, all hanging out with you. Glad you're here with us on a Sunday.
Yeah, man. Hope everyone's having a good Sunday. If you watch the Open.
Superman show on the CW is really good so far. Different and better than most of their superhero shows. That's what I mean. They just keep trying. And I'm sure some are good. I just haven't watched.
Yeah, I've never watched any of those shows. I watched the first season of Gotham with OC dude.
Yeah, I never watched that. I heard it was good, but I never.
It actually was okay. That's why I watched like the whole first season. It was okay, but I never really. It kind of petered out a little bit at the end, and I never really got into the second season. But I actually found the first season pretty good.
2nd and 10 from the 44. Kareem says, Meteor Man was horrible, and Koff has it. That fits in the category of so bad it's good, or maybe it's just bad. But yes, I do enjoy it. Drew says he went to college with the Flash actor, so we watched the first few seasons of that.
Went to college with him. That's interesting.
That's got to be cool to be, I mean, an actor in general, obviously, but to be cast as a superhero, I feel like would have to be the dream for a lot of actors.
I mean, definitely at this day and age, it's like, yeah. It's a pretty good spot to be.
But even before it was as mainstream as it is right now, like even, 15, 20 years ago before the MCU came along, I bet it still just had to be cool. Like, yeah, I'll be in your Fantastic Four movie. Sure.
Right.
I'll be in the X-Men. Let's go. Of course. Now, obviously, there are superhero movies coming out all the time. It's not as much of a
right
niche genre as it once was.
Sure. Definitely more opportunity for it.
Haskins almost 200 passing through 3 quarters. McKissick 9 for 45, a touchdown. Allen 6 for 48 and a score. Drew says, can we get a full redo of the X-Men franchise? A lot of meat on that bone, I think. Aren't they incorporating the X-Men into the MCU? Isn't that the plan? At some point along these phases?
Oh, yeah. They've already been making some references to, like, X-Men universe. I know the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, there was one of the city they went to in the east there. That's like, it's not a real city. It's from the X-Men comics. So, they're planting the seeds, but I think they're trying to wait as long as possible because obviously the last X-Men movie came out like fairly recently with that Phoenix one, which was garbage. And
really bad, yeah.
It's bad. There's really only one good X-Men movie, if we're being honest. That was Days of Future Past. That one was actually done really well. The other ones
like
were
any
all
of the original ones?
The original ones were bad, dude. I mean, they weren't very good. At least in my opinion. Even me, who was like a big fan of the X-Men back then, was pumped when those were coming out. I was like,
so the first one, and you remember it was like, wasn't it like they had X-Men, then they had like X-Men 1.5 or something, or maybe that was just a special DVD. But then they had obviously X-Men. X-Men 3 was garbage. It was
complete. That's
awful.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
But the first two, I feel like,
I guess they were.
If you didn't have it to compare to everything that we've had since, which obviously you didn't. Like, you didn't have the whole MCU, and you didn't have a good idea of what superhero movies done right looked like.
Yeah.
They were pretty enjoyable. Like, I distinctly remember in high school, early college, thinking those were a couple of, again, not the third, that was just never good. But the first two I thought were always pretty good movies.
Yeah.
But I bet if I watched them now, they'd be awful and they wouldn't hold up at all.
Yeah. They kind of came out, like you said, like they were almost like the first superhero movies. like the first legitimate ones. I mean that and like
Other
the
than
Tobey
like all the
Spider-Man.
Christopher Reeve Superman movies. And that
Yeah,
sort of thing.
exactly right. Yeah, so, but yeah, they're definitely going to remake that. Yeah, I mean, there's so much content there with the X-Men. When they bring them in, it'll just be, you'll have series like spin-offs. You'll have various movie spin-offs and stuff. There's so much material with the X-Men franchise, man. Like they're popular on numerous levels. So Fantastic Four too, man.
Might be our buddy Geoff, by the way, who keeps asking in the free roll. Hey, who's in front in the free roll? Jewish Pistol is leading the way by about half a point in the Mad Matinee Showdown, and it's Bounce the Cat in front in the classic contest. But I'm sorry, you were saying.
No, I'm just saying, like with with some of the ones they haven't touched on yet, like Fantastic Four and X-Men, man. Like, I mean, you think you're getting like overloaded content now with the MCU? Like, wait till they start diving into that stuff, man. Like, you get some massive movies and stuff like that. So we're gonna get another Josh Allen touchdown here.
Josh Allen, another rushing score.
This game's picked up a bit. I mean, it deserves a little bit of our attention. Tie game, 6 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
Haskins and Josh Allen now both, completed a scoring drive. Good for them.
Geoff says, who's in first in the SimFam free roll? Last time I asked, who shouted you out? Oh, he says, oh, that's me. Thank you. He said, I never do well in those, so I needed the shout out. We got you. Question is, are you still in front after that Josh Allen score? The answer is no. Triggs, 98, was taking a 2-point lead. I guess we gave the shout out at the appropriate time. Ernest says, you guys really talked the whole sim about movies. Pretty close to it, yeah. 6 minutes to go, though, and as Geoff said, tied up, 14-all. Look, the season's over. We're back into exhibitions.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, too. It's Sunday. There's not a lot going on. Even the golf is finished.
Which, by the way,
appreciate you guys hanging out, though.
Yeah, I mean, that as our own sweet tea, Reed T. Fowler, tweeted out hour or so ago. That's a wrap on the majors this season. Hideki Matsuyama took the Masters, PGA Championship, Phil Mickelson, U.S. Open, John Rahm, and of course, the former British Open, the Open Championship, Colin Morikawa. How surprising was that for you?
Not very surprising. I mean, I honestly, that's just how good Colin Morikawa is. He is the absolute up and coming superstar for the U.S. I wanted Usti to win to finally get but I mean the best player of the top three was Morikawa, and he got it done. I'm not shocked in the least.
And I believe, I don't have the tweet in front of me, but I believe this is correct anyway. He and Tiger Woods, the only two golfers to win multiple majors before the age of 25?
No, Jordan Spieth did it too.
I'd have to find the tweet, though.
So...
let me look.
I think you mean the first...
Oh, okay. No, these specific majors. Colin Morikawa now joins Tiger Woods as the second player to win both the Open Championship and PGA Championship before turning 25.
Okay, there you go. So, yeah.
That's what it is.
His the big thing about this was his first time playing the Open Championship. So, to win it on the first time, and he won the PGA the first time he played it. That also I think ties in with Tiger Woods in some regard. Or I don't even know, but it kind of shows you what kind of company he's in. Like he is not only setting and matching records, but he's breaking them as well with some of these wins. That's a completed pass. Oh wow, Sims.
Haskins up to 212 in the air. 1st and 10 from the 29 coming.
What are you going to watch the Olympics?
I've never been glued to the Olympics. I'm not one of those that it's just always on at all times, no matter what the event is and who's participating, and this is now when we raise the red, white, and blue flag on the front porch or something like that. But I like it. I like it as, obviously I understand its importance. I like it as an event. We'll check in on it. I'd be more inclined to watch events that I am more interested in. You know, like I'm going to watch more USA basketball, let's say, than I might watch, I don't know, track and field or something like that.
Sure.
You know, and I'm not dismissing the athletic accomplishments of everybody involved across whatever sport. Like, you make it to the Olympics, you qualify for the Olympics, that's a big bleeping deal. Like, you are at the top of your sport in the world, and that's incredible. I'm just not someone that's always been oh my God, like every 4 years, I can't wait till it, you know, because you know some of those people, like they're, you know, for all I know, either the Drews or Kyle here with us or anyone in the chat, some of you, you know, might fall into that category where like you just can't wait. Every 4 years, let's go, it's Olympic time. And I've just never really been wired that way for some reason.
No, I like it. I mean, I definitely, I don't know. I mean, yeah, my wife and I actually watched a lot of the Olympics, so. She was a big swimmer when she was younger as well, though. So, you know, I think she, like a little bit more of the amateur sporting stuff. And I mean, look, I did like running and stuff too. So, but what's your favorite event to watch then? Is it just like straight up, just you're not really interested in like anything else other than basketball, or is there like
no,
one
I wouldn't say that. You know, I do think that some, and I couldn't like boil it down to the, you know, like the 400-meter relay or something like that.
Yeah.
But I do like the swim events. And that's probably because, you know, obviously like the days of Michael Phelps competing and how dominant he was, and you know, there was a lot of country pride on you know, involved in that.
Good drama.
I mean, dude's won so many medals in his life, and there were all these great stories about the amount that he would eat and calories that he'd have to shed, you know, and all that. It was just interesting. But like Drew says, swimming, track, gymnastics are all fun. Drew, our technical director, big track and field household over here. Yeah, I mean, I think that Emerson Screwdriver, curling, Ernest shouting out track and field, beach volleyball, says Drew. There's there are a lot of cool events for sure. I mean, I just hope more than anything else that it's successful, you know, in the sense of, you know, they're not having patrons there. You know, there won't be any fans obviously in Tokyo, and there are health concerns over there, and I know there's already been a positive COVID test in Olympic Village, so I'm just hoping the thing gets off the ground and it's successful, and they get to the end of it without a lot of problems.
Yeah, no, totally. I know this Olympics isn't going to feel the same, obviously, I think, as a regular one. But yeah, glad. I mean, it's got to be, I think, being an amateur athlete, you know, who is dead set focused on the Olympics, it's definitely been one of the toughest things. Like, if that was your job, you're on, like, maybe you're on like the sporting, like your national sporting, like you get a little stipend and you're just focused on being an amateur athlete for the next couple of years to hit the Olympics, and then the COVID comes around. That's got to be one of the toughest adjustments, in my opinion. Like, it's hard to peak as an athlete, man. Like, it's not easy. It's not an easy thing to do. Everything's got to be right, and you're all just building to like this one time frame, and then it just all changes. Like,
for sure. Well, and especially the infrequency that it comes along. Like, I was thinking about, you know, you can boil it down to an individual very easily. Like, there are so many individual sports in the Olympics, obviously, and like you said, to peak as an athlete, you know, the training that goes into it. Like, even to boil it down to something that is, you know, much more the norm, happens every year. It's just much different than the Olympics. But like people who run a marathon, right? Like, people who run a marathon, I mean, you don't just wake up in the morning and run a marathon. Like, you got to train for the better part of a year to get your body in a place, you know, as a former runner. And I don't know if you ever did a marathon, but to get your place, I certainly haven't, but to get yourself to where you are capable of doing it, you know, and then, like, you know, you've like months and months and months of prep, and all those mornings running in the rain, like, you know, 9 miles here to 12 to 14, like just that build up, and then it's like COVID wipes it out, and it's like, sorry, you know, the marathon's going to be rescheduled for 6-9 months from now, so like keep your training up, you know. And then you have something on a much larger scale like the Olympics, like you're saying. Even looking at, like, I was thinking about the U.S. basketball team and Bradley Beal, you know, effectively getting booted off the team because tested positive for COVID, and he's not going to Tokyo now, and he's been replaced on the roster. And Bradley Beal is, you know, what is he, 28? Let me see. Bradley Beal is, he's 28 years old. He just turned 28 last month. Bradley Beal more than likely is not going back to the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just again, based on the frequency of these take place. This was probably his one and only shot to compete on that stage for his country. Never mind like with good friends like Tatum or whomever else, but just to be there, just to wear USA across his chest. Like, how many people can say that they have done that? And now COVID has, and you could chalk it up in the same way that an injury, for someone that gets hurt right before competition, on this stage. But it's like all of a sudden, like, it's stripped away. And I can't even imagine the competitor within you and all the work that goes into it.
Yeah.
Just how heart-wrenching that must be.
Yeah. I mean, I have done a few marathons, but the biggest, the weirdest thing that ever happened to us was my wife trained for an Ironman. It was actually in Lake Tahoe. We got there and there was some forest fires around, and then the morning of the event, like 30 minutes before it started, they canceled it because the air quality was too bad. So.
Oh. So then what happened? Like, how long before they rescheduled, or did
they you can't reschedule an event like that. Like, they canceled it.
That's so
because they have to shut down roads. Like, it's 180 kilometers, so it's like a 112-mile bike. So they're shutting down roads for the day. They're getting police in. Like, you can't reschedule it, and then people are coming in from all over the world. So either it goes that day or like it's not going, and they couldn't do it that day because they weren't allowed because of the air quality. So.
That's brutal. That's just ridiculous. I mean, I understand, like, well, we can't do it in a few hours. We can't do it tomorrow, but still, to not be able to reschedule it at all.
Yeah, I know.
That's awful.
They give her like a voucher or something, like another event or something, but yeah, not the same. Because like you said, she's peaking for that. Like, she was in great shape. She was training for that one event. So it's like, wow, don't even get the payoff, right? So she's in good shape though.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess you get the, like, your personal physical payoff and
sure.
For your health. But yeah, I mean, you don't get to actually do the event.
No.
And say you did the event. D says if Novak Djokovic wins, he'll have Olympic 3 Grand Slams. Then just need the U.S. Open. The only player to ever win all 5 in a year was an American 60 or 70 years ago. Yeah, that'd be nuts. It's a 3-point game here for Washington. Bills are trying to win this thing or force extra time. 1st and 10 from the 34 coming up. Jeffrey calling for one more Beasley catch. Just give us the one more.
I would like that. Where am I at here? Let's check. I'm going to check my lap this whole time.
Bounce the cat is first. I'll tell you that.
47th. We do have some Beasley action. Yeah, I needed a McLaren touchdown.
Ugh.
Ooh.
Gosh. Take it yourself, man.
So we are right on the verge of field goal territory here.
Now Triggs is in front. AD Poker, our dude. AD Poker is leading the Classic currently.
All right.
Almost at 100 likes, well over 300 watching on YouTube, thousands more across all our platforms, including Twitch.
Did he get the first? No.
/DraftKings. John Brown, 3 for 45. 3rd and 2 coming. There's a timeout. Waited a little while there, Buffalo.
Yeah.
I wonder if they're just going to play it safe.
Well, they got one timeout. I feel like they're going to do one throw here.
Yeah.
Probably not smart considering how often the sim takes sacks, but
like you said, they've got the one timeout.
now if they're,
I mean, you would hope they wouldn't lose yards, but they're going to go for it.
what they should do is just throw in the end zone here. I mean, go for the win. Oh, they're going to.
All right. Well, that's going to help.
Nah.
Singletary picks up 14, so there's your last timeout, and they're lining up for extra time.
A little extra.
A little free football.
Free football. Why not?
Ernest says, what was the biggest audience ever on a sim? Well, Ernest, I mean, across all our platforms, I genuinely couldn't tell you. Just on YouTube? Oh, man. I mean, we've had up over 3,000 watching concurrently before. But those are, larger competitions. It was back before sports returned. There were a lot of different things at play. Back in the day, back in the heart of the pandemic, when no one was leaving their houses, going anywhere, doing anything, and there were no other sports to watch, and we were, 1,500, 2,000 per sim regularly.
Yeah, we definitely had some ones like over 2,000 viewers, didn't we?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, many.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was remembering that correctly.
Don here says, my son was 4-0 wrestling tournament. Power goes out in Fieldhouse tournament. Canceled. No awards. Go home. Ugh.
Go home.
Brutal. 17 all. Final few seconds. We'll just get a kick return, and then more than likely overtime. Don't see too many of those returned for touchdowns.
We did see one the other day. I think the first one I've ever seen, actually.
Really?
Yep. First one I've ever seen in this version of Madden, anyways, that I remember.
To overtime we go. Each team with a couple of timeouts. 17 all, the Bills, the Washington football team. Whichever team gets the ball first, and we'll find out here in a moment, touchdown wins it. Field goal gives the other team an opportunity to tie or take a lead. If we remain tied, 17 all or 20 all, after each team has had a possession, sudden death. Clock's irrelevant. We play until we have a winner. There are no ties in Simland. Brian says, everyone these days wants an award. Brian, I don't think that was the point. I think the point was, if you've earned an award, sure you want it. It's not just the everyone gets a trophy mentality. Washington will start with the ball at its virtual home, established in 1932. The Washington football team. Drew says he'd like a trophy. That's producer Drew. Technical director Drew probably should get one. He's doing all 6 sims today. Man's in Simland for the better part of a dozen hours. Drew should, producer Drew might have to get a trophy and give his trophy over to the other Drew. If he had anything to do with the scheduling. Haskins, 246. Bonus is in play. Drew says he'll get an Iron Man voucher like Geoff's wife. Yeah, Drew was trapped by algae rhythm. Haskins, that's completed to McLaurin. Shy of a first, though.
Was his name Algae Rhythm or Algo Rhythm?
So he is an algorithm, but his name was Al G, like a middle initial. Rhythm.
Right.
Al G Rhythm.
Great stuff there by the writers. Just phenomenal. Great use of Don Cheadle.
Stuff, isn't it? Come on, man. You were
Don.
War Machine.
Don, what about this? What if you're an algorithm, but we also make your name to sound like that? Huh?
Drew says no relation to Algae Crumpler.
Don Cheadle probably literally just showed up on set like the day of, didn't even read his script, and just like...
Yeah, I'll be in it.
Yeah. Space Jam. Where's my check? Yeah. Let's go. Hi, Braun.
I mean, I guess you just got to be confident the movie's going to make money.
And it probably will.
Yeah, I have no doubt.
Probably will.
Now, probably not as much given the free access on HBO Max.
Yeah.
But 4th and inches, they decide to punt it away. Gives Bills an opportunity to win, and any points will do it. Field goal, touchdown, whatever. Next points win the sim. Moose, Koff, the Drews, Kyle, hanging with you, up over 100 likes. Thank you.
Muchos gracias.
Queenie says, I just finished watching season 1 of The Boys. Have you seen it, Koff? Oh, I've seen it.
Yes, we're big Boys fans here.
Big Boys fans.
Actually, any news on when the next one's coming out? I mean, that feels like season 2 dropped like a year ago. So
Yeah, it was a while. I'm trying to remember. Like, season 2 was good, but it wasn't as compelling as season 1.
I don't know. I feel like season 2 ended very strongly though.
It did.
Like it definitely was slow build, but
Yeah.
it ended strongly, if I remember correctly. But
Queenie, I'm glad you're enjoying it, though.
it's a great comic book too.
Well, what's crazy to me, and I'm not a comic guy in the sense that I've never read the Boys comic. I didn't even know when the show first started it was based on a comic until probably I was talking to you about it. We got a sack here on Josh Allen, Young with his second. But then I started reading a whole lot just about the show, and we're probably going to have a punt here from the 13 on 4th and 17. What's crazy, if you've seen The Boys, and you know how just dark and disturbing and gratuitous it is, apparently, and you could speak to this better than me, the writers, the showrunners, whomever, have spoken to the fact that it is, like, the show pales in comparison to how disturbing the comic is.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man.
Like it doesn't even
No.
surface of the comic.
No, there's some and it's like right from the get go too. Like it's a good way to put it. It's really just scratching the surface, some of the things that go on in the comics. And I haven't read like every single issue of it. It's a pretty long running series, but I've read the first few volumes for sure.
Like there are words that I can't use on The Sims if I want to keep my job, that the entire second season I read was supposed to be based around, because it's right out of the comic book.
Yeah.
Like that, and that in and of itself is it's quite a thing. It's quite a thing. 17 all still.
Let's see here, Boys season 3. Appear by early 2022 or mid 2022. So there you go.
You got a little ways to wait. 17 all. Oh, Haskins hit as he threw it incomplete.
New spin-off show. What's this?
Really good casting in that show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Queenie, we've been talking. You've probably heard us talking about Homelander in the past. I guess you just didn't know who that was until you watched the show, obviously. Jeffrey, looking for more production. We're going to get another punt. Again, next points win this thing. As we wait for Buffalo to take over again, Geoff, a question from D in the chat. Where do you rate Logan Thomas among all tight ends? Real life, of course.
I mean, like real life or a fantasy thing? Just, I assume we're talking fantasy.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I would say.
yeah, I would definitely put him like top 10. I mean, I just wonder if the volume's going to be there. Like, and then you have Curtis Samuel coming in taking. Like, I'm not super high on him, but he was pretty good last year. Where's he going in drafts? He's ADP 10, and I kind of feel like that's right. Like, I would rather be taking a shot on guys like Pitts, Goddard.
I was going to say, if he's 10, where's Pitts? 6?
Yeah, Pitts is 6 ADP. Yeah. Hawkinson's 5, Andrews 4, then Waller, Kittle, Kelsey. Yeah, Logan Thomas. I really want to like him, but I don't know how much they're going to throw. And then you've got Curtis Samuel coming in. So if Logan Thomas starts to get out of favor, I would go after him, but I wouldn't take him before like tight end 9. I don't think. For some reason, Gronk has a higher ADP than him. That I don't understand.
Well, finish strong.
But then,
plus you don't know how far back those ADPs go.
Yeah, exactly. And then
like
you
those
also
drafts
have
could come right after the Super Bowl.
Exactly. Then you also have guys like Gesicki, Evan Ingram, who have worse ADPs than Logan Thomas. Like, I think Mike Gesicki is a really good value there. Even a guy like Jonnu Smith you could consider, Tyler Higbee. So I'm not super high on Logan Thomas, but I don't hate him.
4th and 13 on the way from the 17, so it's just punt after punt after punt.
Yeah. Hope you like punts.
Need some points in overtime.
Blocked punt to end the sim.
Buffalo and Washington.
How about a kick return to end the sim? God, this kick went 80 yards. Oh, wow.
Teasing you.
Little life there. That was like one of the better punt returns we've seen for a while. It was at the 44. Really, we need about...
Tebow? Where's Tebow in the ADP? Is he even going to make the roster?
Yeah, I think he is.
I think he is too. Kelsey, Waller, Hawkinson, Ertz, Kittle, says D. Rich.
Urban Meyer just wants to prove a point.
Andrews. 1st and 10 is a handoff.
Oh, okay.
All right, well.
All right. Oh, if you're going to run like that.
There, McKissick.
Yeah.
We were getting ready to judge you early. 11 after contact.
If you're going to run like that, you can run the ball.
Yeah, turn lost yards into a first down.
I only need about 12 yards now.
80 Poker wants more OT, so let's get a second OT going here.
Get out of here, 80 Poker. Come on.
Getting out of here is what Moose is trying to do.
Right.
I wouldn't mind having a minute or two before the next sim, but we'll see.
Okay.
Haskins drops back beyond
the logo. All, Dwayne.
Take your time,
Please.
Dwayne. Another back pedal, a throw into
There we go. All right.
McLaurin with the catch at the 18. This, barring a turnover after the 28-yard pickup, is safely field goal range.
And he got it to McLaurin, my captain. They might even just kick it on this play, I feel like. Inside the 20. I thought he might take a sack there for a sec. Yeah, they're going to kick it. All right, folks.
Play it safe.
Who should I give the player this sim to? George Clooney.
It started it all. J.D. McKissick was solid. Josh Allen was solid.
I think I'll give it to McKissick. Ooh, what did he have? 20.9 points. Touchdown, 64 rush yards, 5 receptions, though, too. Yeah, let's give it to J.D. Josh Allen definitely.
Yeah, it's true. Hopkins had 4 field goals at 16% ownership.
I know. It's very solid.
Just not solid enough for you?
Not good enough.
20-17, the Washington win.
You got to do something special to get it as a kicker, man. Come on.
I mean, $4,000, 3x value. That's all right.
Okay. Lee Smith, not my kid award. 25%.
Bounce the cat, the projected winner. Lee Smith, huh?
Yeah.
I haven't rostered Lee Smith in quite a while. I guess in the case of today, that's a good thing. Yeah, 25% owned.
No touchdown passes between these two jerks. Unbelievable.
Stephon Diggs really bad too. Stephon Diggs at 2 for 39, 45% owned, went for just 5.9 points. Your guy Dwayne Haskins, I mean, all things considered, pretty good at about 14% ownership.
Yeah.
So Bounce the Cat, our projected winner with a leading lineup that looks like this. J.D. McKissick, captain. Josh Allen, Terry McLaurin, the Sprinkler, Jeremy Sprinkle, Dustin Hopkins, and Cole Beasley. Excuse me, Cole Beasley as well. Our classic, it's still 80 Poker. I'm coming for you, Poker. I'm in 4th out of the 88. 80 Poker is in front right now by about 7 points, but the minutes advantage is going to many of those behind him. Has just a running back spot to go. My lineup has, I got an RB and a flex left. Good performances out of Allen and McKissick, McLaurin, Sprinkler. We'll see. We'll see. It's a crowded field right now. So, AD Poker says, good call, fellas. Entertaining for not a great sim. Look, we went to overtime. It just took a little while to come together, but it did. Moose now steps away. You won't return to Simland until Wednesday evening after your reprieve, as you said. You're gonna
brief vacay.
You're gonna take a little holiday here.
Little hiatus. Loose hiatus.
Good for you. Yeah, go grazing, my friend. I'll be with Tom Carroll for the next one, which comes your way in about 40 minutes. Colts and Cardinals, 4 p.m. Eastern, the early burn special. And then it will be Lamarca and Tom the rest of the night to enjoy the late classic. Maybe they will make a late classic contest for you. Eagles, Cowboys, Chargers, Browns, Bengals, and Jaguars. And the lights don't go out until technical director Drew leaves. He's with us all day long. Drew, our producer, the other, and Kyle in Ops, Moose. Great pleasure, my friend. Enjoy your vacation.
Yes.
And we look forward to talking to you again.
Have a great rest of your day, Sim Fam. Have a great rest of your sim.
Thank you.
Kirk Hoffman.
See you guys in a bit.
It's time to eat.
What are you hungry for?
Sit down and get ready to consume an abundance of fantasy football knowledge from Ross Tucker and Joe Dolan.
Feed me now. I'm starving.
On the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast.
Yeah, let's eat, baby. It is the Fantasy Feast Eatin' Podcast presented by DraftKings. We love DraftKings. We love DraftKings Best Ball, because we're going to get a chance to go head-to-head with 10 of you starting in 2 weeks. So we got 3 more winners we're going to announce right now, 3 more contestants next week, and then we play. I should note, by the way, if you try to enter, and you can do that by taking advantage of any of our sponsors or becoming a patron or whatever, and then emailing me, ross@rosstucker.com. If you don't get in this best ball, the July best ball, we'll do another one in August. And then early September, we will do our season-long league. So you have other opportunities, but there's still 3 more spots that we're going to give out next week. So get your sponsor confirmations in no matter what it is. Could be today, could be LinkedIn, could be DraftKings, could be Crocs. That's a hint for next week. We shall see. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Awesome Ross Tucker podcast today, by the way, with Andrew Brandt talking about the Business Hall of Famers. I still haven't decided whether or not I would be on that list or not, or would like to be on that list. I mean, obviously, I would like the money, but it's kind of a backhanded compliment. Like a list of like guys that didn't really deserve as much money as they got. I don't know. Anyway, check that out. Check me out on social at Ross Tucker NFL and all the shows at Ross Tucker Pod. We, of course, now can be watched, not just audio, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. And when I say we, I mean me and Joe Dolan, the master of all he oversees at fantasypoints.com. Just make sure when you sign up for this year, and a lot of you are doing it, I've been getting a lot of emails from fantasypoints.com being forwarded to me. Use the code 21Feast so they know we sent you. Hello, Joe.
Hi, Ross. What's going on? It's July here. We are in the death throes of summer. I mean, at least for us. I know summer began just like 3 weeks ago, but like I haven't been completely unable to catch my breath here. Just the last few weeks. I mean, we've been doing a franchise focus series up at the website, and I mean, we're just previewing every player there is to preview, every team there is to preview. It's been a lot of work. Been doing a ton of podcasts, obviously here and then elsewhere. It is. I mean, the off season is over. No more off season for Dolan. Dolan is busy. It's draft season now, Ross. We're still in that like couple of week period before people start to remember that fantasy football exists. At least the casuals, the water cooler type of people. We are still a couple weeks away from that, but I would start to think that our listenership is going to go up here in the next couple weeks. That would be Ross. That's not a guess. That's a fact. I mean, that's just a fact.
A promise.
Yeah,
it's a promise.
Guarantee. Yeah.
We are 2 weeks away from, I think, 28 of the 32 teams having their first practice exactly 2 weeks from today. So get excited. Now, don't just get excited for that. Get excited for today's guest. I mean, we brought in the big guns for 2 weeks before NFL training camps open. Jason Moore, who you all can and should follow on social at JasonFFL, one of the top 10 most accurate fantasy analyst, 3 years running, and of course, co-host of the award-winning Fantasy Footballers podcast. You can check those guys out. They obviously do an amazing job. Even just look at his background. I mean, we got Joe with a ceiling fan and a Flyers banner in the back.
I can't even use the ceiling fan, Ross, because it makes it look like my hat's spinning on this podcast. I am a sweaty guy.
Dude,
so, like,
I would do it anyway. I mean, you're in South Carolina. Who cares if it makes it look like your hat's spinning, dude? It is hot as balls in South Carolina.
Oh, it's terrible. And I'm in what they call in down here the bonus room. And it's above the garage. So, of course, that's the hottest part of the house. So, yeah. But the sacrifices I make for this podcast. Now, I gotta get Jay's interior designer down here to help me out here. Maybe if we have a little success playing fantasy this year, I'll be able to overhaul this and get myself a nice fancy background. But this, I come as I am, Ross. I'm coming. Kurt Cobain said it. Do. That's what I do. That's what I do on this podcast.
Got it. Jason, thanks for coming on the show, man.
Yeah, happy to be here. This is actually the best time of year to join a podcast because right now you've got the people that are going to win the leagues, and in a couple weeks you get the casuals coming in they're just a little late. They're always a little late to the party, and the people listening right now, those are the ones that are like, oh, I get the extra info that they don't get, and they go on to win the leagues.
It's a really good point. I'm curious so what we've been doing the last couple of weeks is having analysts like yourself come on and tell us some of the guys they're higher on and lower on than the consensus or where they're going in some best ball drafts, which I love because it doesn't really make sense to just talk about what everybody agrees on, right? Like what's interesting and what derives value for me and our listeners is the people that you disagree with where they're being drafted right now. So I love it. It's perfect timing. I do have one question before we dive into the players, though. How thankful are you, Jason, or how much does it make a difference to you that we will have preseason games, we'll have reporters at training camp? Does that get you excited? Do you feel like that gives you an edge, or did you think maybe you had an edge last year when there wasn't preseason games and we didn't really get very good reporting from training camps?
You know, as much as we want to fluff up the information that we're watching for in preseason games, I don't believe it really changed things one way or the other. An inside, because we had better information earlier, we didn't need the preseason, we got an edge, or because we're getting what matters to me is just that it's normal. It's the expectation for everyone in the world now is we get football this year, whereas last year without the preseason, I think a lot of the casual leagues, the work leagues, those type of things, they just didn't happen last year because there was so much going on. And then, I mean, they're not even playing preseason. We don't know. Is the ball going to get kicked off on time? And now it's like this is just another NFL season. So I think the excitement and the joy is raised. I don't know that the edge is really any different.
Well said. Let's dive into some of your guys that you're higher on and lower on. This is interesting because usually I let the guests say it and then Joe jumps in and I might not have an opinion. Maybe I do. I have an opinion on the first guy.
All
so
right.
let me hear why you're higher on Amari Cooper than others.
Yeah, Amari Cooper is my wide receiver 8 this year. I think he is screaming value right now because he's dropping outside of those first couple of rounds where you can load up on running backs and then grab, in the 4th round, a guy that I think is going to be wide receiver 1. First of all, you've got the offense. Obviously, the Dallas Cowboys, I think, are that great fantasy team where they're going to throw the ball a lot. You don't believe they're going to have a great defense. They're going to put up a lot of points. With Dak in tow, you saw it, unfortunately, for too short a period of time last year. I think Dak was on pace for 7,000 yards or something asinine because of the setup of the Cowboys. And what's happened, obviously, is it's CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb has come to town. My favorite prospect last year. He looked great. And so now everyone wants the new hotness. And usually in fantasy, that's where I find an advantage, is that the new hotness is not mutually exclusive of the vet also being awesome, but people tend to want to be more on CeeDee Lamb than Amari Cooper. So I love Cooper's value this year.
So the only point I'll make here is he had ankle surgery after the season, and it's like still bothering him. He's not going to be ready for the start of camp, might go on PUP, and it just doesn't sound good to me. And Jay, he might end up being fine, and this might be overblown, but they usually try to downplay it when it's especially a star player's injury. I've got my look, I don't provide much value on this show, Jay, okay? That's my former player radar antennas up like, a guy having ankle surgery in January, not being ready for training camp in August, having it irritated, something pop up. I'm a little bit wondering what's going on there, Joe.
Well, I mean, that's the thing that needs to be monitored here is just the ankle because, as Jay mentioned, the new hotness, CeeDee Lamb, he is routinely getting drafted ahead of Amari Cooper. Like, that is not something like, oh, I can't believe I was in this draft and CeeDee Lamb went ahead of Amari Cooper. That's like a fact now. Like, CeeDee Lamb, I'm looking at some NFFC best ball 10s data, wide receiver 12 over the last 3 weeks to wide receiver 16 for Amari Cooper. But Cooper's status has to be watched in training camp in the preseason. These are two good things when you have somebody with questions with injuries like Amari Cooper, because this is a super symbiotic relationship. He and Dak Prescott feed off of one another. In his career, Dak Prescott averages 307.5 passing yards per game in games with Amari Cooper. He averages 214.9 passing yards per game in games without Amari Cooper. And Amari Cooper averages 16.6 fantasy points per game with Dak Prescott and 12.9 fantasy points per game with any other quarterback. So both of these guys should be happy the other one's back, but a little bit surprising right now that I feel a little bit better about Prescott's status than I do about Cooper's status heading into training camp. That is something, again, Ross, you said we're 2 weeks away. The Cowboys are actually one of the first teams to report because they're playing in the Hall of Fame game. So we're going to keep a very close eye on Amari Cooper. But overall, if he's out there and practicing just at some point, I don't need him out there the first week. I don't even need him out there the second week. But if he gets ramped up in August and it's like, well, he could have played in the preseason, we chose not to, I'm going to be okay drafting Amari Cooper because this is a guy over the first 5 games of the season last year with Dak Prescott in the lineup. He significantly out-targeted any Cowboy receiver. He had 52 targets from Prescott, 37 was CeeDee Lamb's number. Now, that doesn't mean CeeDee Lamb hasn't progressed and gotten better, but I agree with Jason. This is a guy where you can get some value here. It is important to check on the status of that health, but on the flip side, that health might push his ADP down, and if he turns out being fine by midway through August, it's going to be a value pick.
All right. So, Jay, let's get to the Bengals because you got a couple Bengals on your list. You've got Joe Mixon you're higher on, but Jamar Chase you're lower on. So let's talk Bengals, and you can talk both those guys at the same time.
Yeah. So I like the Bengals offense to a degree. I think that there is value to be had there for fantasy. You look at Joe Mixon, what he did before going down to injury last year. Once they got it together, weeks 3, 4, 5, 6, he ended up being really great. Now you've got Giovanni Bernard gone. And while Giovanni Bernard was not like this great player that was just stealing everything away from Joe Mixon, he was on the field. He was he was getting targets. And now I feel like Joe Mixon has no choice but to be a true bell cow. And there just aren't that many of them out there because of the injuries of the past. Joe Mixon is dicey. I mean, Joe Mixon is a common bust candidate because we've seen it before, because he's been injured before. And so I think that, when I look at the ADP and where he's going versus the guaranteed workload that he's going to have, there's no way that if he plays a full season, he doesn't outproduce his value. And this is a guy that we've seen do it. It's not like we haven't seen him be a top 10 fantasy running back already. The offensive line should be improved. Hopefully you have Joe Burrow for the whole season. And to start the season, Joe Burrow is probably going to be, when it comes to his legs and mobility and, maybe he gets off to a slightly slow start, you're going to rely on the running game more. So I like the value of Mixon. On our show, I am, the other two guys are just madly in love with Jamar Chase, as the world is. I find myself always having to fight against that. And really, it's not that I believe Jamar Chase is bad by any means. He's a great talent. Obviously, there's a reason he was picked number 5 overall. He's played, already with this quarterback, and everything looks great. The problem I have is I have been in drafts where he's going in the 5th round, where people are taking him as a locked and loaded guarantee, and he could very well in his rookie season, for a slow start, Burrow coming back from injury, he could very well be the 3rd in targets. I actually have him personally projected to be the 3rd in targets on this team. Now, there's plenty for him. AJ Green had 104 targets last year, did nothing with them. I expect he can do more. But when I look at the wide receivers, the rookie wide receivers, and I can get Devontae Smith late for free, and you say, okay, what's the percentage chance that Devontae Smith or Jamar Chase scores more fantasy points this year? Even if you believe it's Jamar Chase, like it's a very close call, just based on the market share that Devontae Smith is going to have with no other wide receivers there of note, and the round disparity is one of these guys I'm getting for free, and one of these guys I have to give up a really good veteran known commodity at wide receiver in those rounds.
Joe?
Yeah, well, Joe. First and foremost, with Joe Mixon, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna pull a Noel Gallagher. I'm gonna stand on the shoulders of giants for this one, and I'm gonna use our guy Scott Barrett at Fantasy Points has a fantastic stat called XFP, expected fantasy points. So Joe Mixon in his 6 starts. First and foremost, if you're buying Joe Mixon, you're buying a discount here because the fantasy community hates Joe Mixon. Does not like him at all. Oh, he's burned me in the past. He's been injured. He's been terrible the last couple of years. And I understand that, but maybe I was on the flip side. But anecdotally in 2019, Joe Mixon was a league winner down the stretch if you managed to weather the storm early in the campaign. And then in 2020, check this out. In Joe Mixon's 6 starts, he had 20 opportunities, 19 opportunities, 31 opportunities, 32 opportunities, and 21 opportunities. And note, that's attempts plus targets. So that is massive usage last year. He was the RB11 in fantasy points per game, but by expected fantasy points, he had 19.2. Over that span, it was 2nd behind just Christian McCaffrey and Dalvin Cook last year. So there was a massive role, and that was even with Giovanni Bernard in tow. So I am buying Joe Mixon in the 2nd round. It's an easy pick for me if I need a running back. As a matter of fact, I'm a little worried I have too much of Joe Mixon at this point. I'm starting to diversify in some of my best ball drafts. Take a Najee Harris, take a Stephon Diggs or a Calvin Ridley, to get into the wide receivers, to Darren Waller, to get into the tight end position, because I have so much Joe Mixon at cost because I think the opportunity is going to be there. I do want to push back a little bit on Jamar Chase, only because I do think he's really good. Borrowing once again from Scott Barrett's expected fantasy points metric, AJ Green is leaving behind 104 targets. He averaged just 7.0 fantasy points per game on those 104 targets, but his expected fantasy points were 12.1. That was by far the biggest negative differential in the entire NFL. Ross, you and I have talked multiple times on this podcast about how god-awful AJ Green was last year. The numbers bear it out. And even if Jamar Chase just gets average production and gets that 104 targets, he would have averaged 12.1 fantasy points per game, which would have ranked him roughly wide receiver 40 last year. I think he's better than that. I mean, obviously the Bengals do too. They took him at number 5 overall. His ADP is wide receiver 25. The reason I think he's not super appealing at that price is because I think the Bengals are going to mix the ball around, and it's not necessarily the Devontae Smith relationship that I'm looking at. But I go down like 24, basically 2 full rounds in ADP, and Tyler Boyd's sitting there. And Tyler Boyd, his own teammate, is a 7th and 8th round pick. And this is somebody who, with Joe Burrow last year, in Burrow's 11 starts, Tyler Boyd averaged 16.2 fantasy points per game. that would have been the wide receiver 14 over the full season. He's being drafted as the wide receiver 36 right now. So, I mean, there is a massive value here. I'll take all the Bengals receivers. I'm cool with them, but the guy I'm going to end up the most with is Tyler Boyd because he is so freaking cheap right now. And this is a guy who has produced at an elite level with Joe Burrow at quarterback.
Let me ask you real quick, Joe. Who do you think scores more fantasy points this year, T. Higgins or Jamar Chase?
Chase. And I'm going to tell you, I'm looking at my projections right now. Wide receiver 24 and wide receiver 26. So there is a serious hedge there. I have very difficult time separating those two. But I'm going to go with Chase just because I love the prospect profile. But again, you're looking at T. Higgins. If Jamar Chase wasn't in town, T. Higgins would be a third-round pick. I mean, like with A.J. Green vacating those targets. So there's value there as well. I mean, I like this team in general for fantasy, but when I like a team this much, I generally gravitate towards the cheapest option, which is going to be Tyler Boyd. Jay, I don't know what kind of thoughts you have on T. Higgins vis-a-vis Jamar Chase. I'm interested to hear them.
We've got a bet on our show between us, me and the other two guys. They're on the Chase side. I'm on the Higgins side. I think the ball's going to be spread around pretty evenly. I think they're all going to have a little bit of value. I agree with you. You take the cheapest option. I think the reason why Jamar Chase is so exciting and is the first one off the board is because of the unknown. They're like, oh, what if he is an Odell Beckham rookie year sensation and just comes out and, I don't think you see a pathway forward for Tyler Boyd or even Higgins to be some top 10 wide receiver, whereas people see that with Chase. But, I mean, this is a guy who didn't play football last year and is coming in. He's still a rookie. So I figure this season, 2-3 years down the road, I think this will be Jamar Chase's offense. I just don't think it happens rookie season.
Yeah, I kind of lean towards you, Jason. Missing a whole year. We'll see. That's a lot of time to have missed, and we'll see with that offensive line and with Joe. Let's put it this way. If I was on LinkedIn Jobs right now and I was hiring, I don't know if I'm loving Jamar Chase's resume as much with sitting out a whole year. And I'm a Tyler Boyd guy. I've always been a Tyler Boyd guy. It does feel like people never really give him the credit he deserves. Maybe we should all hire people like Tyler Boyd on LinkedIn Jobs because they will help you hire the right person for your role. Did you know every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your first job for free at linkedin.com/feast. That's linkedin.com/feast to post your first job for free. Terms and conditions apply. Thank goodness, by the way, for LinkedIn, because my front page story, we just hired somebody and we would not have been able to do it without LinkedIn. It is hard to hire people right now. All right, let's get to a guy. I think our guest last week didn't like him either. He lives like a mile from where I'm sitting right now. Why do you not like Chase Edmonds as well? And you're an Arizona Cardinals guy, right, Jay?
Yes, sir. I am here in the Valley. Chase Edmonds is someone that I think he's talented. He's electric. He's not who they want to be their primary running back. Like they don't want him to handle the load. They don't want him to be their goal line guy. And Cliff Kingsbury's not a great offensive coach. I know he was supposed to be, and he's touted as such, but he's really, I don't think that he is as good as he's supposed to be. You look, I believe Chase Edmonds in his career has one carry inside the 5. They brought in James Conner, and he's going to be the guy with the new upgraded, Rodney Hudson at center, rushing the ball inside the 5 up through the middle. And so barring an injury to James Conner, which granted is known to happen from time to time, I don't think Chase Edmonds is going to be what a lot of people are drafting him to be, which is some sensational running back who ends up with the 75% of the market share. I think he is flat out the backup back. He'll be on the field a lot. He'll catch some balls, which is valuable for fantasy. But again, this is a running back that's going like in the 5th round. And when I look at someone that I just don't believe he's going to get the utilization that fantasy managers are hoping he gets, the wide receivers in rounds, in round 5 and round 6, they're just astronomically better than a crapshoot hopeful upside running back in Chase Edmonds. I'd rather take James Conner super late in the draft and get, 85% of what you got from Kenyon Drake last year. But Kenyon Drake was a back of the first round pick, not an 8th, 9th, 10th round pick.
So here's the thing with Connor, and I think zero RB enthusiasts are going to be all over James Conner this year because nobody wants James Conner. James Conner is a 9th, 10th round pick. He's had a lot of problems with injuries in his career. But again, this is like when we're talking the Jamar Chase argument, Kenyon Drake's leaving behind 264 touches. That is a lot. And Chase Edmonds has never had 100 carries in the season. Now, do I think Chase Edmonds is going to top that number this year? I do. Just because I think they chose Edmonds over Drake. They brought in Connor on the cheap. I think Edmonds is going to get a bigger role than he's ever had. The one thing about Edmonds, though, that I can't get now, normally I would be on the board with saying we always talk ourselves into these ascending runners. There's a big role coming, and we end up overdrafting them. I have started to see Chase Edmonds slip into the 6th round with regularity. And I don't really have a problem with that ADP. Now, that's where I've been drafting guys, wide receivers, like tight ends. I think you can dabble into Mark Andrews and Dallas Goedert there. We're talking you can get Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert, Russell Wilson in that range. Quarterbacks are kind of fruitful there. And then, of course, wide receivers are super deep. So Chase Edmonds has landed in what J.J. Zachariason has kind of dubbed the RB dead zone, where he and like Mike Davis and Myles Gaskin are coming off the board. I don't know if that price is that ridiculous, though. Like last year, Chase Edmonds was a top 36 weekly running back 11 times. 8 of those times, he was a top 24 running back. His current ADP, RB 28. So in half of his games, he was a top 24 running back, and he's currently all coming off the board as RB 28. Now, the problem was, and this would be the big argument, is of those 8 games in which he finished as a top 24 PPR running back, only 2 of them came as a top 12 running back. So this was a guy who had much more of a floor than he did a ceiling. The question now becomes, does Chase Edmonds ascend to a place where he has a massive ceiling? I don't necessarily think so. I don't think Jason thinks so either. But I'm not really sure he's being priced at his ceiling. I think his price is very fair right now. It's not somebody I've gone out of my way to target, but he is going to catch the ball. Connor does have injury problems. I don't have a problem with somebody saying they prefer Connor, but this isn't like the big gap between running backs where there shouldn't be as big a gap as we've seen in years past. So I'm a little less likely to say Chase Edmonds is a bad pick than I am to say I think he's just a fair pick given the caveats.
Check him out on social media at JasonFFL. Obviously, he's got the fantasyfootballers.com, Fantasy Footballers podcast. So good to have you on, Jason. It's been a couple years. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Happy to be here and talk to you two. Have a good one.
There he is, Jason Moore from the Fantasy Footballers. Love that, and love the fact, Joe, that we get to announce 3 more best ball contestants. The last 3 next week. Here's the last 3 for this week. Made you guys wait till the end. Giancarlo Libertino, he's a new patron. Brian Bell did the Warby Parker home try-on kit. Robert Ober did the Warby Parker home try-on kit. So 3 down, 3 more to go. Who wants in? Who wants to go against me and Joe? We will find out this week and tell you the final 3 contestants on next week's episode. Other than that, I'm stuffed. We're done.
Thanks for listening to the Fantasy Feast podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
What's up, everyone? How about another sim? We say goodbye to Geoff Ulrich, the Moose. We welcome in Tom Carroll, Tom Ace, fresh out of the shower. He smells terrific. How are you, man?
I am smelling good. Got some new body wash actually today.
Nice.
Been using my fiance's soap for a few days. It's one of those things where you keep forgetting, like, oh yeah, I got to get body wash. You don't remember until you're in the shower.
Sure.
So today went to Target. I like to get just the big pump of Old Spice. I'm not crazy, I don't go for anything super fancy, but back in my own soap, so I'm feeling like myself again. So here I am.
My favorite part of all of that was the question was simply, how are you? And we got a lot. We got a lot right there. And that's what I'm in for here. And so,
Right.
so is that, are you you the kind of guy that, you just want to, it makes you feel closer to your fiance to use her body wash so you can smell a little bit lighter when she's
It's
not
more
around?
of a necessity thing. Having multiple people use the same soap, a lot of that scent at once. It's not a bad scent, but when you get too much of it, it's like, okay, I'm sick of this.
Yeah, clashes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's not like a cohesive situation. So
what we've learned here, without a doubt, is you are a
Yeah.
body wash over a bar of soap guy.
oh yeah, bar of soap. Get out of here with that. I'm too clumsy for a bar of soap.
Yeah, you don't want to drop the soap.
No, absolutely
Out
not
of
even in your
hands,
own
it
home.
goes all over the place, ricochets off the wall. If you got a curtain set up as opposed to the glass door, might
Which I
bounce
do.
right out of the shower altogether.
Absolutely,
I mean,
it's
could be
happened.
Total chaos.
The worst is when you go
Total
to a
chaos.
hotel and they just give you that little wimpy
Oh, the
bar
little,
of soap.
rectangular bar. It's like
It looks like a piece of white chocolate. I just want to stick it in my mouth and eat
you
it.
want to eat it. You put that bar of soap right in your gullet.
I'd rather eat that soap than rub my body with it.
Boy, we are off and roll. We haven't even kicked off yet. Tom Carroll, Adam Kaufman, the Drew Stack, producer Drew, our technical director, Kyle and Ops. Great to have you with us. The early bird special. The Tom's about to get nuts. Little did we know how crazy it would. I mean, this is the first of 4 straight sims for you to conclude this busy Dream to Stream day.
I'm coming out of the gate hot today.
You have touched a lot of things that you probably never would have anticipated getting into today. It's the beauty of Simland, I tell you. Heaven forbid people show up late. I hope people were here right from the get-go, my friend.
Hey, I'm always here for opening kick.
I got to tell you, I'm not anti bars of soap. I'm not. As we got to kick off here, virtual.
But you're a body wash guy.
I go back and forth. I do, as producer Drew writes, I do both. Yeah, you peeping in on me, Drew? I do both. I do. The body wash every once in a while, not necessarily on the regular. The bar, I like the bar of soap. We have had many discussions on these sims about the right and wrong way, if in fact there is one, to each their own, a right and wrong way to use a bar of soap.
I honestly am such a novice with it that I probably, if there is a wrong way, that's the way
You're
I
a
use
novice with the bar of soap?
it. I grew up on body wash,
I'm really a novice with the bar. I'm still trying to figure it out. It's like Demolition Man and the 3 seashells over here, trying to figure out the bar of soap.
I am a complete novice when it comes to the bar of soap. Even washing my hands with a bar of soap, I hate.
So that I agree. I am not pro wash your hands with a bar of soap in the sink. Like, give me, the hand.
Give me the
soap
liquid, baby.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just.
I'll even use dish soap over a bar of soap.
For sure. That's just functional. That's just easier. But I don't mind in the shower. As Drew says, grew up in that Ivory brand tower with the body wash. Yeah. Little did we know the Carrolls were loaded with bar of soap.
Loaded up with CVS brand body wash.
Bars of soap. You kidding me? Get out of here. All the nicest of body wash. I know some people like to, they'll have like the cloth combo. They'll have a cloth and a bar of soap. Rub up that cloth, get the cloth all soapy, and use the cloth to then, cleanse yourself essentially. I like to, I run right into the lion's den, man. I like to take that bar of soap, and I will clean myself with the bar of soap, because the soap, Tommy, it's supposed to be clean. It's soap. That's just how it works. And if my wife were to use the soap, or one of my kids used the shower and they use the soap, that's not going to faze me. It's soap. Soap is supposed to be clean. Now, you want to start to talk about using the same bar of soap as, say, a stranger? Different territory altogether. I get that. I'm not about that life.
Yep.
But soap, just a bar of soap.
I'm with you here.
I'm good with it. Now, if I'm showering, once upon a time, the one time in my life where I went to a gym, you're going to shower at the gym and use the body wash there. Makes sense. In fact, that's
I actually enjoy that when you shower at the gym and they have the body wash
in the world.
Yeah, in the shower, those pumps right there. Yeah, just boom, 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 right in your hand. Yeah, that's good stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
And when I do use a bar of soap, I am a cloth method guy.
You are.
Get a cloth in there, get that thing all sudsy, wipe me down.
Drew says, hence the name, washcloth. And he adds, LOL, how many strangers' bar of soap have you ever encountered?
Well, if you're showering at a friend's house and all they have is a bar of soap.
That's kind of what I meant. Like, like you shower at a buddy's house, there's a bar of soap in there, like you don't know who's used it.
You got to make a value judgment at that point. You go, okay, how close of friends are we here?
Right. Or even, honestly, like another good example that's even brings it a little more closer to home, like I can remember growing up and showering at like my grandparents' place, and there are bars of soap obviously in the shower there, but I'll look at them and I'll think to myself, like, who else has used this shower? I don't know. Like, it's not just it's like, I bet my grandparents haven't even used it. They got their own bathroom. This is a guest bath. Who's using it? Like what guests maybe they have friends that have come and stayed. I don't know. I don't know who's used this soap. I mean, Drew just say, can soap get dirty? Embrace debate. And that's where it all began. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's a good question.
It goes on first, it cleans the hair.
I am of the mindset that anything that is soap related remains clean because it's soap. And maybe that's bad thought process by me, but I'm with you on that. Like, if I have a bar of soap in the shower and it's in a family bathroom with people that I am blood relatives to, or it's my future wife's bar of soap,
sure,
I'd use it without even thinking twice about it. But I'd look for the body wash first. And if it was the fancy Morgan body wash, then that's a win. Because then I get to use that cool exfoliation shampoo body wash thing.
Tell you what I don't believe in, though, Tommy. As Mo says, 3 streams in a row, Kaufman? We love to see it. Good to be here with you.
Out here grinding on a Sunday.
Yeah, not as much as Drew, who's doing 6 straight. Technical director Drew, or Tommy over here is doing 4 in a row with this one.
Warriors.
Lamarca,
Weekend Warriors, baby.
Hashtag Weekend Warriors. That's what we like to say. I don't believe in labels. Shampoo, conditioner, body wash, face soap, Cetaphil, it's all the same to me. I'll put, like, if I'm down on product, man, if I don't have a lot at my disposal in the shower, let's say I'm out of something. Let's say it's somebody else's shower. Let's say I got, it's college. I got just the one little container in the bucket.
I didn't even shower in college for 4 straight years.
You didn't shower in college?
No, of course I did. But
that would be bold. You would not smell terrific.
I definitely would be a popular person on campus for bad reasons.
No, you would not have many friends, but everyone would know you.
Exactly.
Let me tell you. No, I just I'll put whatever in my hair, man. If it's between not it's good for Indy. Some people say you shouldn't wash your hair every day. I want to wash my hair.
I do.
I want to. So
I shampoo my hair every day. Every single day. My hair's not long enough to worry about that type of stuff.
So
I'd rather smell good than worrying about my hair being not as quote healthy or strong. I don't care. I just want to smell good.
Right.
Showers to smell good.
Well, and to get clean.
That too, but really to smell good.
You put cologne on and smell good. You put
but you gotta really take a shower to really, really smell good. Cologne is first of all, it wears off after a while, but it's not going to give you that deep, good smell that you're looking for.
I'm just saying, I'll put whatever in the hair if it's like that versus not washing it. Like, I'll put hand soap in my hair. I don't care. Let's just do it. Let's just embrace it. You know, Mr. Nick says what bothers me about the bars of soap is that they collect hair. But here's the thing, Mr. Nick. If it's your hair, no big deal.
Just rinse it off.
If it's an unidentified hair, you don't know who that hair is, then yeah, that's when you get alarmed. That's when you get into that whole debate that Drew brought up of, can soap get dirty? Certainly feels dirty in that moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you know what makes it undirty? Just run it under some water for a second.
Point.
The hair comes off.
Rinse it off. And then, boom, new soap.
And then it's soap again.
New soap. Oh.
Okay, so I'm going to be honest with you. I've been kind of running around all day.
Did you not make a lineup?
No, I did. This is British Open related. I assume it's over or it's about to be over? Like, what's going on?
Oh, it's done. Yeah,
okay,
Morikawa was the winner.
Wow, good. That's awesome. It's good when a young guy wins.
Mm-hmm. 24 years old.
So did Spieth and Louis stay in the hunt?
You know, I didn't even look at the leaderboard. I just know Morikawa won.
Because I have on the highlights right now.
Really didn't even get into it. What's your lineup look like for the early bird special? The Tom's about to
let's
hit
hit
nuts.
Kenyon Drake in the captain spot. The Blankenship. Campbell, Hilton, Kirk, Murray. I don't love this lineup, got to be honest.
Okay. Morikawa won by 2 strokes, by the way. Thank you, Drew. 49er Quest is in front right now. Now he's not. Rimrods has jumped to the front, and as a matter of fact, producer Drew is in second place as things stand. I am 90 out of 120. My lineup looks like this, as Kyler Murray with a slide. He's in my lineup in the flex. He's 32.5% owned in the captain spot, 85% overall. But again, he is flexed. Kenyon Drake is my captain, not unlike you. 14%, 53% owned overall. Trey Burton, Zach Pascal, Christian Kirk, Paris Campbell. That is my build. Although, we are also, you may not have noticed this earlier, also, just for giggles, decided to create a classic contest for the first 3 of the day. And AD Poker, hanging out with us in the chat, is in first right now, but I am 4th. I'm 4th. I'm challenging in the classic. So we'll see what happens. But there are a lot of people in the running for that thing, as one would imagine. And it all comes down to this. It all ends with this sim right here, and then boom, late classic takes over.
I was making some some contests for the broadcasts I have with Lamarca over the next 3 broadcasts after this one.
Yeah. And you guys should make a classic contest too, just for funsies.
Maybe if I have a thought to do it during this sim, I'll do it.
You do it now if you want.
Could do it now. Might.
Kyler, up to 40.
But I wasn't paying attention. I wasn't paying attention, and I made a free roll for this sim that says Lamarca and Freeze Pops.
That's funny.
For the Colts Cardinals sim.
Nice.
So I didn't make a lineup for that one. I withdrew from that. And I hate that you can't delete the contests once you make it. So there's a second free roll for this, and I'm sure people joined it.
I have to imagine. Yeah.
By the time I withdrew, already 3 people were in it.
Yeah, it's a bummer. That is a bummer.
I was
there.
like, crap.
Bummer. Up around 120 likes, so smash that like button, hit the subscribe button as well. I'm due for a shower, man. It's coming at some point today. I thought it would have happened in between sims at some point, but nope. Phillip Rivers, he is now an Alabama high school coach. 3 for 3 for 19 yards. Kyler Murray, 2 for 2 for 19 as well. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers as well. Murray, 3 for 41 on the ground, as mentioned. Naheem Hines, 4 for 22. Marlon Mack, 2 for 16. Return of the Mack. Yes, it is. Kenyon Drake, 1 attempt. He's lost 2 yards.
Yeah, that's not good.
Not good. No. Naheem Hines, 1 for 8. Nobody has multiple catches so far. Campbell, 1 for 3. Max Williams, 1 for 11. Christian Kirk, 1 for 8. Same deal for Burton.
David Speck on YouTube saying, Tommy boy, my man, what's up? What's up, David?
Jared Kilgore. Tommy, Geoff, can I get a shout out to my buddy Chris? It's his first trip to Simland. Jared, I mean, you're a regular. What the heck took so long for you to bring somebody by for the first time? Welcome, Chris. Pull up a seat. We'll be with you in a minute.
What do you use in the shower, Chris?
Yeah, Bar of soap, hand wash, body wash. Let's
Water.
get personal.
Brian C. earlier said that he has only ever used water.
He doesn't mean that.
He never knew that that wasn't sufficient enough. No wonder I haven't landed a second date since high school.
Brian's trying to be funny. You don't mean that.
Brian, head to the store, buy some body wash, buy some shampoo, hop in the shower, get a nice hot water going,
Mm-hmm.
clean up,
Yeah.
get the Tinder popping, start
Whoa.
swiping right on everybody,
Do it. You'll connect.
get
with
some
someone.
convos going,
Be like Dave.
meet up,
Little Dicky. And Doja
grab
Cat.
some Diet Cokes,
Matching.
see where the convo goes. Maybe you get a second date. Maybe you get a third date.
Brickavelli Lane says, I use motor oil, actually. Hey, speaking of dating, I don't remember. Did you say you met Morgan through online dating? Or
Tinder.
You did. So did
Yeah, we have our 2-year Tinderversary is on Tuesday.
How about that? Rapidly approaching and already engaged.
Pretty crazy.
You love to see it.
Life comes at you fast, my friend.
So I'm, as the people know, I'm married, have been for a while. I'm long out of the game, and hopefully not going back to the game, at all, let alone anytime soon. Perfectly content to be out of the game.
That would be a surprise.
It would be unfortunate for a range of reasons. But I tell you, when I was single, I feel like I would have enjoyed just once, as Kyler Murray a rushing touchdown, experiencing speed dating. Have you ever done speed dating?
No, I haven't, and I feel like those probably have gone by the wayside because of apps.
COVID.
But it does seem like a fun thing.
Yeah. It seems like it, I don't know. It's probably not the same as like what you see TV shows and movies portray it as being. I'm sure it's much different than that. But I tell you see it on television. Looks like a good time.
It looks fun.
I'd try that once. I mean, not now.
It looks
but back in the day.
horrible in 40-Year-Old Virgin.
True. True. Looks fun in the TV show Psych. Those are old ones, like a.
It would be fun though.
Yeah.
I do wish I had tried it. I think they had one at like my college as like a intramural event type thing. Never did it.
Jared says Chris is a body wash guy. I know. Well, maybe it's an old roommate situation. 7-3. Arizona in front. Congrats all, the many of you, the roughly third of you in our contest, the captain, Kyler Murray, that rushing score. Rimrods is in front. Good for about a 4-point lead.
Yeah, the dating app game, that's modern romance for you. A lot of people
is.
meet that way these days.
Yeah.
It's a good way to meet people when you move to a new city, I will tell you that.
Well, and it must have been, like, I've talked to friends about this who were going through it. Like, during the pandemic, the heart of the pandemic, when people weren't really getting together, obviously.
Oh, I felt so bad for my single friends.
But it sounds like, I realize, like, the romance is not part of it, but there were a lot of, there was a lot of like Zoom dating. There was a lot of just like, like hook up online in like this, a Zoom room, and just kind of chat a little bit, see what's going on, get to know the person.
Yeah.
And I bet that probably, if you're someone like looking for that someone, if you're seriously looking to meet somebody and form a real relationship, I bet that was kind of beneficial, right? Because it weeded out all the nonsense. Like, let's not worry about the pressures of the the expensive dates and all that stuff. Like, let's just kind of get to know each other a little bit. I bet that was kind of nice. Have real conversations.
Yeah. I felt bad for people that couldn't actually like go out and meet people. That's tough. Pandemic stunk.
I mean, it's not great.
Stunk.
Hey, cough. The Drew Stack and Kyle. 45 for Phillip Rivers. Nice catch.
How about
by
that
Zach
alley-oop
Pascal
last
is
night?
first for 26.
You think the Bucs are going to win the series?
Wondering who scored? Kyler Murray. Rushing touchdown. What was that now?
Coffee. You think the Bucs are going to win the series?
Man, it feels that way, doesn't it? It's not that I don't believe Phoenix can win 2 in a row. I certainly do, and it's not even like
And
the
they
Suns have been
have.
bad the last couple of games. They just haven't been good enough. The Bucs have been that much better. I do. Even though my prediction going in was Suns in 6, the way the Bucks are going right now and how balanced they've been, and Giannis is locked in, and Middleton, Holiday, they're giving you some decent consistency. They're getting help from.
Oh, by the way, I just not to cut you off, but this Giannis thing, he has been amazing this finals, and I want the chat to apologize to me for telling me how bad Giannis was a few weeks ago, and how he can't shoot and he stinks, and I put him in this tier of players, and I'm crazy. Giannis stinks. Blah blah blah. Apologize to me. I want an apology.
We'll wait.
I'm here. I'm here for the next 4. Apologize. That's all.
All right. Go ahead, guys. Say you're sorry.
I'll be here all day.
Yeah, Giannis is pretty good, huh?
Yep.
Pretty good player.
I was being laughed off the stream because I was daring enough to say that the 2-time defending MVP was anything close to an all-star.
Kilgore, by the way, saying, Brian C says, I'm sorry, Tommy Freeze. I am a loser. Nope. There's no need for name calling.
I accept your apology.
No need for name calling. That's not what we're talking about. We just want you to admit you were wrong, like the Fonz, for anyone who's old enough to remember the Fonz. Noah says, who the hell is
Are you old enough to remember the Fonz?
Are you old enough to remember the Fonz?
I'm not. Well, I watched him, in reruns. Henry Winkler, Emerson College.
Yeah, there you go. Kilgore says, Koff, I can't just let anyone in the Sim fam. One must pass a rigorous trial before I would even consider it. It's a select group. Jared, listen, more the merrier, man. Let's invite everyone. You meet somebody at the supermarket, you can invite them to the Sim fam. Enough of this rigorous test. Tell them to play our contest. Watch the Dream Stream. Join the DK Sim Fam Friends League.
Oh, yeah. Did we add people last night?
What's that now?
Did we add people last night?
I don't know.
Oh.
Maybe
well, you know what? Go ahead and throw those names in. Koff will be happy to add you later.
Yeah, Drew will be happy to add them. Let's go. Yeah, we did say we were going to. We just never did. If anyone does, in truth, want to be part, see Drew's on board and board. So he wants your names. Let's add them. If you want to be part of the DK Sim Fam Friends League, if you're not in it, obviously if you're already in it, you know the contests and all that, like, you don't need to hit us.
Let's keep growing this thing, baby.
We're at like 2,400 members. Can we get,
Crazy.
I hear 2,500? If anyone wants to be part of the DK Sim Fam Friends League, contest paid free against your peers, commentators, ops people, production team, jump on in. Just as Tommy said, drop your DK username into the chat, and Drew, the kind soul, the generous man that he is, he'll send out invites to the people. Let's add some names. We are truthfully only about 25 away from 2,400 on the nose. What's that?
Who was it earlier that said it was their first day here in Simland? Let's get that guy in the DK Sim Fam Friends League.
Yeah.
Get him in.
Let's do it. Send those names. Going to be a field goal try from 49. Kicks up, end over end. Will it have the distance? It does. Make it 10-3 Zona.
There you go. If you stack them kickers like Rossi advocates for. Notice I said advocates, not participates in.
Yeah, it doesn't actually do, but advocates.
Crack myself up.
I'm seeing a lot of usernames from people that have been here for a long time.
They want back in.
You guys couldn't have left the DK Sim Fam Friends League, have you? We'll put you back.
Maybe they were never actually in.
That's
E. Coughlin, dropping his in there. Perry Coughlin. There we go. There's one.
Yeah, let's get you in there.
TD Toddy 2. That's another one. TMT 412. See, we got some new names that I don't recognize popping in here.
Love it. Rimrod's still in front by about a point. In the showdown in the Classic, it's still AD Poker by about 3/4 of a point. Watch
Disco
out for Banders,
47 on Twitch.
right behind you.
So we can check that out. Disco47 on Twitch.
James says he was never added.
Well, we're going to change that today,
D.
James.
Rich says every time
Redemption Sunday.
I don't actually get the invite. Well, is your username correct, D. Rich?
That's not nice.
Sometimes we get usernames that just don't work. James says, he wasn't added, but Drew says James isn't providing his correct username. So, James, make sure you're checking your username out so we can add you. Richard says, say my name, say my name.
Great song. When no one is
This is
around
mine,
you.
says,
Say, baby, I love you.
If the issues with notifications, peace of mind, just
Turn them off.
Turn them off. That's what I did. Turn them off.
I turned mine off.
I mean, I get them still on my bell or whatever at the top, but I don't get all the emails
but you don't get the push notification.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
get out of here with that. I don't need any of that. Because I check
I gotta
into
turn
the
off
lobby
the emails.
myself. What's that? You got?
I really do.
You haven't done
I
that?
get so many emails.
Oh, you got to do that.
I have to. I've been meaning to
Got
do
to.
it. I never do.
Oh, Philip, living on the ground. Peters with the sack. Brickavelli Lane says, plot twist, James is not on DK.
Well, we're going to change that today, Brickavelli, aren't we? Get James to be a member. Sign up for DraftKings.
David Israel.
That's the bedrock of what we do.
Never got a notification. David, hit us with that name. As long as it's the right one, we'll get you in there. Guys, here's what you need to know about Drew. Drew is diligent. If your name exists, if it's out there, he's going to find it.
He'll find you. And he'll add you.
It's like Isla Fisher and Wedding Crashers. I'll find you.
Silver Chambers 21. Silver Chambers 21. We're going to add you. Cry 2 tears in a bucket. Who's here? Actually, a lot. So
Yeah.
happy to have you join the league.
Rivers 6 of 9.
Ryan Gaddy.
3 passing.
Mr. Gaddy. Get him in there. Rich Ted 3. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Telling you, we're growing this thing exponentially today.
Jump in.
Exponentially.
Drew says Mr. Gaddy is not a username. Mr. Gaddy, not a username. I repeat. Attention.
We have a cleanup aisle 4. Cleanup aisle 4. Mr. Gaddy, not a username. Not a username. Mr. Gaddy.
Rich Ted 3. We talked about Bear Down Forever with 4 A's. Find me _101.
Find me.
I like that name. You're going to have to find me. Oh, Kyler almost threw a pick.
Come on, Christian.
Oh,
Hang on to
C
that
Cards. C Cards is saying that he was just kidding with that name. Funny joke, C Cards. Ha ha
It's
ha.
150 likes, huh? Smash that like. Hit the subscribe button. We appreciate you. About 300 watching here on the YouTube. Thousands more all our platforms, including Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings. Kyler Murray completes that one. Says, Christian, if you can't do it, I'm going to go to someone who can. Larry Fitzgerald, the future Hall of Famer.
There he is with the snag. Going to be at the Hall of Fame in a few weeks. Pretty excited about it.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Correct.
There are many halls of fame, but you're going to go to Canton, Ohio.
Indeed.
Are you going?
I think I'm going to try and meet up with BK.
Oh yeah, he's going to be there.
That's what he told me a few months ago. He's going to be there because Atwater's getting in, and now John Lynch getting in too.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what's taking you there? Just funsies?
we're doing some stuff for the podcast.
Nice. Well, that's great.
Yeah, we're excited.
Will this be the first time
All
that
day
you've
28,
ever been in
28?
person?
Yeah, first time we're going to meet in person. Pretty excited about it.
As you should be. You can hobnob with a bunch of cool people too.
Yeah,
Follow
it's going to be cool.
Mort around.
Exactly. They just approved my credentials for everything, so I'm just going to be a fly on the wall for all these crazy cool events.
Well, look forward to those stories. That'll be a good time.
Very, very excited.
Someone says, thanks for the league ad. I recently just started on DK.
There you go. Welcome.
Remember to turn off those notifications or you might leave.
Brian Gaddy now putting his real name in there. Brian Gaddy 100. All day 28-28 was mentioned.
Well, I hope, Brian, this one works. Drew
Roddy Wop asking to add Trampy is his name. Trampy. Trampy. Okay.
Juan says now Freeze Pops can name drop like BK. LOL.
No, never. I'll never get to that level. That guy has got names for days, and he be dropping.
It's an art form, isn't it?
He honestly, whenever I do Sims with him, it's like every other sentence is a name drop. He doesn't even know he's doing it, though. That's the thing. He just talks in name drops.
No, I mean, he may as well be like mentioning me, you, Drew. Like it's comes out of his mouth the same way as Barkley, Elway, Darius, Rucker. Same thing.
But he uses their first names like they're boys. It's like, Chuck and Kenny,
yeah, the other day,
them and
see all these pictures of me and Darius?
Me and Barack were hanging out.
You mean Hootie? No, man, he wasn't Hootie.
My God.
Hootie was a friend of theirs from college. I don't care.
It's insane.
Oh, I love him. I love him. 10-3 Arizona. Final seconds of this second quarter. Seymour says Toronto's up 10-0 in the third inning.
Oh, my God.
Well, I don't think I have any Blue Jays in my lineup today, but I honestly don't remember.
I'm in 74th in our free roll.
74th, huh?
Yeah, not good.
Well, better than me. I'm 92nd. Cena has jumped in front by about a quarter of a point.
There you go.
I am 4th in the Classic, however. But Bander's 8 has taken the lead, and I don't think it's going to relinquish it anytime soon.
Roddy Wop saying, thanks for the shout-out. Been here for a year now. Thanks, fellas.
Nice.
Thank you, Roddy Wop. Thanks for letting us know your name. Happy to shout you out and get you in the fam.
D-Rich says, Drew, you need to get on tech support. D-Rich says, I'm literally not getting the invite. Drew says he's sending it right now. Sending it right now.
It's coming.
It's on the way. Sent. Max Williams, 3 for 22. 3 for 16 for Naheem Hines. Christian Kirk, 2 for 27. 1 for 26 for Zach Pascal. David says, Cough, Tommy Boy, do you guys care or even watch or ever watch the Big Three basketball?
I've watched it in the past. I think I watched the first one. I've had it on in the background. I've never paid attention to it. I don't follow it. Is it happening right now as we speak?
I don't know. It hasn't been, if it's going on right now, it has not been publicized at all. A few years ago, I want to say it was like 3 years ago, I was really into it because Jason Williams, Hot Chocolate.
The first summer? Yeah.
No. This was definitely not the first summer. This was a few years in. It's been around for a half dozen years, I think.
Oh, really? I didn't think it was that much.
I think so. I guess I could look at when
I could have swore it was only like 3 years old, but
yeah, Jason Williams, Hot Chocolate was part of it.
And then he got hurt, didn't he? Immediately get hurt?
He didn't play much. But he was one of my favorite players growing up. So I was amped when he was part of that. I was like, yeah, Big Three, let's see some elbow passes. What are we doing? And he got hurt, unfortunately. Brian says, Cough, when you say Lord Silverman, what are you referring to? That is Freak of Nature. Lord Silverman is a chat name, a DK username, pardon me, that we will see. Freak of Nature is the individual in the chat. So there you go.
Not a lot of scoring in this one.
No, not. And it's kind of been the theme today in general. Big Three basketball Now I want to see when it started. Inaugural season was 2017.
Oh, okay. There you go. It's about 4 years.
Yeah. The Triplets won their first title most recently.
It's a good name for a Big Three team.
I don't know if this is current, but at one point in time it was definitely true. And according to Wikipedia, it is true. If you had to guess the league commissioner of Big Three basketball, who might you say it is?
Ice Cube.
Nope. He is one of the founders. He is not the league commissioner. I will give you a hint.
Okay.
It's a former player. A Hall of Fame player.
What decade?
He played in the 80s and 90s.
Is it Clyde Drexler?
Yes, it is.
Oh, for real?
How did you do that?
That was a complete pull, like absolute guess.
Yeah, it is 1,000.
It was a legit random 80s, 90s player.
Yeah, it is Clyde Drexler. That was disturbingly impressive.
I cannot give myself any credit for that.
You get all the credit for it.
No, I literally just threw a name out. My next guess was going to be Chris Mullins.
He's not in the Hall of Fame.
He isn't? Are you sure about
Is
that?
he?
Chris Mullins was really good. Everyone's in that Hall of Fame.
I know, but if
Let's see.
Chris Mullins in the Hall of Fame, like there's a problem. Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. What the heck? He wasn't that good. God, I really...
4-time All-NBA, 5-time All-Star.
The Basketball Hall of Fame really does let everybody in.
He was really good from
if you were in
93.
like feel how you want to feel about like Canton, like you said, the Football Hall of Fame, or Cooperstown, the Baseball Hall of Fame. Like imagine one of those halls, somebody trying to say Chris Mullins a Hall of Fame. Like whatever the equivalent is, Chris Mullins is a Hall of Famer. You would get laughed at. You would get laughed at.
The other Hall of Fames are a little more selective. I feel like basketball sort of romanticizes dudes that have their moment a lot more than other sports. You know? Like Rod Strickland was a guy who was nasty in his day. And you see highlights for him like all the time on IG. But Rod Strickland is like a decidedly above average player for his career. Like there's no reason, and we got a fumble here. Colts pick it up. There's no reason why we should see so many Rod Strickland highlights all the time.
My buddy is like, I'm a big basketball fan, as people probably know by now, but one of my good friends, one of my best friends is just he puts me to shame. He is a diehard of another level. And I'm going to text him right now. Do you believe Chris Mullin deserves to be a Hall of Famer? Because I find that bizarre. Alana, who I just adore. I'm sure I missed it, but Cough, why so cozy in the hoodie today? You remind me of the cutscene when Little Mac trains in Punch-Out.
Sean Preston with an interesting take here. Hall of Fames should be generational, reset every 45 to 50 years. Meaning like it's a revising period.
Drew loves that idea. It's
I kind of like it.
Yeah, if you just had, I don't know how you would do it. I guess instead of just
you come up with some sort of advisory committee and they sort of take a look.
I guess I just mean in terms of how it would be displayed. You basically have to have like Hall of Fame wings, where it's like this is the 90s wing, this is the but and the wings would be obviously like careers span. Well, how would you do that? Careers span multiple decades, obviously.
I'm thinking that every 50 years, so in 1951, so in 2001, a wing of people, not a wing, a group of people would take a look at the 1951 class, and in 2002, they'd take a look at the 1952 class, and every 50 years from when the class gets in, there's a group of people that decide, okay, do these people still belong in this class, and they can cut and add.
Oh, Oh,
That's how I interpreted it.
I was thinking of it totally differently. But you're okay. You're talking about like reassessing the Hall of Fame entirely.
Yeah.
Year after. That's interesting. Yeah, I went a different way with it in my head.
There's a lot of ways to do it. It would definitely create interesting conversation every year, because then you could talk about the class that's getting in, and then you also can take a look back at those classes and see if all these guys still stack up, or if there's people that have been lost over time that deserve to be in.
Versus, or you could
And I know
from best to worst in the Hall.
Baseball has the the Veterans Committee, that they decide like, oh, this guy hasn't been on the ballot for X amount of years, but we think he deserves to be in. Like Ted Simmons, the catcher from the Cardinals, who was probably the second best catcher of his generation behind Johnny Bench, didn't get in the Hall of Fame because for whatever reason back in the day, Hall of Fame voters were like, only one catcher from each, generation should get in or whatever, right? So Johnny Bench kind of boxed him out, but Ted Simmons was really good for a long time. And this advisory committee, or whatever they call it, I forget, they just put him in this year. So I like Veterans Committee. I like it for stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, that's how some of these guys are going to get in. Roger Clemens, Barry Bonds, guys like that. They'll find their way in on the Veterans Committee eventually.
Yeah.
Curt Schilling, even though he said he doesn't want to be voted in, he wants to wait for the Veterans Committee. He might get in his last year. (10-3) Arizona, a few minutes to go, third quarter.
Yeah, Curt Schilling's interesting. He's just such a curmudgeon with the media, and I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Harold Baines is way at the end of the hall, says Drew on Slack. Yeah, I remember when Harold Baines got in, everyone was really, like, out of this world mad about that.
Oh, people were hurting.
Richard Riley saying Benito Santiago, the Padres catcher from the 80s, should
him.
get in. He played forever. He was with the Giants at the end of his career.
I'm not joking. I bet I have 1,000 Benito Santiago baseball cards.
Me too. That guy was in every pack.
Every pack. I have all of his cards. There is not a Benito Santiago card on the planet that I don't have a copy of.
I think I have his rookie card, actually.
Who doesn't? I've got him for every brand. Donruss, Fleer, Score.
All of them. All of them.
Give me them all.
David Speck saying Kerry Wood should be in the Hall of Fame. I just don't think he did it for long enough.
He didn't. He definitively didn't.
His peak was great, though. And a guy like that would be in the NBA, in the Basketball Hall of Fame. Right? Or at least talked about like he should be.
Sure.
That's because it's a different type of fandom.
Kerry Wood, 14 years. He had some injury issues, toward the end, obviously, but 86.75, mid-3s ERA, which by today's standards would be great. ERA plus of 117 for his career. Couple-time All-Star, Rookie of the Year. Never won anything in the postseason. God, I forgot he was a Yankee for a minute. Really good, too, in the limited relief appearances that he had.
D. Rich wants Kyler
remembered as a Cub. He's one of those guys that, like at a certain point in time, it's like, it's not a totally fair comp, but, when you see like, Hakeem Olajuwon in a Toronto Raptors jersey, like Kerry Wood in a Yankees jersey or a Cleveland Indians jersey, like, no, I'm sorry, that dude only played for the Cubs.
I have no recollection of him in another uniform.
Lindenbaum, calm down.
D. Rich saying that he wants Murray to throw to Hopkins once. Hopkins is such a boomer bust player in this game.
It's very
Richard
true.
Richard Riley asking if Steve Garvey should be in the Hall of Fame. I like how Koff and I have just become like the Veterans Committee on this.
As we should be. Give us all the power.
Hey, Steve Garvey was an MVP, 10-time All-Star, 4-time Gold Glove winner, 2-time NLCS MVP. He won a World Series. That's a strong resume right there. Yeah, why isn't this guy in the Hall of Fame?
Final seconds of the third quarter. Truly says, don't you disrespect Kerry Woodcock. He will always be a Cub. That's exactly what I just said. That's literally what I just said.
Yeah, I want to start a movement to get Steve Garvey in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Let's start a Kickstarter campaign.
Is that what that's called?
I don't know. With whatever the website is where you solicit signatures from people. We're not raising money. We're just getting signatures.
There's DeAndre Hopkins.
Touchdown, baby.
Your wishes have come true.
5 seconds left in the third to lift this to a 14-point lead for Arizona.
Drew bringing up the viral tweet from the other day that said, dudes can literally just sit around and name old sports players and just have the best time. That's legit what we've been doing this whole quarter.
Yeah. This guy followed up that tweet writing, because to your point, it went viral. He had 44,000 retweets or quote tweets and like 1/3 likes and thousands of responses. So his next tweet was, wow, this really blew up. While you're here, remember Jeff Bagwell?
Yeah, some of the replies to that tweet were amazing. The whole time I was looking through and I was like, oh yeah, I love that guy. Oh yeah, he was cool. It's so true. Most of what I do is just talking about old sports players, just saying names of guys and being like, remember that guy? He was awesome. Basically the theme of Great Dane Nation.
ESPN quote tweeted the guy too, so that led to a lot of traffic. I'm just looking back on his page. It's funny. So true though. So very true. T Breezy says, Koff, answer my trivia question. Who's the only player in MLB history to hit 35 plus homers in 10 straight years?
What? Sammy Sosa, maybe?
I mean, I want to say like Hank Aaron, but that seems too obvious.
It's going to be one of those 90s guys.
Barry Bonds?
Yeah, I would say Bonds or Sosa. Because Sosa has some ridiculous, 60 home run record, doesn't he? Where he hit 60 in, 6 straight years or something stupid.
McGuire could be there, because remember, all he did was hit dingers or strike out.
True.
One or the other. T Breezy, tell us.
35 for how many straight years was it?
10 straight years.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. Pretty
good. A-Rod?
Crackle Smack says Eddie Murray. I don't think Eddie Murray had that kind of consistent power. Albert Pujols? That doesn't feel right to me either.
Yeah, a little too much power. All right, just give us the answer.
Drew says Pujols hit 30 plus for a dozen straight, but a couple of 32s in there. People are guessing Sheffield, Tomey.
I don't think it was Sheffield.
Tomey's a good guess. No, it's Drew.
Jim Tomey was awesome.
It was not Brady Anderson, Batman.
Truly Poor saying, who remembers Mark Grace? Yeah, Mark Grace was good.
No, I mean, I think that's him giving us the answer. Mark Grace? Really? Couldn't be.
He was good.
No, Sammy Sosa. He said Sammy Sosa.
Okay, nice. Because I remember Sosa had some ridiculous record where he hit 60 or 50, a bunch of years in a row.
Nice work.
Wow, I've been nailing it on my random guesses today. Commissioner of the Big Three. home run consistency. That's what it was. It's 40 plus 6 straight years.
No, I did not say Bonds. All he did was homer or strikeout. I said that about Mark McGwire.
Mark McGwire. My favorite guy ever who is of that mold was Adam Dunn.
Oh, yeah.
A man before his time.
In a row for Sosa. Notes Drew.
Yeah, Sosa, I mean, we all know about the PEDs at this point. It's crazy how he just took an absolute jump as a player. Like, if you look at his early career stuff, he flips the switch, and it's just homers like crazy. It's so blatant.
So I texted my buddy, and he wrote back. I said, do you believe Chris Mullin deserves to be a Hall of Famer? He said, yeah, but that's what the standards are, which is what I said. I said, yeah, that's what the standards are.
Well, no, what you said at first was, no, he's not a Hall of Famer.
Right. My instinct would say he's not a Hall of Famer, but then I looked it up and saw that he was a Hall of Famer, and I said, well, yeah, because Springfield lets everybody in, and everybody is obviously an exaggeration, but that he would not get into,
the standard is low.
Equivalent player would not get into Cooperstown, would not get into Canton. So he says, you're comparing it to what exactly? I think what you're suggesting is he's not one of the 75 greatest ever, which is totally true. He was probably better than Sigma, probably better than Ben Wallace, probably a better player than Weber. The list goes on. So I think if you're arguing we should have a more exclusive Hall of Fame, I agree. But for this Hall of Fame, there would be way more egregious guys in there than Mullin. For example, not hard at all to argue that Chris Mullin was better than Reggie Miller. And then he adds, why is this coming up? He's been in the Hall of Fame for 10 years.
Right.
Well, have you heard of the DK Sim fam? Don't you tell me what should or shouldn't come up. 17-3.
I want to know the answer to this question now. I've got a trivia question for you guys. Who hit the most home runs in the majors in the 1960s? My guess would be Hank Aaron.
1960s?
Drew says Maris.
I was going to go with Mantle for a second, but I don't think it was either of them, quite frankly.
Ted Williams was not playing at that point, I don't think. Drew.
Drew wants to know if Mays was playing.
I think part of it. Mays played forever. Let's see. I'm not going to look up the answer. I just want to look up when Mays played.
Which is incredibly disrespectful to Chris Mullin for me to put it that way. I know he was a very good player. I just debated whether
someone said he was more of a star in college, and that was correct. Yeah, Mays played for a few years in the 70s, but he was more way back in the day.
Not Mantle, not Maris, or Mays.
So it's not Hank Aaron?
Drew says Mays would be his guess.
Zachariah says not Aaron, huh? Wow.
Do we have an answer on this?
Yeah, come on, give us the answer. We've given enough questions. We've given enough guesses.
Who asked the
Ghost
question?
Machine says Frank Robinson.
Oh, Zachariah.
Who did ask the question?
For some reason, I thought you would ask the question. He says it's not Mays.
Yeah, it was Zachariah. Give us the answer, Zachariah.
While we wait for Zachariah, Realism 24 in front by 1 point in our showdown. Classic. I've dropped to 12th. AD Poker, who was leading for a while, has dropped to 7th. Banders 8 is in front right now, but Tirsus Mandor, only 5 points back, not even, in striking distance in 3rd.
Harmon Killebrew, huh? In the Hall of Fame. Did not realize he had the most home runs of that decade. Harmon Killebrew. All right. I have a card with him on it. I believe it's like him, Reggie Jackson, and someone else. Oh, no, it might be Aaron. What's the card I have with him?
Jared Kilgore. Koff, Joe Jackson. Should he be in the Hall of Fame? Absolutely. So should Pete Rose. So should Manny. So should A-Rod. So should Bonds. So should Clemens. So yes. "14-point lead for the Cards."
Hank Aaron was never the decade leader in homers his entire career.
Pretty crazy,
He was
right?
just super consistent in every single category.
Mm-hmm.
Like, towards the top in every category every year of his career.
Ooh.
I guess never was the guy.
Max Williams almost dragged in the defense for a touchdown. Got to the 3. 7 for 59. Juan says, "Coffee, ever watch the old black and white home run derbies?" For sure. Those are awesome.
Here's a great stat from the steroid eras of baseball. Michael Johnston saying, Sammy Sosa hit 62-plus homers in 3 out of 4 seasons from 98 to 01. He didn't lead the league in homers in any of those seasons. Makes sense. You had the Bonds season in there. You had the McGuire season in there. So that tracks.
Second and goal from the 3. 3 minutes left. Regulation. I don't think overtime's happening here for this one. Drake again.
He was trying. Zachariah saying no that he knew a punk rock girl who called herself Carmen Hillebrew. Fave punk name ever. I like that.
That's pretty good. Carmen Hillebrew.
Kenyon Drake having an absolute stinker of a game. T.Y. Hilton with 0.
Just take care of it yourself.
There you go, Kyla.
Kyler Murray in, rushing touchdown. About to be 24-3, Arizona. Kyler Murray closing in on 50 points at captain. Wow. Pretty good.
He is in the leaderboard position, the top spot for the wooden nickel at this point.
As he should be.
Trying to decide who the babysitter Billy should be. I mean, T.Y.'s got 0, but
That's not good. How about Trey Burton? Also bad.
well, Trey Burton bad, but Drake, he's only got 8.8 or something like that in my captain spot with higher ownership than a lot of those guys. So I'm trying to decide, does the goose egg outweigh the poor performance from the guy who's closer to chalky?
Well, Kenyon Drake and Trey Burton have pretty similar ownership. Drake's got a slight edge at captain, but overall ownership is pretty close. Burton's actually more chalky and has been more of a letdown.
So I think Burton probably is the leader. So we're discounting TY altogether as a goose egg at 30%-ish ownership.
It's your call, man.
Hey, I like having a discussion. I don't like being told at the end that I'm wrong. I like collaborating it and finding it together. That's what I like.
I'm happy to work with you, always. In all facets. From shower
I enjoy a
discussions
collaboration.
to where we've reached here.
Ghost Machine saying Burton is killing me. I like the Burton pick for that.
T. Breezy's asking the only player with 20 homers in a month.
Jeez.
See, that's where I want to say someone's, kind of random, like Albert.
Yeah. Is it like Schwarber, right? Didn't Schwarber just have an insane month? That does feel like something that would have happened during Bonds or McGuire seasons, though.
Happy birthday, Jensen. Thanks for watching.
We'll take the answer on that whenever you guys want to do. Okay, Schwarber had like 13. Got it. Thank you, Kyle. Yeah, it was like 13 in 18 days or something, right? It was something crazy.
My buddy has not stopped texting me about Chris Mullen, by the way. I have lit a fire.
Chris Mullen, one of the greatest college players of all time.
He said, had this come up before? I said, it's a long story. He just writes, haha. Well, I'm looking through now, and if you just consider the American guys who are in there for their NBA resume, it's pretty reasonable, honestly. Not a lot I'd quibble with, and everyone else who's in there is in there because it's a museum. I think it's fine now that I'm looking at it. Like, who do you even really want to take out? Also, I'm looking at these stats, and my God, Mullen would have been an absolute monster if he showed up today. Dude would be getting minutes at the 4 and just raining fire.
Yeah. No, he's definitely a guy that was a player before his time. He probably was more of like a...
Which is saying something for
undersized
a dude that
big
averaged
back
25
then.
points a game multiple years.
Right. But, like, he would have been a better player for longer today.
2nd and 22, final minute of this thing. Technical director Drew is almost halfway through his day.
There you go.
Doing 6 sims in a day for Drew has got to be like driving on I-84 in Connecticut. You just exit after exit after exit, reminding you you're nowhere close to your destination.
Connecticut, driving through Connecticut, Connecticut's not that big of a state, but driving through it is the worst state to drive through by far.
Drew says that didn't feel great. Oh, incomplete. T Breezy, we gonna get an answer out of you or what?
Come on, T Breezy.
Running out of time here. 10 seconds left in the sim.
Mike Bizzle saying, I always thought Yao Ming wasn't Hall of Fame worthy, but they took his overseas contributions into play.
Well,
didn't know that.
And I honestly don't even remember what his NBA numbers were. I'd have to look. Obviously,
he was really, really good when he was healthy, but he just wasn't all that healthy.
But again, that's why Springfield is structured as it is. Like, my friend said, it's more of a museum. It's
contributions to the game matter.
Right. But on the floor or off, I mean, it's your international play, which includes your Olympic play, your all-star.
And Yao helped open up China,
Right. There were just so many factors.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see. 206 passing for Kyler, a touchdown. He ran for a couple as well. Phillip Rivers. Oh, Phil, 131, that's it. Oh, not much. All right, rushing.
A-Rod hit 20 in April, apparently.
Was it A-Rod?
That's what Mark says.
Okay. Well, I might have to trust Mark because T. Breezy hasn't told us. Jordan,
I seem to remember that.
Tim Hardaway, one of my favorite NBA Jam duos. Now you're talking my language. Kyler, 10 for 85, couple of scores. Kenyon Drake, just bad. It's ever since he hung out with Reed Fowler in Hawaii, he has not showed up in Simland. 9
Kyler.
for 15. Drew says he thought Griffey had the record of 19 in April. 7 for 59 for Max Williams. 7 for 44 for Naheem Hines. Touchdown for Hopkins. 2 for 33. Let's see. Wergy is our projected winner, barring any stat adjustments in the showdown, at 92.36, with Kyler at captain, who was, of course, your Krusty-Koff Award winner and your wooden nickel recipient. Kenyon Drake, DeAndre Hopkins, Zach Pascal, Paris Campbell, and Max Williams all in that lineup. Our classic build looks like it's going to be, again, barring stat adjustments, Tiersis Mandor, Sean Preston, by about a point. Had Kyler, McKissick, Mostert, Hopkins, Kirk, McLaurin, Burton, Max, and the Niners DST. Good build. Good build.
Let's give Burton the babysitter Billy. That's the direction I'd like to go.
Yeah, just
bad showing, high ownership. Sammy Sosa had 20 home runs in 1998 in June.
Well, there we
so
have
maybe it was Sosa and A-Rod tied for that record.
Okay, very good. Excellent. So the Dream Stream Day for you, for Drew, it's only half over. You will get 3 more sims. All of them include that guy on the other side of my screen. Is it this way? Is that what I do?
I don't know. I'm
Honestly,
lost.
I don't have it in front of me. Either way, what I can tell you is that it's Tom Carroll. He will be with Matt Lamarca. Eagles, Cowboys. Yeah, he's over here. Eagles, Cowboys.
A-Rod hit 14.
Shade of an hour away, just a shade below. Chargers, Browns at 8 o'clock prime time. Bengals, Jaguars, 10 o'clock. Madden After Dark should be a good time. And let's see. Emerson's baby cap shirt. Cop, is that a Reservoir Dogs sweatshirt? It is. Kind of.
Nice.
Has a little twist
Good
on
movie.
it. But yes, generally it is. And then I will be back with you tomorrow for the nooner and 8 o'clock prime time, where I will be reunited with this guy, Tommy, who's got a couple tomorrow night. But he has so many sims to think about between now and then. And there is much to happen between now and then in Simland. So, our thanks to the Drew Stack, to Kyle, to everybody involved, all of you in the DK Sim fam. You make 3 Sims go by in a blink, folks. Loved every second of it. Let's pick it up tomorrow for me, and I'll lurk in the chat a little bit later on and see what these guys are up to. Have fun, bud, and be sure for all of us to welcome in, a brand new Matt Lamarca.
Yeah,
And
gonna
his
check out what that
fresh
hairdo's looking like. Excited for it.
That guy shows up wearing a hat to the sim. You tell him to take that
Taking
thing
it off immediately. And
That's
I'm
right.
gonna wait till we're on the air to tell him to take it off.
That's right. Show the people that shorter lettuce. We got to see it. All right. Again, thanks to everybody. Thanks to all of you. Tommy, catch you tomorrow, buddy.
See you, dude.
Yeah, well, I'm good with putting all 4 receivers above Taylor right now. So going Eckler, the receivers, then down to Jonathan Taylor. Then that leaves me with Michael Thomas. I just think that Michael Thomas' target share is going to be astronomical. And
ridiculous.
It's a down year last year. He's coming off an injury. He was the number 1 receiver going into last year. And now, in some drafts, I'm seeing him go pretty low. We have him conservatively projected at a 27% market share at runthesims.com. And that would make him wide receiver 7 in half-point PPR when all was said and done. I'm bumping that up to 32%. If you ask me, let's just play this game. If we're talking about target share amongst wide receivers this season, who do you think that the top 5 are going to be? I would say it's Adams, granted if Rodgers is there, Adams, Thomas, Diggs, Ridley. Then it would be a toss-up between Allen Robinson and Keenan Allen.
Yeah. In that case, I would go Allen Robinson. But yeah, those are going to be probably your top 5. There's no we kicked out AJ Brown now that Julio's there, so I don't know who else you really throw into that. I was going to say DeAndre Hopkins, but no, I feel like he's that next group.
Yeah, and he is efficient enough and scores enough touchdowns that he overcomes. He's going to have a 27% target share. It's not that big of a deal. But the only reason that I bring up something like target share is that although I do like to play for the upside with a lot of these guys, I think that having a solid base in place is paramount to trying to generate that sort of upside. I don't want to have to bank on AJ Brown scoring 6 80-yard touchdowns this year. And that's what separates him from being top 5 for me and being number 10 for me. Where someone like Keenan Allen, he's probably not going to score any 80-yard touchdowns, but when I look at his target share and overall targets at the end of the year, I think he's going to be inside the top 5. And if you can just have a little bit of positive breaks your way, it's an outlier season for him in terms of touchdowns, and all of a sudden he scores 12 or something like that. He's in contention to be the number 1 wide receiver at that point.
Oh, it's just the yards. I don't think he gets there. That's the biggest thing.
What do you have him out for yardage right now?
Well, I'm going back to his past couple of years, is that he's only averaging around 10 yards per reception. I'll tell you where I have him. Let's see. Where is Keenan Allen? Because Keenan Allen is in not even the next group for me. Keenan Allen's starting. He's kind of the Zeke of that next group. He's at the top for me. And the target share is terrific. But when you're dropping from guys averaging 12 or 13 per catch to him, which is 10 and a half, and I don't see that really changing much. Where is Keenan? Oh, there he is. I have him for 1,059 yards and 6.5 touchdowns. That's the issue. Again, you're not wrong, and that could swing the other way. It's just, I think his ceiling is just a little bit limited, especially with how that offense kind of used him last year and doesn't look to be changing for this year.
I think that, they have a brand new they have a brand new head coach. I would hope that they limit the Herbert runs enough. They don't run at the stupidest possible moments, and kind of agree hey, Keenan Allen's always open. Let's just throw to him.
Right, but okay. So that would be the issue. I need the targets to go up. I still don't think I don't think his usage in the yards, because how he plays is just who he is. I just don't think he's going to get to the 12, 13 yards per reception. That's what it is.
Even if he could be around 11.5 and 12, I think that he could end up with like 110 catches this year. And I would take that even in half point and hope that what you really need is an improvement in the touchdowns. And I mean, it's not like he's not a fixture as a part of the red zone package, but just last year was so weird with Anthony Lynn at the helm that maybe that translates a little bit differently this year. And instead of scoring 7, like I said, he scores 12. He scores 12, has 110 receptions and 1,200 yards. He's going to be a top 5 guy, or potentially even more if things break the right way for him.
It certainly could. I think that's a lot to ask, is all I'm saying. I think that if we got the touchdowns, or we got him back up to, like, what was it, 2 or 3 years ago, where he was at that 11.5, 12 per reception mark, but asking for both is a lot for me. So, look, hey, that's just where they go. That's why you run your own projections, right?
And that's why I have you on the show, so we can debate this stuff. It's fun. People, like I said, people always think that we're mad at each other. We can have different opinions and argue about these players. I choose to go along with the upside of Keenan Allen, because I think that offense is better this year and more efficient this year. Because last year was just a lot of raw numbers being put up because they were down in so many games. And I think that it's going to hurt more the Guytons and Mike Williams of the world rather than Eckler and Keenan Allen, because I think those are efficient throws. I think those are high percentage throws, and I can just see a lot of them in that Chargers offense this season. So I have Keenan Allen up there with Michael Thomas. I think that they're very similar type receivers. That's why I went with those two. If you go on to runthesims.com right now and you go under the fantasy tab, you can check out the advanced stats hub as well. If you want to break down all of the analytics per team by week, you can sort by any stat that you want, whether it's going to be target market share, and you can track the progress throughout the year. You want to sort by certain weeks to really narrow it down to, when this guy was playing and this guy was on the field. That's all up there free for everyone to go check out right now. runthesims.com. I have McLaurin right after A.J. Brown, because this is really the hard part for me. Of where do I put these guys into the overall rankings? Because with the way that they kind of shake out right now, in the way that we've been talking them through, that picks, let's see here. McCaffrey, Cook, Henry, Elliott, Barkley. Those are your top 5. Kamara, Cam Akers, Eckler, Hill, Adams. That's your top 10. Diggs, Ridley. That's the top 12. So that's technically my first round when it comes down to it. That's the way that I would want to do it, minus Travis Kelce, who will be in there somewhere. Then you have Jonathan Taylor, Najee Harris, Nick Chubb, Aaron Jones, Mixon, then the rest of the running backs. I want to put these receivers in there. But again, you have to sell me, like, you want to put the next set of receivers after Taylor before Najee Harris. You think that's a safer move? The issue I have with that is that if I'm picking at number 11 by the rankings, then I'm going like Diggs, Michael Thomas as my 11th and 14th picks kind of thing. And obviously you don't have to follow the rankings to a T. If you don't want to take 2 wide receivers to start your draft, you want to get one of those bell cow running backs up there. That might be the way you should do it. But I think I should make my rankings reflect that at the same time, don't you think?
Yeah, and it's why I write that article, like how to draft as like a fantasy 101 every single year, is because I tell people, don't go to, like, people ask, where's your overall rankings? I want overall. And for what you're just saying is, this is why, is because if you did, and I use this as examples, like if you just ran down ADP last year and you just followed ADP to a T, and I picked a random spot of the draft, like the 8th spot, it's like your first 4 picks would have been running backs because of how it fell, or it would have been like 3 running backs and a tight end, I forget. And it's like you're ignoring the value at wide receiver. Conversely, you could have a situation where you're doing the other thing and you're ignoring your need. And what it comes down to is value-based drafting. People, you see that every single year, VBD tossed around. And what you're talking about is that scenario. He's like, yes, your rankings might say this, and you're crossing off names down our list. Your rankings are mine. And you picked 11th and you took a running back, and then you get to, 14 or 13, and then you think, well, do I do 2 running backs or 2 wide receivers? If you do a wide receiver to start, you probably don't want to double down, because now you're looking at the 3rd round. All the bell cows are gone. You're probably, if you're going running back, you're going to reach at that point. And if you don't, now you're heading towards the 0 RB that everybody wants to toss around. So you kind of put yourself in a bind. I would go wide receiver, running back at worst case scenario. But that's what I say. I'm team bell cow elite, whatever you want to call it. I'm getting a running back in the first 2 rounds.
And I think that's the way that you should try to approach this as well. Like, you can go scout all the ADPs right now. I'm using the high stakes ADPs when I'm looking at them from just the past 2 weeks, nffc.com. You can find it up there and adjust your time frames to go look at everything. And what I'm seeing at the moment up there is, like, if you're just playing it out 1 through 12 and then going in the reverse, like, you can still get Cam Akers at pick number 11. I have him higher than that. So even as the rankings kind of unfold, if you have pick number 11, you probably do have Cam Akers or even Eckler still available to you in that spot. And then you can just take another receiver or take both those guys if you wanted to. So yeah. I don't think I necessarily have to put the Taylor, Harris, Chubb group ahead of the receivers that, frankly, I would just rather have. I would rather have Michael Thomas than Jonathan Taylor. I'd rather have Michael Thomas than Nick Chubb. I don't know if that necessarily means that Michael Thomas outscores both of them, but I just think that it's going to be close, and he's way safer.
Yeah, and I'm not going to disagree too much with Michael Thomas on Nick Chubb. I'd rather have Michael Thomas than Nick Chubb. It's the Jonathan Taylor one, and even that, if you said you want Michael Thomas, I've already said that to you. It's like, I don't care. You can go do it, as I knock my microphone around. But yeah, it's really what it comes down to. I actually have a draft where I mentioned this. You might want to just, by the way, Pat, you might want to fade Kelsey at this point, because I don't know if you saw my tweet. I've done 5 drafts. I have Kelsey in 4, despite the fact we talk about him all the time. That probably means the season's destroyed. I have that kind of curse, a forewarning for everybody. But I've gone Kelsey wide receiver at the end of the first round. I don't love how the team turned out, but I want to say it was Kelsey. It was Kelsey Ridley. I couldn't ignore it as much as I wanted to take. I think the running backs were like the Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb. And I said, I just can't. I can't for what's right there. You're going to give me Kelsey and Ridley. I'll suck it up and take it. Again, don't love the team, but the Ridley, Thomas is just better than what those guys are right there. And you can find, we talk about it every single year, you can find other options at running back. I want a bell cow, but I'm not even beholden to do that every single time. I don't even know if beholden a word. I just made it a word if it's not. Can you use that in the past tense?
Well, you just did. And listen, we live in the internet age. Everything's a word at this point. If it's not, emojis are words. Jake?
That's fair. Wink emoji. There you go.
So this is what I'm struggling with then. So I want Michael Thomas instead of Joe Mixon. I want Keenan Allen instead of Joe Mixon. I want DeAndre Hopkins. I think I would rather have Allen Robinson. Would I want Allen? Yeah. Would you rather have Allen Robinson or DK Metcalf?
Allen Robinson. I'm concerned about DK Metcalf. We talked about it on the Athletic podcast, and I said, sorry, Brandon, because he's Seattle Seahawks fan. DK Metcalf's second half, I don't think people realize enough how much his second half was a drop-off from his first half on yards, especially yards per reception, because we have the entire industry talked about how smart the Seahawks were by just letting Metcalf be Metcalf. Don't ask him to run comebacks. Don't ask him to run over the middle. Don't ask him to run curl routes and stuff like that, because that's not how DK Metcalf is. At the same time, the NFL and defenses are smart enough to say, you know what? He is limited in that facet. So let's stop, trying to get, press coverage on it. Let's drop more onto him. Let's bracket him deep. And you saw in the second half, his yards per reception dropped extreme amount. I want to say it was like 5, something around that. And it's his target usage didn't really go down. He was still around 8 per game with about two games that were over double-digit targets. So his usage was the same. It's just that teams got smarter. Now, can the Seahawks, under also a new system, use DK Metcalf a little more intelligently? Absolutely. Could Russell Wilson cook for the entire season? Absolutely. But I'm going to take Allen Robinson because I know Allen Robinson is Allen Robinson, even with his quarterback question that people can throw out. Just because I think that DK Metcalf was the second half of the season kind of turned into what Tyler Lockett was, as in a wide receiver 1 with 30 points 1 week, 12, and then a 5, and then a 12, and then a 5. And so, I feel he's heading down that path unless they change things this year.
For Allen Robinson, do we think that Dalton is better at quarterback for him or Justin Fields?
Justin Fields, unless Dalton isn't the converse of the Carson Wentz. The last 2 years of Andy Dalton is not the best quarterback Allen Robinson's ever played with, because the last 2 years of Andy Dalton is trash. If he bounces back on this team, then sure, it might be one of the best quarterbacks he's ever played with. But for me, I want Fields at quarterback week 1. Fields, for everybody that was talking about Zach Wilson, look at this in the gym rollout pass, flinging it down. Justin Fields was making the same throws, and nobody wanted to talk about Justin Fields making the same throws. Justin Fields would be a boon to the offense as a whole.
All right, so here's how I'm going to do the top 24, and then we'll add in Kelsey, and we'll call it a day for the top 24. So the first 2 rounds, McCaffrey, Cook, Henry, Zeke, Barkley, Kamara, Akers, Eckler. So a lot of running backs to start. Then you have Tyreek Hill, Devontae Adams, Stefon Diggs, and Calvin Ridley as the top 12. Then Jonathan Taylor, then Michael Thomas, Keenan Allen, DeAndre Hopkins, Allen Robinson, Najee Harris, Nick Chubb, Aaron Jones, Joe Mixon, Metcalf, Justin Jefferson, A.J. Brown. Does that sound sensible to you?
Sounds sensible. I mean, we've talked about the little spots where we differ, but I have no problem with that entire group, really.
All right, so let's throw in Travis Kelce and see where he goes into this mix. Is he better? Is he more valuable at his position than any of the wide receivers?
Yes.
So he should be taken above Tyreek Hill.
For argument's sake, yes.
Well, how about not in argument's sake? How about for pertaining to these rankings' sake?
I just wouldn't take him over Tyreek Hill. I wouldn't take him over those. I'm looking right now. I'll sort by I can get him up to 12. He would be the last pick in the first round for my ranks, which is right behind the Akers and right in front of your Jonathan Taylor. He's behind my Jonathan Taylor in front of your Jonathan Taylor.
I'm just looking at it. Would I rather have Alvin Kamara or Travis Kelce? Which makes me higher on Kelce. But I always have him like number 7 in my rankings, potentially even higher.
I know you do.
I make the same case for him every single year, is that he's the tight end 1. When was the last time he wasn't tight end 1? Like 2016?
No, but the case that I make, conversely, is that 2019, even though he was the number 1 tight end, the gap was minimal. So
sure,
that's what it comes down to.
I mean that substantially hurts his value if he's not the tight end 1 by a lot. Right. But just the fact that he's always the tight end 1 leads you to like it's a certain amount of safety that you just don't seem to have at any other position.
Absolutely, but I don't think if we're talking about health not being a factor, I don't think there's much downside at all to Tyreek Hill. I don't think there's, if Aaron Rodgers, or again, assuming the Aaron Rodgers conversation, there's zero downside to Devontae Adams. So I'm still taking both.
But that is sort of the argument to itself. Like you don't see there's a ton of downside to Hill. There's not a ton downside to Ridley or Adams or even Stefon Diggs at this point. But the fact that there's 4 of them and there's 1 of Travis Kelce is the reason that Travis Kelce is so valuable. That maybe someone can challenge him for tight end 1, but that's a maybe. With these other guys, like, which one's going to finish wide receiver 1? Well, it could be any of the 4 of them.
Sure. And that's where, like, again, that's something I've never disagreed with. I'm just going to take those wide receivers because I feel like even though there are 4, there's such a reliability and upside to those 4 over the next group that I want one of those 4. I want one of the running backs for the same conversation before we get to that third. I don't want to get to the third tier running backs. And at the first round, I don't want to dip into the second set of wide receivers yet. If, similar to the draft where I took Kelce, if those 4 wide receivers are gone and that running back tier is already pushing into the now do I make Nick Chubb a first rounder, I'm taking Kelce. So it really depends on the board whether or not. But for me, Kelsey's going to be the back end of the first round. It's going to be how the board falls. For you, he's going to be mid-first rounder. And it's not that big of a difference.
I think, let me see here. I like Austin Eckler a lot, but I agree that there's substantial downside with him if he's not scoring touchdowns. That I'd rather have Kelce than Eckler. I'd rather roll the dice on Cam Akers over Travis Kelce in this spot in case he just ends up being running back number 1, which I do think that he has the potential to do if his receiving game numbers do see a boost with McVay, with Matthew Stafford now in this new look offense. Not necessarily new look offense, but it's going to be substantially changed. And what they're able to do with Stafford versus Goff, I think, is going to lead itself. Some pretty easy receptions if Akers is playing 75% of the time, which I do project him to do. So I'm going to put in Kelce between Akers and Eckler. So he would be number 8 overall for me, then Eckler, then the receivers.
Okay. Yeah, I would put him right behind those wide receivers again, which puts him at, 12, right in your rankings, or 13?
Okay. So now let's put Darren Waller into the rankings, who I have at number 2. Do you think that he's closer to Kelce or closer to Kittle? Because I think he's closer to Kelce.
I actually think he's closer to Kittle, and I wouldn't be surprised if Kittle outplays him this year. I don't know why everybody hates Kittle so much. And like, they have so many more options. Everything broke 100% right for Waller last year. And the only way, which I'm not saying isn't possible, but the only way he repeats last year is if Ruggs turns out to be a complete bust of a pick, if Bryan Edwards is a complete bust of a pick, if John Brown has nothing left in his career. And that's the only way. Like, Waller's target share was absurd And I just don't see it being the same this year. I still like Waller. I still have him neck and neck with Kittle. But if I'm drafting a healthy Kittle, the healthy Kittle was the one that was pushing Travis Kelce's heels, and only 0.1 per game behind him 2 years ago is what we were just talking about. And everybody just hates Kittle now all of a sudden. I think everybody's buying high on Waller and just ignoring what Kittle can do. So I have them back-to-back super close. And I would, to be honest, if I'm drafting and I'm taking one, I'm taking Kittle. And I think I'm on an island on this one.
I don't think you're necessarily on an island. Like, I'm looking at the overall numbers right now, and I guess I was wrong when I said Waller closer to Kelce than Kittle, because my numbers do not reflect that. I have Travis Kelce in half-point PPR as 259 overall points. I have Waller at number 2 at 206 points, and that leaves Mark Andrews and George Kittle right around 200. Then there's a giant gap between everyone else. Now, you can manually adjust Kyle Pitts up if you want to make him number 2 or number 3 or number 4 or however high that you want to put Kyle Pitts. But I think
Number
that's
one.
That's the group of 4. Maybe Waller is, the slight edge in that group of 3 after Kelce, but maybe they're all right around the same. I have less faith in Andrews than maybe the numbers do, but I have a bit more faith week to week that he's going to. We talk about consistency, and if you're trying to perform each and every week, that it would be Waller, then Kittle, then Andrews in my mind. Those are still going to be my top 4. I don't have the guts to go Pitts number 4 like you do.
Okay, and that's certainly fair. And you said you had Waller at 205.9? Is that what you said?
Waller at 206.6, Kittle at 200.3, Andrews at 200.4. Okay. I would actually put Kittle number 4, but I just think the Kittle's better.
Yeah, I have Mark Andrews further down than you do. I think he's hurt by Bateman being there, just to have another option, and the usage being consistent wise. And what we've talked about already with Lamar Jackson, a 20% boost to pass attempts would make him 500 pass attempts, and he's not getting 20% boost most likely. I went back and asked about the Kittle thing because I have Kittle at 202.6 and I have Darren Waller at 199.2. So it's a slim margin, but again, if that's why I have Kittle just barely in front of him. I think everybody's just forgetting how good Kittle is.
Yeah, I think it is like, when you add in Ayuk, you add in another new running back, a potential new quarterback. Debo is going to be healthy for the entire season, presumably. He's not hurt coming into the year.
Right.
Yes, Kittle is going to be wide receiver 1 on that team, but it's not going to be a there was only so much to go around in that pretty run heavy offense to begin with, that I don't necessarily know if we see the heights that we saw 2 years ago, that if last year on a per game basis was still excellent, is probably a bit more the norm than what we saw 2 years ago. And with Andrews, just catch a third of the touchdowns you dropped last year and you're doing great.
I mean, we could say Evan Ingram catching a third of the plays that you dropped, and he could be a good tight end in Evan Ingram. But I will say one thing about, as we're talking about this, Kittle for me also, I will agree, has the lower floor because we're not even incorporating the fact of what if they turn to Trey Lance pretty quick, and Trey Lance is Josh Allen as a rookie, which is very likely, and completing 53% of his passes or whatever it was, which everybody wants to call him the next Josh Allen, which we've dissected a million times. But there is a lower floor with Kittle. So I will never disagree with that.
So where do the tight ends go in then? I obviously put Kelce in. Let's put Waller and Kittle into the rankings. Do you think I like to, when I do my top 150 rankings, I like to showcase tiers in the rankings. And that way I think that people can get a better gauge of really what I'm looking at. Here's a pocket of wide receivers I would want to target right now. Here's a pocket of running backs. Here's a pocket of tight ends. Do you think that these 3 top tight ends should be spread out a little bit? If I have Waller above Kittle, which I do as tight end number 2, should he be in a tier by himself just a little bit higher than Kittle, or should they just be back-to-back in the rankings?
I wouldn't mind if I'm looking at my overall rankings and there's 2 running backs in between them for me. So if you I think they're end of the second round, early third round in the groups of the running backs we haven't even talked about yet, like the Dobbins and the Gibsons of the world, and the wide receivers being like the Coopers and the Julios of the world. That's the names that they start to drop into for my overall.
Okay, so would you go Darren Waller or Antonio Gibson?
I would go Gibson.
Would you go Terry McLaurin or Darren Waller?
McLaurin.
David Montgomery or Darren Waller?
Waller.
George Kittle or David Montgomery?
Kittle. So
Clyde,
back to back for you.
All right, the tight ends or Clyde Edwards-Helaire?
I go Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Okay. Would you go Cooper Kupp or Darren Waller?
Flip a coin.
Okay. Amari Cooper.
How you want to build your team?
Amari Cooper or Darren Waller?
As of today, Waller. This is good. We talked about it on the show. Amari Cooper, this injury is starting to give me pause. Now, he complete 100% by week 1, but I also think that even if he's 100%, there's a scenario where CeeDee Lamb is the best wide receiver on that team. I think it's open for that possibility.
I think so too, but that's how he's being drafted now. That CeeDee Lamb is going pick number 11 at wide receiver.
Oh yeah, he's going in front of him.
Yeah, I'd still rather have Amari Cooper at this point.
Which is crazy because we never wanted Amari Cooper.
No, I know. But now that he's becoming a relative value compared to another guy on his own team who just hasn't done it before. And I'm not going to sit here and debate the merits of that. I don't think that the skill might rest with CeeDee Lamb, but it is year 2. And I don't think that Michael Gallup is a 0 on this team. There is a non-zero chance that Michael Gallup is just in the mix with these guys every single week.
100%. Actually, and I was looking at that earlier today while I was adjusting to make sure my percentages made sense. Michael Gallup has the highest touchdown to reception rate of the 3 wide receivers for me.
See, that works out well. That's one of the easy inputs that run the Sims. If you go over 100% with anything, it will tell you at the bottom that you've gone over 100%. So you might want to scale that. It'll still let you run the projections. You might want to scale it back for accuracy's sake.
You mean you can't have everybody catching 40 touchdowns and the quarterback only throwing for 30?
Exactly. I mean that's just something that it will not let you do.
I will say something for everybody out there. I would never even go to 100%. I would cap it off about 95% because you have to factor in the random no names, injuries where those guys come. I would never put it this way. For my projections, my quarterback never equals 100% of the targets and touchdowns and yards. There's always a little room for players that don't even make the cut.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. We factor that into the baseline projections if you want to go look at it. So, the market share of passing for Dallas this year is Dak Prescott 98%, Benedenucci 2%, and then Gilbert 1%. It's 97-1. So it does take a few attempts and completions away from him as a build into that.
Was there even a consonant when you just said his last name?
What, Benedenucci? Like that? You got to say it with the hands. With the hands. Benedenucci. Man, you should be watching my European tour picks. All the Italian golfers are great now. It's so much fun to say.
I had sports on in the background. They were doing the tennis thing, and the 2 announcers couldn't even pronounce the last names of them. They kept screwing up the men's tennis players, and I'm like, "This is your job," and they can't even get their names right.
Hey, it's my job too, but people are here to listen to me do funny voices and do things with a really bad accent.
Yep, and nicknames.
And nicknames.
That I can't ever do.
Yeah, the nicknames are just they're my bread and butter. That's really what separates me from the real analysts. Is that some people have good advice like you, some people have good nicknames like me, and then we can come together and talk about all this. So I kind of need to figure out where to put these guys in because it's becoming kind of tricky at the moment. So we want McLaurin and those guys, Gibson, Edwards-Helaire. So that was sort of our cutoff point in terms of running backs. Because after that, you have Swift and Dobbins higher than me. I have Swift and Dobbins sort of at a tier by themselves where I acknowledge that.
No, I have Dobbins. We agreed on Swift. We agreed that Swift has a lot more risk than people are giving him.
I think they both have a lot of risk. The J.K. Dobbins thing just comes down to a lot like the Aaron Jones thing, where I'd just rather have Gus Edwards.
Yeah, and I'm the complete opposite way. I am team Dobbins for life over here. It really comes down to, I already made the argument. It's the reason Mark Ingram was even a 5th rounder last year was not because Mark Ingram's that great. It was because he's on the Ravens. Touchdown percentages should normalize across the league, but there are some offenses that lend themselves to it, and the Ravens have done it since Lamar Jackson's been at quarterback. It's not all of a sudden maybe a touchdown percentage of 8% is ridiculous, but I can't see it even probably dropping, if I could just talk, under about 6% for Dobbins. I know he's scored in every single game, but Gus Edwards was also a top 25. He didn't disappear. He was a top 25 running back the same time J.K. Dobbins was 8 once Mark Ingram was done. So that's where I am. I'm not saying I'm right, you're wrong, but this is why I love J.K. Dobbins. I'm a huge fan of him as a talent. I actually think he's underutilized in the passing game, and we know Gus Edwards is not going to be the passing game option, so that's where I'm at on Dobbins. But if you want to break Dobbins off, I'm not going to argue at length about it.
Well, the big thing with me in this, and the reason that I tier Swift and Dobbins together in the rankings is mainly because I envision an upside to them where they could potentially be top 5 running backs this year. Everything would have to go right for them. All of that unrealized potential and usage within both of their teams' offenses would have to come through. I'm just betting that it's not going to come through. And the way that when I say I like Edwards over Dobbins, I don't necessarily mean that Gus Edwards is going to outscore J.K. Dobbins. But what I'm saying is that J.K. Dobbins is going at pick number 28 overall. Gus Edwards is going at pick number 111 overall. I'd just rather have Gus Edwards.
Yeah, and I see it. I would rather just have both. Because if something happens to Dobbins, Edwards is going to be enormously valued. I don't know how much you're going to be able to start Edwards every single week, even at that almost a zero cost. That's around 12. Yeah, that's a terrific value.
Yeah, so you don't, and the thing is, you don't now have to play him every single week. You can just wait for something to happen. You're in a pinch. You need to play someone. It's not like he's a zero guy every single week, even when J.K. Dobbins is playing. Now, I'm losing, and it's funny because it's sort of antithetical to what I talked about at the beginning of I want to shoot for the highest upside possible, but I also have to make concrete stances on guys too, where I just think that's a bit too high for me when it comes down to it. Like, there's receivers I'd rather have, and if the opportunity cost is I could take Clyde Edwards-Helaire, DeAndre Swift, or J.K. Dobbins, I'm taking Edwards-Helaire and then taking taking the backup running backs from both those teams 100 picks later and just hoping that works out.
And yeah, that's the way you go about it. Where did Dobbins fall for you overall? I know you said he's going 28th overall, is what you said?
He's going in high stakes ADP. He is 28 right now.
Okay. And where do you have him overall?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So we're through 24.
I was going to say, because I actually have him a little bit higher than that.
So we're at picks 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So he would be 30 for me at the moment. But we still haven't put in this next tier of wide receivers yet, which is it would now go A.J. Brown, McLaurin, Gibson, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Waller, Kittle, Dobbins, Swift is how the rankings would shake out. I think that would be.
What are your next wide receivers?
My next wide receivers up on the list are going to be, let me find the wide receivers. Where's my wide receiver list? I had it out. Now I don't have it out. It's Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, Julio Jones, Thielen, Evans, Woods, Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Deontay Johnson, Kenny Golladay, DJ Moore, Brendan Cooks, Devonta Smith. I think that all those guys are a part of that tier, but I think that some of them I would rather have than Dobbins.
Yeah, well, not Dobbins for me, but Swift, yes. And you know how much we already had that conversation. Everybody just go watch the show about the DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, I'm putting those two guys together. Like that's going to be
right.
That's going to be a tier for me. They're going to be back to back, and it's going to go Dobbins, then Swift, and that's going to be a tier for me. I just have to know. I just have to figure out: do we want the Kupp, Cooper, Godwin, Julio, Thielen, Evans, and Robert Woods of the world to be above Waller, to be above Dobbins, or do they come in after above like David Montgomery?
I would say above David Montgomery. The only ones I was thinking about, because you're putting them back to back, but if it was for me, I might split them and slide in Julio and Godwin, then go to Swift. But either way, if we're doing this, they're in front of David Montgomery. If you're keeping those two together, they're behind them and in front of David Montgomery. I would definitely take those guys before Montgomery. I think we talked about it on that show too. Just people are forgetting how valuable Tariq Cohen is in the passing game, and David Montgomery's value was the volume was off the charts. You can't deny that. And also the schedule helped a lot. He's not going to be facing 5 of the 7 worst run defenses for the last 5 games of the season for the rest of all 2021.
Well, it's funny because I kind of packaged Dobbins and Swift together as a tier. I actually have Montgomery, Mike Davis, and Chris Carson as a tier as well. 3 running backs who are entirely volume-based that no one really wants but could be really good.
Did you skip past Jacobs? Because I put Jacobs in that group.
No, I have Jacobs behind that group.
Oh, I would put Jacobs and Gaskin in that group. I think Gaskin's in the same situation as Mike Davis. It's a volume. If he is the guy again, that's a great situation. But there is risk that maybe he doesn't even get 1,000 rushing yards, and they split it up more than we think.
Oh, that gotta watch out for him.
I forgot about Carol Gaskin.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how quickly some of this stuff goes out of the ether after being the biggest thing on TV for like 10 days.
That's a name I haven't heard in some time.
I think that there's a big difference between Davis and Gaskin, to be perfectly honest with you, because I think that we've seen enough from the interchangeability of the running backs on Miami. Plus, if you take a leap forward for Tua and he does call his own number a little bit more, that you could just be in a situation where even to give Gaskin, a decent percent of the target share, I think he's good, mind you. But if all of a sudden like Salvin Ahmed or Lynn Bowden is somehow, being used in the backfield as like a scat back and that takes away from him, the thing with Davis is that he's just this year's David Montgomery. And that there's no one taking away. Like, essentially what you projected out for Todd Gurley last year is what you can project out for Mike Davis this year. Probably plus a little bit more in the receiving game.
See, and that's where we kind of differ a little bit. I'm looking right now. I have Gaskin's target share more than the rest of the backfield combined. Ahmed, Malcolm Brown, Laird, and even if Dokes makes the team. I think he's going to be used that much. But where I will say, I do agree with you, and maybe he's not in the same conversation as Davis. It's just I don't have him even getting 200 rushes because I do think Ahmed and Malcolm Brown are. I think people are forgetting they brought in Malcolm Brown. But if you look at that, I think Mike Davis's rushing numbers are safer. I think their receiving numbers are going to be very similar.
I actually have Gaskin an 9% target market share, which is the equivalent of every other running back on the team combined. So Ahmed, Brown, and Laird all together. And that's not including Lynn Bowden, where do I have him at? Lynn Bowden. I have him
at 2.2%.
I have him at 1%. I actually think he gets, that's the whole thing with this backfield. Like, no one wants to believe that Mike Davis is A, good, which, is pretty debatable, and B, that he'll just end up being the running back in Atlanta. Everyone is just searching for another option, like, could it be this guy? Could it be that guy? Could it be this guy? Will they bring someone in to eventually replace this guy who's no good? What if he's just the running back? Then all of a sudden he's a steal.
Yeah, we discussed that very thing on this NFC Shell show. And I said,
Jake, you have to remember that not everyone watched that show.
No, I was trying to help you by getting people to go click and watch that one as well.
But they can watch this one. That's the case that I'm making.
Okay. Yeah, but you get double the clicks. I was trying to help you out. Screw that.
Okay. Thank you.
So what I was going to say is I am a Javion Hawkins fan. I thought he should have been drafted. I understand because of this draft class and a lot of the teams' needs that there just wasn't enough room for all these running backs, and there's a lot of talent that fell into the undrafted free agent pool, which isn't a guarantee. I like Hawkins. I think he should step in and be their Tariq Cohen. He still has to make the roster. He's still an undrafted free agent who this team didn't care about until after the draft. So I'm saying that to be like, I agree with you. I think Mike Davis still today and for a while until the fantasy industry is talking about him so much, I do think he's finally going to get to the correct price point. But as of right now, Mike Davis is one of the best values at any position in drafts, even if Javion Hawkins makes the team, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, well, I'm good with putting all four.
think it's you, Lamarca.
Oh, I just always assume that it's not. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Dream Stream. We got a little Madden football for you. I'm Matt Lamarca. I'm back, nice and rested from my vacation. Apparently too rested. Didn't realize I was working in the what they call the one chair today.
One chair.
Joined by my good pal Tom Carroll, Tommy Freeze Pops, Tom Ace, if you will. What's up, Freeze?
What is going on? Happy Sunday, dude. We were discussing in the pregame what CONCACAF stood for. We're learning all sorts of soccer knowledge, trying to be one with the beautiful game here on this Sunday. U.S. leading Canada 1-0 in this CONCACAF match here. On the pitch.
The football pitch. Well, let's go down to a different football pitch. Let's talk a little Dallas Cowboys, Philadelphia Eagles. That's the first of 3 straight games that we will be doing tonight, Mr. Freeze Pops.
I'm excited.
So, tell me about your lineups. What direction did you go in?
I went with Zeke in the captain spot. I always go with him in the captain spot when I have the Cowboys because Zeke likes to eat. And when Zeke starts cooking, you want him in your lineup there. Just starts eating that cereal, baby. So Zeke in the captain spot, Amari Cooper, Marquise Goodwin, Blake Jarwin, Dak Prescott, and Jalen Reagor for $1,400 as my punt play. Averages 9.1 a sim. I believe he had 20 points within the last 3 or 4 sims for the Eagles. So I feel good about him in that spot. I was trying to make the end of my lineup work, so I had 2 sort of lower price guys in there. And then I said, you know what? Reagor, for that price, he can pop off. So I went with Dak and Reagor for my last 2 spots because I was going to have no quarterbacks, and I didn't feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, got to get a QB in there.
Have to.
Jalen Reagor, by the way, just a fantastic name.
Awesome.
It makes me think of Game of Thrones.
It definitely is the type of name that would be made up for a character in a movie or
Lord
TV
Jalen
show.
of House Reagor. The King in the North.
King of the North. Great
Anywho,
call.
what's up, DK Sim fam? I see y'all out there. Everybody, there's a couple people asking about the haircut. I did get a haircut. My hat feels like it's a whole size larger. I got so much more room for my brain to breathe. I will have the hair on display, but you're going to have to come back for game 2 for that.
Yep, that's the big market tease for you, people. You're going to have to stick around to catch that new hairdo. Because I was screaming pregame, take it off! Take it off! He would not do so.
We had to clarify. I started to remove my shirt, and Freeze Pop was like,
And I said, no.
No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
Although, look, if we want to do shirtless Sims one of these days, I'm down.
Me and Emerson have discussed a jersey swap, but we haven't worked a sim together in 6 months.
He doesn't work a lot of Sims.
He gets all the early ones, and I'm a late man myself.
Same. I think I'm doing a sim randomly with Emerson at night this week. He must have a night free. Jarwin, nice catch early on. I'll take it. 80 Poker 89 throwing a K in the spelling of your name on YouTube.
It's fine.
I like it.
Spell it with a C, spell it with a K, spell it however you want. Just remember the name.
100% reason to remember the name. Linkin Park, baby. Or was that like the lead singer solo?
I don't know.
That song used to slap. Oh, Fort Minor. That's what it was. M. Shinoda. Fort Minor.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Emerson and Tom, Packers at Texans. Prime time, 8 p.m. on a Wednesday.
I love
what
that.
did we do to deserve such a treat?
Love that. I saw that on the schedule. I thought it might have been a mistake.
Rossi's Fat Cat in the building.
Meow.
Mike Bizzle says it's no little Cougs. Which I don't know if was I working with you on that one?
Cougs?
Lil Cougs?
I'm trying to jog the memory there.
John Mellencamp's son.
Oh, yeah, and
being
he
a
said he went
rapper,
by Lil Cougs, yeah.
going by the name of Lil Cougs.
Yep, I remember that now. I feel like we haven't
Director
worked together.
Andrew
in
saying,
quite
I
some
always
time.
say we never talk enough Fort Minor on these.
Not enough discussion about Fort Minor happening.
There's a long one to Amari Cooper. Cowboys having no problems moving the rock here on the opening drive. They're going to have a 1st and goal set up at the 8.
Brian C. saying, I thought about having Remember the Name as my high school baseball walk-up song. My friends told me they wouldn't talk to me anymore. 5% pleasure, 50% pain, and 100% reason to remember the name. Lindenbaum says he's
That's pretty
debating
cool, though.
what
High
he should
school
order for
baseball
dinner.
walk-up songs.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's kind of a high-end production. We were lucky if we got to put together a warm-up playlist for the locker room in football. Usually a coach would just throw in a burned CD of a bunch of, like, 80s hair rock. We're in there listening to Def Leppard before games.
All right,
getting
come
hype.
on now.
Yeah.
We all know you had an iPad. You're from the iPod generation.
No,
You guys were on
not
the bus like, come on now, somebody get me the aux cord.
Not until later on in high school did we have actually no, in the locker room we never had an iPod set up. Always the CD.
Okay.
Public school.
Well, I mean, I just figured anybody who graduated from high school within the last 8 years.
I was 2010. I'm 11 years.
All right. You're not as
I'm
young
out of the
as I
mix,
thought.
dude. I'm old. I'm sneaky old.
Sneaky old. We got an Ezekiel Elliott touchdown. That's your captain. He's owned in about 71% of the free showdown lineups here.
Take it.
Highest owned player on the slate. Not surprising, but rewarding everybody with an early touchdown.
Everyone eating here early. Lindenbaum trying to decide what he's going to order for dinner. Lindenbaum, why don't you order a little Zeke for dinner? Extra hot coming in for that Tud. I know that that's not helpful at all, Lindenbaum. I apologize. Get some pasta or something. Order a nice pasta dish. Yeah.
All right.
Mike Bizzle saying that they bumped Nirvana for basketball warm-ups back in the day. Biz, did you go to school in the Pacific Northwest? That's dark.
Sorry.
That's a great CD. The one with the baby underwater?
Yeah, the baby one, right? Yeah. It's not bad. Not typically my cup of tea, but
yeah, you're a rap guy.
I am. I do enjoy that. Nirvana's not bad though.
What's your walk-up music if you had to pick? For baseball.
For me, it wasn't walk-up music that I was thinking about because I wasn't a huge baseball guy in high school. It was basketball, right? Like, what would be my intro song when I'm dapping up the starters?
Yeah.
And it was, I'm completely blanking on it now, but it was somebody, I think it was like Young Jeezy featuring Kanye.
Oh,
what was this song?
That song had a run for a while. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I put on for my city.
That
was my get pumped song.
Love that.
But couldn't you just picture an announcer being like, and now
I put on,
starting at point guard.
Yeah, I'm into that. Ours was high school basketball. We'd all be waiting in the little corridor to run in, and they'd be like, "And now your Lincoln High School basketball team," and we'd have "Hate Me Now" by Nas. You can hate me now, but I won't stop now. You hate me now. We thought we were really badass. And then it was just all terrible, terrible music after that. Because it was always like the athletic director would just pick it. And he was like a 50-year-old man.
Quick punt by the Eagles. Ball back with the Cowboys.
That's right, Andrew. And then
Brian
Andrew
C says if Lamarca is a point guard, what is Kaufman?
Kaufman's a point forward.
The old 5'6" point forward.
He's a point forward.
If I was to play, higher level basketball, I would have to be a guard, and I'd be a small guard at that. I'd also have to lose about 200 pounds. But
so you're about what, 6 feet?
Just about 6 feet, yeah.
Yeah. So you would have been, if you played in high school, you would have been like the undersized big.
Well,
That's what I was.
I did play in high school, and I was a small forward.
Yeah. So I was 6'2". I am 6'2" currently. In high school, and I was like a undersized 4'5".
Yeah.
But if I played at a higher level, I would have had to have, dropped some lbs and tried to become a guard. But luckily, I played Division II Rhode Island high school basketball, so I could be a forward/center and just use all my fouls.
Truly Poor says he was 6'5" and he played power forward and center.
Yeah, you must have
that's
played
about
in
right
like a
for high
level.
school.
Yeah. Dak, come on, dude. Get rid of the ball. Sean Callahan saying he was captain of the tennis team. Good for you, Sean. I like tennis.
Yeah, my best friend got a tennis scholarship.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he was.
You
he was
got
our
to put in
tennis
so
fan.
many hours to be awesome at tennis, man. It's like golf. You just got to be obsessive.
Yeah, he was just. My friend's game was he as he described it, he was a brick wall. Like he didn't have the technique per se, but he was quick, and it was hard to hit it past him. You know,
Good way to be. Sean Callahan saying he was the captain of the tennis team, then saying his career record was 5-40. Wow. Oh, there you go, Zeke. Whoop. Oh, get off me,
power
chap.
move.
Play.
little boy.
That sounds like my 8th grade wrestling record where on the mat I was like 1-18, but I was in a weight class where I could either wrestle up or wrestle down. All I had to do was weigh in because another team wouldn't have someone in that weight class. So all I had to do was hit whatever weight, and then I'd get the points for it. So I spent most of the season not wrestling and just taking points for my team. But then when I actually had to wrestle, I would get my butt whooped because I sucked at wrestling.
That's pretty funny.
I decided to do middle school wrestling 1 year instead of basketball because my brother was always a wrestler and I wanted to be able to beat him up. So I decided to try it, and you can't just swoop in on wrestling. It's something you got to start when you're like 5. That's a tough sport. That's an underrated sport, wrestling.
Sure. All right, let's run through the stats real quick. Dak off to a good start, 89 yards through the first quarter. Carson Wentz, 1 for 1, 7 yards.
Efficient.
Zeke, 61 rushing yards and the touchdown. Could be looking at a big Zeke game here.
You love that. You love that.
Miles Sanders with 3 yards. Amari leading the way with 44 yards on 2 catches. Jarwin has 2 for 32. CeeDee Lamb and Deshaun Jackson each have 1 catch. And that's about it Pretty much all Cowboys there in the first quarter. Guys, if you're out there listening, what do you say a little like smash? You know, I just did it. It felt
Give us
really
one of these.
good. If you felt real good, you know, just press it and see what happens.
Just give it a little click. Come on, Sunday.
So, since we're talking about basketball, I gotta say, I'm sure we'll dive into the Bucks Suns series, you know, maybe a little bit more in depth later. And there's number 2 for Zeke.
Monster game.
Big game on the way.
I told you guys, when Zeke is eating, you want to be a part of that meal, baby.
But what did you think? Did you hear Giannis's press conference when he talked about, you know, like ego and pride and all that?
No, I did not see any of this.
This guy, the reporter basically said, like, you know, for a young player, you seem to be really good at checking your ego and, you know, putting the team first type of thing. And he basically said, like, you know, if you focus on what you did in the past, that's your ego. If you focus on what you're doing in the future, that's your pride. And if you focus on the present, that's how you win. And like,
did you get fired up?
Better if you heard the quote, because I'm underselling it. But like, it was an all-time.
No, it sounds fantastic. Just you sold it great. I'm getting goosebumps, and I feel like just singing Fort Minor right now. And 100% reason to remember the name. It's rare that you see a guy that age, though. It's a good question by that reporter. Have that type of mentality, because it does feel like guys come into the league now with a little bit more entitlement, and Giannis seems to not have that. Like, a lot of guys that were in Giannis's shoes may have jumped ship from Milwaukee by now, but he opted to stay there and sign and make it work in Milwaukee. So I love to hear that. I'm going to go look that up in between Sims.
Yeah, I mean, and to be fair, the Bucks have been good, right? I mean,
they've been competitive basically his whole time there.
Like, you know, like, I don't think anybody can really blame Anthony Davis for wanting to leave New Orleans when he couldn't make the playoffs.
Yeah, they were bad. What a
you know, and then he went and won a ring. So,
first year.
But yeah, I think Giannis has gone from like I would say properly rated to underrated, and now it seems like he's starting to get the respect he deserves again.
And look, I said it on the last Sim, and I'll say it again. He was certainly underrated by this DK Sim fan, because I remember a few months ago, I was out here talking about how Giannis is one of the best players in the league. And I got flamed for like 3 straight Sims the rest of the day for trying to bring that to the table. And look where we are now.
Well,
and I already solicited apologies. I've already called the people out. They have all apologized. We're fine. We're on good terms. But the DK Sim fam has learned their lesson. Giannis is legit.
It's one of those things where, because he's so physically gifted, it makes what he's doing, like, it's easier to write it off, right? It's easier to be like, oh, well, if I was that big and that strong,
yeah,
you know,
like if I was that size, I could take one step not facing the guy and then make that ridiculous block the other night.
Right. It just makes it a lot easier to write off. But first of all, like, the amount of work that he has done to get his body to the point where it's at now, as we get a fumble,
he's transformed his body.
I saw a picture of him as a rookie the other day.
Strong.
He has to have put on 100 pounds of pure muscle.
Dude, there was an off season. I forget what year it was. It was between maybe his second and third year, or third and fourth year, where there was just a summer where he got totally yoked out of his mind. Just fully committed to lifting absolute weight. He's jacked, dude.
Yeah, and if you believe the Milwaukee coaching staff, that's why he was able to survive what would have been a season-ending injury for a lot of players, is because he takes such immaculate care of his body he puts in the work in advance so that he's able to avoid injury type of thing.
Mhm.
I don't know if that's true or not, but it's kind of like
helps.
Shaq, right? Like my dad tells me all the time that Shaq is the most overrated player he's ever seen. And I'm like, Dad, you realize he was getting like 30 and 15 every night? And he's like, yeah, but he could have been better. And I think that there's a lot of that same with Giannis, right? Like, we want him to make free throws. We want him to be a better three-point shooter. We want him to be more consistent offensively late in games.
Right.
And maybe he will be someday. And if he does, then my God, he will be a scary player.
Unstoppable.
But he doesn't need to right now to be absolutely dominant.
26
forget
years
about
old.
what he does defensively, where he's arguably the most impactful defenseman in the league. He's just getting 30 and handing out, 6-8 assists every night. He shoots over 60% from the field. He's doing it
He's
all.
awesome. He's awesome.
And who cares if down the stretch he doesn't close and it's Chris Middleton? So what?
Exactly. That's why basketball teams exist. Chris Middleton is a shooter. You pass the ball to shooters at the end of games. Like this whole debate of like, oh, who's the Batman of this team? Who gives a crap? It's Justice League, baby. See, DC reference. I kept it in the same
nice.
universe.
I like that.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, I thought that the Bucks have been extremely impressive. I mean, to withstand some of the performances that Devin Booker has had the last few games and win, it's pretty impressive. And I know that people are gonna, throw some shade if they do win the title. It'll be more shade if Milwaukee wins than if Phoenix wins, by the way, because people have already started trying to say Chris Paul's hurt. I don't know where those reports are coming from.
Chris Paul's people, probably.
Apparently, Chris Paul is now hurt, and obviously the Brooklyn thing. But you can only play who's in front of you, right?
Yeah, like that. That feels like the narrative that people tried to spin when the Warriors won their first title. Oh, well, Memphis was hurt and this and that. And then by the time they played the Cavs were beat up and blah, blah, blah. Like, no, you can't play that game, man. You can't. Like, we can't go back in time and re-legislate every single championship and look at all of the paths. Like, that's not how it works. And it's still really hard to win a title, even when you're playing teams that have injuries. Things still need to click into place perfectly for you. Too many variables, too many rounds to say that it's fluky.
So anyway, this is all a roundabout way of me saying that I'm happy that the pendulum have started to swing back the other direction on Giannis, because for a while there during that net series, the narrative on him got pretty ugly, and it's why can't he guard Kevin Durant and blah blah blah. So I'm happy that he's starting to get the respect that he deserves, and if the Bucks do win, he will likely take home the Finals MVP, and he'll be one of the rare players in NBA history with a Finals MVP and a league MVP.
It's crazy that isn't as common as you would think it is. But it's because the same dudes win MVPs all the time.
Right. So here are the players that have done it. Willis Reed, who is probably the worst basketball player on this list, if we're being honest, but still like an all-time great.
In his day was very good.
Yeah, he just played very early in the league's history. Yeah. Kareem, Moses, Larry Bird, Magic, Michael, Hakeem, Shaq, Tim Duncan, LeBron.
That's a wild list.
It's like, yeah, it's basically
how many dudes is that?
Players in NBA history.
Yeah, how many guys is that in total?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So that's 10 of the 30 best players ever?
Yeah, probably.
And most of those guys are in the top 10, maybe?
Yep.
That's nuts.
This is an old list because Kevin Durant has also done this now.
Yeah, that's true. Durant has done that. And then who else? Curry? No, Curry never won Finals MVP. Because Iggy won it the year that Steph would have gotten it. So that's a good call. So add KD to the list. Just another all-time great player.
This list is in the same season that I'm looking at.
So Giannis, unfortunately, will not be added to that list.
Right. Correct. But I think even if you look at people who haven't done it, okay, so like we could add Dirk, didn't do it in the same year, but he's done it.
Yep.
He's won both.
What was it, like 07 and 11 would be his two?
Correct, yeah.
I mean, none of the current MVPs outside of LeBron.
Wilt.
Derrick Rose never did it, obviously.
Wilt did it, yep.
KG never did it. Iverson never did it. Just trying to think of current MVPs. I guess Kobe did it.
Right.
I
was trying to think how many, if Kobe has a regular season MVP.
He only has one, right?
He's got one, and he's got 2 Finals MVPs.
Which is kind of crazy if you think about it.
All right,
Kobe
so the list is a little bit.
But think about the names that we're. Think about the names we're talking about here.
Yeah, we're talking about all-time guys for sure.
Yep. Oh, fake! Oh, he almost caught it on the bounce. A rare Jalen Hurts sighting. Dak missing him. Here's one for you. Just a quick one, Lamarca.
Yeah.
Last game, Chris Mullin came up in conversation. I don't remember why. But
St. John's legend, Chris Mullin.
That's right. And Koff was sort of shocked that he was a Hall of Famer in basketball. And we looked it up, and lo and behold, Chris Mullin was a Hall of Famer.
Well,
so we were kind of just having a conversation about how the Basketball Hall of Fame has lower standards for adding guys. I still think Mullin deserved to be in there regardless of the standards.
I mean, Mullin's
awesome.
an all-timer, dude. I mean,
yeah.
He was like a 25 point per game scorer in his prime.
For like a decade, yeah.
Team.
Right.
He played for a pretty iconic
Run TMC, yeah.
Yes, Warrior squad. So
Mm-hmm.
he's probably like, a somewhat lower tier all-timer, but like I would argue he's one of the 100 greatest players of all time.
Yeah, I think so too. But I do think that the Basketball Hall of Fame, of all of them, is probably the easiest to get in. And I would say probably baseball would be the hardest.
So, Bill Simmons did his book of basketball, correct?
Right, yep.
He has Chris Mullin at 82 all time, which is,
And that book came out,
acceptable.
10 years ago?
Yeah. I mean, certainly there would be some guys who have passed him. Like, I don't think Durant is on this list, or Steph Curry certainly isn't on the list.
Yeah, I'm curious. That's actually an interesting thing. I'm sure I think he did like a revamp of it as a pod, but I haven't listened to it. Like James Harden's got to be in there now.
Yeah.
I know Westbrook's polarizing. I'm sure he's in the top 100 now.
I don't know about that.
Interesting. Top 100 player ever, Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Never won anything.
Okay, yep. So hardware, not so much, but he's got stats.
He does have
days.
one MVP and some.
He's got the MVP.
Stats.
Yep. Good stats. We got eyeball test to look at him and say, yeah, that guy is a beast. Yeah, Drew's sort of surprised by this take here. We're not talking top 25 here. Top 100. We're going to leave a league MVP out of the top 100.
All right. I mean, you're probably right. But he would be, like, there would be a lot of current players that I would be standing for before
Curry,
I went to
Durant,
bat for Russell
for sure. Harden. Those are three that probably weren't on it the first time around that'd be on it now. Just trying to think of guys that haven't been around that long, that have done enough in that period of time to get in.
Dak goes up top here to the Blake Jarwin experience. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, I mean, I think the more I think about it, Westbrook's gonna be.
It's a pretty low bar for what we're asking, right? I mean, it's 100.
Yeah.
And Brandon is bringing up a good point here on YouTube. Derrick Rose isn't near the top 100, and he has won an MVP. But Westbrook and Rose's careers are not similar in any way. Rose has been unable to be on the court. All Westbrook has done is stay on the court, to his team's detriment at times.
High Voltage says Westbrook's averaged the triple-double, I think, 2 seasons. I think he's done it 4 times in the last 5 years, to be honest.
It's nuts.
Including this season. But it's just gotten to the point where, like, the first time he did it, we were like, wow, this is incredible. And now
it's just what he does.
I don't really care about this.
It's what he does, and his teams are about like a 7 or an 8 seed.
Yeah. Here's an interesting comp. Russell Westbrook is Giannis if Giannis was 6'4" or whatever.
I like this comp a lot, actually. That's a great comp. All right, I have the top 100 in front of me now because now I'm curious.
We've got another touchdown here. Is that Des Bryant, number 88? I guess probably CD Lamb.
Nah, the other 88.
Des Bryant would be more fun, though.
I am organizing it by year so I can see the more recent guys that are on this list.
What are you basing your top 100 off?
I'm just looking at the Bill Simmons list here.
Oh, okay. So, yeah.
To see who he has in that's...
96 players.
So, LeBron is...
He has LeBron at 20.
Yep. So, he's
obviously
now top
would be,
3.
Yes.
Dwight Howard, another current player in there at 78th. He probably drops out.
I mean, former MVP, Tom, or no, he never won the MVP.
No, but was really good, though, in 09.
MVP.
So current guys on the list, LeBron, Dwight, CP3.
That's it.
And that's it. Yeah. Wow. So Durant wasn't on there yet. So we're obviously adding Durant and Curry, Harden, and I guess Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, I mean, like, we will likely be adding Nikola Jokic and Giannis and Luka Doncic.
Right.
It's a smidge early.
It's just not time yet. Well, yeah, I think Giannis probably is in there. 2 MVPs.
Yeah, you're right. Giannis is in there now.
Yeah.
Eagles going up top here to end the half. Not going to connect. So we're going to have a 21-0 deficit here. Going into halftime. The Dallas Cowboys just laying it on their division rivals. Hello, welcome back. I'm Matt Lamarca. Tom Carroll over there. We'll
Anthony Davis is probably on here as well now too, I'd say.
Who?
Anthony Davis.
Yeah. All right, let's do the stats real quick, then we can get back to this. Dak, nearly 200 passing yards in the first half.
Killing
with
it.
a touchdown. Carson Wentz, your boy.
Love him.
Not such a great half. 5 for 8, 61 yards. Jalen Hurts with a rare attempt on a fake field goal. Didn't work. Zeke, already 13 yards from the bonus. I said it. 2 touchdowns. Miles Sanders with 20 yards. Wentz has added 7 rushing yards. And Marquise Goodwin with 4 rushing yards.
Okay.
Receiving-wise, CeeDee Lamb, 4 catches, 30 yards, and a score. Amari has 4 for 69. Very nice. Blake Jarwin, 3 for 62. Alshon with 2 catches leading the way for Philly. Man, this Eagles offense has been a dumpster fire in this first half.
Bad.
Michael Gallup, Marquise Goodwin, Zach Ertz also on the board with catches.
Lillard, another one people are throwing out as possible. I'd say Kawhi probably is in there.
Kawhi 100%.
Yep.
100%.
Kawhi,
yeah,
for
Lillard.
sure.
I mean, listen, I've gone to bat, or I've gone to war with some of my Lillard versus Steph stuff in this chat. Lillard's. I would say Lillard's a better player than Westbrook all time. So if Westbrook's on the list, Lillard should be on the list.
All right, we're adding Lillard. I have no problem adding that dude there. I mean, he is just an absolute freak. He just gets buckets, man. I love watching that guy play.
The real question is guys who are now like on the downside of their career, like, does Marc Gasol get in the conversation?
What about Pau Gasol?
I think Pau's probably in it, would be my guess.
Because Pau is
what
not
about
listed.
Kyle Lowry?
Yeah, that's a good question. So Robert Horry is 84th. How has that selection aged? Should Robert Horry be on this list?
Yes.
Okay.
I like it. I mean,
So
how
I'm
many
gonna
rings
read.
does I have 6 rings.
2 with the Rockets, 3 with the Lakers, and I think 2 with the Spurs.
7 rings?
7. That's ridiculous. So I'm looking at like the bottom part here. I don't want to be disingenuous and talk about someone I didn't watch play. Like Kevin Johnson is on here.
Okay.
Kevin Johnson probably doesn't need to be on this list. Chris Paul's 90th. That's going way up, obviously.
Yes. His stock over the last month has just gone crazy.
Yep. Like Chris Paul's below Robert Horry.
Producer Drew says Iggy, no shot. In my book, no shot.
Yeah, just the names I'm seeing in the mix here. I wouldn't.
Excellent
put him above
role
any of these
player. I
guys.
mean, I guess you could say he's a Robert Horry type, but he's only got the 2. He doesn't have a Finals MVP. I guess he's closer than I'm giving him credit.
He's on those. Well, Iggy. He was on Olympic teams too, so I don't know if we count those. What about Clay?
Clay's close as well. I bet he ends up on this list, all said and done, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't have him on there at this very moment.
So Clay, I'll give him a question mark. I'm writing this down just because I have fun with this stuff. I think Luka and Embiid will be on there at some point. You mentioned the
Chris
Joker.
Boyd has one here. Ginobili!
Yeah.
Especially when you factor in the international stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Right, because like Arvydas Sabonis is on this list, and we all know that his best work was done overseas. So
Right. and in the father department, creating his son, who is fantastic. Is
80
Melo
Poker
on
says,
this list?
What is this list? What is the criteria of this list? And this is just Bill Simmons's top 96 players from his book of basketball.
His pyramid.
Yes. Which I think is a great idea. It's his premise about redoing the Hall of Fame and trying to make, like the top players a little bit more special. But his book was written 10 years ago, or probably even more.
Maybe more now, yeah.
10 years ago. Anyway, we're trying to just say updated who would be in there. I think Tony Parker too would probably be in there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they got a few titles right after he finished that list. What about Melo?
Yeah.
Melo's not on this list as of now.
I mean, I hate to say it because I'm like as big of a Melo. I don't want to say hater. Hater's not the right word, but I will go to the grave thinking that he entered the league as overrated and he left the league overrated. But he's a top 100 player, sure.
I think so too.
He's got some scoring titles, or at least one scoring title. Zeke,
I agree. Zeke
and
did
he'll
hit the
add
bonus.
that total there.
Yeah, this is an interesting conversation. I'm excited to ask my friends what they think. This is great. This is great group chat fodder.
For sure. Maybe I'll make a list at some point.
There you go. The Lamarca pyramid.
Jordan says Melo won a college championship, only one in school history. Yeah, I don't care about that.
Maybe he's higher on the college list then for 1 year wonders. He did come in with a ton of hype and deliver in that college year, though. I will say that. That's sort of when all the Melo hype started. Is that year at Cuse. He was awesome to root for.
80 Poker says, is Karl Malone on the list? Yeah, Karl Malone was 18th on his list.
Yep. Yeah, if you're a basketball fan, you haven't read that list, and I know Bill Simmons has become kind of a polarizing guy. It's a great read. Book of Basketball.
The Book of Basketball is fantastic. Bill Simmons, I love his writing. I wish he still wrote.
He hasn't written in years at this point.
Years.
It's been years.
Jason London says, bro, if you said Robert Horry, you have to put Melo in. Come on, man. Am I going to have to pull your basketball card? Fair point. You know what? It's a fair point. If Robert Horry's on my list, I guess
Robert Horry is too high, I think.
Yeah,
although,
probably.
really, and again, I don't want to be disingenuous and say I've seen every guy on this list play. But just eyeballing it, after a certain number, it just feels like he put on guys that he enjoyed watching play.
I don't think anybody enjoyed watching Robert Horry play, but he
Big shot
was
Rob,
on
dude.
a lot of winning teams and hit a lot of big shots in his career.
He has Vince Carter 89th. I feel like Vince Carter is viewed a little bit differently now. Even though the last decade of his career, he was more of a role player, I feel like he started to become a little bit more appreciated later in his career. I bet Vince Carter's higher on his list now, if he redoes it.
All right, so we've got some other questions. Pete Maravich, yes, on the list. I'm almost positive.
I'll do a quick search.
Let's see.
Yeah, he's 68th.
Okay. We had a question about Barkley. He's on the list for sure. And Drazen
he's 19th.
Petrovic. I don't know if Petrovic made it. I don't think he did.
Nope.
Brian C says, what about Pablo Prigioni? Nah, I don't think so.
Nah, Prige didn't make it.
Zeke's up to $161 on the ground. He's got the X factor, and he is just rolling. Oh, that's a good one from Brickavelli Lane. Steve Nash, he certainly would be on the list.
Nash is on the list.
Ah, okay.
36th.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's high.
That's much higher than I would have anticipated.
Yep.
Okay.
Nash ahead of Dirk. See, Dirk is going to be higher if he redoes this.
Well, Dirk for sure. Dirk, I mean, yeah.
Dirk's 37th, right? 39th.
Okay, so Bill Simmons did do a podcast recently where he did his top. He redid his very top tier. He had LeBron at 2, so that was a big mover. Duncan at 8, Kobe at 9. He had Durant up to 15th.
That feels right.
He had Dirk up to 17th. he had Curry 23, Kawhi 24. Scottie Pippen at 28. Was that a change from his original list? He had him moving down a few spots. Chris Paul up to 30th.
Yeah, Pippen was at 24th on the original list.
And that seems like it in terms of
so Dirk
like,
moved up to
addition.
17th.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I am too. J Kidd is on the list. Emerson's Peloton. Kidd is on the original list, 43rd.
Winston said, how is Nash higher than Dirk? Again, this book was written before Dirk won his ring. So now we're looking at his updated list, and Dirk is correctly above Steve Nash now.
Must be asking about Dennis Rodman. Rodman, rightfully so, at 69th.
That does seem fitting.
You know he did that on purpose. Ray Allen is in 62nd. For whoever asked about Ray Allen. King Ganj. There you go. Jared Dudley did not make the list, Morgan.
The pride of the Boston College Golden.
Yeah, he's number one on the BC players of all time. BC players in the NBA, though, yeah, he probably still is number one. Although Reggie Jackson making a push this offseason, this postseason.
Hey, Reggie.
Reggie Jackson had a nice run this year. You know what? Reggie Jackson probably is number one now. Dana Barrows, though. Love me some Dana Barrows. And this
Right,
and this
24-0.
speaks. Yeah.
And
Oh,
we
here we
got
go.
it.
Another fumble. Wow.
Right. The Eagles did get that one back at least.
This speaks to Koff and I doing the broadcast for the 4 o'clock, and someone put in our Slack that we were just doing the exact thing that viral tweet was saying the other day, where dudes can just say old names of sports players and be entertained for hours. That's exactly what we're doing here again. Second straight sim. And it's don't hide from it. This is what we are. This is what we do. We just say old names and go, oh yeah, that guy was awesome. McGrady is on the list.
T-Mac.
77th. In his prime, he was an absolute beast.
How about the fact that his jersey is in the Hall of Fame, but he has not had a number retired by any individual NBA team?
Wow. The
Interesting,
Magic
right?
should definitely retire his jersey.
See, my thought was the Rockets should. When I think of
He
Tracy
was awesome on
McGrady,
the Rockets, too.
I think Rockets.
He had that run where they won how many games in a row? They won like 26 regular season games in a row one year. He was on fire. It was him, and his running mate was like Rafer Alston. And they were
legend Shane Battier.
Yeah, they were just tearing dudes up. Yao only played like 7 games during that run. They didn't need him.
Do you guys think if T-Mac and I guess Yao, that's supposed to be? Yeah, Yao don't get hurt and stay together, they win a ring. I don't know. I think the better question is if T-Mac and Vince Carter stay together, do they win a ring?
Ooh, yeah. And they build something up there in Toronto. Those two in their prime together, whoo, that would be fun. Yeah. T-Mac becomes the alpha, obviously.
Yeah, I think Vince Carter probably still would be like the guy who leads the team in scoring, but T-Mac would be like a nightly triple-double threat.
Yeah. Yep. I'm going to say that the Rockets wouldn't have won a title if those guys had remained healthy. The West was so good back then.
Yes.
The Spurs were rolling. You had Kobe. Well, the Lakers were kind of mediocre for a few years there, but then like when they got Powell there and they did their thing, those Laker teams were good. I don't think that Houston had what it took. Mavs were good. Texas was stacked with basketball talent back then. Texas. The rodeo road trip. Remember when teams would do that?
Well, that was the Spurs.
Yep, it would be the Spurs, Rockets, and Mavs.
No,
You're getting all three.
Confused. You're getting confused.
What? When teams would go on their rodeo road trip, they'd play all three.
That's not
Texas
the rodeo
teams.
road trip. The rodeo road trip was when the Spurs would go on like a 17-game road trip because their arena was literally being rented out to a rodeo.
Okay, so
you're thinking of like the Texas Triangle.
As whenever the Celtics would play all these Texas teams, they'd call it the rodeo road trip on the broadcasts. As a Celtics fan, I am telling you, I've heard Mike Gorman say that.
Well, then Mike Gorman's incorrect.
we're Googling this.
Anyway, Zeke up to 157 yards. We didn't have much happen in that third quarter, unfortunately. CeeDee Lamb still leading with the touchdown, 30 yards and 4 catches. Amari still at 4 for 69. Jarwin still at 3 for 62. Alshon did add another catch. Zach Ertz added another catch. Marquise Goodwin. So the Eagles are trying, but
okay, you're right.
Not much.
You are 100% right, but I am telling you, I have heard it referred to as that before, where the teams play every team in Texas in consecutive games, and they call it that. But you are correct.
Call it the Texas Triangle.
Both can be the same, though, Lamarca.
No, I don't like it.
We can share. Sharing is caring.
I'm not sharing. I don't get to be this right that often, and right now I'm 100%.
No, you're
right.
100% right. There's no
and
doubt.
I'm not giving you any of it.
No, I'm going to take some. I don't care.
Now this is a good one.
David Speck, Chris Bosh, not on the list.
Well, I think he's saying, does he deserve to be on the list?
Oh,
and my
yeah, I
answer
think so.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think so.
I love Chris Bosh. I thought he didn't get enough credit during the heyday of the Heat.
Mm-hmm.
And it would have been fun to see what he could have done post LeBron.
Because he was good. After the LeBron thing, he was good. He just got the weird blood clot thing. And it ended because they didn't want to take a risk. Throw him out there.
No, for sure. And that was the right decision.
Mm-hmm.
But given the way his career ended, it's kind of just, I think it's fair to say that he's like on the cusp.
Yep, no doubt. I think Chris Bosh, I think as is should be on it. But I think if he had not had to retire early, he'd be higher. Steve Francis, Sean Callahan throwing out there. I don't believe Steve Francis. Well, he's not on it now, and I don't think in a revised version he'd be on it either.
No.
The franchise, baby. Don't you have a Steve Francis story, or is that someone else?
Nah, not me.
Okay, there's someone else where Steve Francis just like absolutely destroyed their childhood dreams. And it was when he was on the Knicks too. I think it's my buddy. I gotta figure this out. I'm gonna text him. I'm gonna say completely random. Frickavelli Lane saying Baron Davis. I don't think Baron Davis cracks the list, but he was so
He was
fun,
fun, man. Baron was fun, but yeah. Allen Iverson definitely on the list. He's 37 right now.
Okay, my buddy just said that it is him that has the Steve Francis story. I'm going to say, do tell.
All right, Alshon finds the end zone That will make it 24-6. I assume they'll go for 2 here. Try to make it a 2-score game.
80 poker, Allen Iverson is on the list. Stephon Marbury is not Brickavelli, and I don't think he deserves to be.
Now, if there was a list in China for the Chinese Association,
he would be up there.
He'd be on it.
Derek Coleman not on the list. Not sure if that was a serious question.
Miles Sanders is in for 2. We've got a 2-score game. Can we get some late drama here, Tom? Fletcher Cox trying to fire up this Eagles defense on the sidelines.
I'm going to say no. I think that the Cowboys have asserted their dominance here.
All right. That seems fair to me.
Tim Hardaway not on the list. King Ganj, Alonzo Mourning not on the list. Sidney Moncrief is 73rd. For those asking. Bucks legend.
Yeah, this list is easy enough to find, guys. I'm just reading it off of, like, Basketball Reference literally has.
That's what I'm using. Yeah.
So if you just Google Bill Simmons Hall of Fame pyramid, you'll find it if you are curious on some of the names.
All right, so here's the Steve Francis story. So I was like in the 4th or 5th grade, one of my friend's uncles was an assistant coach on the Bulls. So we went to a Knicks Bulls game at MSG. Go on the court post-game to meet players, ask for autographs, etc. I walk up to Steve Francis to ask him for an autograph. He turns to the Knicks PR person and goes, "I told y'all MFers I don't do kids," and then stormed off the court.
Well, that's just awful.
Come on, Stevie franchise.
That's a terrible story.
I have a similar story to that. It's far smaller stakes. So I was at a Boston College versus Providence College game at the Dunk in Providence, and it was when Ryan Gomes was at PC, and he was an absolute monster, for those that don't know. Ryan Gomes was amazing for the Friars, but this is when BC was really good too. That was a really good Big East rivalry at the time. And I'm a BC fan, but I grew up in Rhode Island, so I knew Ryan Gomes was great, and I wanted to get his autograph. So pregame, I'm standing in this long line, and I'm probably in the middle of the line. There's a lot of people behind me. And I finally get up to Gomes, and I hand him my program, and he looks me up and down. I'm wearing a BC winter jacket and a BC hat, and he just shook his head at me and goes, "Nah," and then went back to warm-ups. And an entire line of angry Rhode Islanders were just like, "Oh, boo, boo, you stink." I was like 12 years old. I was traumatized. I learned my lesson, though.
At what age are you too old to ask for autographs?
So I think once you get into your late teens, early 20s, it becomes a little bit taboo when there's kids around. Like, you want to let the kids get it first. I think if you're a dad trying to get an autograph for a kid, it's okay. But
nah, I still think that's wrong.
Interesting. So if your kid's kind of small and he can't weasel his way in, you're the dad, you just take your arm and you kind of go above the crowd and hold it out for your son. Make your kid's day.
Oh, all
I
right.
think that's a good dad
all right.
move.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I was thinking more like baseball game when the kids are like hanging out by the dugout, trying to get the players to come out and sign stuff. Like, if you're like 30, like, "Oh, Pete Alonso, Pete, just sign my ball."
Sign for my kid. Sign for my kid. Yeah, no, that's no good. I think once you get to a certain age, you have to you are forced to stand in line at like an autograph table and like should have to pay for an autograph. As a kid, you can get them for free and like work your way in. Once you get to a certain age, it's time for you to pay. If you're really gonna force someone to sign something for you, you gotta pay for it.
So we got a punt. 3rd and 5, the Cowboys couldn't convert. They will give the ball back to the Eagles, taking over at the 20. They're running out of time, but the Eagles can technically make this a one-score game if they score a touchdown on this drive.
Abby Rizzle asking if Smush Parker or Samaki Walker are in the mix. No, none of those legendary Kobe teammates made the pyramid for the book of basketball. Matumbo's an interesting question. Matumbo did not make the list. Not
I
today.
put him on the list just for that Geico commercial. All-time great commercial.
Doesn't seem like the list favored the guys that were like very good defensive players, but didn't really have a complete game per se. Like, I wonder if Rudy Gobert makes the list this time around.
Oh. Is that good? Nope. Sean Jackson up the seam. Eagles making quick work of this drive.
And I'll answer my own question. I don't think he does, because, like, I mean, Ben Wallace isn't on this list.
Yeah, no. It's not the right time for Rudy. Not after that playoff performance.
No, and yeah, I think there's still some stink on him for the whole licking of Mike's situation.
Well, that too.
It's going to be a while before I forget about that. Mike Bibby not on the list, Ruben Rowe. No.
Ooh. Mike Bibby's super jacked now.
He's so yoked.
Super jacked.
Way too jacked.
Derek said agreed on the autograph seeking thing. Also, what age should men stop wearing jersey?
No age.
So here's I'm going to cheat because old man in a football jersey, gross. Old man in a basketball jersey, gross.
Baseball, though.
But old man in a baseball jersey,
yeah,
completely acceptable.
Yep. So what's the age cutoff?
25.
Okay, so my argument for jerseys is it's all about context. Like, if you're wearing a jersey around just to, like, go to the grocery store and stuff, no. But if it's game day and you're at the tailgate or you're watching a game, it's Super Bowl Sunday, you're fair game to wear a jersey, no matter what age. But rocking a jersey on a random Wednesday in March, if you're not a kid or a frat bro, it's not good in my book.
All right, Eagles pick up the first down. And yeah, Freeze Pops, if we're having like a football Sunday at my crib and you come over wearing a jersey, I'm not going to like kick you out, but
you'll side-eye me though.
I might. And basketball might honestly be the worst.
No, yeah, I can't. Not gonna do
if you're ripped, I guess you could pull it off, but like nobody wants to see me rocking a sleeveless cutoff.
No.
Like,
it's just
I think you
wear a jersey. Just wear a jersey in that context.
Sure. Derek says, could you imagine if NBA coaches had to wear the same uniform as the players? Could you imagine Pop in some tight shorts and a jersey?
Alshon with the score. Eagles not giving up here.
I mean, Tony La Russa looked absolutely ridiculous in those White Sox uniforms the other day.
He looks ridiculous, period.
He really does.
All managers look ridiculous in those uniforms. It's one of the least talked about things, how absurd baseball managers look on the whole. All of them, forever, have looked so ridiculous. Let them wear whatever they want.
Brandon Furlow says, y'all just sound insecure. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's something to do with that. I think it's a young man's game. I do. You know, you want to wear and the Eagles do get the deuce by the way, to cut it
That's
to
right.
a one-score game with all
2-point
three
conversion.
timeouts.
Sorry.
We're gonna have an onside kick coming up.
Herb
think
Dog
there's
saying
stipulations for it, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly. It's context. Herb Dog saying it's okay to rock my Troy Polamalu USC jersey. Damn right it is on USC game day, or when you're watching the game at home.
I also think like a basketball jersey to the beach is fine.
Yep. Or a workout.
Sure. But, you know, like when you're a kid, you might wear one to school. And, like, I think
Right.
anytime you're going out and you're going to be interacting with people, probably not the best look.
Oh, I'll see pictures from early on in college where I wore like a jersey to a party, and I'm like, what were you doing, dude?
All right, Eagles use their first time out. 2nd and 8 coming up.
Remember, imagine football coaches in full pads.
Well, that'd be weird.
Dan Campbell would love it.
He would. He might play a couple snaps. Cowboys get the first there.
I feel like there's a few coaches that it would be especially weird for. I honestly think Pete Carroll wouldn't be that weird, even though he's the oldest coach in the league.
Honestly, to me, Pop would be the weirdest.
Yeah, Pop would be gross.
Pop has also, it seems like, aged 20 years.
Yeah,
in the
it's
last
bad.
year.
It's really bad. So Drew saying all of my class pictures from 2nd through 8th, he was wearing a jersey. Ricky Williams Dolphins, 4th grade was peak. Yeah, that's awesome. I was always jealous of the kids.
If you wore the helmet with the visor.
That would have been sick. I was always jealous of the kids that got to pick what they wore on their picture day. They'd come in with their jerseys and stuff. That was always the one day a year my mom would make me dress like really nice for school and do my hair. Before I started getting a buzz cut, of course. But yeah, I was always miserable on picture day. She's like, I pay for the pictures. You gotta look nice today. Miserable mornings at the Carroll home, getting ready for picture day.
All right, one last knee here by the Cowboys will wrap things up, assuming they don't do anything funny just for no reason. But they're in the field goal formation. I doubt they snap it, but you never know. All right, that'll do it. That's the ball game. 8-point win for the Cowboys. Tom, why don't you start by hitting me with your player of the game?
The wooden nickel goes to one easy. He gets the wooden nickel. That'll entitle him to a free mini ice cream cone here at Lion's Choice Roast Beef in St. Louis. 55 points in the captain spot. Mm-hmm. Huge day for Zeke.
Roast beef ice cream. Yummy.
I had a sandwich from there last night for dinner.
And how about your babysitter Billy, not my kid?
I want to give it to Miles Sanders. I'm willing to give it to someone else after we look at the receiving stats. But Miles Sanders, 10 carries for 53 yards, high ownership always. Yeah, I feel confident with that.
All right.
Miles Sanders.
All right, I'm cool with that. All right, we'll be back for the 8 o'clock sim, the Los Angeles Chargers at the Cleveland Browns. But before that, we've got Ross Tucker and Emery Hunt discussing the top players in college football for 2021. Check it out. We'll be back in a few.
Pour yourself a cold one.
Let's drink 'em, huh?
And listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings. They got a ridiculous offer this week with the British Open coming up. Make sure you are all over the code Ross over at DraftKings. I could not be more fired up. Look, I love that we went through every single draft pick in 2021, and you guys can go back and listen to it division by division. I loved last week going over the 2018 NFL draft because that's what they say you should do. You can't evaluate a draft for 3 years. What lessons did we learn? But we're full throttle now. We're full speed ahead. I mean, what do we have? 6 weeks till there's a college football game on my screen? Somebody plays August 24th, I think. It's July 12th. Do the math. 6 weeks away, we are watching college football, and I could not be more excited. You know what we're going to do for you? We're going to talk about the best players in the best conferences to get you ready for college football, to get you excited. I am Ross Tucker, the former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Now I call a college football game every week, FBS level for CBS Sports Network. Got a bunch of other podcasts. Jeff Schwartz was amazing on today's Ross Tucker Football Podcast, talking about the O-Line Masterminds event. I got to go to that one year. If you're curious about it, certainly listen to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast today. But this podcast is all about Emory Hunt, the master of all he oversees at Football Game Plan, at FBall Game Plan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube. Somehow he calls games for 3 different colleges. I don't know how you pull that off, but he calls games for Monmouth, Georgetown, and Morgan State. That's right. I mean, Emory, you do that, right? How do you do that?
I'm all over the place, man. And this year, I'll be also back in the booth calling high school games for Flow Football and for CBS 21 in Harrisburg. So I'll be back in the mid-pen, too.
Dude, all right, this is very important. When you're in Harrisburg doing a CBS, like if you come here and you don't text me, I'm going to kill you, dude. Like, now I might not be here on a Friday, but you got to let me know when you're coming here.
Oh, absolutely.
You got to let me know. I'll come to the game. I'll make a halftime appearance on your show. I'll be watching it anyway. That's what I do if I'm home on a Friday night. It's amazing. Football Game Plan on YouTube, footballgameplan.com/2021 draft guide. When do you start to take pre-orders or anything like that for the 2022 draft guide, Emory?
You know, I could start today. I just got to put the link up because I'm already working on the 2022 guide. And I'm excited about it, man. We talked about how big it was last year. And with now all these super seniors, I'm just amped for the amount of prospects that we're going to throw into this draft guide for 2022.
You know, that's an excellent point, Emory. That is your big competitive advantage this year. These other people, it's like they watch all the top guys a bunch of games, but they don't watch all of the guys. That's what makes Emory different. He literally watches all the – like Emory has an opinion. I could ask Emory about a third-string defensive back at Franklin and Marshall right now, and Emory would have an opinion on the guy. That's what makes Emory special. So this year, with all the super seniors, with all the transfer portal guys, you better go to footballgameplan.com and get the draft guide. I'm just telling you, Emory will be the draft guide to get this year. I mean, every year, but especially this year.
Shout out to the Diplomats, by the way.
Shout out to the Diplomats. John Troxell's the head coach. Great school, by the way. All right. I love that you know that they're the Diplomats. That's amazing. All right. So I got a bunch of things for you, Emory. I want to start with this. Every day before we start the show, I ask you how you're doing. And you say, I'm cooling. I'm cooling. I've never heard anybody else say that. Cooling. I've heard chilling, but you say cooling. Where does that come from?
It's just something that's just different, man. It's a different way of saying the same thing. And that's kind of been my mantra, I guess, my entire life, just kind of being your own person. I always say if you stay in your lane, you get to your destination faster. So if cooling was what came out, I'm going to just rock with cooling, and that's just how I always been.
I love it. The second thing is, and you have to be watching us on YouTube to see this. I'm, by the way, at Ross Tucker NFL or at Ross Tucker Pod. Emory is wearing a sweatshirt today, or long sleeve tee maybe, that says Emory on it. I never thought of that before, Emory, but you could just get all kinds of Emory University gear and rock it, and it's your name. I don't know. I don't know if that's the coolest thing or the lamest thing I've ever seen. I think it really depends on how you rock it and who you are. Because of you, like, it's the coolest thing. Like, if I did it, it would probably be lame. I'd be wearing like stuff from Ross, Dress for Less, right? But yours is like from I always tell my daughters, by the way, that I own that place, and they like believe me. Ross, Dress for Less. But you like Emory, it's a cool school, it's a good school. My wife almost went there for MBA. Do you have a lot of Emory gear?
No, I have 2 shirts. And I'm going to work out today, so I was like, let me get the compression shirt on. Don't let Emory University get a football team, because then it'll be
That's amazing. All right. So here's what I think is interesting. We got 6 weeks before the games start. And I thought we would do the Power 5 conferences and then sort of the best of the rest, so to speak, right?
Mm-hmm.
Emory sends me his email. You want to do the American. Like, and I think I've heard you say Power 6 before. Is there, and I'm down with it, because the American has a lot of NFL guys and is good football. You think about last year, Zaven Collins and the Tulane guys and the Cincinnati guys. But do you think it's a Power 6? And did you specifically want to do the American on their own?
Is 3 things. One, I do think there's a Power 6 because, Ross, we remember when it was FBS, and now we get into these subdivisions within the FBS. I hate it, because a good team is a good team. And so if, the AAC wants to call themselves a Power 6, I'm all for it. Sun Belt's probably the Power 7, and so I'm all for that. 2, I clearly forgot we were supposed to do Power 5, so I thought we would go in alphabetical order. So that's on me not knowing the assignment. And 3, it just so happens that they have a major quarterback prospect in the AAC, and we'd be remiss for not talking about it.
Dude, that is awesome. That's funny. At least now we know that Emory is always honest, because you didn't need to do that. You'd be like, yeah, I love the American. That's amazing. All right, let's start with, you got your top 10 players. I mean, that's what's going to be so cool about this. A lot of people are going to listen and watch these episodes, because they want to see who you have ranked as the top 10 player NFL prospects in the AAC, in the American. Number 1, you've got the corner, Ahmad Gardner from Cincinnati.
Yeah, he got the coolest nickname, Ahmad Sauce Gardner, and he's been excellent, since he got there. And you talk about someone that's a lockdown corner, plays with patience, has the length, has the athleticism, has the ball skills, everything that I love from a cornerback prospect. He has that in spades. And the fact of the matter, he's going to be in there once again. Really good secondary. Brian Cook is another safety that can play corner. He's a tremendous talent. I covered him when he was at Howard. He transferred from Howard. Wanted to go close back home to Cincinnati. But Gardner has been a stud from day one, and he's one of the top tier cornerbacks in the entire country, not just in the AAC.
Got it. Love it. Now this next guy, one of the things that's interesting about this year, I feel like a lot of these guys have been playing at these schools for a long time now. I mean, Reggie Roberson, the wide receiver from SMU, I could have sworn he's been there for like 5 or 6 years now.
Yeah, and you could have sworn he was also in the NFL at some point, right? It's like, man, I've seen this name. I've seen this name get drafted. I swear I've seen him play on Sundays, but now he's still at SMU. And I do think, had he not gotten injured last year, he would have jumped to the NFL easily, because he was already one of the top receiver prospects we were talking about in the preseason. But he tore his ACL, got the benefit of being able to come back with the added year. And again, it just gives him another opportunity to put out more tape, more dynamic plays that he's done within his offense. He's going to be doing it under a new quarterback. I believe Mordecai, the guy that transferred from Oklahoma, is going to be their starting quarterback now. So he's talented, and that offense is wide open. So he should get at least 80 receptions this year, and we'll just see him now we'll get to see him graduate, go to an all-star game, and then go into the NFL finally.
What do you think he would have been drafted last year, like who does he compare to, and how high do you think he would have gone?
I think he would have been in that mid-round range. You see someone like Rondell Moore. I know Rondell Moore is dynamic because he could use him in a wide receiver run game. But I'm talking about in terms of just route running and making plays when they need to be made. He's a dynamic player. So you look at maybe third round range because you don't know how fast he would have ran. And I think that's key when you think about the NFL draft. Everybody wants to get the top tier athletes first before they go to football players and all those. My philosophy is different from that. I just want the guys that's going to play football really well. If you happen to be a great athlete, that's fantastic. But I think he would have gone in that third round range. So here's another opportunity in what will be a loaded draft class in general for him to kind of elevate his game, show that he's healthy, show that he's recovered from the ACL. It's mostly mental more so than physical. And then we'll just see him probably either maintain that ranking or move up.
So number 3 ranked prospect in the American, in your mind, is Desmond Ridder, the quarterback from Cincinnati. Seems like there's varying opinions on him. Some people think he's one of the top quarterbacks in the draft. Others have him a little bit lower. There's a lot of hype on Ridder. What did you see?
Here's the thing I have with the draft community. I think a lot of it happens to be when guys as a group, everybody, let's say if there's one game on TV, i.e. a bowl game or a Thursday night game, or a championship game, everybody's watching. And if you're playing well in that game, the narratives tend to skyrocket and you see a lot of one-upmanship. Like you could say, man, Desmond Ridder is a really good quarterback. Well, I think he's one of the top quarterbacks in the country. Or I think he's actually QB1. So it kind of marches on. But for me, Desmond Ridder is a good quarterback. He's solid. He's someone that, I think is more of a second round type talent, which is a starter in the NFL. But, here's an opportunity for him coming back, wanting to get back to, a situation where he can have Cincinnati in the playoffs. And if he's just able to build on what he did last year and get the Bearcats right there, if not, into the playoffs or in a New Year's Six bowl game, then you can see him, okay, he's been able to stack back-to-back really good years. So I see him right now as more of a second-round type player. But, yeah, definitely if he goes out and has another big year, you can elevate him into that first-round category because we know quarterbacks will go in the first round. But I think, it's important for the community to kind of cool their jets when they're watching these games, these one-off games that everybody's watching, and you see the one-upmanship tends to, take over.
Your 4th ranked guy is another guy that had a terrific year and another Cincinnati Bearcat. Man, they're probably the favorites in the American, huh? Myjai Sanders, the DN.
This dude, he's 6'5". He's listed at 6'5", 258. So he's a leaner, compact, cut, strong, point of attack player. Like he uses his hands well. You think because he's a lean guy and you look at him on tape, you think, oh, he's probably like 230, but no, he's 258. He just carries it really well. So you can't move him off the spot. He's savvy with his hands. He has the length to really be disruptive, both in the run defense department and also as a pass rusher. And he has the closing speed to the quarterback. So he does everything well from that position. And it wouldn't see him be in the conversation for one of the top tier defensive ends in the country in terms of NFL draft prospects. So think Danielle Hunter type guy, a lean guy, but really muscular and hard to move off the spot. That's what I see from him.
We'll keep it rolling. Try to get to somebody that does not play for the Cincinnati Bearcats. Let's get to wide receiver Calvin Austin III from Memphis.
First of all, we talk about this all the time. Memphis, skill guys, all in. Check the box. I don't have to see the tape. Let's draft him. And then you see Ashley as an indoor track guy. Definitely take him because he has legitimate speed. And he's someone that really does, play football rather well. People will look at this. He's 5'9", 168 pounds. But you know me, size is not a skill. If you're good enough, you're big enough. And he's definitely good enough. And he's fast enough. And you can't hit what you can't catch. You can't hurt what you can't touch. Put him on the team. Put him on the field. I was all in on, Tutu Atwell coming out of Louisville at 108 pounds. So I'm definitely all in on him in terms of what he brings to the table. Again, someone that plays an explosive offense. It's a wide open game now, and he's going to do a good job putting up numbers, putting up the type of wild plays that kind of entice you, and then he's going to test well as also toward the back end of the process. So yeah, that's someone I'm definitely watching this year.
What about Emory? Let's get to some O linemen. How about Cody Russi from Houston? I'm calling a Houston game this year. Houston at UConn. What do you know about Cody?
He was a 4-year starter. He transferred from Louisiana Tech. I kind of like when guys stay at schools and become the prospect because you bring more attention to your program. But I get him transferring up, so to speak. It's almost like a lateral transfer, but he's playing it in the offense. It's very similar to the one he was playing at Louisiana Tech anyway. But he's excellent. He gets to the second level rather well. He's consistent in that regard. He does a good job, with his hands in terms of recognizing stunts and pressure. So he's able to come off one guy and quickly pick up another. And also in a run game, by him being able to get to the second level with ease, with his ability, it helps him in that regard. So I just think that he's a solid prospect. Played a lot of football, again, 4-year starter at Louisiana Tech, played against some big time competition. And he's going to do the same thing, especially when they go up against, a Tulsa with their defensive line, or go up against a Cincinnati who we've talked about often. So I like the challenge that he's taking going to Houston. I think he's going to be a really good prospect.
Then we'll get to a Tulane guy. It's interesting because Tulane had a bunch of guys drafted last year, including their D line. Safety Darian, is it Rakestraw, who's another transfer?
Yeah, he transferred from Colorado. They had a really good secondary last year, man. They still have a really good secondary. And for him to go to Tulane, I see him playing more of a combo safety role, someone that could play inside as a slot defender. He's a good alley defender. He's someone that has really good acceleration when attacking downhill in a run game or playing out in space. He's going to really help their defense out, man. Tulane defensively just gave up yards in bunches, and it really hurt them earlier in the season when they couldn't stop anybody because their offense could score, but they just couldn't stop anyone. And now you're getting someone that's a really good slot defender that can match up across the board with what you're going to see in that conference. So definitely someone, a grad transfer, smart man going to Tulane to get that grad degree. And so I do think football-wise, he has the height, the length, and the acceleration in the alley to where he makes himself a good prospect to keep an eye on.
So I mentioned this earlier, but I'll say it again. Goff's oldest and last major of the year is this weekend, and the golfers are headed across the pond to compete for the trophy. DraftKings, America's top-rated sportsbook app, is giving you a shot to land in the green. You know what they mean, right? Like in the black, like in the green. This week, DraftKings is giving you 50-1 odds on any golfer sinking at least one birdie this weekend. I mean, are you kidding me? One birdie the whole weekend? Place a pre-tournament wager of $1 on any golf outcome to be eligible to cash $50 in free credits if any golfer sinks a birdie. They're trying to give you $50. Download the top-rated DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code Ross when you sign up to turn $1 into $50 in free credits if any golfer sinks a birdie this weekend. That's code Ross to turn $1 into $50 in free credits for a limited time only at DraftKings Sportsbook. All right, up next, we got a tight end from Memphis. You talked about earlier, you love the Memphis skill guys. You know, they run so much spread, I feel like, and they have their running backs run so many routes. I haven't heard much about tight ends for Memphis. It seems like it's always the running backs, maybe the receivers, but you feel like they got a pretty good tight end in Sean Dykes.
First of all, we're being a little bit too liberal with this term tight end at Memphis. This dude is a wide receiver, man. He's 6'2", 225, and runs really good routes. He has good acceleration out of his break. He's a wide receiver. They just ran out of eligible spots to put these dudes for Memphis. So he's not a true tight end. This is someone that is built like a bigger receiver. You see someone like A.J. Brown and how he's built. You know, if he played at Memphis, they would have called him a left tackle, right? So Memphis is not slick trying to get by with all these different tags that they tag these guys with. But he's a receiver. He's going to be a receiver. But if you want to put him in the tight end category, he's a flex tight end. But, man, I love his ability to get open and make plays down the middle of the field. He's unafraid of contact, obviously, but also has the ability to really accelerate out that break and track the football. He's a 6-year senior. So that's someone that's going to come into an NFL situation as a plug-and-play guy. He's the quintessential definition of, quote-unquote, pro-ready, and that's what I see with him at that position.
Number 9, the wide receiver from Tulsa, and they've had some good ones recently, Keelan Stokes.
Smooth, savvy, fearless, great hands, knows how – and when we talk about great hands, you know, we're talking about knowing when and where to use your body, how and when to utilize, you know, perfect technique, when to allow your hands to really take over. Or, you know, sometimes you see a situation where you have to really look where you're going and trust that your hands could get in position. He's able to do that. So he has really good hands. He may not be the fastest, and although he's a guy that can help out on special teams in terms of returning kicks, but he's someone that I think will have a home on the inside of a receiver core, like a slot receiver, but someone that's a good possession guy that's trustworthy, that'll play a long time in the NFL.
Last but certainly not least, we've got number 10, another Tulsa skill guy, back to back. They got the wide receiver, now they got the running back, Shamari Brooks from Tulsa.
And Shamari Brooks was someone that was on my radar last year. He was a senior last year, but he got hurt very early in the season, tore an ACL. So they're getting him back. And I think when you look at what he brings to the table, he's the perfect back for today's game. Doesn't need volume to be successful. He's able to make you miss. So he's got the elusiveness, but he's a very good receiver. And I think all of those skills allows him to be a very projectable complementary guy at the next level. You just hope that he comes back healthy and shows no ill effects of the knee injury. Again, I've said this before, a lot of it's mental because I've had ACL injuries before. And once you are cleared medically, you still worried about re-injury when it's all in your head. So you want to see him get back out there and be productive like he was, because he's another one of these backs that you can plug and play as your RB2 or RB3 in your offense and be just fine.
Speaking of running backs, Emery, we have an email question. I love this. I love when we get email questions. Ross@rosstucker.com. If you take advantage of any sponsor that we have, like you heard me talk about DraftKings, but any sponsor on any show or on the sponsors page over at rosstucker.com, and send me the email, I guarantee I will ask Emery, and if the question's for me as well, I will ask the question of Emery and he can answer. As a former running back, Emery, and I missed the name of the guy that sent this, unfortunately. I'm sorry, but if you're a loyal listener, you know it's your email. What are your most important traits in identifying talented running backs, and how important does fearless courage matter for the position? I know what you're talking about after the injury. What I mean is we often hear of players not playing to their size, while others are fearless when sticking their foot in the ground and shooting through a gap. Dalvin Cook comes to mind as someone without tremendous size or blazing speed, but absolutely fearless when attacking the line of scrimmage. What are the most important traits in a running back, Emery?
I think the most important trait is vision, because your eyes will lead you to wherever you want to go. Where the eyes go, the feet will follow. So vision is important. And this is something that I had to learn too, was patience. You know, and I think a lot of guys nowadays are coming right out of the box with good patience, you know, because of how the zone offense is so prominent. So it forces you to be patient. Back when we were playing high school ball, you know, Ross, everything was hit the hole, right? And it was simple, you know, 34 dive, you know, 28 toss, all those simple, you know, play calls, to where everything was about speed and urgency. But now with everything being about, patience, reading, it's vision and patience top tier. And to the second part of his question, what leads to some guys being fearless or not, a lot of it's just, your makeup. Because you'll see big guys that, like he said, doesn't play to their size, and you'll see small guys run up in there. I love to use these two contrasts. You look at Warrick Dunn at 5'9", 178, over 10,000 career rushing yards in the NFL. When I watched Florida State play, when I was coming up through high school, I never once knew that Warrick Dunn was 5'9", 178, right? I just liked the fact that he ran well. He had everything that you wanted as a running back. It didn't matter that he was that size. And then you see someone that is a taller, bigger back, let's say like David Johnson, who still plays the position in my mind like a wide receiver playing running back, which he was at Northern Iowa. So the natural instincts aren't there. But you'll see him on paper at 6'2", 220. You think, oh, this guy's gonna be a power guy, when really he's more of the Warrick Dunn type of guy that could make you miss, but he's not the run through a hole type guy. And that's okay. But I think there's a market for both guys. So I just think that it's about how you were, bred as a young running back. Sometimes it's natural to lower your shoulder and just power through. Sometimes if you're good at making guys miss, it's going to be hard for you to then transition to, hey, lower your shoulder and run through somebody. We used to have this talk about Reggie Bush. And this was the part I used to always try to make to Saints fans, because at the time, Saints fans were like, he has to run inside. Pierre Thomas is the better back. Like, listen, if you're Reggie Bush and you spent your entire life at high school, at USC, and in the NFL making dudes look stupid, why would I run through a brick wall when I could just run around the brick wall and make that person that's guarding outside of that brick wall look foolish in space? That's what I'm going to do. And if you're a playmaker like that, it's hard to change, that mentality. That's who you are as a player. You just have to, allow that person to be that player. You can't make Barry Sanders become Christian Okoye. Then he wouldn't be Barry Sanders. You got to allow those guys to play how they play. And I think that's the difference too. So we tend to have these expectations on backs, these projections on backs, and that's not really how it's supposed to be. But to tie a bow on it, vision, footwork before everything else.
Next week, the ACC. A lot of people think Sam Howell is the number one quarterback. Does Emory, or is it De'Aaron King? I can't wait to hear what he says about Justin Ross. ACC should be amazing next week. Already looking forward to it. Other than that, the keg is kicked. We are all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and the Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
We are back. Hello. If you don't recognize me, I'm Matt Lamarca. This is what's under the hat. Now, at least. Before it was different. Back with Tom Carroll. This is our second game of 3. Tom's doing 4 today because he's a pure stud. But we've got the Cleveland Browns. We've got the Los Angeles Chargers. So lineups lock in about 1 minute. Tom, why don't you tell me just how you're approaching this contest?
Well, first of all, Lamarca, I just want to commend you. The hair looks fantastic. Everyone give it up for Lamarca's barber. Did a bang-up job here. Excellent work. My lineup goes as follows. I went with Austin Eckler in the captain spot. Feel like he is the surest thing with both of these teams in the mix. So I got Eckler there in the captain. And plus, Zeke was sort of the, quote, surest thing in the last sim, and that went well for me. So trying to use that same philosophy here. Chargers, DST, OBJ, Higgins, Hooper, Landry. So a bunch of pass catchers for the Browns along with Chargers, DST. So we'll see how this goes. I don't know. I'm sort of meh about it.
Into the water.
I don't feel great.
That's Hooper. I, too, went with Eckler at captain. I actually went with the rare 3 running back lineup.
Oh, okay.
Eckler,
You went with both the Browns guys.
Chubb, and Hunt. The last Browns game I did, I won the sim, and it was with both Browns running backs. So I'm running it back. I also played my guy, Justin Herbert, Hunter Henry, and the Chargers D, one of the best Madden defenses there is, because you got that Derwin James, hard-hitting safety X factor. Don't be surprised if he forces a fumble or 2.
And Bosa is an absolute monster rushing the passer.
Also fair, yes.
So I'm right there with you. I love the Chargers defense in this game. These are 2 teams that I'm excited to watch next season in real life. I want to see what the Chargers look like in year 2 with Herbert. I think the Browns are coming in with a ton of hype next year after the run they went on last year. We'll see if Baker can be the guy that he was last season. We'll see if the Browns can keep running the ball the way that they did last year. 2 of the teams that in the AFC you have to keep an eye on, no doubt.
So some of the top ownerships we've got here, Austin Eckler, unsurprising. He is the top owned guy, 72.3% in the free showdown. Baker, just under 61%. Odell is a little under 50%. Keenan is right around 46%. And Herbert right around 46%. Eckler is approximately 22% owned in the captain spot. So a lot of Eckler stands in this contest.
Yeah, that's the way to do it, man. I mean, he gets a lot of carries. He can catch the ball. Makes sense. You want him in there. Even if he doesn't get a ton of carries or a ton of yards, he's liable to get a touchdown at some point for the Chargers. It's just how it works.
The Chargers.
Go, Chargers, go. Shout out to the governor.
The governor.
Yeah. I pick things up and I put them down.
Get to the chopper.
Yeah, this is not a tumor.
First play of the game, we got a face mask. Or maybe the second play of the game, I guess. That'll be a first down.
What's up, Twitch fam? We see you. AR Brock, Sleepy P, 52-4. 5th time playing Fortnite.
Oh, and there we had a fumble. He might have been down anyway, but the Browns scooped it up. Actually gained a yard or two on that.
Hey, well,
they might review it anyway.
Stick Welder saying, Lamarca trying to get a date? Hey, clean up the hair. That's always a good place to start. Throw on his finest Knicks jersey and hit the town.
I try to keep it professional on the Sims. I usually rock the polo. You know,
That's the way to do
nice
it.
collar.
Profesh for the broadcasts. I understand. I go for a more casual look.
Well, you're a cash guy, Tom. Unlike me, who just drips sex appeal.
Yeah, Lamarca is he's your classic businessman, you know? A three-piece suit. His day starts when the opening bell rings.
Yeah.
Wall Street.
I'm up for the overseas markets, Tom.
Oh, you're up when Tokyo starts?
Hashtag no days off. Hashtag only Sundays off.
Of course. That's when football's played.
1st and 10 here for the Brownies. We're going to get a nice run here by Kareem Hunt.
Kareem the
Take it
Dream.
down to the 20. Jeffrey Orr says, "Hi-ho!"
Stick saying, I need to clean myself up. Damn. Yeah, come on, Stick. Get it together.
I will say I was pretty blown away at how much more expensive a haircut is now. You know, now my last haircut was pre-pandemic, and I'm pretty sure my barbershop was charging $14.
Okay.
Now,
what is it now?
I went to a different barber, but the standard haircut rate was $25.
Wow.
$25.
That's
because I was all
big...
prepared. I was all prepared to give my guy to give him $40, give him a big tip, and be like, you know I had a lot of hair. It was a big job, but I felt like I still gave him the 40, but then it was like, now my tip means so much less.
It didn't feel as good to you.
Yeah.
You felt a little guilty.
No, I didn't feel guilty.
What did
I still gave $15 on a $25 cut is still a nice tip, but it wasn't like the guy was like, oh man, this is my new favorite customer.
Right, you were looking for that top dog spot.
That's right.
Kareem Hunt, massive drive.
Jordan asks, did they ask when you last got a haircut?
I was going to ask that.
They did not, but when I told the guy what I want, they were like, because I told them a 3 on the sides, and they were like, a 3? Couldn't believe it. And I was like, yep, take it way down.
I was going to say, if you went to the same barber, I'm sure they would have been like, whoa, where's this guy been? What do we got here?
Kareem Hunt into the end zone, and we will get the extra point as well. So a good start on that drive for Mr. Hunt. He was approximately 37% owned in our smaller showdown. So not contrarian, but also not very popular either.
David Speck saying, I missed the cut. Please show next time on the screen, Lamarca. Yeah, Lamarca, no hat, so you'll see it during all the quarter breaks.
Anytime I'm on screen, you'll see the hair. 80 Poker says, did they find any undiscovered species in your lock? No, but I looked at the floor afterwards and I was like, damn, they're going to have to do some sweeping in here.
Bad situation.
They have to do some sweeping.
I always do feel bad for all the hair on the ground. Like, it's just so gross at barbershops. They got to sweep that stuff up. They're probably all covered in hair at the end of the day. Hair they don't even realize they have on their bodies.
I will say it was I felt like I was in a real authentic barbershop because It was during the Euro final that I went, and they had on the game in Spanish, and I was like, "Oh yeah, this is where I want to be right now." Something
and they were
about
super into it.
Watching soccer in Spanish just feels like the way it was intended to be watched.
At a barber shop, like, can you be more Euro?
It just felt right.
I love that. Yeah, I'm jealous. Now, is there a reason why you went to a different barber?
You know, I haven't really had like a consistent barber in a few years, so I've been like auditioning guys, and I gotta say, I'm pretty happy with this guy's work. So
okay, you're just gonna bring more cash.
I'm trying to make it a little bit of a more regular occurrence. I'm gonna not go 18 months in between haircuts this time around.
Fair. Well, now that you don't really have an excuse to go that long.
Yes.
You know? What are we thinking? Every 6 weeks?
Yeah, my hair grows on the slower side, to be honest.
Okay.
So I can usually stretch 2 months, but 6 weeks is probably good.
Yeah. Nice punt.
Gone Fishing says, getting that Bubba Ray Dudley vibe with Lamarca's new look. With the glasses, I can see it. Bubba had the completely shaved head, though, if I remember correctly.
It's a great reference.
The Dudley boys were the best.
Need more camo.
Maybe for Halloween, if we do some Halloween sims, I'll go as Bubba Ray.
Oh yeah, we got to do some costumes on Halloween.
D-Rod says, why didn't you donate your hair? It wasn't long enough. I think it's got to be like
10.
Like long.
I think
the
minimum is 10.
Shoulders, it still was like less than 10 inches.
You're probably doing pretty well in the contest here early, Lamarca. I know we're only in the first quarter, but Kareem Hunt on that opening drive for Cleveland was awesome.
Yeah, I'm in second early, but
it's
super early.
Yeah, I'm not doing
I
so
also
hot,
have the Chargers defense, so
yeah, they didn't do great.
4 points. Joker wants to know who scored. That would be Kareem the Stream Hunt. Is this your new thing? You just have the football out during the sim?
So I bought this football recently. It's just been in the living room, so I'm like, I might as well hold it. I kind of like it. Keeps me distracted.
K-Nut says, did they burn what was cut off? Hope they did. That would be
burning hair feels like a gross thing.
Let me tell you right now, no cap. Is that what the kids say now instead of like no lie? No cap,
yeah.
yo.
No capping.
I have some of the softest hair you will ever touch.
Now, is this because you use conditioner or?
It is like a mink.
Is this genetic?
I have no idea. My dad's been bald my whole life, so I don't really have anything to compare it to. But it is just super soft.
I have thick hair. I don't know if it's soft. It's very thick. They need to use like special buzzers when they get in there with mine, or poles. You know, you ever had that situation?
Special buzzers? No.
Yeah, they get like a special thing they put on top of it for super thick hair. Otherwise, it feels like they're pulling hair out of my scalp. Who else has done it? I'm sure there's other people in the chat that have this happen. Very thick hair.
Javier says, I hope Diggs and Hopkins are good in Madden 22. They're average in 21. I'm sure they'll get upgrades. I'm most looking forward to the Josh Allen upgrade. Because, like, he really struggles in this game from time to time. And I would love to see him more accurately reflected.
I think he'll be like a different player in that game. Totally different player. I'm excited for the new game.
Yeah, that's got to be. We have to have a release date coming on that soon, right?
Got to be coming up.
Madden 22 release date. Let's see what the computer says. August 20th.
All right. About a month away.
I don't know if that's official or not. That's what that's what Google just told me.
John Horn saying no bumps anymore, Freezer. Yeah, no, I had that one lump removed from my head early on in the summer.
Yeah, the head
No.
lump?
Yeah, I had a big old pilar cyst.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Did you go on what's the pimple popper show?
No, it was big enough to be on it, though. The thing was probably the size of a grape.
That's humongous.
Yeah. Do you want me to send you the video?
Yeah, kind of. So we do have something cool here that producer Drew, not Drew who's with us now, other Drew, shared with us. Are we allowed to share this on camera, Jordan?
Yeah, I think he said that we were supposed to.
So one of the new features for Madden 22 is each team is going to have a home field advantage. So for the Chargers, it's going to be that the home team gains bonus momentum for yardage gains. And for the Browns, away team hot routes have a chance to fail in the red zone, requiring them to be made again. Interesting.
Which I love.
Yeah, that won't really have a huge impact on our Madden Sims, but for competitive, that will be very cool.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool idea. All right, I'm sending you this video. It's pretty gross. But it seems like you're okay with this type of stuff.
I've definitely watched some of it.
Okay.
I won't say I'm like a huge popaholic, as they call them, but the Dr. Pimple Popper videos, I've definitely watched quite a few.
All right, here we go. It's being kind of weird on me. Wants me to trim it. I want to send this to you in full. We're going to figure this out. Oh, actually, you know what, Lamarca? I can just show it to you while we're off camera here.
Nah,
people on our staff. Well, I don't know how Jim feels about it. Jordan doesn't want to see it.
Yeah,
I know Drew's into it though. I don't know. I think I should show this on the Zoom. All right, I'll hold back. Just know you're missing out on some fascinating science here.
Just email it to me.
I know, it's just my phone's being dumb.
You're being dumb.
Yeah, possible. Very possible.
Congo Cab in the building. What up, Congo?
What's up, Congo? Go Raiders.
Joe Horn in the building. Love the cell phone celly, Joe.
Actually, that's John Horn, and I do that all the time. Every time I see John Horn's name, I say Joe Horn. For that exact reason.
Any relation to Joe? If so, tell him I love the cell phone celly.
It's a great celly.
Would you say you have a favorite?
Favorite celly ever? I think that's it.
Yeah,
I mean it's so badass. He put it in the upright ahead of time. I mean that's baller.
I don't have a player specific one, but I just love it when they dunk the ball, which I know is now illegal.
Yeah, that's so
because
lame.
somebody
They don't
bent
do
the
that
upright
anymore.
one time,
Yeah.
or bent the crossbar. But
Yeah. It is incredibly lame that it's not allowed anymore. Like when Jimmy Graham used to just throw it down.
oh yeah,
That was.
hey, there's
reckless.
Big Verge getting in on the action.
Hey, Virgie. So everyone got another peek at the hair during that quarter break. Hope you all enjoyed. Lamarca, I just sent it to you on Twitter in your DMs.
It go down in the DM.
It go down. All right, give us a little Eckler here, huh? Make everyone happy. Nope. Going with Mike Williams.
We're nearing 200 likes on YouTube. If you haven't already hit the like button and you feel obliged, we would appreciate it. Do it for Tommy Freeze Pops. Do it for my new hair, making me look like a blown out Bubba Ray Dudley, as I've been told.
Do it for the cyst that I had removed from my head
Do
in
it
May.
for Tommy's head cyst. Do it for Jordan and Drew and Jim behind the scenes. Jim!
Jess asking on YouTube, is there anything worth talking about going on in the sim? First and goal for the Chargers. It's a 7-0 game. Chargers take it down to about the 4-yard line, 3-4-yard line here. It's going to be second and goal. Keenan Allen with the grab, his third catch of the game. 3:56 remaining in the second quarter. Cleveland on top. Kareem Hunt with the only score of the game. There you go, Jess. Are you driving, Jess? Some people like to do that. They'll drive and they'll just throw us on in the background, like a radio play-by-play situation.
That's dangerous.
Eckler.
I should never be listened to while driving. Any podcast I'm on, I make sure that that's a disclaimer. Do not listen
Listen
to
at
while
home.
driving or operating heavy machinery.
Hey, we all got to love this Eckler touchdown here. Looking like John Elway spinning into the end zone.
Helicopter.
Love when that happens. I'll take it. Jason Myers saying, my dog, Austin. My dog, Austin Eckler with the score, tying it up. Sevens. Speaking of sevens, I heard you had beef with my top 7 number 7s of all time.
Yeah, it's a terrible list. It's a terrible, terrible list.
Okay. Now, we haven't been on a broadcast to talk about this, but I have been completely forthright every step of the process saying that it was a biased list based on my own personal biases. And I have said on the record that if I was to remove bias, Ben Roethlisberger would be number 2 on my list.
Okay.
And Flutie,
so then,
Flutie would not be on the list.
So then don't make it the top 7 number 7s in NFL history. Make it Tommy Freeze Pop's favorite number 7s in NFL history.
Hey, got to create controversy somehow, Lamarca. No, it's more fun than anything, not taken too serious. But I don't know if you looked at the pool of players to wear that number. It's really not as impressive as you'd think.
I did look it up.
There's a few that were misses that should have been on there. I'd say Burt Jones, he was an MVP in the past, should have been on there. Maybe Ron Jaworski, maybe Kaepernick.
So in terms of approximate value for Pro Football Reference,
yes,
they have Elway 1, not surprising.
Yep, that was number 1 on our list as well.
Roethlisberger 2, Boomer 3.
Yep. He's on there, yep.
4.
He's on there, yep.
Vic 5, Jaworski 6.
He's on there. Yep.
Burt Jones 7.
Mm-hmm.
Ken O'Brien 8. Burline 9.
Jets.
Dan Pastorini 10, and then Morton 11.
Yeah, see, they're
So I
undervaluing
get it. You
kickers.
put Morton at 2. You're playing favorites with Morton. I'm fine with
But
that.
honestly, like, okay, but look at the names ahead of Morton. Tell me how many of those names realistically you would take over Morton. How many you wouldn't take over Morton, I should say.
I'd probably put him behind Geoff.
Berline. Put him ahead of Berline, right?
Yeah, I'd put him behind Jaworski. So that would be 7th.
Yeah, and I did put Flutie on my list, Jordan, yes. I don't care. If you listen to the pod, Morton said he wouldn't have even included Ben Roethlisberger on his list because he met him at a party one time, and while he was shaking his hand, introducing himself, Roethlisberger was already starting another conversation with another guy, and he felt slighted. So he said that on his list, Roethlisberger wouldn't have even made it.
So this is real independent, hard-hitting journalism.
Totally biased lists happening here on Great Dane Nation.
So D-Rod says, Lamarca, how about Mayweather's promise to Pacquiao that if he beats Errol Spence, he would give him his rematch? Do you think he's bluffing, or is he telling the truth? Answer, don't care. Don't want to see that. I'm honestly done with Mayweather fights. The guy's an all-time great. He's the best boxer I've ever seen. Defensive wizard. But, like, I just don't want to watch him at 40-plus years old. Like, his fights were, I don't want to say boring. Boring's not the right word. They weren't action-packed, entertaining fights when he was in his prime. Like, you have to really appreciate and understand boxing to, like, enjoy sitting down and watching Pacquiao fight in his prime because he never got hit, which is incredible. It's a great way to box. It's why he's going to have, hopefully, you would think, a long life after boxing, unlike some of these heavyweights who just get their brains beat in. But I just don't have any interest in seeing him fight anymore. And as Drew says, I don't think there's any chance that Pacquiao actually beats Errol Spence.
Yeah, Pacquiao, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the last time he had a big fight, quote unquote, he lost to that guy, like an Australian guy, right?
That was
kind of controversial, right?
It was a really bad scoring.
Yeah. It does feel like Mayweather will fight anyone at this point, though. So, like, if Pacquiao was to beat this person, I feel like Mayweather will fight him, right? It seems like his standards are pretty low, and Pacquiao is actually a boxer.
It's kind of sad that this is what boxing has become. Like, it's like a sideshow.
Right, it's carnival barking at this point.
You got Jake Paul wearing a Charizard pendant out to go fight. And
hey, it was a PSA 10, dude.
It's a very valuable card.
Or whatever card company he used.
But yeah, I don't, I feel like the guys that I'm most interested in boxing are like, they're not very active and they're not getting promoted the same. Like, I love watching Bud Crawford, but
great name.
I feel like he's not getting a huge, like, when's his big fight? When are we going to get the Bud Crawford, huge fight on pay-per-view that everybody's jacked up for? I just don't think it's going to happen.
Because it's Bud Crawford.
Oh, but Bud is so good. He's so fun.
Great name.
Well, his real name's Terrence, but his nickname is Bud.
Either way.
But he switches stance mid-fight. He'll fight traditional, then he'll go southpaw. He's just a very fun guy to watch.
That's kind of cool. That he can switch
it up like that.
So the Browns
pick up a 4th down. Now we've got 1st and goal. Baker's going to sling one quick. 2nd and goal.
Who do we want here? You want some more Hunt, probably, right?
Hunt, Chubb, either one. Actually, probably Chubb would be better for me personally, because I doubt that there's a lot of people who played both of them. Baker's just going to avoid the sack and get rid of it.
Jordan saying, I'm glad Tommy didn't put former Bears QB Bob Avellini on his list for number 7s. Yeah, Avellini did not make the cut.
Don't even know who that is.
Same.
He is on here, though.
I'm sure he's higher than you'd think.
Yeah, he's about 17, 18, something like that.
OBJ with the score.
Byron Leftwich.
Ooh, Byron. See, the fact that Byron Leftwich is in the top 20 for a number tells you that it's not the strongest number.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll take an OBJ score. That helps out your boy.
That'll put Odell into double figures for the day. Poppy says Canelo is the only real guy who's like a draw at this point. Yeah, I will say that the Canelo versus Golovkin fight was pretty anticipated as like an actual boxer.
Triple G's a guy that gets that draws eyeballs as well. That's why that one. That's why it was so big.
That fight just happened probably 2 years too late for Triple G.
That always happens in boxing. Just after everyone should actually care when it should happen is when the fights always happen, right?
Pretty much.
These guys are worried, man. Let's see what Herbert
Chargers
does
are going
here.
to stay aggressive here and try and get in the field goal range, and they will pick up a nice chunk on first down.
Yeah, 7 seconds to go here. 1 timeout left. In theory, they could take one more big play and really get into field goal range here. Madden clock management makes me think that it probably won't work out that way, but we'll see. Get out. All right, they'll call timeout. All right, let's see if they get a long field goal here. Be pretty deep, though.
Yeah, 57-yarder. They'll try it. Why not?
What is the Madden record? Do anyone on our staff know?
That is going to be returnable.
Oh, he caught it! All right. I have never seen that. Almost 300 sims into my career. I've never seen that.
That kick was about 10 yards short.
Yeah, it was awful. Jordan saying that they had a 60-yarder with the Giants kicker, who I believe is Graham Gano in this game.
Don't you know? Graham Gano. All right, back on camera. Matt LaMarca. Tommy
Hi.
Freeze Pops.
Look at his hair, everyone.
Blue Steel. Anyway. Stats. Nick Chubb, 8 for 32. Eckler and Hunt, yardage not great, but both guys have found the end zone. On the receiving side, Jarvis leading the way with 4 catches. Hunter Henry has 3 for 43. Keenan Allen has 3 grabs. OBJ, 2 grabs for 22 yards, but he does have a score. The only
No one really jumping out right now for me, for the wooden nickel or babysitter bill.
Yeah, it's been a relatively quiet first half.
Very even.
The running backs, I guess, have been providing the most of the fantasy value here. Our first place lineup in the smaller showdown actually has Jarvis in the captain spot. to go along with Eckler, Beckham, Hooper, Hunter Henry, and Kareem Hunt.
I'm thinking maybe one of these quarterbacks might be the guy for Babysitter Billy. Both under 100 yards passing heading into the fourth quarter.
Third quarter. This is
I thought we're going to. Oh, we're at halftime?
Yeah.
Hello. Wait a sec. Yeah, you're right. I totally thought we were a quarter further than we were.
We also have a solo leader in the $250
take a
free
lap.
contest. That's Kareem Hunt in the captain spot with Eckler, Baker Mayfield, OBJ, Hunter Henry, and Austin Seibert.
All right, I'm back.
Freeze Pops took a lap.
Third quarter action, ready to go. Man, that's like when you wake up thinking it's Friday, but then it's actually Thursday. Bummer.
Thursday's probably my favorite day of the week at this point.
Ooh,
It's a light day for me.
Workload. I like Fridays personally because there's no Sims at night, and I typically do Sims at night during the week. So it's a night off for me, and it's a typical light work day as well. So sleep in a little later, hit the town, have some Diet Cokes. Love a good Friday.
Death Pause says, yes, Mr. Lamarca, I will buy both the term and whole life insurance. I did sell insurance at one point in my life, Tommy Freeze.
You'd be good at that. I could see you doing well at that.
And Demetrius Poindexter says, who is the weird dad-looking dude?
Dad? Demetrius Poindexter is an awesome name.
Yeah, it's a good one.
I hope that's your real name, Demetrius. You sound like you should be playing like free safety for Arkansas. Demetrius Poindexter with the interception.
Yeah, Jordan says that sounds like an East-West Bowl Key and Peele skit.
Yeah,
which is just an all-time.
It's great. No, it kind of sounds like a computer-generated name on the old NCAA games where you wanted your roster to have dudes with names instead of just the numbers. So you click that setting. Demetrius Poindexter is a fake NCAA name, and that is a compliment.
I'd recruit him. Dan Smith, BYU.
Trash 4200 saying my students call Thursday weekend eve. In college, some people just call Thursday the weekend. Miss those days. My last 3 years of college, I stacked all of my classes on Mondays and Wednesdays.
I couldn't do that.
It's tough. Mondays were awful.
I wasn't responsible enough that I could use the downtime to do the work for the classes.
Yeah, you needed the consistency.
So I intentionally would schedule 2 classes that were, Monday, Wednesday, and 2 classes that were Tuesday, Thursday, and I would space them out with enough time in between so that I could I would force myself to go to the library in between classes.
And do the work for those classes. Smart.
Yes.
Very
Because I commuted to school.
Yep.
So, if I had time, I would just go home, and then there was a good chance I wasn't going back to class.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Hey, we all know what works for ourselves. I wanted maximum flexibility on the weekends. Mondays were awful, though. I'd have a class. I'd have an 8 a.m., and then I'd have a class.
Oh.
Well, I'd have all 4 classes that day, and my last class would end at 10 p.m. It was a 4-hour.
See, I was not like that. I would do a 2:10 and an 8:50 or an 8:10 or whatever the times were.
Yeah. And just have a long break in between. Chill at the student union.
Yeah, get a little bite
maybe
to
grab a
eat.
burger.
I
Do a
found
little studying.
I found all the good study spots on campus and all
There
the
you
best
go.
bathrooms.
Oh, when you find that good bathroom on campus, man, nothing beats it. You're like, I know the spot.
It's a luxury that I really needed.
Yep. 100% with you there. I was using a faculty bathroom for a while, didn't realize it. That was an awkward day. I come bursting out of there, and one of the professors is like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, in my head, I'm like, "What a like invasive question."
Yeah.
Like, what? He doesn't need to know what I was doing in there. So I was like, "Oh, I was just using the bathroom." He goes, "That's faculty only," and he was like really rude about it. Like,
you
dude,
should have said, "Dr. Carroll, nice to meet you, sir."
I should have said, "Why do you assume I'm not faculty, sir? All our IDs look the same." But no, I was 20, and I was like, "All right, I'm sorry." I scurried away.
Cleveland on another drive here. Almost picked.
What was the dining hall situation like for you guys? Decent setup? Our dining hall stunk.
Yeah, I mean, again, Stony Brook was a big commuter school, so...
More of a student union vibe than a dining hall vibe?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Our dining hall was awful. They just redid it, too, over the last maybe 5 years or so. And it's wicked nice now. Makes me mad. Food probably does still stink.
Nick Chubb with some space. He'll pick up about 5, 6.
Oh, Drew, your brother just graduated from Emerson. There you go. So he knows for a fact.
From
the
Emerson?
food still stinks. Emerson College.
That's funny. Does Emerson know that you went to Emerson College?
I don't know. Yeah, he does, because he's tight with Madison, who I know from Emerson, so he definitely knows.
That's so confusing. Emerson's tight with Madison, who I met at Emerson, which is located in Madison.
And he lives really close to Emerson College, actually, in Boston. Drew saying they sent all the good food to Emmanuel. Emmanuel was one of our big rivals in volleyball. Drew and I actually unknowingly played each other in volleyball in college. It's a fun fact.
Poindexter says, it's a good look. Do you have a real job now? Nope. Still the same job. Catch me writing for DK Nation, manning the DraftKings news desk, contributing elsewhere, but never leaving my house except for my morning coffee. I actually did run to 7-Eleven in between the Sims.
Oh, nice.
There's
Kareem Hunt. Woo! He's in the wooden nickel driver's seat right now, folks.
Got myself a Starbucks Frappuccino drink.
Oh, nice. I like 7-Eleven.
I mean, what's not to like?
They don't really have a lot of them out here. They're big on they have a gas station that's really prevalent in this part of the country called QT, Quick Trip.
Okay.
And that serves as their 7-Eleven in this neck of the woods.
Yeah, well, as you know, I was down in the Jersey Shore for a little bit on my vacay, and that's Wawa country.
Yeah.
And I understand that Wawa is the best. You can get yourself a sandwich. Like, you're not going to go into 7-Eleven and eat any of the food that they're cooking.
No.
Not unless
and
you're
if you do, that you're down on your luck.
You're
when you're
down.
grabbing the
Down to your
taquitos.
last dollar.
I've been there. Look, in college, I have crushed some taquitos from 7-Eleven for like a dinner. It's happening.
All right. I will say that the taquitos are fine. I've had the hot dogs there too. They're okay. But like if you're going there and you're getting like the chicken wings, they have like chicken wings
tough.
now and pizza. Gross.
Yeah. It's a tough situation. I will say there's a brand of chicken wings or like chicken tenders that's located in all these different gas stations around the country. I think it's called Crispy Chicken or something like that. And I have a few friends that swear by it. Like my buddy Cliff, who's from Philly, loves Wawa. He's obsessed with this chicken that's sold at this gas station in Connecticut near ESPN. He's like, best fried chicken I've ever had. And it's just like this chain.
The best fried chicken he's ever had from a gas station in Connecticut.
In Bristol, Connecticut.
No.
And it's, I telling you, and I tried it, it really wasn't that good. It wasn't that good.
By the way, feel free to proceed to the window and cash your tickets if you had quarter number 7 for when me and Tom Carroll would start talking about food. Quarter number 7 on your bingo card.
And bingo. Executive session saying crispy chicken is fire. So there you go. He understands.
I'm sorry.
I can't look.
The chicken
I'm with
might be the best. It might be delicious, but I refuse to admit, even if I thought it was the best, I would refuse to admit that the best chicken that I've ever had came from a gas station in Connecticut.
Yeah. It just sounds so wrong. I can say confidently the best fried chicken I've ever had is at a place here in St. Louis called Hodak's. They've been open since like the 30s, and their entire menu is just fried chicken, different types of fried chicken dinners, all sorts of stuff. It's fantastic.
Jordan says Buc-ee's is pretty cool for convenience store / gas stations down south. All right. Nearing the end of quarter number 3 here.
Oh, this isn't the fourth quarter?
Sorry, bud. One more to go.
It's okay.
21-7 Brownies, if you're just joining us late. Kareem Hunt with 2 scores for the Browns. The other one from Odell Beckham Jr. Austin Eckler has the lone touchdown for the Chargers.
And he just broke that one a little bit there, so he's having himself a nice little game. Lindenbaum saying that sounds pretty freaking good, Freeze Pops. Yeah, hey, Lindenbaum, you ever in the loo? I'll bring you to some spots. Van Bostic saying Hodak's is fire. That's right. It's a good spot.
Baker, 154 yards and a touchdown. Justin Herbert, you mentioned that a quarterback might be trending for the babysitter Billy. He's in contention. 126 yards, 0 touchdowns. Chubb's got 43 on the ground. Eckler with 49 and a touch. Hunt with 37 and 2 touches. And Baker has added 25 rushing yards.
There you go, Baker. Moving around a little bit.
From a receiving perspective, Odell with the only receiving score in this game. Nobody that close to a bonus right now, per Jordan. Kyle, BG is on tomorrow night, 6 p.m., 10 p.m. Eastern Time Sims. So put it on your calendars. Brendan Glasheen, Madden After Dark.
Mark it down, people. And I got to let the people know. Let me pull this up to make sure I'm correct. Yes, Madden After Dark tomorrow. Historic sim for me. It's my 300th sim tomorrow
How do
night.
you know that?
Because it's very easy. So you submit your hours. You have to say how many sims you did per month. You go back, you count them up. Simple addition.
I guess. I just write the date and the time that I worked. I don't like specify per se. Anyway. I also don't want to know.
I send the amount per month and what that will entail as far as money, and that's what I send to the boss. Because that's really all I care about, Lamarca.
Where do you think you rank in terms of volume of sims?
So I know I've done more than Kenny, because he doesn't do a lot of weekends, and I think that's where I pile up a lot of sims.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. I'd say Glash, Cough, and Moose are probably 1, 2, 3 in some order. Cough's probably number 1. I think Rossi's done a lot because I know he was a little bit later to the team, but he's banked a lot of hours. I don't know when you started actually, so I'm not sure. I don't know how to place you in this.
I would say a little bit before you, not before you. You've definitely done more than me.
So I might be 5th.
Okay.
Emerson's done a lot though early on.
Yeah.
But I just know he doesn't do a lot anymore, so he's tailed off quite a bit. A meteoric rise, and I'm not saying it's not like I'm doing good work here. It's just I'm available.
Eckler gets buried in the backfield on 2nd and goal. We will have a 3rd and goal coming up.
I would like for Eckler to score here. That would be very helpful to me. You know what? No, too many people have Eckler. I changed my mind. I need the Browns to make a stop here. I need no Chargers to score.
How about a sack?
Yeah, there we go. I'll take
Myles Garrett. That'll bring up 4th and goal. Feels like this is go for it territory, right?
I think so. 5:50-ish to go here in the 4th, down 2 scores. The way the defenses have been playing. Yep, here we go. Virtual Anthony Lynn keeping his foot on the gas here. See how it pays off. Nope. That might be ball game, folks. Unless this talented Chargers defense can cause a turnover here.
Kyle says, Tom, I will let you know how I do on my humanities test Tuesday. Bucks in 6? Exclamation point, question mark.
Feels that way, right? Doesn't it feel
so.
like all the momentum's going Milwaukee's way?
Momentum and the fact that they're better.
Better squad. And apparently CP3's hurt, like you said.
Right, the magical injury that he suffered somewhere.
Hey, maybe he'll be like one of these hockey
I just
dudes
hate that. Maybe he is hurt, but like he certainly hasn't said anything. I don't think the team has said anything, but
right.
I hate that every time somebody plays bad, we have to make up an injury for them.
Like, oh, well, he's hurt.
Yeah, clearly.
They're all kind of banged up at this point,
right.
you know? Well, he's never played this far into the season before, so
not only
he
that,
doesn't have
like
the stamina.
he was a 30-minute a game guy, and he's been playing 40 for like a month, and now he's got Drew Holiday in his chest for 90 feet every possession,
and he don't like it.
I don't think many would. Browns pick up another first down. They're close to icing this game. Odell with the catch. He's up over 50 yards now for the game. Brendan says he tore ligaments in his hand. He's downplaying it because he doesn't want excuses. Well, good for him then, if he's downplaying it. But he looked fine to me last game. It didn't seem like it was bothering him all that much. Don't forget that Giannis's knee went in the complete wrong direction in the last series.
Yeah, and look what he's doing.
We haven't heard a peep about his knee. So.
He's a freak, man. The Greek freak. You think this is CP3's kind of last chance at a title here, or you think he's got enough gas left in the tank to run this thing back at a level that is championship caliber next season?
I think this is his best chance for sure. Next year, the Lakers should be back. The Nets will be there. The Clippers, who knows what they're going to do.
Jamal Murray will be healthy with the Nuggets.
Because don't forget, that Clippers team gave them a series, and they were without Kawhi Leonard. So I'd say this is his best chance. I think that Phoenix will be in the conversation again next year, but I don't know, like what's their next move, right? What do they do to get over the hump? Mm-hmm. Browns are going to punt it here, basically right at the 2-minute warning.
I think if you're Phoenix, you're just hoping for more progress from Devin Booker. Like, you want Devin Booker to be like an MVP caliber guy at some point in the near future. If you're gonna maximize the Chris Paul window.
See, the thing
I think it's a Booker step.
The thing with Booker is that, like, it has been great watching him make all of these tough shots, but the numbers have kind of suggested that the team is better when they're spreading the ball around. Like last night, Booker was incredible in the third quarter, but the Suns' offensive rating in the third quarter was worse than it was for the rest of the game. Like, they need to keep Jay Crowder involved on the 3-ball. They need to keep Mikal Bridges involved. They need to get DeAndre Ayton some touches. DeAndre Ayton had a small switched on to him for most of the game, and it felt like he was pretty invisible yesterday. So, like, we need I think if the Suns are going to win, it needs to be more of a balanced attack and not necessarily Devin Booker has to go out and give us 50 tonight.
Yeah, it's interesting when, like, on the surface it looks great, but then when you take the 1,000-foot view, everything kind of changes. There's got to be some sort of sweet spot where Booker is your dude and everything's getting spread around, right?
100%.
Honestly, the Suns aren't gonna. The Suns can't win. Giannis is too dominant. The Suns can't win. Giannis is too good. No one can guard him.
The sort of role that Chris Middleton has embraced, I think, for the Bucks.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the role that Kobe kind of perfected in his later years with the Lakers. It's the role that Michael Jordan always said that he tried to fill, which is, for the first 3 quarters, you get your teammates involved. And then in the fourth quarter, when it's winning time, that's when you try to take over the game by yourself. That's what Chris Middleton has done the last 2 nights for the Bucks, or the last 2 games, I should say. And that's really, like, again, Jordan was a little bit before my time. I remember watching the very tail end of his Bulls career, but, like, those last couple of Kobe teams, the 08 and 09 teams, or 09-10, I don't remember which years they won. But, like, that's what he became so great at, was he got Pau Gasol going early and Lamar Odom going early. And then when it was fourth quarter time, that's when he displayed his confidence as a scorer. So I think that's really what Devin Booker needs to do. He shouldn't be out there saying, oh, I got to get a 60 tonight. Because then when you need a guy like Jay Crowder to hit a shot in the fourth quarter, he hasn't had a touch all game, and he's cold, and he's not ready for it. Like, you have to be a better team. I don't want to say a better teammate, because Devin Booker's been playing great. I'm not trying to,
a different type of teammate.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put down what Devin Booker's done. He has displayed some incredible shot making in this series. I just think that it would be better for the Suns if they were a little bit more balanced early in the game.
Absolutely. And that comes with age, right? Like, I think he'll learn from this. But sometimes it doesn't, and those guys don't win titles, right? AI, Westbrook. The list goes on and on. If he's going to be that next level guy like a Kobe, he's going to need to learn to do like what you just said. LeBron has done it his whole career too.
LeBron great at it. Some would say that he was
the best ever at it almost.
No, some would say he's too passive in the fourth quarter.
Too willing to pass it up, yeah.
Right. They want him taking the big shot even if he can kick it to somebody else for a more open shot. You know, a contested LeBron shot might be better than a wide-open Donyell Marshall three.
Mm-hmm. Right. I remember during his early part of his Cavs career, we have a touchdown here from Mike Williams. He would get that criticism a lot. But LeBron, in his mind, he's like, I'm making the smart basketball play. And then that game 6 in Boston against the Celtics, the switch flipped, and now he's the killer.
Yep.
That was the game. I saw it with my own eyes. It's the worst night of my life.
All right, Mike Williams with a, I don't want to say a garbage time score, but it was probably garbage time.
It's
he will
garbage.
Get an onside kick attempt, so if the Chargers recover it, they'll have a chance for a Hail Mary, but odds of that happening, less than 1%, I would say, just in terms of getting the onside kick back.
I'm going to go Kareem Hunt, Wood, and nickel.
Okay.
And I was going to go Herbert, but he did just throw a touchdown, so it becomes a little bit more difficult. Let me take a look at the stats here real quick.
Them's the stats.
I was going to say Higgins, so that's a good call, Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan throws out Higgins.
Almost 50% ownership, only 2 points in the flex. It's pretty bad. Chargers DST 0, but they're only owned in 11% of lineups. Just I expected more out of them. I'm going to give it to Higgins.
I think Higgins is the correct call, but honorable mention to Joe Reed, who was 34% owned and didn't have a single catch. All right,
Joe
Browns
Reed
recover.
is a guy.
They will take the knee, end this game, and that is going to do it here. We've got one more tonight. Me and Freeze Pops back at 10 p.m. Eastern time for Bengals at Jaguars. But before that, we've got the absolute legend Dan Bach from Roto Grinders, one of the OGs in the DFS industry. He will be on with Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik to discuss the odds of the Eagles having the worst record in 2021. Worst record? Wow, okay. The Bucks win total and give out some best ball advice. So, Matt LaMarca, Tom Carroll, Drew, Jordan, Jim behind the scenes. We'll see y'all back in roughly 1 hour, but from now, Ross Tucker and friends.
If you'd like to make your NFL games a little more interesting, you've come to the right place. It's the Even Money Podcast with Ross Tucker and Steve Fezzik.
Yeah, Vegas, baby, Vegas. It is the Even Money Podcast presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. I'm Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Now 5 podcasts in 7 days of the week. Pretty interesting how that works out. Actually, it's more than that. Just 5 different podcasts. Yesterday, I had the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Fun conversation with Geoff Schwartz. Tomorrow, I'll be talking with Andrew Brandt about his Sports Business Hall of Famers and the NFL franchise tag deadline. We also yesterday did the college draft first conference top 10 prospect preview. So check out Emory Hunt talking about what he believes one of the top 6 conferences in America, the American Conference, breaking down the top 10 players in that conference on yesterday's college draft podcast. Tomorrow on the Fantasy Feast podcast, we've got an awesome guest, and we're giving away 3 more spots to the vaunted DraftKings Best Ball Tournament, where you can go toe-to-toe with me and Joe. That rhymes. I just realized that. Hit me up on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. We are always available at Ross Tucker Pod. That's the show's handle. And then, of course, youtube.com/Ross Tucker NFL. If you'd like to watch us and get a chance to see what Steve Fezzik actually looks like. Steve Fezzik, of course, the only 2-time winner of the Super Bowl of professional football gambling. You check him out on social media at Fezzik Sports. And we are joined today by a buddy of mine. I don't think I've had him on this show before, but I've talked to him on other shows a lot. He is a stud when it comes to both betting and fantasy. Dan Bach, the Roto Grinders Director of Media. Check him out on social at Dan_Bach. He's got Get a Grip. You can go to scoresandodds.com, rotogrinders.com, sportshandle.com. Dan, that's a lot of websites. What are all these websites?
Yeah, we got our hands full in our Better Collective world with all these different properties, but it's fun, the sports betting, just the expansion. We still got fantasy, and it's great to be back with you, Ross, and great to finally talk to the legend Fezzik. I've only obviously known of you for a while, but first time we've ever crossed paths here, and it's a pleasure to meet you, man.
Oh, my pleasure is all mine. And Dan, you're uniquely qualified to make money, in my opinion, because the softest betting markets, in my opinion, are the player props, and they're becoming much larger with so many more states legalized and so many more books dealing lines on all the players.
Yeah, no doubt. And, the tricky part is, and it probably as well as many, is that the limits sometimes on the props are not great. But if you're in one of these states where you've got a ton of different sports books, it's not impossible to get a decent amount of action down on these player props. And you're right, playing fantasy has made betting those markets that much easier. So, it's been fun.
Why, Steve, do you believe prop bets to be the softest market?
It's much more difficult to set an accurate number on how many yards a quarterback's going to throw for. Ezekiel Elliott, just to throw one guy out there. How much is he going to split time with Pollard this year? What's his usage going to be? If you have information like that, I don't want to give away the store, but one of the things that really is profitable is you have a situation where you're supposed to have a lead back and he's going to split carries one week with the secondary back. Think how good that is to play the lead back under 90 rush yards. That's probably a 70% bet. You're never going to find a 70% bet in the NBA or the NFL betting a side or a total.
That's interesting. And Dan, you are sort of uniquely qualified because you do both the fantasy stuff and the betting stuff. Do you find most of your action ends up being as a result on the props?
Yeah, I think that's, if you look at profitability, if you look at the numbers over the course of the year, it's pretty clear that's where my bread is buttered. And I think it's a lot of the people who've transitioned from fantasy to betting, that's where they're making a lot of their money. But like I mentioned before, there are some challenges with that too, in terms of both getting limited by the books in a lot of places, in terms of, and then also the amounts that you can actually lay. But I completely agree though, because the thing to remember too is information especially when it comes down to player props, is everything. And you kind of same thing kind of applies with betting the NFL draft. Like, they're setting lines that they really don't even know. And it's the same kind of goes with props in regards to one piece of news in the NBA can absolutely swing everything. And these books, obviously, they're trying to be proactive and make those changes quickly, but you can get inaccurate lines, and you can sometimes even find spots where you can middle some of these solid prop numbers between books, because there is a lot of differentiation sometimes between the numbers you can find around. So it's definitely very different than just betting the the totals and the spreads week to week on games.
Very interesting. Man, so they limit how much you can put down, and then if you're good at it, they limit you even more. That's the part that, Steve, that I think is it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like that should be legal, that they can limit you. I know you have issues about that, but it's like you're good at something, so they don't let you do it.
You know, there's a book by Ian Anderson called Burning the Tables in Las Vegas. And it talks about, they've been doing this to blackjack players since Thorpe came out with Beat the Dealer, backing them off, telling them they can't play. And so what Ian Anderson talks about is, well, you need camouflage. You can't just be Joe card counter and play completely to maximize your edge. You need to do things like always take insurance, always stand on 16 versus a 10, always double 9 versus a 2, even when the count tells you not to, on your smaller bets, because it makes you look like you're more a recreational player. And that's what professional handicappers that are betting these fantasy stuff do. It's not unusual. I might go into a book I'm crushing, and I might bet every game on the NFL board. I'm not planning on winning, betting every game on the board, but my disadvantage playing that is minimal compared to my advantage being able to and being allowed to play the maximum nickel bets across the board on player props.
Wow. It's a complicated web that we've woven here. Half the people listening right now are like, can you just give me something I can put some money on?
We'll get to it. Right.
All right. So let's do it. Let's start with you, Dan. Man, I feel like this has been happening to me a lot, whether it's the fantasy show or here on Even Money. The first bet you want to discuss, Dan, is the Eagles to have the worst record. Now, I am the official preseason television analyst for the Philadelphia Eagles. And I feel like the last few episodes of Fantasy Feast, Even Money, people are telling me taking the Eagles under. People are saying that they don't like any of the Eagles fantasy guys. So what are the odds right now for the Eagles to have the worst record? I mean, the worst record, Dan, in the whole NFL?
Well, I'm seeing 16-1, and I really like that number here, Ross. You got some dog teams. We know Houston is. It pretty much looks like Watson. There's a really good chance he's not going to be with them this year. And Detroit, the other team that looks like complete trash out there. But I'm looking at Philadelphia, and there's major red flags. And for me, it starts with the coaching staff. It's one thing to have a new head coach in Nick Sirianni like they have, but they also have a first-time ever defensive coordinator here in Jonathan Gannon. So you're talking about two team leaders here in the coaching ranks with zero experience, a quarterback with very little experience, a defense whose top pass rushers are 32 and 33 years old. They're playing in a division where you've got, arguably the best defense there in Washington, arguably the best offense there in Dallas. And I think a team that actually went out and made some really good moves this offseason in New York, also getting Saquon Barkley back. So I just feel like everything is really against them here in this situation. We've seen a lot of these rookie head coaches, Freddie Kitchens, for example, come in and just be completely overwhelmed and over their head. And I'm just not into Philadelphia at all. And if I can get 16-1 and sweat this year for them to lose every single week, I'm into that. So that's one of my favorite season-long props that we can put out there.
So, Steve, that's similar. That was basically similar to Eric Eager's argument last week, too, right? Like the amount of change. I guess he was talking more about sort of the brain drain, losing Joe Douglas, losing Andrew Barry, losing Doug Peterson, some of the people they've lost. But Eric came on here last week and talked about how he loved the Eagles under, right?
Yes, and the Eagles under is catching money. There were some 7s out there. It's down to 6.5 for their season win number. I agree with everything Dan said directionally. I endorse that 16-1 bet because look at the Eagles' schedule. All of their winnable games are like week 14 on, except for I think they have one game against Detroit where they're a 1-point favorite. They're dogs in every game until December other than that game. So they could well be in full rebuild by December. The problem I have, or the not problem, but concern is I don't know if Houston's going to win 3 games this year. So they've got some stiff competition, and Detroit could be god-awful also. So I think you need to build a portfolio fading the Eagles. So play some under 7 for season wins, play some under 6.5, and you can make the 16-1 bet. To use an analogy, let's talk about Charles Barkley. He was a greatly improved golfer, but he bet that he would finish in the top 70 in the American Century Golf Tournament in Tahoe. He finished 77th. Think about this. Barkley had inside information that his golf game was much better. He still lost. Why? Because he made one bet, a long shot bet on him at 5-1 to finish top 70. He should have also bet, hey, Barkley to finish in the top 80 or something to diversify his portfolio. And at the very least, if his handicap's right, he would have made money.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. So the problem is when you just make one bet and you go all in on that, as opposed to having a little more diversification around the similar concept, but not something that you can lose by one spot or half a game or whatever the case might be, and then lose all of it.
Exactly right. And the like I said, it's not a problem, but my only issue with Dan's bet is I love the fact that the Eagles are going to struggle this year, but there are other teams like Detroit and Houston that I think are going to struggle every bit as much, if not more.
And you could probably, I haven't dug in yet, and I'm sure that some places offer them. You could probably find some alternate win totals as well, where you could get plus odds on them, under 5, for example, or under 6. And, that's a way to kind of hedge against that situation. Because, Steve's right. Those teams are trash. There's no question about it. I'm in Jacksonville. I'm a Jags fan. I'm hoping that team is improved, but maybe you've got Houston who could sneak a couple of wins or at least a win there and somewhere along the way. But 16-1 is a big number. That's a number I'm comfortable laying and feeling like if you simmed it out enough times, I think I would be profitable on this bet that it would that they would have the worst record.
Interesting. It's certainly possible, but I personally feel like their offensive line and defensive line are too good for that to happen if they stay healthy. And, Carson Wentz was by far the worst quarterback in the NFL last year. He led the NFL in sacks and interceptions and didn't play the last 4 games. Steve, do the math on that one for me. You lead the NFL in sacks and picks. You don't play 25% of the season? What are we even talking about? So if Hurts comes in and he's just not the worst quarterback, if he's just the 28th quarterback in the NFL, I feel like they win 6-7 games. So we'll see.
The problem is that I do have Hurts tied with Wilson as my worst starting quarterback in the NFL going into 2021. Now, I get it. Wentz was worse last year, but I would any reasonable projection based upon body of work that Wentz has done would put him as a much superior quarterback going forward this year than just for 1 year than Hurts.
Man, you are really down on Russell Wilson, Steve. I'm surprised to hear that. Zach Wilson, I know. I'm teasing you. You said I got Hurts. You got Hurts and Wilson tied for the worst quarterback. And when I first heard it, I was like, wait, what?
It hit my brain for about 2 seconds. So, and then it quickly realized we got a new Wilson for us to talk about.
Yes, we've got. And I was like, oh, Zach Wilson. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. All right, Dan. What about? I mean, Dan, these are not good. You got the Bucks under 11.5 wins. Yeah. The Tampa Bay Bucks, Dan?
Yeah. I mean, obviously they won the Super Bowl. Fine and dandy. They bring everybody back. Fine and dandy. And they're the complete opposite of Philadelphia in that regards, where, they've got everything returning. Coaching staff, players. Maybe it's just my grudge towards old guys, but I am just not buying another year of Tom Brady being able to pull this off. And if you look at last season, they had a few injuries at the wide receiver position. O.J. Howard got a little bit banged up, but defensively, they remained pretty healthy throughout the year. And the schedule this year, it's not impossible. It's not easy by any stretch, but even looking back to last season, I know that when we do these season-long totals, we're supposed to, be forward-looking, not backward-looking. But I still can't get over that they only beat one playoff team all season long last year. I think they had so many things break their way last year that I think 12 wins is too much to predict for them, even with the extra game this season. I think Gronk, this is a big fallback year for him. I would take under on season-long props on him all over the place. And I just think that, all the breaks that they caught last year, it's hard to have that happen 2 years in a row. And that's why, I'm under on the Bucks this year to get over that win total.
Hey, so Dan.
Yeah.
From where I sit, we're kind of up on a hill, so I can see for like miles in each direction.
Yeah.
Okay. There are hundreds of thousands of guys that have been wrong by saying, I think Brady's too old. I think it's over for him. I mean, I guess, Steve, if you say that enough years, it'll eventually be right. But it hasn't happened yet, Steve.
Yeah, but to quote my cousin Vinny, remember when he's in the courtroom and he talks about these magic grits that cook themselves in 5 minutes instead of 15 minutes? I guess maybe Tom Brady has the magic, a fountain of youth that he's never going to regress and suddenly fall off the cliff. Never mind that Kenny Stabler was terrible when he hit 40. All right, lifestyle issue perhaps. But look at Brett Favre, MVP at 40, completely washed up at 42. At some point, it has to happen. It's already happened. Last 2 years, I think if you look at QBR, Brady was average in New England, like 17. And with Tampa Bay last year, just barely cracked the top 10 in QBR as a quarterback, even with all those weapons. I get it. Now I hear all the continuity. Hey, he's had another year. But, heading towards 45, I like the Tampa Bay under. Remember, Tampa Bay, though, the narrative is they're running it back. They got everybody coming back, all those starters, and that 11.5 is disappearing. It's popping up to 12. I think you'll get an under 12 plus 105 if you shop around in September. So wait on that one. Play it right before the season starts. And bottom line is there's a bias in the season win market. People like to bet overs. If you just shop every single team and bet under on every single team at the right time, you're going to make money betting unders in the NFL on season wins. And I would certainly endorse a Tampa Bay under in September once that number inflates even further.
The one thing I would say is I was all in on the Chiefs not winning it last year and not going back-to-back. Because back-to-back, you look at how rarely it's done. I don't know if they have any bets out there for the Bucks to not win the Super Bowl, but I don't think that's going to happen. That would surprise me. What about, Dan, another 16-1, just like the Eagles, but instead of them to be the worst team, you like Cleveland, 16-1 to win the Super Bowl.
I do. You look at their schedule, Warren Sharp, he analyzes the schedule. I think he's got them as the second easiest schedule on the year. And the thing I liked about them last season was that they were able to improve, do well, make the playoffs, and they did it with kind of key injuries. And you look at this team, they've added some really big pieces. Like a guy like Jadeveon Clowney was not great last year in Tennessee, but I think this is a situation where you don't want him to be your number one. And you've got Myles Garrett, who I think another season-long prop you could play is defensive player of the year. I think he is primed for a monster season this year. And then safety Johnny Johnson was a really good pickup that not a lot of people talk about. And with Odell Beckham coming back, I know that there might be some questions whether or not that's a huge upgrade, whether it's a distraction. Dude's an all-pro talent, or at least was at one point in time. I don't think it's a downgrade having him back. And the schedule just sets really well for them. I mean, they're going to be favored, and I think I have them for like 12 games so far this season in my early projections. And I just like what I see running it. With the coaching staff, didn't look overwhelmed last season. I think there's a lot to like about Cleveland and Baker Mayfield. Like, this is his opportunity to earn that monster paycheck, and I think he's going to do it. I think the Browns are, done being the Browns that we're used to, and I think this is a legit team, well-rounded team, and that's what I'm looking for in Super Bowl contenders. Kind of like the Bucs last year, where they had a big-name offensive player there in Tom Brady, but it was their defense is the reason why they won, and I think the same could apply with the Browns this year.
Steve?
Lots of market support for the Browns. You look at their season win number all the way up to 10.5. So opened, I believe, 10. All that talent. This is an example, though. I got to say, with this, the sum of the pieces does not equal what it should be for a Cleveland Browns team. Just roster-wise, this team's absolutely loaded. And Baker Mayfield, I have as being a top 12 quarterback. That means you should be able to go to the Super Bowl. I can't do it. I can't do it with the Browns, a team that the Sharps have been back in the last 5 years, seemingly every week, and collectively have lost. Now, a lot of that was terrible coaching, etc. My one concern about the Browns, yes, they won 11 games last year. We've spoken about the Pythagorean idea of wins and losses. How many games should you have won? Cleveland got outscored last year. They scored fewer points than their opponents. If they had had a normal amount of luck along the way, they go 8-8, and now all of a sudden we're getting 30-1 on the Browns instead of half that amount. So that's my only concern.
Fair.
Let's get to another thing. It's funny, Dan. Tomorrow we're going to name 3 more contestants for the DraftKings Best Ball against me and Joe Dolan, which I love. I love going against my listeners in any type of competition. I like talking trash. I love best ball format. I love everything about it. I mean, it's awesome. And by the way, people, all you have to do is sign up for any of our sponsors or become a patron. Just do the Warby Parker home try-on thing using the code Ross, and you get a great chance to be named tomorrow. And send me an email, ross@rosstucker.com. But I know best ball is something you're into as well, Dan.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. Season-long fantasy, I think most of us kind of got our chops in that, and then especially in the daily fantasy world, you kind of transition and you lose interest in the season long because it's just too much work. Where best ball is perfect. It's the best part of a season long draft, which is the draft, and you don't have to maintain anything all year long. It basically builds your roster based on the best performers each week. So I absolutely love doing these. I call them like the great time waster, or if you're sitting on a treadmill and nobody likes to be on a treadmill, well, why not draft on a treadmill? Then you'll keep yourself interested. They take about 45 minutes. So I absolutely love these things, but the thing about it is there's a lot of strategy involved in it. And it depends on the league that you're playing. If you're just playing against you, Ross, and 8 of your buddies, you're going to draft things a little bit differently than, say, the big $3.5 million tournament they have on DraftKings where there's $1 million in first place. So I love playing the big bucks, and I think the important thing to remember in that is that you really need to build correlation within your teams. If we're doing a standard season-long league, we're not drafting quarterbacks and wide receivers from the same team. It's not optimal when you're playing head-to-head each week. But in this format, you want to have those spike weeks. You want to have that correlation. So I highly, highly urge people to, when you draft a quarterback or you draft a wide receiver high, try to pair them up. So therefore, when you have these playoff weeks, you have what we call these spike weeks where you might have 2 touchdowns, which your receiver is going to have. Obviously, your quarterback's going to have it as well. You want that correlated. So it's really deep thinking from a strategic side of things, which I think is a huge advantage for those who put in the work rather than just drafting these mindlessly. But it's great fun, and it's a great follow. We talk about bang for your buck. I love betting some futures from an entertainment side of things because you make your one bet, you follow it all year long. The same thing happens with these best balls. You draft your team now and you sit back and you can follow along and see how you do throughout the year. But best advice I can give you, correlate your teams, get your wide receivers, tight ends with those quarterbacks. So in those big money weeks when they matter late in the season, you're primed to have the biggest score out of the 15 or 20 people you're competing against that week.
Check out this man on social media at Dan_Bach from Roto Grinders. As you can tell, he's a stud. Terrific work, Dan, as always. Even if I didn't agree with some of it, you backed it up phenomenally. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot for having me, guys. Hope we can do it again.
Thank you, Dan.
Also, check out my boy at Fezzik Sports on Twitter. Next week, we've got a whale of a guest. Hint, hint. Make sure you're ready for that one. Other than that, good luck, everybody. Hope you guys win some money.
Thanks for listening to the Even Money Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, the Fantasy Feast, Business of Sports, and the College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
Come and sim with me one more time. I don't know any more words other than one more time. All right,
We're
Matt
gonna
Lamarca.
celebrate. Oh yeah, all right. I don't even know if those are the words, but in my
No,
head,
you're
that's
right.
what I sing.
That's definitely right. Matt Lamarca here. Tom Carroll also here. Jordan, Drew, Jim, behind the scenes. You, somewhere in YouTube land. How we doing, Tom?
I'm doing well. One more sim to go, baby. Madden After Dark. Let's get it. Everyone
Get a
who
little
has
mad.
not seen it yet, that is Lamarca's hair. It looks fantastic. No hat needed.
Some have said feathered and lethal cotton. I don't know.
It's
Last
apparently
game of the
soft as
night.
hell.
Last game of the night, we've got the Bengals and the Jaguars. Two of the worst teams in the league last season, but two franchises with optimism, right? 2 years ago, Joe Burrow, #1 pick. Last year, Trevor Lawrence, #1 pick. So this will be the battle between the #1 picks. Who do you have? And what is your fantasy roster looking like?
So my lineup for this matchup goes as follows: John Ross in the captain spot.
Oh, me too,
DJ
bro.
Chark, There we go. So we got
Me
some
too,
crossover
bro.
there. I went with the tight end stack: Uzama and Eifert, and then
Okay.
I got Westbrook and AJ Green.
All right, so we have a
I don't
lot of overlap.
Okay, that's
But
a good thing.
I went Ross captain, Burrow, Chark, AJ Green, Eifert, and you know I had to fire up the Lambo. Skirt, skirt.
All right, cool. Which of these teams are you more optimistic about with the future? Burrow and the Bungles, or Lawrence and the Jags?
I would say I'm probably higher on Lawrence than Burrow, but that said, like, I think the Bengals have a chance to be like really good offensively next year. When you just think about all the weapons that they have some really good pass catchers. Like, I think right now the general consensus is that the Cowboys have the best wide receiver trio in the league, right? You've got CeeDee Lamb, Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup. I think if anyone's going to pass them, it could be the Bengals. Chase Young, T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, all good players, like all with different skill sets. I think it's a really nice mix for Burrow. Plus, you've got Joe Mixon in the backfield catching passes. Obviously, the big issue is the defense and the offensive line. Although they did do they did address that in the offseason a little bit, but I like the Bengals offense this year. They're a team that I'm like targeting in fantasy.
I like Jamar Chase to win Rookie of the Year.
I'm not going.
I think him and Burrow are going to have an awesome connection. I like the value there on the sports books.
Okay,
look at it.
Adam
I think
Kaufman
it's
in
worth
the building.
Oh,
What
there
up?
we go. Coffee.
Thanks for popping in. I hope you guys
He
know that
wanted
the
to
only
take a
reason
glimpse.
I cut my hair is because Adam Kaufman. He was like, "You look homeless." It's really not true. I don't do anything because Adam Kaufman tells me to do it. It's because my mom said I couldn't come on vacation if I didn't get a haircut.
And that's an extremely good reason to get a haircut.
And
I
I'm
just
a
called
mama's
Kaufman
boy.
Coffee. I called him Coffee for the first time. I don't know how I feel about
Hate it. Absolutely hate it.
Okay. I can let that one go forever. We don't need to revisit that.
Absolutely hate it. But yes, anyway, Bengals, cheap, not cheap, but like a pretty reasonably priced stack team that I really like this season.
Lisa Robinson's shadow saying that you look very nice and you look sexy. So there you go. The big sexy.
Robinson,
More like the big sexy, baby.
One of my biggest fans.
I believe in miracles. What you came along, you sexy thing, yeah, you.
Rossi's Fat Cat says Lamarca's hair looks like a flopped over fin. Makes him look like an oversized dollfish. Very delicious.
What a ridiculous reference.
I love Rossi's Fat Cat.
He's great.
Talk about just steering into a bit for months.
Totally. Committed to the character at all times.
Cry 2 tears in a bucket says now we need Kaufman to do something about his hair. Hey-oh.
Ooh, in your face, bro. He actually definitely recently got a haircut. Hair looked better than normal this past
His hair's
time.
always fine.
Few Sims have done with him.
Also, I should mention, Jordan pointed out the Steelers have a claim to the best wide receiver trio in the league as well. And they're definitely up there. I shouldn't have slighted them. They might even be number one. I think I probably would take the Cowboys trio, but I wouldn't blame you if you wanted the Steelers trio.
Juju, Johnson, Claypool. It's pretty good.
It's good. And again, like, different roles. You've got the slot guy with Deontay. You've got the big play threat with Claypool. And then you've got Juju, who's just kind of like the prototypical wide receiver. So I would say that they just needed, like, if one of those guys was like a true alpha, and maybe Claypool blossoms into that guy, I don't know, then I think you can put them in that case. But I think the Cowboys could have two legit number ones.
Yeah, I mean,
Amari and with CD Lamb.
Yeah, Lamb and Cooper and Gallup's really good. I like that. I like that call.
Oh, that should have been picked.
I'm with you. I'm with you there.
Jordan Lindenbaum also
Bucks
says,
have a good,
don't forget the Bucks.
Crew. Yep.
Bucks are in it.
Very solid group.
Bucks, yeah. I mean, Antonio Brown at his current age doesn't really do it for me anymore, but
as a slot guy, though,
yeah,
pretty dangerous.
For sure. Broncos have a good tree at wide receiver, says Cry 2 tears in a bucket. That's a good call, too. You kind of forget about Cortland Sutton. Jerry Jeudy, obviously, pretty promising rookie season. And who would be considered their third?
Is the Hamler coming back?
The ham bone? Yeah, I guess.
Let's look at their depth chart.
Slightly Lon says Lamarca looks like the cool teacher that doesn't give homework over the weekend.
Yeah, Lamarca is the teacher that takes a vacation in the middle of the quarter. Doesn't wait for the school breaks.
I did always say that if I was a teacher, which is something I've considered, like my mom's a teacher, I think it's a great.
I've considered it as well.
If you can handle kids, which I'm not great with, but my philosophy would have always been that if you got an A on the previous test, you don't have to do homework until the next test.
Love that.
I want to incentivize the kids to do better on the tests. So if your incentive
that's a great
I don't
call.
have to do homework for the next couple of weeks, I think that's pretty good incentive. No thoughts?
No, I think it's a great idea, man. I am all the way in on that. And
I can't hear freeze pop.
Can you hear me? Check 1 2. Hello? Is this a bit? Hello?
Is it me?
You can't hear me?
Is it me or is it
I hear
Tom?
you. I hear you. Uh-oh. I think we lost Lamarca in some capacity. Or Lamarca
Testing?
can't hear me.
All right, I got you back. Turn my headphones up.
Oh, okay. I cannot hear the snare in my headphones.
Turn my headphones up.
I have no snare in my headphones. What happened?
I accidentally knocked my water bottle onto my keyboard. The top was on, so not a problem. No
Okay,
spillage.
good.
But the water bottle hit the mute button on my keyboard. And I didn't realize it.
Okay, well, there we go. I was saying, Lamarca, I love the test idea. I think it's a fantastic call by you. Because that would get the kids that don't do homework regularly ready to go and try and get an A on that test. Because they'd be like, look, I don't like doing homework. I don't do it as it is. I might as well study my butt off. And then, you know, they're killing two birds with one stone. They're helping out their GPA in that class, and they don't have to do homework. And they weren't going to do it anyways. All in on that idea. Great call. I don't know if your peers would enjoy it though, because you would be by far the favorite teacher.
I don't care what my peers think.
You wouldn't be liked in the faculty room.
I would totally be liked in the faculty room. You kidding?
You would
me?
definitely be putting pressure on them to adopt that same philosophy. And there might be some sticklers that are stuck in their ways.
I would be a little laid back as a teacher, but so what? Don't hate the player, hate the game.
All right, well, I'm glad you can hear me. I got worried for a second. I'm in the Midwest here. The Wi-Fi is always dicey.
This is the last time I'm going to ask. We're 4 likes away from 200. Let's just get a quick like push. Let's get up over the 2. We've got 300 people watching at the moment, so just a couple of you. All I need is 4. Just 4 folks. Tap that like for me. And Freeze Pops will, I don't know. What's the incentive for them Freeze Pops?
No homework until the
no
next
homework
set.
for you guys if we can get over 200 likes.
Oh, a little trickeration. Nothing doing for the Bungles. I think the Bengals could be a sneaky fringe playoff team this year.
I'm not going that far, but I think that they could be like, they could play a lot of like 35-30 type games, you know?
They had a lot of close losses when Burrow was healthy. I just like their offense. Yeah. I think their offense is fun, and I could see them being in that team that's, you know, towards the end of the football season when they throw up the playoff graphic, and there's the clinched or in first place section, there's the wild card section, and there's the in the hunt section. I feel like the Bengals could be towards the bottom of that in the hunt section, you know.
Well,
6
that
wins,
just means,
7
that just means
wins.
they're going to be like the 9th or 10th best team in the AFC. That's not.
That's what I mean. Like fringe wild card team. We're not predicting a playoff win here. If like 8 things break right for them,
So, like, what do
maybe
you think,
they're
like
in the
8 and
fringe
9, you
discussion.
think? 8 and 9?
Yeah. 7
right.
and 10, 8 and 9.
Yeah. All right. Well, 7 and 10 doesn't put them in the wild card hunt.
Well, hey, we've seen it happen. That's for bad division.
Yeah,
champs,
we've
but-
seen that threaten divisions, never a wild card spot.
Hey, anything's possible. With the added playoff spot, who knows? AFC kind of stinks.
Yeah, I would put them more. Heath says Bengals 5-12 at best. I think they're going to be more 5-12 to 7-10. That's kind of where I'm thinking, but with a good offense.
We've hit no homework. Congratulations, kids.
Yeah, thank you, chat. I appreciate the love. I know it's annoying when people ask for likes, so I appreciate you taking the time to just give it a little tickle.
Giving it a tickle. I don't know if I like that. We can put that to rest, like with
Well,
the
it's
with the
always like
coffee
smash the like button, kill the like button.
Absolutely tongue punch that thing. Yeah.
Yeah, just destroy the like button on this video. So I just wanted. We don't need that. Just a tickle is all we need.
Just a little tickle.
Joe Burrow, 5 for 7, 50 yards in the first quarter. Gardy Minch, quiet, 2 for 4, 12 yards. Joey Mixon, 3 for 7. Joe Mixon, he's a guy I like this year. I'm a Bengals believer, apparently. Dede Westbrook and AJ Green both have 2 catches. AJ Green leading the way with 23 receiving yards. CJ Uzama, John Ross, and Tyler Boyd, each with 1 catch. That's it. Just not much going on in that first quarter. But
quiet quarter.
It's only a 1 quarter. We got plenty of game left.
I'm excited to hit the second quarter here.
Bengals will take over in Jaguars territory. They're going to start with a run here to Gio Bernard. Obviously, Gio Bernard being gone is kind of like the big reason why I think Mixon is going to be... I think he's going to be in contention for like a top 5 running back this year. I think he could catch 50 passes, and I think he could be like, 18 to 20 rush attempts a game. So that's good volume. And if the Bengals offense is good, then that could be some touchdown upside as well.
I like it. It's a bold prediction, but I like it. Mixon's been in the conversation for being a good fantasy guy for a few years. So without having to carry the load with someone else, I think it's a good call. Rob Rand doesn't like your homework philosophy here, Lamarca. He says homework is to reinforce what was taught that day or sharpen skills. Projects and presentations are for deeper learning.
Well, my thing would be that if you can get a 95 on the test without doing homework, then you probably don't need it.
That's big brain thinking right there.
Think about how many kids just like copy homework from other kids or do it on the bus on the way there. Like the kids that are going to go and do the homework anyway are going to do it. This is more
they'll do their
to
own
try and,
studying, etc.
Exactly. This is to incentivize the slackers like myself.
You slacker.
I really was.
How dare you?
Really was a slacker.
I get it. Homework stinks. The weekend homework was the absolute worst. Oh my God. I dreaded doing homework on Sundays.
When you had like a big, I don't want to say a big thing, but like if you had like a book report or something that you had to write up, were you a night before or a do it in spurts kind of guy?
Mm-hmm. Every time. Night before. Or if it was due on a Monday, I would do it like Saturday morning. If I didn't have like games or stuff going on. Yeah.
See, my thing, I was a last second. I honestly sometimes would wake up early on Monday and do stuff. And my thing is that like, while that didn't make me the best student in the world, it has made me a good
work on deadline guy.
Exactly.
Yep.
I know how to hit
That's
deadline.
what I used to tell my parents. They would be so mad at me. I'm like, I just work well on deadline, guys.
There's AJ Brown with a touchdown. Or I'm sorry, AJ Green. AJ Brown played in Tennessee.
It got bad in college though. Like I was pulling all-nighters on 20-page papers that should have been full semester projects. But Hey, we all live that life at some point. We get through it. We grow up, move on.
Yeah, I think you got to find what you like, what you are meant to do. And not everybody has that luxury, right? Some of us just got to punch the clock, and there's nothing wrong with that. But for me, like, I always really liked math. I really liked, competing in games, and I love sports. And the DFS and, basically everything that DraftKings is about now, like, is just the perfect meld of all of that stuff.
Everything just marrying each other in a beautiful way for our friend Matt Lamarca. Heath Powell predicting a Browns-Packers Super Bowl. I just don't feel confident enough in the Aaron Rodgers situation as of now to put them in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, if Rodgers plays, I don't hate it, but it's definitely thin at the moment.
It feels like he's going to show up at this point, right?
Brady needling
really
him during the match was probably the best part of that match. When he was on the phone with Gronk, and he was like, Gronk,
that was awesome.
You in shape? Like, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm in shape. You're the one that's on the golf course right now. He's like, I'm out here with Aaron. I'm studying the leader of the Packers. Or, well, at least I think he's the leader of the Packers.
So good.
But I do like the Browns. I do like the Browns. I think that the Browns are live. Obviously, the Chiefs are a major stumbling block for any team in the AFC that wants to contend, be it the Bills, the Browns, the Ravens. Like, it's going to be really tough to get past the Chiefs, especially since their biggest weakness last year was their offensive line, and they completely revamped that sucker. So it's going to be tough. The Chiefs could be the new Patriots, right? They could be the team that's favored to go to the Super Bowl out of the AFC every year for the next decade. But that doesn't mean that they're infallible.
Right. Clearly, they just lost the Super Bowl. So, yeah, I totally agree with you. Exactly. I agree with you. But showing that there is weakness to be exploited last season when injuries were afoot.
Yeah, and again, that was just a dreadful matchup for them with both of their offensive tackles hurt against arguably
bad
the best
injury
pass
luck
rush in the league.
Yep.
And
Totally.
Mahomes also being...
I love the Chiefs for the AFC next year.
Slightly hampered mobility-wise. I'd like to see that game again with the Chiefs at full strength.
Oh, if they play that game 10 times, that's probably the only time that result happens with
I'm
the
not
Chiefs
going
at
that
full
far.
strength.
Oh, okay. Well, that we get a Tampa Bay blowout.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I buy that. I would say that if we played it 10 times, the Chiefs win 6 or 7. If both teams are at full strength.
I'm totally with you there. Mahomes just doesn't lose that much, so it's hard to think that it would happen.
He really
all
doesn't.
that much, right?
He really doesn't lose.
He's lost like 8 times ever in his professional career. He doesn't lose. He's awesome. That team is great. I like the Chiefs, Bills, and Browns in the AFC next season. As that would kind of be, I know it's not a very inspired prediction there, but those would be the 3 that I think have a shot to win the conference. I do think the Titans will be better. I like the Colts personally. I think both of them could be in the mix as well, but I think those 3 stand above the rest of the pack there.
The cheese stands alone.
Seymour says Buffalo Super Bowl champs. That would be awesome. Be very cool for the city of Buffalo to win a Super Bowl after everything they've been through.
I mean, not to mention their fans are in Buffalo.
I was just going to say it'd also be a nice prize for them given the fact that they have to live in Buffalo. It's very cold there. Not a lot happening in Buffalo. Good wings, though.
Jordan says that was mean. Yeah, it was. I can't think of a city with an NFL team that I would rather live in less than Buffalo.
Yeah, and I think that's been a problem for them as a franchise the entirety of their existence. No one wants to play there.
All right, we're going to get
Damon
a
Ariel
long
saying,
field goal try here.
Oh, here we go, Lambo.
Fire it up,
You
Josh.
must like this.
Oh, that's got enough leg. Oh,
Fire it
yeah. Skirt, skirt.
Let's go. Lambo with the tray. That's deep. Damon Ariel saying, I agree, Tommy. Those are the top 3 on his list as well. Of course, the NFC West. I've got the jitters. Yeah, NFC West is an absolute wagon of a division.
Yeah, you know what? 80 Poker says Green Bay sounds kind of awful, too.
Oh,
But
by
where
far.
is- yeah, so that might be worse.
And they've had issues getting free agents as well.
Lambo pretty high owned, 21%. That's robust.
That is
for a
high.
kicker.
He's good, man.
There's your boy, Uzama.
I'll take it. I mean, Green Bay, of every market that has a professional franchise in all of sports, well, we'll call it the big 3 in the United States. Green Bay, by far and away the smallest. Do we even want to call it a city to have a professional franchise?
No.
It is a town. Like, how far is it from Milwaukee? An hour from Milwaukee? Let's do some math here.
I gotta say, Milwaukee would be kind of fun, though.
Yeah.
They've been showing up for the Bucks.
I've
Hanging
heard
out.
Milwaukee is a great place to live. It's almost 2 hours from Milwaukee. Green Bay, it's an hour 44 from Milwaukee. And that's at 9:27 Central with no traffic.
Hmm.
You're in the middle of nowhere in Green Bay, man.
Joey Burrow trying to see if he can put some more points on the board before the half, but that one's incomplete.
That's why it was such a big deal when Reggie White went there.
Jordan says when Mario Williams played in Buffalo, he bought himself one of those Caterpillar construction vehicles for his driveway to plow.
Amazing. I would do this if I had the means and I lived in Buffalo. I'd do the exact same thing.
Yeah, Michael Knack says, I live in Green Bay. Packer games are wild. I get that. The Buffalo games are certainly wild. And I think it's because you guys have nothing else to do. I'm sorry.
Yeah, those are the 8 best days a year in those places to live.
But I am an honorary Wisconsinite right now because I have been driving the Bucks bandwagon for 3 years.
Long time.
Love this team. Love them, love them, love them.
You're all in.
So I do have something I want to ask you, Thomas.
Great
Sir
snag,
Thomas,
by the way.
Lord of the Freeze Pops.
Yes, I am here and willing to answer any question.
Any question? Anyway. NHL expansion draft.
Hmm.
Wednesday. 8 o'clock.
I'm excited for this.
First off, I'm excited for it, and I don't know why, because I don't care at all about hockey. If I watched an hour of hockey last year, like, I would say that might be I might be overestimating how much hockey I watched.
It was probably the Isles.
Right. The big Isles fan. But like, I was looking at some of the names of like the unprotected guys in this upcoming draft.
I have a list here for you if you want to hear.
There's
some
a
of these
lot
names.
of like big names. I don't know if they're necessarily the greatest players, and I'm sure that their contracts aren't great, but like, is it wild if the Kraken contend in year one?
So Vegas did just that, right? Because the NHL has a weird policy as to how these expansion drafts run, and like people that are super in the know with hockey are all sort of up in arms about it. I love it. I don't care if they are good right away. Like, I think it's good for hockey if the expansion team is good right away, because then you capture a new market when you're at your hottest, right? You're the cool new hat to have in town, and the team's good. So hockey should want its expansion teams to be good. You got guys like Carey Price, Vladimir Tarasenko, Tyler Johnson, Landeskog. I mean, good players available, but it comes down to, do the Kraken want to pay certain guys and then hamstring themselves to the big contracts and not be able to, get good value across the board? It'll be interesting to see how they play it. Like, they could go, if they pick Carey Price and then they go,
right?
Well, they're hamstrung to his big contract. But he's clearly awesome. So do you go with the awesome goalie and then figure out the rest of your roster? It's a decision they have to make.
I feel like if you have a good goalie, that's good enough.
It is. But Carey Price is up there in age. He's not what he used to be. So it's a matter of, like,
true.
At 33 years old, do you think he's going to continue to be in a quote-unquote elite goalie? He probably already isn't elite at this point. He's just very, very good. So I'm very excited for it. Anytime an expansion draft happens, it's cool. Well, you never get to see these types of things happen.
I mean, it would be fun if it happened in the NFL like once every 20 years, where they just...
Oh, it'd be amazing.
They just redrafted the whole league.
Right? All right, we're starting over.
Imagine the television event that would be.
Oh, it'd be...
Jaguars continuing to drive
People would
here.
be rioting in the streets.
Rioting. They, excuse me, they picked up a huge 3rd and 15. Now another big completion gets it down to the 1. 16 seconds, and they are out of timeouts, though.
I will give a deep tease, a Great Dane Nation tease. We have Roger Goodell coming up on the podcast.
Get out of here. That's awesome.
Start the season. Yeah. Touchdown.
DJ Chark.
DJ Chark. DJ Chark. Paul Heinley saying Carey Price is not as good as he used to be. Did you not watch the playoffs? He was awesome in the playoffs, but look at the past few years for Carey Price and then look at the beginning of his career, and you can tell me if you think he's as good now as he was back in the dizzy. But yeah, so we were talking with Goodell. It was awesome. He's really good conversation. Most human I've ever heard him be. Morton did a great job with the convo. Be out in a few weeks.
A lot of softballs.
We talked about expansion, and this isn't quote unquote breaking news. I think everyone kind of knows this, but it doesn't look like it's happening in the near future. If it does happen, will not be shocked if it's global. Feels like that's the move. And look, people have been saying this for years. We have 4 games in London a year during normal years. I think there's 2 this year. They're going to try and get back to 4 international games a year, 4 to 5. This league, man, they're going to continue to expand this game. 4 Europe games, and then the Mexico City game gets thrown in there as well. There's also talk of a German game happening.
Yes, I remember
The
that.
NFL wants
the
this.
Germans.
They want the global. They want the global footprint, man.
It's definitely a weird concept, but if anyone can make it work, it's the NFL. And if they can catch on in Europe, my goodness. I mean, it's already a multi-billion-dollar annual organization. If you add in, some European interest, some Asian interest, maybe, look out.
It will be insane. My guess is if the league is going to expand, it will be within the next 20, as opposed to the next 10.
Wow, that's a long time from now. The world might not even be here at this point, Tom.
That was my takeaway from the convo, that we're not really that close to expanding.
Kyle Shanahan wouldn't guarantee that we're here 3 days.
Tomorrow, Sunday.
Burrow going up top, and it's not going to work. So that's the first half in the books. We got a 10-10.
There it is.
Juan says
Germany is a big... Oh, you got it.
Nah, you read it.
Yeah, no, you got it. Germany's a big football country because of the military bases there. So, makes sense.
Makes sense. Stats. Guardy Minch, 12 for 19, buck 38 and a touchdown. Joe Burrow, 13 for 18, 117 and a touchdown. So not huge games, but certainly acceptable from the two quarterbacks so far.
I'd say so. You'd like to see more points on the board with those numbers, but it is what it is.
Running backs, Joe Mixon, 4 for 12. Chris Thompson, 3 for 8. Gio with 2 yards. Joe Burrow with a 20-yard rush. And my favorite play in Madden, the tight end around. CJ Uzama, 1 for 8. DJ Chark, probably the early favorite for the roast beef ice cream award. He's got 5 for 81 with a touchdown. AJ Green has 4 for 40 and a touchdown. CJ Uzama, 4 for 45. D.D. Westbrook, 3 catches. Taj Boyd, 3 catches. Tyler Eifert with 2. And then a handful of players with 1. That's it. Let's get the second half underway. We did have 2 sacks as well, 1 by each squad.
Jim on YouTube saying that you look handsome with your new hair. Jim! I don't know, Jim!
Well, thanks, Jim. I appreciate that.
There you go.
It looks a little. I'm not gonna lie. It looks better in person. I'm not sure if I'm entirely digging it on camera. It's a better look in person. You see me in person,
okay.
You like me.
I feel that. That makes sense.
Beat on Walk says, "Where's Matt? This is Matthew."
This is First Communion Matthew here.
You know what? I probably did have a similar haircut. Not as much gel, but I definitely, it's not even gel anymore. What's the term? It's like pomade, right? Gel is old school.
Yeah.
This is just a little rubbage.
A little zhuzh.
Yeah, just get it in the right spot. A little hair helmet.
I don't really know what the word for it is either, but I use it whenever I do my hair in quotes.
When I was a kid, though, I had the full-on, like, my dad would take me before school in the bathroom. He would just big-time water squirt all over the head, and then just the straight comb over.
Legendary. Legendary Lamarca comb over. Emerson Baby Gap shirt saying that he doesn't even recognize you, asking who that guy is on the left. It's a bold new world. Lamarca without the Mets hat. I assume we'll still be seeing the Mets hat from time to time.
I mean, you've already seen it today.
Right. So when the hair's not ready to play, the Mets hat will be back.
How about, I mean, if you want to see me really stunting on them, I got my movie star shades I can break out for the final quarter.
Yes, let's go. I love it. I'll put on some sunglasses.
You won't.
Got them right here. We got them handy. For this exact situation.
You look like a security guard.
I like this. This is actually a good way to look at the laptop.
You know what? I'm not hating it either, to be honest.
Yeah. All right.
There's a lot of lights pouring on me all the time.
Big time.
So it's not bad. All right. Guardy Minch picks up the first down. 3rd and 2.
Jake Williams saying that you're upset because of the
upset.
Lindor injury.
We keep reading the same comments. I'm not
sure. I think that we are there's a slight delay happening.
I am upset about the Lindor news, but I'm happy that the Mets were able to salvage a complete disaster of a series. They dropped the first 2 games against the Pirates, who haven't swept a series all year, then fell behind 6-0 today in the first inning. But they were able to secure a 7-6 victory, came all the way back. So the fact that they play in the worst division in baseball still keeps me optimistic for the Mets, but DeGrom landing on the IL and Lindor out for, I think I heard 6 to 8 weeks with a grade 2 hamstring strain. It's going to be It's going to be a tough run.
Yeah, the bad division will help you though. What's the outlook for DeGrom? Like, how do you feel like we're trending towards normal Mets luck here, or
the outlook
is
for
it just a
DeGrom
little blip on the radar here for DeGrom?
It's the same as it's been all season. He doesn't feel right, but he has no structural damage. So
imagine not feeling right and still being that good.
It's pretty impressive, but
it's amazing.
Oh, well, that was just poor luck right there for the Jaguars. Had 2 guys wide open and they ran into each other. I hope he's back. I hope it's a short stint on the IL and he's ready to go, but I don't know at this point. You know, like, clearly something is wrong with him. Maybe it's the fact that he's like 135 pounds and somehow he throws the ball 102 miles an hour. It's probably not good for your arm, but we'll see. All we can do is hope, Tom.
That's fair. That is a fair assessment by you. Probably not good for your arm. I'm rooting for you. I never root for the Mets because, it's not that the Red Sox and Mets have anything. It's more of just an anti-New York thing.
No,
I like to laugh at the Mets.
We should be allies.
Right. Since you and I have worked together and I see your love for this team, I kind of am rooting for the Mets now. So it's pulling for those guys.
And I guess it's different because, like I've always liked the Red Sox just because I dislike the Yankees, and it's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. But I guess it doesn't work exactly the same in reverse. Because,
right, because to me, I just hate New York.
Yeah, fair.
But for you, it's like you're a Long Island guy. It's different than being like a New York City hates Boston guy, Like Long Islanders don't hate Boston on the whole, really. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think on the whole. I've gotten a little bit. I've gotten a little bit worn out by the whole. Just our sports teams are are the best. You know, Danny Ainge is a genius. Tom Brady is the GOAT. Bill Belichick is better than you. Like, it's become a lot.
I get it. Hey, over and over again, it's understandable. It's been 20 years of it.
Pretty much. It's why my hatred of the Yankees has dwindled, right? Like, when I was a kid, I hated the Yankees because they were so good every year, and I had to get it rubbed in my face all the time. Now it's like, what are the Yankees going to do? They're going to rub it in my face? Like, yeah, we made the ALCS one time. They're just not the same team. They don't spend the money the same way. Like, they're more of a homegrown team than anything at this point. So.
Yeah, and that's why that best rivalry in sports moniker, I think, is sort of fraudulent at this point. Like, Yankees and Red Sox is not what it was. Not even close. It hasn't been for a long time.
Okay.
When the Yankees were truly the evil empire, it was easy to hate them.
So what is the best rivalry in sports then at the moment?
Ooh. You know, I say that the Yankees and Red Sox aren't, and now I don't have the answer handy.
So I think in baseball, the clear answer at the moment is Dodgers and the Padres.
Yep.
Like, they're
Those
really
series are
good.
very fun.
They hate each other, and like they're teams that are interesting, right? Like, Tatis is fun, and you know, Trevor Bauer, when he was on the mound, was not afraid to be the villain, you know, like. So I would say that's probably the best baseball rivalry, but there has to be a better one in sports somewhere.
Yeah. I'm thinking about the NFL, and it's difficult because I feel like a lot of the rivalries that were good have sort of faded away. Like, Pittsburgh-Baltimore isn't what it used to be. Packers-Bears is not a good rivalry.
Playoffs last year, like, they're still.
Yeah, but that's not. It's not a heated rivalry like it used to be when they were the hard-hitting defenses. You know, like, they're good. They're both clearly competitive teams, but you don't feel the bad blood you used to feel between them, at least from an outsider's perspective. I kind of like Brady versus Mahomes. I mean, these guys keep meeting on the biggest stage, but it's not a team v team thing. I don't know.
I mean, how many times have they played against each other? Like 3 times?
A lot.
No, Brady and Mahomes.
Yeah, they've played like 7 times already.
How is that possible?
Because they played each other in the regular season every year as starters, and then they played each other in the postseason. So here, let's go Mahomes versus Brady.
All right, we're back. You got me, the sheriff, Matt LaMarca, rocking my Hollywood Stunners. You got Tom Carroll, the bouncer. He'll throw you out the club if you get too rowdy. Run through the stats. Joey Burrow, 154 passing yards, 1 touchdown. Minshew, just slightly behind, 153 passing yards with the touchdown.
They played 5 times.
Thompson leading the way with 40 yards on the ground. Mixon has 27. Burrow has 20. Bernard has 2. Uzama has 8.
They played 5 times.
I heard you, buddy. 5 times. Don't throw me out the club, okay?
5.
We got CJ Uzama with 5 catches. AJ Green has, I think, 5 catches and a score. That's the stats.
5 times.
Let's get on.
That's a lot, though.
Let's get on with the 4th quarter.
I mean, Alabama-Clemson's kind of a good rivalry, right? College football.
Yeah, that's a pretty good
I would say Alabama-Auburn, but Alabama's kind of dominated that rivalry. Same thing with Ohio State, Michigan. It's not even really a rivalry anymore.
Yeah,
Ohio State destroys them. Yeah.
How is
Duke
Jim Harbaugh
UNC?
not been fired?
It's crazy. Well, he turned around the program in a way. Like, they were pretty bad to mediocre.
Turn them
before he
around.
got
They're
there.
terrible.
Well, this past year they were bad, but if you look at his body of work at Michigan, they're always really high in recruiting classes, and they're in the discussion in a way that they weren't before he got there. Like, if you take the full body of work, Harbaugh really isn't that bad. But when you're at Michigan and you're Harbaugh and you have all of that buzz, the expectation is college football playoff and beating Ohio State, and he hasn't been able to do either of those things.
So some would say that means he's done a bad job.
No, 100. And look, for Michigan, maybe you call that a bad job. If he was at another school, we'd be saying he's one of the better coaches in college football for what he's done at Michigan.
How many times has he been to the national championship?
Yeah, but is that the only determination of
who are the best coaches in college football? Nick Saban
and
Dabo Swinney.
Dabo.
Okay, the guys who win the title.
Those are the top, but those are the top two, Lamarca. There's lots of really good, like David Shaw is a very good coach up at Stanford. He's never played in a national championship game. I mean, just because you don't make the national championship game doesn't mean you're a bad football coach at the college level. No, not that many dudes make it the way Alabama's been dominating.
I don't know. You got to at least get to the playoff for me to consider you. Maybe that's too mean, but
it just doesn't feel practical. Like, I feel like you're very practical, like a numbers-based guy, and like that doesn't track for how you like view things. I feel like that's very hot takey to me. But you're not really a college football guy.
I'm a college football amateur, so
yeah.
I don't even know why we play the season anymore. Let's just start every year with Ohio State, Alabama, and Clemson in the Final Four, and every other team can play for the last 5.
I'm in on this. It's been absurd. It truly has been absurd. The level of dominance for those teams. They're a factory at this point.
Damon says these teams need to be poked with a stick. We got to wake these offenses up. There's a nice little way to get started. Tyler Eifert going to pick up about 15, 16 yards there. All right, Nate Dale says 4 times, not 5, not 5, not 5, not 5. I'm just reading what has been relayed to me.
So in 7 years at Michigan, he has a 690 winning percentage. It's pretty dang good. Last year, they went, in that weird season, they went 2-4.
How about the year before?
9-4.
How about the year before?
10-3.
Okay. All right. You know what? That's better than I thought. Didn't he have one year where they were like not even bowl eligible?
No, they've been to a bowl every year other than last year. So he's 10-3, 10-3, 8-5, 10-3, 9-4, 2-4. Citrus Bowl, Orange Bowl, Outback Bowl, Peach Bowl, Citrus Bowl.
Okay. All right. Jim Harbaugh, you're not as big of a train wreck as I thought.
It's just easy to call him a train wreck because of the things you talked about. So I get it. It's just, I think we should practice some nuance here.
You're right. Sorry, Thomas. So in between the Sims, I was just surfing the channels, stumbled across Pretty Woman. What a quality flick that is.
What channel?
I don't even remember. Lifetime, maybe one of the weird channels that you never really watch anything on.
Yeah. Might have to search the guide for that one. Set up a record.
But like, yeah, just that's prime Julia Roberts in a very good film.
Julia Roberts, man. Haven't seen her in an awesome film in a long time. You know, I saw a really good movie last night. I saw the Bourdain documentary.
Was it Space Jam 2?
Excellent. No, it was not Space Jam 2. I don't think I'll be watching that anytime soon. Anthony Bourdain doc, very good. Highly recommend it.
You know what I've been watching recently? I've just been running through SVU. Don't know why.
I like that.
I've just been on like a procedural kick recently. I was going through CSI. I watched some Criminal Minds, and now I'm on SVU. So
SVU. Have you binged like the just regular Law and Order, just straight Law and Order?
No,
that's got to be out there somewhere to binge.
You
or you're just all in on Mariska. You're all in on Mariska Hargitay.
Sure, Mariska, Chris Maloney. I'm watching the first season right now, so no Ice-T yet, but can't wait for T to show up.
It's a great cast. Really good cast. Maloney's not on it anymore, though, right?
Yeah, no. But I mean, again, I'm watching season 1.
That's too bad.
There's probably
the
like
classics,
22.
Though. Yeah. There's so many.
All right, I think we might get some points here. It's 10-10, but the Jags are in field goal range, and you know what time
baby.
It is. Skirt, skirt.
Fired up.
Nate Dale says, "How did you guys get this gig?"
No idea. I just opened my Zoom app one day, and I was on a Zoom, and here I am.
For me, it's straight nepotism. My uncle is DraftKings Lamarca, so. Jaguars take the lead, 13-10. Jordan Lindenbaum says, Lamarca, those are all bad.
Wow.
Just crushing my TV.
Completely discounting you.
All bad. Watch Mindhunter on Netflix. That is the real one about the early days of Quantico. I have watched it. It's good.
How many seasons are there?
3 or 2? 2 or 3.
I've been watching Mythic Quest on Apple. It's funny.
For me, like, the procedural thing is like, it's late at night. I just throw something on that I can just be brain dead and just have on while I'm laying down.
Easy to understand.
Yeah. Or I'll have it on in the background while I'm writing. Like, it's not like I'm glued to these things, but I need some sort of background television that isn't going to distract me too much while I'm working. So, procedurals it is.
Jordan says he hears there may not be a season 3, though. All right, so Mindhunter. Apparently there's not going to be any more seasons. I've heard that's good, though. If you guys like Silicon Valley from HBO, Mythic Quest, very similar vibe over on Apple.
Michael Knack says no better show than Yellowstone.
I've heard that's good too. I haven't watched it.
Yellowstone. Never seen it.
The trailer that got me the most hype before the Bourdain doc yesterday, and I saw this trailer a few weeks ago, and it got me excited. It just got me re-excited. And I don't know if you and I have ever talked about this, Lamarca. I think we have. Sopranos prequel coming out. Tony Soprano's Real life son playing him. Oh, I'm so excited. It looks so good.
I'll definitely be checking that out. AJ Green down
so
to the
pumped.
15. Oh, they're going to give him the 13 on that. Bengals still have all 3 timeouts here as they are driving. Trying to get the game.
Jack Skellington saying It's Always Sunny is the best show. I like It's Always Sunny, and if you like that, Mac from Always Sunny is the main character of Mythic Quest.
Oh, I've seen the previews for that. Okay.
Yeah, it's funny. Charlie Day's a writer on it as well. Who we thinking here? Uzama?
Probably, I mean, did Chark get the bonus? No, he still has no targets in the second half. Oh my goodness.
Oh no, I was talking about who we think is going to score the touchdown here. With
I
under
thought
a
it
minute
was
to
the
go.
player of the game.
Player of the game is an interesting one though.
DJ Chark would be a bad pick.
I would say AJ Green at 41% ownership, 22 points in the flex.
That's probably
nice
it so
game
far.
for AJ.
Let's see if he can cap it off. 3rd and 15. Joe Burrow, he's going to check it down to Gio. Oh, and he'll stretch and get the first down. Timeout Bengals.
You love to see
First and goal at the 3.
I'm in 15th. Didn't realize I was doing as well as I was. John Ross is killing me. Only 12 points in the captain spot. John Ross is going to be the babysitter Billy for me. Unless he scores a touchdown right here.
I'm in 4th with Ross as my captain. Uh-oh. Get rid of it, Joe.
Think about how good you'd be doing. Oh, fumble! Fumble! Go!
And the Jaguars
score. House call.
And he is gone. 30,
gone.
20, 10, 5, touchdown, Miles Jack. You can put
There
that
it is.
Jack on ice because this game's over, baby.
Wow. Almost a walk-off, too. 7 seconds to go.
What do you think about that call? I thought that was pretty good, huh?
Yeah, let's get that one for the real right there.
Put that
Let's
Jack
send that
on
one
ice.
off to I'm gonna send that down to the Jaguars radio network, see if they need another play-by-play guy. Bartender.
They're not even going to take a peek on it. So Lambo will come on for the extra point here. And that's good. 7 seconds left, 10-point game. Who do you got?
That's exciting right there.
Who do you got for your player of the game, sir?
Let's go with AJ Green.
I think that's a wise choice. He is the captain at the moment in our winning lineup. 33.45 DraftKings points in the captain spot. 1 touchdown, 93 receiving yards, 8 catches. Pretty good game there from AJ, don't call me Brown Green.
The new Arizona Cardinal, AJ Green.
You
Curious
can go
to
get
see if he
yourself
has...
a roast beef ice cream from Tommy's house.
Yeah, congratulations, AJ. I don't know if we've ever gone to get an ice cream with a wooden nickel before, but hopefully, if you're still living in Cincy for whatever reason, you drive on over, about 5.5 hours away, I believe, maybe closer to 6. We'll grab some Lion's Choice roast beef, and we'll cap it off with a mini cone for free with the wooden nickel. 1 second to go here. So, obviously, Bengals, impossible for them to win at this point, but let's see if they still take a long shot just for the fun of it.
How about your babysitter, Billy? I have a pick.
Mine would be John Ross, but what about you?
Yeah, John Ross is fair. I'm thinking Chris Thompson.
Yeah, did a whole lot of nothing.
78% owned. He had 14 receiving yards, 61 rushing yards, and 2 catches. So, like, not a disastrous performance, but you know what? Thompson's in the winning lineup. We'll keep it with John Ross. We're gonna keep
Johnny
it with
Ross.
John
You
Ross
just
today.
expect more from John Ross. He's a stud in this game.
All right, so let's run it through the schedule for tomorrow. As always, things get underway on Monday with the Sweat at 11 a.m. Emerson is hosting. I'm sure they'll be talking baseball, NBA Finals, some good stuff going on in the world of sports. Maybe they'll talk about Colin Morikawa making a little history today.
Congrats to him. British
2
Open.
majors in his first 8 starts at a major. That's pretty impressive. 12 p.m. Eastern Time. First sim of the day. Pats at the Broncos. That's going to be Kaufman and Brandon Cristal. Exactly what you want for a Pats-Broncos game. You've got Kaufman and BK. Then
that also might be exactly what you don't want.
No, we're hyping it up the good way. 2 p.m. Giants at Raiders. That one's going to be my pal Jason Rossi and my other pal Christian DeAndrea. 3 p.m. Get the Green with Emerson and the very sensual, the very tight Reed T. Fowler. 4 p.m. Bears at Packers. Emerson's going to stick around with ZT, a.k.a. Mr. Simland. 5 p.m. The Slate NBA edition. Sharag and Julian. Stick around in the chat and let them know Bucks in 6. 6 p.m. Steelers at Dolphins. We're going to have Glash and Kenneth Ducey. 8 p.m. Panthers Texans. Kaufman and this handsome devil Tommy Freeze Pops. And then 10 p.m. Madden After Dark. Seahawks at the Titans. Glash and Freeze Pops again.
Making
All right.
history. Sim number 300.
Sim number 300 for Thomas Freeze Pops. All right, that's it for us. For me, Matt Lamarca, Tom Freeze Pops, Drew, Jordan, Jim, everybody out there in Simland, it's been a pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. You've got roughly 1 hour left, and we will see you tomorrow.
I got 2 hours left.